Even when they occasionally gathered, their interactions were typically brief and casual, with the other party hastily concocting excuses to take their leave. Thus, for an entire month, Su-bai dedicated himself to relentless part-time work, intending to purchase a gift for Xiao Chu. Surely, he thought, such a gesture would win her forgiveness. But what kind of gift would be appropriate? As Su-bai tossed and turned, he contemplated. Right? I remember that Chu has always wanted a new phone. I shall gift her one. I am certain she will be immensely happy. With a sense of relief, he exhaled deeply, envisioning the moment Xiao Chu received the present. This delightful thought alleviated a great deal of his fatigue. However, just then, the sound of his parents' quarrel erupted from outside his door. Sitting up, Su-bai listened attentively. It became clear that they were anxious about his academic performance. Currently in his senior year of high school, and on the verge of college entrance exams, Su-bai's results were mediocre at best. With 43 students in his class, he often found himself among the bottom ranks. Only on rare occasions could he muster a performance that placed him in the top 30, which left his parents deeply frustrated. With such lackluster grades, Su-bai knew that even with a year of hard work, he might only qualify for a second-rate university, casting a shadow over his future. His parents were determined that he should not follow in their footsteps, yet neither was willing to shoulder the blame for his academic struggles. As a result, their argument escalated. Look at our son on the brink of his exams. With grades like these, what university can he possibly hope to attend? He might as well not even bother spending the money. Mr. Su shouted. You're the one who fathered him. It's your fault he's turned out this way. Mrs. Su retorted, her voice filled with indignation. Listening to their dispute, Su-bai felt a knot in his stomach. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to learn, rather, he simply found it impossible to concentrate. Each time he attended class, listening to the teacher's explanations, he would drift into a stupor, his mind a chaotic blur, utterly beyond his control. Consequently, he had endured the mockery of his homeroom teacher. Yet this was only part of the story. He also had an opportunistic uncle who took great pleasure in disparaging him. He recalled the last time they had celebrated his grandfather's birthday, when the haughty uncle consistently compared Su-bai to his own son, relentlessly belittling Su-bai's academic abilities, suggesting he might as well drop out and learn a trade to alleviate the family's burden. This drew derisive laughter from the other relatives present. Faced with their mocking smiles, Su-bai's family felt a burning embarrassment. If it had been anyone else's parents, they would have defended their child without hesitation. Yet Su-bai's parents remained silent, instead offering him a reassuring look. Both of Su-bai's parents were ordinary workers, with their combined monthly income barely exceeding 6,000. Nevertheless, they toiled tirelessly to gather funds for his education, rising early and working late. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Su-bai sighed helplessly and approached his desk, gazing at the towering stacks of study materials before him. An odd idea suddenly struck him. What if there were a way to help me remember all this knowledge? If only such a device existed, I wouldn't have to fear exams at all. As he picked up a book, Su-bai flipped through its pages aimlessly, his heart in turmoil, utterly disinterested in immersing himself in its contents. After what seemed like an eternity, the commotion outside finally subsided, and Chen Ruoyan entered, beckoning Su-bai to join her for dinner. Meanwhile, Su Qianxing sat on the sofa, enveloped in a cloud of despair. Upon witnessing this, Su-bai shook his head in resignation, pondering how his father, well aware of his inability to outmatch his mother, still dared to challenge her authority at home. Now, having faced the repercussions, he too sat on the sofa, lost in gloom. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ruoyan brought a steaming bowl of noodles to Su-bai, placing it before him as she spoke. Son, aren't you about to take your streamlining exam? With a slight tremor in his hand, Su-bai responded with a soft murmur. The exam is in 2 days. As he uttered these words, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He dared not meet his parents' gaze, fully aware that they had likely lost hope in him. Indeed, Su Qianxing sighed heavily, finally breaking the silence. Son, you must take this exam seriously. Your mother and I have put forth considerable effort to ensure your admission into the elite class. If you fail this streamlining exam, you may find yourself relegated to a regular class. In that case, your academic journey will undoubtedly suffer, and attending even an average vocational school may become a distant dream. Hearing his father's words, Su-bai lowered his head further, silently consuming the bowl of steaming noodles. Chen Ruoyan, observing Su-bai's demeanor, furrowed her brow and remarked, Su Qianxing, Why must you speak such things in front of the child? Subai understood his parents' heartfelt intentions. After all, no parent wishes for anything less than greatness for their child. Yet, he felt utterly powerless regarding his academic pursuits. Perhaps truly akin to what his affluent uncle had said, he simply lacked the aptitude for studying. As night fell, Subai found himself once again plagued by insomnia. He could not recall when his sleep quality had begun to deteriorate. In the dim light of the room, he sat at his desk, engrossed in a book. By the time he reached his senior year, nearly all the lessons had been taught. What remained was a relentless cycle of revision and practice. As he gazed at the towering stacks of papers and the densely packed text in his textbooks, his mind felt muddled, devoid of clarity. The earlier thought resurfaced. Could there truly be something in this world that could assist him in instant memorization? After a moment's reflection, he found the notion somewhat ludicrous and shook his head, preparing to refocus on his studies. Yet, at that moment, an icy voice echoed within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the cultivation system. Ding. System integration in progress. 10, 20, 30. Ding. System integration successful. What on earth? Was he hallucinating? Stunned by the sudden notification in his mind, Subai dropped his pen, which clattered to the floor with a soft thud. Soon, a dazzling array of colors materialized in his mind. Upon closer inspection, the left side displayed his character attributes. Host, Subai wealth value, 100 system level 1 on the right side of the screen. Various sections of the cultivation marketplace were showcased, including function zones, weapon zones, elixir zones, talisman zones, and clothing zones, though most remained in a grayed-out state, indicating they had yet to be unlocked. This was the cultivation system? Seeing a familiar interface reminiscent of video games, Subai clenched his fists, every cell in his body pulsating with excitement. He had always envied protagonists in novels who obtained extraordinary powers and systems. He never imagined he would experience such serendipity himself. Could this be a dream? He pinched his arm, and the sharp pain confirmed its reality. This was indeed happening. Yet the system's voice continued. Ding. Binding gift package activated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the bad luck talisman. Using this item will bring misfortune to others. A bad luck talisman? Subai was taken aback that the system would bestow such a generous gift, his excitement mounting. However, he mused that this talisman likely would aid him in his studies. With a slight grimace, he realized that despite having acquired the system, it offered him no immediate assistance. It felt akin to finding $1 million only to discover it was counterfeit. With a resigned sigh, he bent back over his books, convinced that if he wished to achieve progress in his studies, he would have to rely on his own efforts. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Ding. Host needs detected. Ding. Task assignment in progress. Ding. Task assignment completed. Task requirements. Collect 300 plastic water bottles on campus and sell them at the recycling station. Task deadline, 24 hours. Task reward, 100 wealth value, super memory pill. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Subai was momentarily stunned, his heart racing with exhilaration, nearly causing him to leap from his chair. No way. This is incredibly generous. A super memory pill? Will it allow me to remember anything? This is precisely what I need. As he read the description of the super memory pill, his pupils dilated with excitement. He felt utterly foolish for doubting the system, which could even cater to his needs. This was truly a divine gift. With it, he could ascend to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 2. A lesson the following evening. Subai used his hard-earned wages to purchase an expensive smartphone as a gift for Xiao Chu. Standing at the entrance of her classroom, holding the beautifully wrapped phone, he felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, for it had been quite some time since they last met. Subai genuinely cared for Xiao Chu. Regardless of how she treated him, he always took the blame upon himself. Thus, he had worked tirelessly to buy this valuable phone, intending to present it to her on her birthday. As he gazed at the exquisitely packaged gift, Subai felt a sense of calm wash over him. He knew that what Xiao Chu desired most was a smartphone, and presenting it as a birthday gift would surely bring her joy and mend their relationship. However, after a while, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Every student emerging from the classroom cast him curious glances, as if they were awaiting a spectacle to unfold. Chu, have you decided where we should go today? I'm happy to follow your lead, as long as I'm with you. Looking up, Subai noticed a pair of hand-in-hand couples emerging from the classroom. The young man was handsome, clad in a denim jacket paired with gray casual pants, exuding vitality, yet his triangular eyes gave off an impression of cunning. He appeared as unfriendly as a venomous snake. The young woman, strikingly beautiful, bore a hint of charm in her features. At that moment, upon spotting Subai, her demeanor shifted slightly. Only after clinging to the tall young man's arm did she muster the confidence to cast a disdainful glance in Subai's direction. Chu Chin. Xiao Chu. As he gazed at the scene before him, Subai found himself momentarily stunned. His eyes were drawn to the hands of the two individuals. You. Subai's expression gradually hardened, and his body trembled slightly as he began to comprehend the implications. Could it be that the reason for Xiao Chu's cold demeanor towards him over the past month was because she had developed feelings for Chu Chin? Chu Chin, the president of Class 2 in the senior year. Hailing from a wealthy family, both of his parents are business people, with total assets reaching tens of millions, making him a true scion of privilege. Countless girls in school harbored secret crushes on him, and he changed girlfriends almost monthly. On the other hand, Xiao Chu ranked 9th in the university's beauty contest and was also Subai's girlfriend. They had been desk mates in middle school, where Xiao Chu's innocence had captivated Subai, leading to mutual affection and eventually a romantic relationship. Later, they both enrolled in the same high school, becoming the envy of many as a couple. Despite the clear evidence before him, Subai could hardly believe that Xiao Chu would abandon him for Chu Chin. Chu. How could he be here? Didn't you say you broke up with him? Seeing Subai standing at the doorway, Chu Chin's eyes narrowed. And before Subai could speak, he brusquely interrogated Xiao Chu. Whenever he witnessed Subai's sorrow and humiliation, Chu Chun felt a rush of satisfaction. Chu Chun, please don't misunderstand. Subai and I are no longer together. He has been the one clinging to me, and I had no choice. Sensing Chu Chen's irritation, Xiao Chu hurriedly distanced herself from Subai. Initially, her relationship with Subai had stemmed from his kindness despite his modest means. He often spent his pocket money on her. It was only after encountering the wealthier Chu Chen that she chose to forsake Subai for a life of luxury. Now, witnessing Chu Chen's misunderstanding, Xiao Chu felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that their relationship might be jeopardized. Already, no longer together? It was all my fault for pursuing you. The heart-wrenching words pierced Subai's heart. He never imagined that the girl he cherished would utter such cold declarations in front of another man. Furthermore, students from Class 3 of the second year began to emerge, encircling the scene with expressions of schadenfreude. Only a few cast sympathetic glances at Subai, fully aware of the predicament he now faced. Worried that Chu Chin might continue to misinterpret the situation, Xiao Chu pointed a finger at Subai's nose and coldly declared, Subai, did you not hear what I said? We are no longer connected. Please do not pursue me any longer. You are merely a passerby in my life. An ordinary one at that. The promises Xiao Chu had once made to Subai had evaporated like mirages. She had come to understand the power of wealth, realizing that no matter how hard they worked, they could never compare to Chu Chin's extravagant lifestyle. Though she had never experienced such opulence before, she was now indulging in it. All her previous aspirations of excelling in academics and securing a good job seemed futile when Chu Chin could effortlessly secure her a position earning tens of thousands a month. What could Subai offer her? A life of servitude? Particularly upon seeing the gift in Subai's hands, Xiao Chu's face was etched with disdain and derision. She vividly recalled that Subai had never gifted her anything of worth, sometimes even presenting her with hundreds of origami cranes as tokens of affection. In her youth, she cherished those paper creations, but now they felt like worthless refuse. Subai, you do not deserve Xiao Chu. If you have any sense, get lost and stop wasting our time here. Chu Chin's smug expression intensified as he gently wrapped his arm around Xiao Chu's waist and took a few steps forward, intending to pass right in front of Subai. However, Subai showed no inclination to yield. His gaze remained fixated on the girl, feeling as though the distance between them had suddenly widened. The memory of the girl who used to sit behind him on his bicycle, pressing her face against his back, now felt like a distant echo. Subai was thoroughly disillusioned with Xiao Chu, and the meticulously wrapped gift in his hands was starting to lose its shape under his grip. Any man in his position would find such treatment intolerable. Huh? Do you think a poor loser like you can't accept being dumped and still cling on for hope? Upon seeing Subai refuse to step aside, Chu Chin's demeanor shifted to one of disdain, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Subai shrugged and replied nonchalantly, Young Master Chu, do you have something to say? Subai's words ignited Chu Chin's fury. Subai? What do you mean by that? Nothing much. Subai tilted his head and calmly responded, Chu Chun, you merely rely on your family's wealth to play the role of a wealthy heir. Without your parents, you are nothing. Let me tell you, I fear nothing now. If you provoke me, Do you believe I won't make you regret your very existence? What? Subai's bold declaration left the surrounding students momentarily speechless, astonished that he dared to speak to Chuchen with such audacity. Subai's imposing words rendered Chuchen silent. While he might not take the threat seriously, there was an unsettling truth in it. He thought to himself, this Subai is merely a poor fool, with Xiaochu now mine. Engaging in a serious confrontation with him would be beneath me. With this realization, Chuchen's bravado diminished significantly. Yet, upon hearing Chuchen insulted, Xiaochu erupted in anger. Pointing an accusatory finger at Subai, Subai, who do you think you are to insult Chuchen? Apologize to him now, and I will consider letting you off this time out of respect for our past. Let me off? The words sent a chill through Subai. It is vital to possess self-awareness. Since feelings had faded, separation was inevitable, for this is the nature of free love, devoid of betrayal. If you wish to break up, it merely signifies that I could not meet your expectations or provide the life you desired. Yet now, in front of so many witnesses, you continue to humiliate me. Do you not realize that every person has their dignity? Gazing at Xiaochu, whose haughty demeanor filled him with disdain, a cold smile crept across Subai's lips. Let you off? You are not worthy. The audacity of Subai's words left the students around him in stunned silence. They had never imagined that the once downtrodden Subai could deliver such a retort that left Chuchen and Xiaochu at a loss for words. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, with students around them becoming electrified. Subai's declaration further incited Chuchen's ire, his eyes seething with hatred as he retorted, "Humph, you're merely a waste of breath. Let me tell you, Xiaochu loves me deeply. And you? You are nothing but a loathed poor fool. What right do you have to compete with me?" Equally venomous, Xiaochu sneered at Subai. "Humph. Subai, I only felt pity for you, which is why I was with you. Mark my words. Someone like you will always be alone, destined to remain a lifelong pauper. Chuchen is my Prince Charming. It must be said." The words of both Chuchen and Xiaochu were laced with malice. The surrounding students, upon hearing these words, all furrowed their brows, deeming it somewhat excessive. Even Subai, who had been indifferent towards the two, couldn't help but feel a chill creeping across his face. Were it not for the tether of his parents' expectations, Subai might have genuinely picked up a stone from the ground to hurl it at Chuchen and Xiaochu. However, recalling his parents' words, he gradually relaxed his clenched fists. His fury did not cloud his judgment. He understood that he must not add to his parents' burdens. The financial strain of his education was already suffocating their family, and should he injure Chuchen, or if Chuchen were to seek revenge later, his parents would undoubtedly face even greater stress, exacerbating their plight. Yet, how was he to endure such humiliation? Ding dong. The system detected that the host has been insulted. Ding dong. Please use an item to retaliate. At that moment, the cold voice of the system echoed in Subai's mind, pulling him from his anguish. An item? Ah, yes. The misfortune talisman that the system had rewarded him with yesterday. With it, he could teach them a lesson without lifting a finger. Subai lifted his gaze towards the two who were huddled together, mockingly laughing at him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Those who humiliate others are often met with their own humiliation. Let them experience this taste. In the next instant, Subai focused his thoughts and opened the system storage, revealing the binding package from yesterday, within which lay the yellow talisman, his misfortune talisman. He swiftly retrieved one and, while the two were unaware, discreetly affixed it to Chuchen's body. The moment the talisman made contact, it shimmered and vanished. At that moment, the mocking laughter of the two continued unabated, but for Subai, it was no longer of any concern. Laugh to your heart's content. Let us see who will have the last laugh. Subai trusted that the system's item would resolve everything and make Chuchen and Xiaochu feel the anguish he had just endured. With a calm demeanor, he disregarded the crowd and turned to leave. His sole focus now was to complete the task assigned by the system, acquire the super memory pill, and alter his destiny through the upcoming examination. Chapter 3. The Lottery upon arriving at the playground. Subai retrieved a large sack from his backpack and began collecting plastic bottles. This task was relatively simple, thus the wealth points awarded by the system were modest. However, Subai was not particularly concerned with wealth points. What he valued was the super memory pill. With this item, he would gain the ability to retain information effortlessly, allowing his parents to finally rest easy regarding his academic performance. While their financial situation was indeed dire, it could not serve as an excuse for lack of effort. Moreover, Subai was reluctant to see his parents worry and toil any longer. To change their circumstances, he needed to work diligently. Surveying his surroundings, Subai noted that the school had passed its peak dismissal time, resulting in fewer students milling about. He took a breath, shook the sack, and bent down to continue his task. 1, 2. After approximately 20 minutes, he had collected around 70 or 80 bottles, demonstrating impressive efficiency. After all, students consumed many beverages daily, making the collection of 300 bottles quite manageable. Yet, as he gathered the bottles, passing students cast scornful and derisive glances, whispering and mocking him incessantly. Subai, however, felt no indignation. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. After all, he was now a system user. Being ridiculed by a group of ignorant youths was indeed entertaining, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. At that moment, a black motorcycle came to a halt outside the playground. "Sister Anra, what are you looking at?" On the motorcycle sat two girls, one of whom, clad in a school uniform and sitting in the back, spoke up. She was petite, with long braids that added to her charm, particularly her disproportionately ample bosom, making her an exceptionally cute little loli. Her name was Yu Qingqing, the class leader of the senior class, known for her cunning. Despite her adorable appearance, she was a thoroughly scheming little girl. Turning her head, she caught sight of Su by laboriously dragging a sack of plastic bottles, her face filled with curiosity and confusion. "Sister Anru, you're not actually interested in that poor kid, are you? How absurd." At that moment, the girl Yi Qingqing referred to removed her helmet, revealing a cascade of golden curls that danced in the air, complemented by her fair, oval face adorned with finely arched brows and sparkling, black pearl-like eyes. Her luscious red lips were irresistibly alluring. Lin Anru, the second-ranked beauty in the school. Her family was formidable, with an incredibly complex network of connections, granting her significant status in the entire Beihai city. The male students passing by were taken aback at the sight of Lin Anru. Never expecting to encounter the second-ranked beauty in school, akin to winning a lottery. Observing Lin Anru's unflappable demeanor, Yi Qingqing pouted and remarked, "It's just that kid picking up plastic bottles. He just broke up with his girlfriend, yet here he is, so unfazed, collecting bottles. I see nothing wrong with it." Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's words, Lin Anru scrutinized Su by once more, then redonned her helmet, addressing Yi Qingqing, "Qingqing, instead of meddling in others' affairs, why not focus on your own? The martial arts competition is about to commence. Are you prepared? Sister Anru, do you still doubt my abilities? Once I step in, the Taekwondo club will surely lose to our martial arts club." Yi Qingqing boasted, patting her chest, instantly drawing the attention of nearby boys, who blushed. It was indeed unexpected for the 7th and 2nd-ranked beauties in school to appear simultaneously, creating a stunning spectacle on campus. The surrounding boys were captivated, yet none dared approach. They merely stood by, quietly admiring the two beauties. They were well aware that both had their share of admirers, particularly Lin Anru, who had countless suitors. And Yi Qingqing was not to be underestimated either. Angering either would lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Subai remained oblivious to the two beauties observing him. He kept his head down, diligently collecting plastic bottles, eager to complete his task and claim the reward. "Just 50 more, and I'll have it done." Subai straightened, beads of sweat adorning his face. He wiped his brow and shook his neck, feeling the strain, yet he had no intention of resting. Having nearly exhausted the supply of plastic bottles in the vicinity, he took a deep breath and dragged his sack towards the other side of the playground. In a narrow alley, two inebriated youths swayed, clutching beer bottles, seemingly searching for something. Where the hell did that wretched woman go? One of them, a scruffy punk with dyed yellow hair, growled menacingly, "I swear if I find them, I'll beat them to a pulp." The other, a burly man, scratched his head in confusion. "Asen said they were around here, right, Huangge? Let us keep looking." He could scarcely believe that two living beings had vanished into thin air. With wide eyes, he scrutinized every obscure corner in the nearby houses, seeking to uncover their whereabouts. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a distant white BMW, and he furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Brother Huang, does that car look familiar?" The young man with yellow hair swayed slightly as he approached, immediately recognizing the vehicle. He had seen it before. It belonged to a man who drove a white BMW. Nodding, he circled to the front of the car. At that moment, muffled gasps could be heard from within, and the car was subtly swaying. "What the hell? This couple is engaging in such activities right before me?" The young man's eyes widened in shock, and the alcohol ignited his fury. As a local tough guy, he had never been so humiliated. The burly man noticed a narrow gap in the rear window and staggered over. Peering through, he discerned two figures inside. Though he couldn't make out their features due to his inebriation, he was certain it was a man and a woman. The audacity of the woman who dared to entice his brother. Witnessing Huang's betrayal, the big man felt a surge of rage. Clutching the beer bottle in his hand, he swung it ferociously against the glass. Crash! The window shattered, startling the two inside who were lost in their own world. Chu Chun was about to reach a climax when the glass suddenly shattered, causing his companion to collapse in shock. Struggling, he peeked outside, only to be met with the furious faces of the two men. Especially the young man's bloodshot eyes sent chills down his spine, making him shudder. "Brother, you." Chu Chun gasped, terrified at the unexpected confrontation, convinced they were being robbed. Inside, Xiao Chu was equally stunned. Hastily donning her clothing, she was frozen with fright, her face paling as she stumbled out of the car. "Get out of the car." Seeing Chu Chen still cowering inside, the burly man's expression darkened. He reached in and yanked Chu Chen's hair, dragging him out forcefully. "You scoundrel." Huang charged forward, delivering a brutal kick between Chu Chen's legs. The sound of cracking echoed, and Chu Chen immediately doubled over, clutching himself and screaming in agony, a sound that pierced the air. Huang squatted down and slapped Chu Chen's face, his gaze icy. "So, you dare to touch my woman? You've got some nerve. Brother, you've got the wrong person." Chu Chen stammered, bewildered. "What woman? How did Xiao Chu become his?" Although he knew Xiao Chu had a penchant for money, he never imagined she would associate with such thugs. Wincing in pain, he forced a grim smile. "Brother, do you want money? I can give you a lot. Please, spare me." "Money?" Huang burped, his expression darkening. He seized Chu Chen's hair and rammed his head against the windshield. 1 hit. 2 hits. After about 7 or 8 blows, Chu Chen was dazed, his face a gruesome mix of glass shards and crimson blood. "Huang, should I take care of his little friend?" The burly man approached Chu Chen, who was now on the ground, swaying dangerously. Huang shook his head, signaling to wait. Then, he turned abruptly and slapped Xiao Chu across the face. "You wretched woman. A used-up harlot. I treated you well, and this is how you repay me." Afterward, Huang picked up a large stone and handed it to the burly man. "This scoundrel is wealthy, right? Look at this ugly BMW, shouldn't we give it a makeover?" The burly man paused, glancing at the pristine BMW, then grinned wickedly. "If Brother Huang says so, it must be done." In less than 10 minutes, a BMW worth nearly $1 million had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Courtesy of the two thugs, Chu Chen lay on the ground, seething with rage yet powerless to speak. At that moment, he wished he could curse his fate. After leaving school, he had planned to take Xiao Chu out for her birthday in his father's car, but upon reaching the checkout, he discovered his wallet had been stolen, forcing Xiao Chu to pay. They had then attempted to find a hotel, only to discover that every establishment was fully booked. In desperation, they resorted to this secluded spot for some privacy, never anticipating they would be mistaken for something they were not. If his parents found out, he would surely face their wrath. Chu Chen felt on the verge of collapse, tears and snot mingling as he nearly cried out for his father. After vandalizing the car, Huang suddenly remembered something and pulled out 2 coins, smiling as he approached Chu Chen. "Here's a token for your medical expenses and car repairs." 2 coins? Chu Chen's mind reeled, nearly spitting blood in anger. What a joke, as if 2 coins could settle this. Just the value of his father's BMW far exceeded that amount. Yet, despite his fury, Chu Chen had no choice but to suppress it. He did not wish to endure further beating. "Let us go." Satisfied with their handiwork on both the man and the vehicle, Huang clapped his hands and approached the pale-faced Xiao Chu, grinning maliciously. "You just keep playing with the scoundrel. Don't worry, I only kicked him. I didn't break anything important." Upon returning home, he eagerly opened his task list. Task reward: 100 wealth points, super memory pill. Excellent. Seeing the long-awaited super memory pill finally in his possession, Subai leaped for joy. "I've finally obtained the super memory pill. Now I can memorize everything from my textbooks in an instant." However, the system's voice suddenly chimed again. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an additional lottery opportunity." Subai's eyes lit up. He had anticipated an extra chance at the lottery. "Ding. Would you like to activate the lottery opportunity?" The system's cold voice inquired. "Start." "I must activate it." Subai thought eagerly. "Ding. Activating lottery opportunity." In no time, a colorful screen appeared, resembling a large roulette wheel. Various miraculous items adorned the wheel. And as Subai glanced at it, his pupils involuntarily constricted. He spotted the X-ray vision, alchemy furnace, and numerous cultivation techniques. These items dazzled Subai, but he was confident that his potential rewards were much grander, likely drawn from an untouched selection area. For instance, the X-ray vision belonged to the functionality area, while the alchemy furnace and cultivation techniques were from the pill and technique zones respectively. System, what is the super essence? Subai inquired eagerly. Increasingly handsome? Subai touched his face, secretly chuckling to himself. He never imagined the system would offer such enhancements, truly an eye-opener. Host, shall we begin the lottery now? The system's voice remained mechanical. Commence. Subai focused on the grand wheel in his mind and called out. Soon, a luminous point appeared upon the wheel, spinning rapidly. The velocity of this light was astonishing, and Subai's gaze followed its frenetic movement. I hope to draw the X-ray vision or cultivation technique. Subai rubbed his hands together, eager to select his desired items. X-ray vision, passed. Alchemy furnace, passed. Cultivation technique, passed. The light point continued to rotate. And after an indeterminate amount of time, it began to slow down. Subai's heart raced as it moved past the cultivation technique, inching forward. Ultimately, the light settled on the possession charm. What on earth? A possession charm? How is this of any use? Subai couldn't help but grimace, pondering that aside from items obtained through tasks, there was nothing truly beneficial for him. Once the light curtain dissipated, Subai paid no further heed to the possession charm he had drawn, but retrieved the super memory pill from the system's repository. To test the efficacy of the super memory pill, Subai intended to tackle the subjects that had previously caused him headaches, Chinese and English. He opened the bottle, consumed a super memory pill, and felt an invigorating rush. It was as if his brain had been recharged, instantly becoming clear and agile. Picking up his English textbook, he faced the words that had eluded him for so long, suddenly finding them no longer foreign. Instead, with a mere glance, he could effortlessly recall them, as if they were imprinted in his mind. How astonishing! Subai nodded, then switched to a Chinese textbook for lengthy ancient poems and various knowledge points. He found that a single glance allowed him to recite them fluently. As for challenging problems in mathematics and physics, with pen in hand, he wrote vigorously, completing calculations and verifications in under 3 minutes. It was evident that not only had his memory improved, but also his speed and accuracy in problem-solving had seen remarkable enhancement. In the past, aside from struggling to memorize knowledge points, he was bogged down by complex calculations. To this day, he could not fathom the purpose of grappling with such intricate math and science, having never aspired to be a scientist. This very thought had significantly hindered his performance during examinations. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as Subai could memorize the knowledge points and solve complex problems correctly, entering a prestigious university would be well within his reach. Glancing at his near-perfect solution steps, Subai suddenly stood up, thinking, with the super memory pill, why settle for a mediocre university when I can choose a top-tier one? In that moment, Subai felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, as if the weight of negative emotions had lifted, compelling him to laugh joyously towards the heavens. Just wait, Subai, will surely prove myself and leave all who look down on my family utterly astonished. Chapter 4. Humiliation Morning. Subai slowly opened his eyes, staring at the dust-covered ceiling. Muttering to himself, I feel so good, it's like being reborn. He quickly leaped out of bed, grabbed his English book from the desk, and was delighted to find the words still ingrained in his memory, as if etched into his mind, marveling at the efficacy of the super memory pill. It seemed that he was truly on the path to greatness. Wait. Subai glanced at the light filtering through the wall, momentarily stunned. Why was it so bright? Oh no, I'm going to be late. He checked the clock, already past 7. He had overslept. Realizing this, Subai wondered why his alarm hadn't gone off. Hurriedly stuffing textbooks into his backpack, then swiftly brushing his teeth and washing his face, hastily consuming the meal prepared by Chan Ruayun. Never mind. I can't think about it now. If I'm truly late, it would be problematic. Shaking his head, he grabbed his phone and pedaled his bicycle toward school. Moreover, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Chang, had always regarded Subai as a thorn in his side due to Subai's frequent underperformance dragging down the entire class. If Zhang Chang caught Subai arriving late this time, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to prevent him from participating in the streaming examination. Consequently, Subai might be relegated from the honors class to a regular one because of poor streaming exam results. While Zhang Chang could boost the class average and earn a substantial bonus, not to mention the prestige that accompanied it. Just thinking of Zhang Chang's eager expression at the prospect of Subai leaving the honors class made Subai's scalp tingle. Without realizing it, he began pedaling faster. Upon arriving outside the classroom, Subai surveyed the area and was relieved to find Zhang Chang absent. Subai, what are you doing here? As soon as he entered the classroom, a girl's sharp voice rang out. It was Xin Fong, a close friend of Xiao Chu, dressed in lavish designer attire. With heavily applied makeup and an incongruous thick ponytail, she resembled a newly wealthy individual straight out of a television show. Although Shun Fang's academic performance was mediocre, her family's wealth allowed her to speak with confidence in class. And her frequent gifts to Zhang Chang had earned her the position of discipline committee member for Class 1 in her senior year. However, since Xiao Chu had grown distant from Su Bai, Shen Fang's attitude towards him had plummeted, whether spurred by Xiao Chu's influence or not. Shen Fang habitually sought to trouble Su Bai, which had become quite vexatious for him. At this moment, upon seeing Su Bai enter, Shen Fang stood up, exuding an air of superiority, pointing her finger at him and loudly questioning, drawing curious glances from the surrounding students. "What do you have to say, you arrogant one?" Su Bai shot a glance at Shen Fang, instantly recognizing her intent to provoke him. Thus, he coolly uttered the 3 words, knowing that upon hearing arrogant one, she would be infuriated. The reason was that one lunchtime, Shen Fang had accidentally passed gas, which had led to a fit of laughter among their classmates, turning her into the butt of their jokes. It was thought that this incident would fade with time, yet here Su Bai was, resurrecting the old grievance at this moment. "Su Bai, what? What did you say?" Undeniably, Su Bai's tactic proved effective. The initially combative Shen Fang was left flustered, her face a mix of embarrassment and rage, jumping up in indignation. "Oh, nothing. I was merely wondering if some individuals have been messed with too often, leading them to act like a fool in front of me." The moment Su Bai uttered this, the surrounding students turned crimson, stifling their laughter, observing Shen Fang's ashen face. Su Bai couldn't help but smile, disregarding her further and placing his backpack by the window before taking a seat. Shen Fang seethed with rage. Her teeth clenched as she could hardly believe Su Bai's newfound confidence. A mere sentence had rendered her speechless. It was worth noting that when Su Bai had been with Xiao Chu, she had often bossed him around, yet now he dared to speak back. As this realization struck her, Shen Fang felt as if her head had exploded, akin to a volcano erupting. Shen Fang glared fiercely at Su Bai, her eyes brimming with malice and disdain. Without hesitation, she recorded Su Bai's name on the class roster, intending to present it to the homeroom teacher, Zhang Chang, for further action. Shen Fang was well aware that Su Bai and Zhang Chang had an ongoing feud, and Zhang Chang, motivated by his own bonuses and the prestige of the elite class, had long sought to expel Su Bai. Now that Su Bai was late, she was certain Zhang Chang would seize this opportunity to act. Su Bai was momentarily taken aback, as the doorway suddenly darkened, and Zhang Chang entered with a stormy expression. Within mere seconds, the atmosphere in Class 3 of the senior year turned as tense as a pressure cooker, with beads of sweat appearing on the foreheads of both diligent and struggling students alike. "What is this fat man doing here?" Su Bai thought, swallowing hard as he set down his book and glanced toward Zhang Chang, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhang Chang, broad and hefty, resembled a colossal log, and his narrow, shadowy eyes conveyed an immediate impression of bitterness and severity, as if everyone owed him a debt. However, this was merely the initial impression. Zhang Chang distinguished between students, offering his utmost to the high achievers while glaring at the underperformers, a quintessential sycophant. "Is there anyone who has arrived late today? Stand up." Zhang Chang's stern demeanor swept across the classroom, ultimately landing on Su Bai. In an instant, all eyes converged on Su Bai, making him the center of attention. Some worried about Zhang Chang's potential overreaction, while others relished the unfolding drama. Knowing well the fraught relationship between Su Bai and Zhang Chang, Shen Fang's face radiated mockery and derision. Although Su Bai had humiliated her moments ago, the thought of him being expelled from the elite class brought her a sense of satisfaction. "I must appear as innocent as possible to avoid being expelled by this fat man," Su Bai resolved, knowing that if his parents learned of his expulsion, they would certainly plead with Zhang Chang on his behalf. Reluctantly, he reminded himself of the super memory pill he possessed, if he could endure until the streaming exam. Zhang Chang would have to acknowledge his grades. According to Zhang Chang's character, rather than expelling him, he would likely seek to curry favor with him. As he contemplated how to navigate Zhang Chang's wrath, Su Bai stood up. "Teacher, it was my fault. I accidentally overslept at home." "Ah, it's you again, Su Bai? Just look at yourself. Poor grades are one thing, but being late every day? Do you think this is your home? You truly disappoint me." Zhang Chang spat, his scorn palpable as he brandished a textbook at Su Bai's forehead. Thud. The textbook struck Su Bai's head with a painful thud. Being late was not trivial. Though Su Bai had sincerely admitted his fault, Zhang Chang's continued aggression seemed excessive. It was evident that Zhang Chang was determined to use this incident as a pretext to expel Su Bai from the elite class. "Teacher, I am truly sorry. It was my mistake, and I will improve." The pain caused Subai to slightly furrow his brow, yet in order to participate in the streaming exam smoothly, he dared not say more. His earnest demeanor should have disarmed a more reasonable teacher, but Zhang Chang remained unyielding. Teacher, the streaming exam is tomorrow, and I. Subai began, but Zhang Chang interrupted him. For reasons unknown, Zhang Chang always seemed to have an aversion to Subai, aggravating his own performance and feeling increasingly irritable in Subai's presence. To be blunt, whether you participate in the streaming exam or not makes no difference with your grades. You would only waste the school's exam papers. You might as well spend this week working with your parents to alleviate their burden. This remark struck a chord with the class. Many felt it was excessive. Some students, eager for entertainment, were rooting for a confrontation, while Shun Fong wore a smug expression, envisioning the scene of Subai's expulsion. Long before, she had looked down upon Subai, perceiving him as a poor loser. Yet, out of respect for Xiao Chu, she had restrained her disdain. However, since Subai's breakup with Xiao Chu, Shin Fong had unleashed all her pent-up contempt. If Subai were to impulsively lash out at the teacher or engage in more extreme behavior, the situation would escalate dramatically. Indeed, Subai raised his head, his eyes shimmering with profound anger. Zhang Chang continued, I cannot fathom how your parents raised you. If I were them, I would be too ashamed to live. I don't understand how they can still show their faces in this world. Gasped. Zhang Chang's words ignited an uproar in the classroom. Everyone felt that he had crossed a line, casting sympathetic and worried glances at Subai, aware that he was now utterly enraged. Those who relished the spectacle retrieved their phones, eager to witness this historic moment. Teacher, please mind your words. Subai raised his head, his voice icy. To insult my family is beneath a teacher's dignity. At this moment, Subai struggled to contain himself, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity, veins bulging on his arms as his nails dug into his palms. Subai, are you planning to resort to violence? Zhang Chang smirked coldly. What I said is the truth. If I were your parent, I would have long lost the face to live. You fat pig. Subai's voice was as cold as ice. While he wished to remain in the elite class, he loathed the idea of anyone disparaging his parents. Zhang Chang's repeated insults crossed a line. Even if Subai had intended to feign innocence to persuade Zhang Chang to keep him in the elite class, he could no longer contain himself. You humiliate me and my parents simply to expel me from the elite class. Do you think I want to stay in this wretched place? Let me tell you, if it weren't for your position as a teacher, I would have taught you a lesson long ago. You insufferable fat man. You are a useless, incompetent fool, unworthy of being a teacher. The school is wasting resources on someone like you, akin to raising a pig. Subai's words silenced the room, leaving the surrounding students in shock. None had anticipated that Subai would dare speak such defiance in front of Zhang Chang. Shinfang stood dumbfounded, astonished to see the once submissive Subai now standing tall and confronting Zhang Chang without reservation. This was utterly unprecedented. Moreover, even Zhang Chang, who had intended to provoke Subai, could not withstand the searing insult. He trembled violently, nearly choking on his own fury. What did you say? Subai, kicking aside a nearby chair, fixed his gaze on Zhang Chang. You fat pig, remember this. You will soon regret your actions. The classroom was left in stunned silence, with Zhang Chang's face flushed with anger and humiliation. Taking a deep breath, Subai felt a wave of concern wash over him. He dreaded the thought of his parents discovering that he had been expelled from the honors class, fearing they might approach the school to plead for forgiveness from the overweight bully. This was a scenario Subai wished to avoid at all costs. While it was true that his family struggled financially, he could not allow himself to be bullied. As this thought crossed his mind, a headache began to creep in, and he pondered how he could silence Zhang Chang, that insufferable bully, once and for all. Ding. The system detected the host's needs. Ding. The system is issuing a task. Ding. The task has been successfully issued. Task requirements. Dance the seaweed dance in your underwear on the playground, with at least 300 spectators present. Task time limit, 6 hours. Task reward, 500 wealth points. Silence. A profound silence. Upon hearing the cold, mechanical voice of the system in his mind, Subai stood frozen in place, as if his entire being had turned to stone. After a long moment, he inhaled deeply and exclaimed, System, are you deliberately trying to mess with me? Wasn't it supposed to detect the host's needs? Why then present me with such a ridiculous task? Dancing in my underwear on the playground, with a crowd of no less than 300? At this rate, I might not even have the right to remain in the regular class and would likely be sent to a mental hospital as a lunatic. Ding. The system's mechanical voice chimed in once more. Host, please refrain from becoming agitated. The system has carefully selected this task based on the host's circumstances. Completing it will not only help the host relax, but also fulfill the host's wishes. Relax? Subai rolled his eyes and retorted to the system. Isn't that just utter nonsense? How can dancing in my underwear in front of others be considered relaxing? The system reminded him that during the task, the host could utilize items from the shop for assistance. Shop items? Indeed, it appeared he had drawn a bin-down charm yesterday. The system's prompt sparked a realization in Subai, and he hurriedly accessed his inventory. Sure enough, a yellow bin-down charm lay quietly within. Bin-down charm. The user can bin down onto another person. Effective for 5 minutes. Subai opened the description of the charm, unable to suppress a sense of admiration. Ah, so that's it. The system has indeed thought this through. Although the task of dancing in his underwear on the playground seemed exceedingly absurd, Subai now understood that he could leverage this system item to accomplish it. The charm allowed him to inexplicably bend down onto the target's body, temporarily occupying it. While this method might raise suspicions of cheating, the system had already hinted at its viability, suggesting it could lead to the target's disgrace, potentially even resulting in their commitment to a psychiatric facility. This was truly a divine task that benefited him at the expense of another. Subai slapped his forehead, surprised at how considerate the system was. Indeed, if he utilized Zhang Chang's body to complete the task, he would not only be safe but also rid himself of a significant nuisance. Humph, you arrogant fat bully. You think you can expel me from the honors class? Just wait and see how I turn the tables on you. With the bin-down charm in hand, Subai left the playground and headed toward the classroom building. This Subai is infuriating. After class, Zhang Chang emerged from the second-year class with a scowl, coincidentally bumping into Qing Jie, who had also just finished her lesson. Brother Chang, what's wrong? Why the long face? Qing Jie, a school leader in her 40s, had recently divorced her husband and was now involved with Zhang Chang. She greeted him and, noticing his sour expression, approached to pat his shoulder, appearing quite intimate. Anyone with keen eyes could easily discern that their relationship was far from ordinary. What else? That student named Subai is an absolute disgrace. How dare he confront a teacher? If he isn't expelled, he'll never learn his lesson. Zhang Chang spat, his face dark with anger. Although he lacked the authority to expel Subai, Qing Jie certainly did. He intended to pour out his grievances to her, exaggerating the situation to ensure Subai's expulsion, thereby eliminating a significant headache. Come on, he's just a student. Is it really worth getting this worked up over? Qing Jie, having seen Subai before, remembered him as a diligent student whose efforts yielded little fruit. Zhang Chang had often consulted her on how to remove Subai from the honors class. And hearing his vehement disdain for Subai now sparked some other thoughts in her mind. Brother Chang, do you really want to expel Subai from school? Zhang Chang narrowed his eyes, a malicious glint flickering across his face as he coldly replied, Did you not see how arrogant he was just now? He even claimed our school is filled with useless teachers. Qing Jie, don't you think a student like that deserves to be expelled? Very well, Brother Chang. Why don't you come with me to the office? We can discuss Subai's situation. Qing Jie's expression darkened as she processed Zhang Chang's words. Given their current relationship, it was only natural for her to assist him in getting rid of Subai. The two of them made their way to the staircase. With Zhang Chang's hand occasionally brushing against Qing Jie's body, his demeanor rather lecherous. Unbeknownst to them, Subai had just walked past the playground and overheard their conversation. After all, one could only imagine the level of desperation that would lead someone like Qing Jie to be interested in a rotund figure like Zhang Chang. Humph. Truly a den of snakes and rats. Watching the two depart, Subai clenched the bend-down charm in his hand, his thoughts becoming animated. Oh, so you both wish to expel me from school? Let us see who ends up expelling whom. Chapter 6. Seaweed Dance. The classroom was located on the first floor of the teaching building, while Qing Jie's office was on the third floor of the administrative building. Estimating the time, Subai figured they should have arrived at the office by now, so he took the bend-down charm and exited the teaching building. The office was equipped with an Apple laptop, air conditioning, a water dispenser, and 2 black leather sofas, resembling a modest living room. Approaching the office door, before Subai could even take out his charm, he heard a series of indecent sounds emanating from within. Goodness, these two are so bold. Engaging in such activities in broad daylight. Subai felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. It was evident that they were indeed a pair of miscreants, otherwise. A glutton like Zhang Chang would not be involved with someone like Qing Jie. Thinking of their plans to discuss his expulsion after their escapade, Subai squinted and pressed the bend-down charm to his forehead. Suddenly, a dazzling orb of light enveloped him, and in his mind, he envisioned Zhang Chang's figure. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past Su Bai's ears. Instantly, he felt an invisible force begin to compress his entire being, while Zhang Chang's image grew clearer in his mind. A strange smile crept across Su Bai's lips as he reached out his hand, unreservedly towards the unclothed Cheng Jie. Zhang Chang. Cheng Jie twisted her body, nearly brought to tears from the pain. What are you doing? Su Bai nonchalantly shrugged, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He held no pity for a woman who lacked self-respect, nor did he feel any sympathy for her. Cheng Jie straightened her chest, suppressing her anger as she said, "Could you be a little gentler? If you act like you did before, how am I supposed to help you deal with Su Bai? Here we are. And you still haven't forgotten to target me." Su Bai let out a cold snort, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. The warmth that once resided in his eyes completely vanished. Suddenly, he stood up and hurled Cheng Jie to the ground. Ouch! Cheng Jie cried out, landing heavily on the floor, pain causing tears to well up in her eyes. Zhang Chang, have you gone mad? Are you? Slap. Without giving her a chance to finish, Su Bai delivered another resounding slap. A prominent handprint instantly appeared on Cheng Jie's face. I truly do not comprehend how people like you manage to reach such positions. Su Bai had never laid a hand on a woman, but that did not mean he was incapable of doing so. Two teachers, as role models, should belong to a higher echelon of society, yet they repeatedly created trouble for their own interests and even sought to expel him from the school. Even if Su Bai spared her today, it did not guarantee that she would not continue to be a nuisance in the future. Therefore, this threat must be eliminated today. Su Bai seized her hair, dragging her toward the restroom and forcibly plunging her head into the toilet. Cheng Jie was terrified, struggling desperately while making muffled sounds. Just as she seemed on the verge of passing out, Su Bai pulled her out. Cough, cough. Cheng Jie emerged, drenched and emitting a foul stench. Her eyes wide with fear, gasping for breath as she coughed violently, teetering on the brink of consciousness. At that moment, she was utterly bewildered. Unable to fathom why the Zhang Chang, who had just been playful with her, had transformed into this monster, nearly killing her. How does it feel? Su Bai lifted her chin, speaking in a calm tone. Cheng Jie trembled, shaking her head vigorously, her eyes filled with terror. Brother Chang, I was wrong. I will listen to whatever you say. Please, just don't hit me anymore. Do you know where you went wrong? Su Bai inquired. Cheng Jie opened her mouth, uncertain of how to respond. She genuinely did not understand her mistake. However, she dared not offend Zhang Chang, for fear of his retaliation, especially since he possessed an incriminating video of her. If she truly angered him, and he made the video public, her future would be ruined. Su Bai gripped her neck tightly, his gaze icy as he spoke in a low voice. Your mistake lies in meddling in my affairs. Cheng Jie nodded frantically, thoroughly frightened. Put on your clothes and get lost. With those words, Su Bai turned and walked toward the playground. Teaching this woman a lesson was secondary. Completing his task was of utmost urgency. The playground was bustling with students. Su Bai cast a cursory glance at those engaged in physical education, along with the boys and girls out for a stroll, easily counting over 300 people. Zhang Chang, this is of your own making, he exclaimed, sprinting out of the administrative building. Many onlookers were left dumbfounded, screams erupting in waves. Ha, who knew Zhang Chang was so popular? They thought. Considering it was Zhang Chang's body, Su Bai showed no mercy, waving to the gathered students as he ran. Let us get the party started. Like dancing seaweed. Swaying with the waves, dancing in the surf, drifting along. No matter the raging tides, I revel in my own joy. On the playground, Zhang Chang, clad only in his underwear, danced the seaweed dance, his ample flesh jiggling joyfully. However, the teachers and students gathered around looked on in shock, their eyes stinging from the sight. Oh my, who would have thought this seemingly gentle Zhang Chang had such a penchant for flamboyant dancing? Has he lost his mind? Did he take something wrong? The crowd buzzed with laughter, largely filled with ridicule. After all, Zhang Chang had a notorious reputation within the school, unwelcomed by both students and faculty. Witnessing him dance in his underwear, they were more astonished than anything, relishing in his misfortune. The onlookers egged him on, shouting for him to continue, whistles echoing through the air. The crowd around the playground grew larger, even school leaders rushed over, including Principal Li Chiming of Yuhai High School. Zhang Chang, what on earth are you doing? Li Chiming stared in disbelief at Zhang Chang dancing, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He had maintained a decent relationship with Zhang Chang, who was the son-in-law of the Education Bureau Director. Given this connection, Li Chiming had treated him with considerable favor, allowing him to become a homeroom teacher for a key class. Now, witnessing Zhang Chang dancing in his underwear on the playground, his first thought was to intervene immediately. All right. The female student who had just come out for physical education, Xiao Chu, had been filming Zhang Chang's performance for quite some time. She rushed to the front. But before she could speak, Zhang Chang's massive form swung around, colliding with her. With a scream, Xiao Chu was sent flying over 2 meters, crashing heavily to the ground in a disheveled heap. This scene left everyone stunned. How outrageous. Li Chunming's face turned ashen. He clearly has no regard for authority. If he were to ascend to a leadership position within the school, it would be disastrous. At that moment, Su Bai was reveling in his triumph. With a single maneuver, he had both punished Xiao Chu for her meddling and indirectly brought Zhang Chang to ruin, all while completing a troublesome task. Su Bai glanced up at the clock on the teaching building, realizing that the downward charm was about to expire, and decided to execute one final act, shaking off his excess flesh. He surveyed the area, his eyes landing on Zhang Chang's lower half. Hiki. In an instant, the crowd witnessed a white object suddenly appear in Zhang Chang's hands. A pervert. The surrounding girls, upon closer inspection, immediately covered their eyes, unable to suppress their screams. The entire ordeal continued for an extended period. The boys who had brought their girlfriends to the playground were instantly enraged, rolling up their sleeves and chasing after Zhang Chang while hurling curses. How dare you act like a pervert in front of my girlfriend? Come on, chase me. Haha. Su Bai struck a classic Michael Jackson pose towards the girls, exuding a brazen confidence. Are you looking for death? The boys were utterly furious. Soon, more girls found themselves subjected to Zhang Chang's antics, while the number of enraged boys pursuing him grew, each one determined. There was no way they could tolerate someone publicly humiliating their girlfriends, regardless of Zhang Chang's position as a teacher, even if he were the principal. They would not hold back. Come down. Everyone, stop. Li Chiming had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this level. If word got out, the reputation of Yuhai High School, along with his own position, would be at stake. However, before he could finish, he saw Zhang Chang suddenly charging towards him, pursued by a dozen furious boys, causing him to shudder in fear. Zhang Chang, don't come any closer. Li Chunming's expression changed as he hurriedly turned to flee. Not accustomed to exercise and living a life of ease, he was not quick on his feet. After only a few steps, Su Bai collided with him. The ensuing chaos was accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Li Chunming cried out in agony, resembling a drenched dog, sprawled awkwardly on the ground. His body firmly trampled by the boys rushing past him, every part of him ablaze with pain. This infuriated Li Chunming. His mind erupted like a volcano. And lying on the ground, he shouted furiously, "Hit me. Strike me with all your might." A dignified high school principal, a deputy-level official, bullied by teachers and students alike. Where could he save face? No longer concerned about the director's son-in-law status, he was solely intent on teaching that lunatic Zhang Chang a lesson. Ding dong. The countdown timer activated. Was the time up already? Just as Su Bai was about to take further action, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness, as though his vitality had been drained. Instantly, his consciousness began to fade. Rubbing his temples, Su Bai wore a look of lingering reluctance. Right. He should check on Zhang Chang. He rose eagerly and hurried to the window. Despite his mental preparation, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Good heavens. There was Zhang Chang, stark naked, being pinned down and rubbed against the ground by countless boys, while Li Chunming occasionally approached to deliver a kick, targeting the area between his legs. Zhang Chang screamed in agony, questioning the crowd as to why they were attacking him. This inquiry only served to enrage the boys further, causing them to strike even harder. Chapter 7. Is someone cheating? Zhang Chang was expelled from school. As Su Bai had anticipated, Zhang Chang was dismissed for his uncivilized behavior and openly harassing a dozen girls, a decision unanimously reached by the school leadership. During this period, Li Chunming had visited Zhang Chang once, but nearly faced another beating. By afternoon, Zhang Chang was sent to a psychiatric hospital, although he regained consciousness during the journey. Vehemently proclaiming he was not ill, no one believed him. The school's official website had gone viral with a video of Zhang Chang dancing in his underwear, providing irrefutable evidence that silenced even his family. Many who were unaware of the truth felt pity for Zhang Chang, though most merely regarded it as fodder for laughter. Upon returning home, Su Bai poured himself a cup of hot water and sat at his desk to read. Tomorrow was the streaming exam. Now that fat fool Zhang Chang had been expelled, he could continue in the key class and participate in the exam without hindrance. The thought of never having to see Zhang Chang again filled Su Bai with immense joy. In truth, had it not been for his parents' desire for him to remain in the key class, he would not have cared to stay in such an unfeeling environment. However, The current situation was satisfactory, for Zhang Chang would no longer have the opportunity to trouble him. Taking a deep breath, Subai resumed his studies. Having caught up on the material he had previously missed, thanks to the super memory pill, his intellect seemed to have significantly improved. He could easily analyze and solve problems. He eagerly anticipated the streaming exam tomorrow. At that moment, the textbook in Subai's hands had transformed from a mere English book into a substantial English dictionary. With his extraordinary memory, he could absorb the contents of this hefty volume in mere minutes. As his gaze fell upon the densely printed text, he felt he needed only to passively receive the information. There was no need for active contemplation. After reviewing, the unfamiliar knowledge seemed to be etched into his mind. Truly marvelous. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Task: dance in your underwear on the playground with no fewer than 300 spectators. Completed. Task reward: 500 wealth points. Wrapping his head, Subai inquired, System, how many wealth points do I currently possess? Congratulations, host. You now possess 700 wealth points. The system's voice echoed in Subai's mind. To have amassed such a sum, it appeared he could purchase a commendable system item from the shop. Subai mused to himself, his consciousness opening the marketplace interface. Gazing at the array of dazzling items, a wave of inexplicable excitement washed over him. The X-ray vision was appealing, but regrettably, it was far too expensive. As Subai surveyed the marketplace, each eye-catching item lay in wait, their prices clearly marked. X-ray vision, valued at 2,000 wealth points. Upon seeing this price, Subai felt a chill in his heart. He believed that if he could ever obtain the X-ray vision, even without the super memory pill, he could pass exams with ease. Moreover, the X-ray vision offered far more functionality compared to the super memory pill. His eyes drifted once more to the cultivation techniques section, where a plethora of enticing methods lay before him. Yet, he felt disheartened. For these cultivation techniques were far more expensive than the X-ray vision. Given his current situation, he feared that he might only afford a teleportation skill after exhausting all efforts. Never mind, the more he looked, the more disheartened he became. It was better to focus on the streaming exam tomorrow. Subai exited the marketplace interface, stretched lazily, and heard Chinruyun calling him to dinner. The following morning, the streaming exam at school commenced in full swing. The so-called streaming exam was, in fact, a contrived mechanism implemented by the school to screen students for the key class. During the exam, underperforming students from the key class would be forced into ordinary classes, compelling them to relinquish their qualification to study in the key class. This meant that in the second half of their senior year, they would not attend the key class, instead waiting to study in the ordinary class for half a year before taking the college entrance examination. If they resisted the school's arrangements, they might not even receive their graduation certificates. Consequently, the school retained only outstanding students in the key class for the second half of their senior year, ensuring that their scores remained consistently high. Those unaware might genuinely believe the school was exceptionally proficient. The streaming exam was not only a test for students lagging in the key class, but also an indirect evaluation of the class teacher, as the overall scores from this exam would determine the teacher's future reputation and bonuses. Thus, Zhang Chang harbored such animosity towards Subai. For Subai's performance in the streaming exam would undoubtedly hinder the class's results, significantly reducing Zhang Chang's bonus. As for Zhang Chang's reputation, there were 3 key classes at Yunhai High School, and the teachers of these classes were fiercely competitive, each striving to ensure their class's scores did not decline. Before long, a beautiful teacher clad in a black uniform entered class 1 of the senior year. She appeared to be in her 20s, delicate and seemingly fresh out of graduation. Could she be our new class teacher? Subai speculated, suddenly feeling as if his life had brightened after the departure of that fat fool, Li Chang. Hello everyone. My name is Zhong Mei, and I will temporarily serve as your class teacher. As expected, her words caused an uproar in the classroom, with many mischievous boys thinking the gentle-looking teacher was easy to tease, leading to a chorus of catcalls. All right, everyone quiet down, put away your textbooks, and we will begin the streaming exam. Is it possible that just after we have a beautiful new homeroom teacher, we must part ways? I mean, come on, teacher. Don't be so abrupt. At least let me read for a while longer. The male students, who were aware that they would inevitably be redirected, began to voice their complaints, some even motivating themselves to demonstrate their true capabilities in the exam, which elicited a chuckle from Zhong Mei at the podium. In truth, Zhong Mei, despite her young age, had become the homeroom teacher of a key class not just due to her family's support but also through her own relentless efforts. She had nearly mastered the nuances of each student's situation in Class 3. Before long, the exam papers were distributed. Subai glanced at the questions. Finding the difficulty level as he had anticipated, perhaps even a notch above the college entrance examination, given that this was a redirecting exam, naturally demanding greater rigor. Having perused the paper, Subai soon realized that most of the questions aligned with the knowledge he had retained through the supermemory pill, with only a few exceeding the textbook scope. However, with his enhanced intellect, he found the concepts relatively easy to grasp. A torrent of words and phrases flooded his mind. Swiftly, Subai began to write, completing the exam with remarkable speed, even tackling the comprehension questions without hesitation, arriving at the correct answers almost instinctively after a brief review. Remarkably, he finished the entire Chinese exam, including the essay, in just 30 minutes. After reviewing his answers, Subai felt confident that he had done exceedingly well. My goodness. This can't be a dream. His heart surged with excitement. Although he had assessed his abilities while practicing at home, the atmosphere of the examination hall brought a unique thrill. Stealing glances at his peers, he noted their struggles. Clearly, the questions were more challenging than they appeared. Calm down. Calm down. Subai silently reassured himself. Once he regained his composure, he glanced at the clock, noticing there was still over an hour remaining. He decided to rest his head on the desk for a brief nap. Observing Subai, who had dozed off shortly after the exam commenced, Zhong Mei felt an inexplicable disdain towards him. Contrary to her outwardly amiable demeanor, she was a diligent and principled woman. The lack of respect Subai showed for her instruction was disheartening. It seemed the rumors about Subai were accurate. He not only dared to challenge authority but also displayed a disconcerting level of apathy towards such a significant exam. The 30 minutes he spent writing appeared more like idle doodling than earnest effort. Shaking her head in resignation, Zhong Mei concluded that Subai was truly beyond redemption. Meanwhile, in a corner, Shenfang cast a glance of schadenfreude towards Subai. What does it matter that you're here for the redirecting exam? You'll still end up in the ordinary class. In stark contrast to Zhong Mei and the other students' mockery, a girl seated in the back row was consumed by anxiety. Subai, what's wrong with you? Why not at least try instead of giving up? As time ticked away, the atmosphere in the examination hall became increasingly tense. Zhong Mei maintained strict oversight, catching several students attempting to cheat or pass notes. It became evident that this seemingly frail and attractive teacher was not to be underestimated. Rather, she was resolute in her principles. The tension in the room thickened. You must rely on your true abilities during this exam. Will you be able to do the same during the college entrance examination? Answer honestly, without resorting to deceit. If I catch anyone passing notes or looking at cheats again, you will receive a 0 for your paper. Zhong Mei's previously gentle gaze turned sharp. Her reprimand, coupled with the vigilant presence of proctors outside, quelled any lingering thoughts of dishonesty among the students. Observing the escalating seriousness in the room, the girl in the back felt conflicted. If this new teacher remained so stringent, helping Subai might become impossible. Although apprehensive about her plans unraveling, she quietly scribbled her answers on a small piece of paper, carefully crumpling it, waiting for the right moment to pass it to Subai. As the clock wound down, some diligent students submitted their papers and left, while a few despondent ones, realizing their futility, also exited. Sensing the commotion, Subai rubbed his sleepy eyes, feeling restless. He figured it best to submit his exam and prepare for the upcoming mathematics test. However, a few soft coughs from behind caught his attention. Turning around, he noticed a girl with thick glasses standing up, discreetly slipping a crumpled note into his hand as she left to submit her paper. Subai was momentarily taken aback. Without a second thought, he deduced that this girl was trying to aid him, though they had spent 3 years as classmates with little interaction, leaving him puzzled about her motives for assisting him in cheating. Yet just as he was about to unfold the note, Shenfang raised her hand. Teacher, someone is passing notes. Upon hearing Shenfang's accusation, Zhong Mei's gaze immediately shifted to Subai as she strode over, snatching the still unopened paper from his grasp and glaring at him fiercely. A jolt of panic surged through Subai. He silently lamented the girl's predicament. She needn't have involved herself, as he could have managed without her help, but now, being caught by the teacher, she would likely face consequences as well. System, is there any way to make the writing on the note vanish? Subai desperately called out in his mind, recalling how the system had previously assisted him when he was humiliated by Chu Chun and Xiao Chu. In this critical moment, his thoughts instinctively turned to the system that had bound itself to him. Ding. Detecting host request. Just then, he heard the system's mechanical voice. Ding. The host can spend 100 wealth points to purchase invisibility potion to erase the text on the note. Would the host like to proceed with the purchase? 100 wealth points. Is this extortion? Subai was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the system's audacity. Yet, seeing that the beautiful teacher was about to unfold the note, he gritted his teeth. Feeling compelled to shout, "Purchase! Buy it immediately!" Ding! Congratulations, host. Invisibility potion purchased successfully. Almost instantly, following the system's cold announcement, an imperceptible vapor glimmered and seeped into Zhang Mei's palm. Chapter 8. A comedy of errors. The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension once again. At this moment, all eyes in the class were fixed on Subai. Shenfang wore a triumphant expression. She had initially intended to submit her paper and leave. But witnessing Subai's delay, she suspected him of cheating. To her surprise, her hunch was indeed confirmed. Shenfang was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited anyone caught cheating during the streaming exam, and she suspected that Subai was in for a rough time. Not far from her, the girl who had just submitted her exam paper stood frozen at the doorway, astonished that her covert actions had been discovered. A mix of guilt and anxiety swirled within her. Clearly, due to the effects of the invisible potion, the writing on the note had vanished, which was why Zhang Mei had not noticed it, allowing Subai to narrowly escape punishment, as the note was carelessly discarded into the trash. The surrounding students shook their heads in understanding of the misunderstanding, casting a fleeting glance at Shenfang before returning to their tasks. Feeling the weight of countless gazes upon her, Shenfang's face flushed crimson. It seemed she had been outsmarted by Subai, rendering her an object of ridicule before her peers. With a huff of indignation, she rose from her seat, submitted her exam paper, and exited the classroom. The girl who had passed the note to Subai followed suit, glancing back at the discarded paper and murmuring, without the answers. How will Subai pass the streaming exam? Despite her reluctance, she too exited the classroom. 20 minutes remaining. Focus on your answers and refrain from whispering. Zhang Mei commanded from the podium, her demeanor reminiscent of a strict teacher, a stark contrast to her earlier presence. As she spoke, her gaze briefly landed on Subai. Although the note had been blank, Zhang Mei was not naive. She understood it had once contained answers. Yet, since she had not seen it herself, she could not unjustly accuse a student of cheating, especially during an exam when she had no right to infringe upon their time. However, her impression of Subai had undoubtedly soured, and she concluded he would be relegated to a regular class. After all, no teacher relished the idea of having a misbehaving student in their classroom. Meanwhile, Subai, having experienced the earlier events, was reluctant to submit his paper prematurely. Apart from raising suspicions in the eyes of the attractive teacher, there was no advantage to be gained. Time ticked by, and after lingering in the examination hall for over 10 minutes, he finally handed in his paper and left the classroom. In the subsequent exams, bolstered by the aid of his super memory pill, Subai navigated the questions with ease, passing each one without difficulty. Though the questions were slightly more challenging than those of the college entrance examination, he was confident that remaining in the key class was well within his reach. Casually twirling a pen in his fingers, he awaited the conclusion of the final exam. As the bell chimed, Subai slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped out of the classroom, his gaze catching sight of Shenfang, who was laughing and chatting with friends. This scene reminded him of the moment earlier that day when she had reported him for cheating. Tomorrow is the weekend, let us add a little spice. He mused with a faint smile, suddenly producing a yellow talisman, the source of the misfortune that had landed Chu Chun in the hospital. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Subai swiftly adhered the talisman to Shenfang's person. Shenfang wore an expression of disdain and contempt, seemingly having forgotten the humiliation she had suffered at Subai's hands. Furthermore, several girls close to her erupted in unabashed laughter at her expense. "Oh, look who it is, pompous Fang. Are you feeling bloated again?" Subai quipped nonchalantly, warning them to be cautious, as he had heard that flatulence could be contagious. His remark infuriated Shenfang, who despised any mention of her flatulence. She had even consulted a traditional Chinese doctor, who assured her it was merely a digestive issue. Now, with Subai persistently bringing it up, her frustration was palpable. "What's wrong? Don't you believe me?" Subai taunted, feigning innocence as he began counting on his fingers. "I bet when I reach 3, pompous Fang here will give us a demonstration of her unique after effects." The absurdity of his words left the group momentarily stunned, but as Subai continued counting, they instinctively began to retreat. 1. Stop talking nonsense. Shenfang's expression darkened, particularly as she noticed her companions distancing themselves. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront Subai, to tear him apart for his insolence. However, when Subai reached 3, Shenfang's complexion shifted dramatically as she sensed a bubbling sensation in her abdomen. Suddenly, an odd sound broke the air. Everyone froze. The noise, Was it a fart? Their gazes transformed into incredulous expressions, darting towards Shenfang, whose face was now a vivid shade of red. They were torn between laughter and restraint, unsure whether to believe that Su Bai's prediction had come to fruition. Embarrassed to the core, Shenfang experienced a wave of humiliation as the odd noises continued to escape her. The sounds grew louder and more rhythmic, echoing in the classroom. "Ah!" she shrieked, desperately attempting to regain control, yet the sounds only became more pronounced. In a classroom filled with boys, her carefully curated image was disintegrating. The fear of being labeled flatulent Fong loomed over her, threatening to become an inescapable shadow. "You scoundrel, Su Bai. Don't revel in this," Shenfang fumed, trying to stifle her embarrassment while furiously pointing at him. "You will definitely be streamed out of the key class. Just wait and see." "Very well, I shall wait," Su Bai replied with a serene smile, turning his back on Shenfang as he exited the classroom. Upon his departure, the previously subdued Shenfang found herself unable to control the sounds once more, as they erupted even louder, filling the classroom with a cacophony reminiscent of a battlefield. At this point, even Shenfang began to question whether she indeed suffered from lingering aftereffects. The visitor at Su Bai's home was none other than his pretentious uncle, Wu Guoyang, the vice principal of a high school. Typically, he held little regard for Su Bai, often taking jabs at him without hesitation. With the streaming exams concluded, Wu Guoyang approached with a sense of foreboding. Yet out of familial obligation and respect for Su Bai's parents, he steeled himself to offer guidance on his nephew's future. "Uncle, you've arrived?" Su Bai's earlier buoyancy faltered upon seeing Wu Guoyang, memories of the public humiliation he had suffered at the birthday party resurfacing. Wu Guoyang offered little more than a curt nod, failing to meet Su Bai's eyes. This brusqueness further irked Su Bai, who thought, in public, "You're a leader. But in my home, you're just an overbearing relative." Particularly when Su Bai witnessed his father groveling before Wu Guoyang for his sake. A surge of anger welled up within him. He knew without a doubt that Wu Guoyang, under the guise of offering assistance, was merely flaunting his own wealth in front of them. "How dare you, Wu Guoyang? At the family gathering, you incessantly mocked us. And now that the streamlining exams are concluded, do you still wish to revel in my misfortune?" Just then, Su Bai's father abruptly entered the room. "Su Bai, your uncle has traveled a long way to visit us. How could you be so impolite? Do you even understand why he has come?" "Uft. Isn't it just to gloat over my failure?" Su Bai retorted with a scoff. "Stop talking nonsense. Your third uncle is here for your streamlining exam results. If you are placed in the ordinary class, he intends to arrange for you to attend their school and stay in the elite class with your cousin for half a year before taking the college entrance examination." With a sigh, Su Tianxing added, "Regardless, he is still your uncle. As a younger generation, you must show him some respect. The streamlining exams were today, right? How did you perform?" Wu Guoyang lifted a cup of tea, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Su Bai. "It was just okay. I can't compete with my cousin, who only knows how to study," Su Bai replied lazily. Seeing Su Bai's demeanor, Wu Guoyang felt a surge of frustration. How could he have such a useless nephew who showed no ambition? It was no wonder he had achieved so little. "If you don't perform well, you will be placed in the ordinary class. Do you really think, with your grades, you could possibly get into university studying in that class?" Wu Guoyang shot a cold glance at Su Bai, then turned away. "Huh. If I fail, then I won't go at all. Didn't you also never attend university? Yet you're still living the good life?" Su Bai reclined on the sofa, imitating Wu Guoyang's posture with his legs crossed, observing his son's blatant disregard for Wu Guoyang. Su Tianxing understood the underlying reasons, but also realized that with Su Bai's current grades, he would undoubtedly be placed in the ordinary class. However, if he were to attend Wu Guoyang's school's elite class, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Thus, he shot Su Bai a stern look. "Is this how you speak to your third uncle? What a disgraceful child." Wu Guoyang inwardly cursed, his anger boiling over. "By the way, third uncle, your nephew is like mud that cannot be molded. He will never be the bookworm that my cousin is. It would be better if you focused on your own career advancement. That seems to be your forte." With that, Su Bai slammed the door shut, leaving Wu Guoyang in a state of disbelief. Chapter 9. Chaodazhuang. During the weekend, all the teachers were gathered at the school to grade exams. Although Zhong Mei was a new teacher, she had been assigned as the homeroom teacher for the elite class and was tasked with grading her students' papers. Impossible. This cannot be true. In the office, as she graded Su Bai's test, Zhong Mei furrowed her brow, shaking her head in disbelief. Yet, after confirming the name multiple times, she could not deny that this was indeed Su Bai's paper. But how? Zhong Mei found herself momentarily stunned, struggling to fathom that a student on the brink of being relegated from the elite class had answered all the initial multiple-choice questions correctly. Cheating was her first thought. From what she knew, Su Bai had always been a bottom-tier student in the elite class. Zhang Chang had wanted to expel him due to his poor performance dragging the class down. However, she quickly shook her head at the notion of cheating, realizing that there must be something to copy in the first place. While supervising the exam, she had noticed a note in Su Bai's hand. But before she could take a closer look, she had disposed of it. Therefore, cheating was simply not a possibility. Moreover, the exam papers were sealed by the City Education Committee, and she had personally brought them in, so any leakage of questions was out of the question. Could he have actually done this himself? This thought suddenly crossed her mind. She had completed this set of questions herself afterward, and even with her capabilities, it would take at least an hour to finish. Yet, she distinctly remembered that Su Bai had completed the entire paper in just half an hour before collapsing onto the desk for a nap. Such speed was simply astonishing. Zhong Mei remained unconvinced that a student on the verge of being relegated from the elite class could possess such potential. After all, according to Zhang Chang's method of categorizing students, if Su Bai had such talent, he would have been nurtured rather than ridiculed and expelled. After contemplating for a while, Zhong Mei retrieved the draft paper Su Bai had used during the exam and analyzed the application questions based on his problem-solving approach. Soon, she discovered that Su Bai's reasoning was remarkably clear, and for several complex questions, he had provided more than 3 different methods of solving, using theorems and formulas that even she found unfamiliar. This revelation left her utterly astonished. He was nothing short of a genius. While other students felt the exam time was too short, he had completed it in just 30 minutes, and each step of his solutions was meticulously organized. It was evident that not only did he possess extraordinary memory, but his logical thinking skills were also exceptional, truly a once-in-a-century prodigy. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhong Mei's expression transformed into one of fervent enthusiasm. Perhaps I can cultivate him into a top scorer for the college entrance examination. With this thought, her perception of Su Bai was irrevocably altered, and she no longer pondered the reasons behind his sudden academic improvement. In truth, Zhong Mei harbored a secret regarding her background, known only to a select few, including the principal of Yuhai High School, Li Chiming. Born into a wealthy family in Nanyang, she was the dream goddess of many from the city's elite. Unlike many second-generation rich individuals who only knew how to indulge, upon graduating from university, Zhong Mei refused to follow her family's plans and instead ventured alone to Beihai City to become a high school teacher. Just when she was struggling to achieve results, Su Bai appeared, and her first thought was to cultivate him into a top scorer for the college entrance examination, a prestigious honor for any teacher. She believed that if her family saw this achievement, she would undoubtedly win this gamble. In a daze, Zhong Mei stared at the paper in her hands. "Teacher Zhong, what's the matter?" At that moment, a man in his 30s entered the office. His name was Chao Dazhuang, a man whose physical stature matched his name, tall and robust, standing at least 6 feet 3 inches. He was rumored to be a former player on the city basketball team before transitioning to become a physical education teacher at Yunhai High School. Although Chao Dazhuang was handsome and imposing, he was a man of duality. As soon as he entered the office, his gaze unconsciously drifted to Zhong Mei's long legs, a hint of lewdness evident in his expression. "Chao Dazhuang." Zhong Mei was startled at his unannounced entrance, and upon noticing his lingering gaze on her legs, a flicker of displeasure crossed her face. Chao Dazhuang, however, seemed unfazed, wearing a pink checkered shirt and grinning as he said, "Teacher Zhang, it's the weekend. After a long week, how about we grab dinner together?" "Mr. Chao, I'm sorry, but I still need to stay and grade the students' papers tonight." Zhong Mei firmly declined. Having experienced Chao Dazhuang's persistent visits to her office since she started at Yunhai High School a month ago, leading to unfounded rumors that she was dating him, prompting school authorities to caution her about the potential negative impact. Though Zhong Mei remains single, she is determined to prove her worth, striving to survive independently without relying on her family. Moreover, even if Zhong Mei were not bound by familial constraints, she would still look down upon Chao Dazhuang. It is rumored that during his time with the city basketball team, Chao Dazhuang was a notorious playboy, entangled with several young models. Since his arrival at Yunhai High School, he has shown no signs of restraint, frequently frequenting nightclubs and bars with local delinquents. Were it not for his family's connections, the school would have expelled him long ago. "Teacher Zhong, you see that the other teachers have left. Why not stay until tomorrow to finish your grading?" Chao Dazhuang, undeterred, waited until the office was empty except for Zhong Mei, seizing the opportunity to pursue her more aggressively. I cannot. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, and I must complete the grading of my students' exams today. Zhong Mei was resolute, intent on focusing on Su Bai's paper, meticulously correcting the final challenging question. If Su Bai managed to answer that correctly, his score would undoubtedly be the highest in the class. Seeing Zhong Mei's indifference and cold demeanor, Chao Dazhuang frowned and approached her side. "Oh, is this not Su Bai's paper? Teacher Zhang, is this why you are ignoring my invitation to dinner, to review the work of such a worthless student?" Upon noticing that there were no other papers on the desk, and that Zhong Mei held the last one, Su Bai's, Chao Dazhuang could not suppress his disdain and contempt. He was well aware of Su Bai's academic shortcomings. When Zhang Chang was the homeroom teacher of the honors class, he often heard Zhang criticize Su Bai's performance, even conspiring with Chao Dazhuang to mock him during physical education classes to apply pressure. "Teacher Zhong, you need not bother reviewing this paper. Su Bai is notoriously inept, destined to be transferred out of the honors class. He is merely taking up space without contributing anything," Chao Dazhuang declared, snatching the exam paper from Zhong Mei's hands. The abruptness of his action startled her, leaving her momentarily flustered. "What are you doing? This is a school. Teacher Zhong, come have dinner with me. I promise it won't take up too much of your time." Chao Dazhuang gazed at her with fervent eyes. Zhong Mei was taken aback by his audacity. Despite her clear rejection, he persisted, now even seizing Su Bai's paper, which was crucial for her to demonstrate her independence from her family's constraints. "Chao Dazhuang, return Su Bai's paper to me at once, or I will report this to the school," she asserted, standing up with a serious expression. "Are you truly defending this Su Bai? He is merely a failure, destined for transfer. No matter how much you assist him, he is nothing but a lost cause." Chao Dazhuang, angered by Zhong Mei's defense of a student he deemed worthless, redirected his frustration towards Su Bai. He held no affection for students with tarnished reputations. However, Zhong Mei's serious demeanor suggested she was not joking. If she reported him, it could complicate matters even for someone with connections. Narrowing his eyes, Chao Dazhuang tossed Su Bai's paper onto the floor, angrily stepping on it before leaving the office. Meanwhile, Su Bai lay in bed, suddenly feeling a pang in his nose, followed by a few unexpected sneezes. What is going on? Could it be that Wu Guoyang is talking ill of me? He turned over, sitting up, and quietly opened the door to his room, finding the house unusually quiet, suggesting Wu Guoyang had departed. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai recalled the satisfaction of confronting Wu Guoyang earlier, filling him with a sense of triumph. Yet, this was merely the first step. He needed to let his grades speak for themselves, ensuring that Wu Guoyang, the snob, would eventually regard him with newfound respect. At a family gathering, Wu Guoyang and his son, Su Bai's cousin Wu Cheng, had relentlessly criticized his family, and Su Bai had been powerless to retaliate, forced to endure their taunts. However, circumstances had changed. He now possessed a system that could aid him. It was at this moment that Su Bai truly believed in the possibilities of the world. Like a genius who possesses an innate learning ability, he felt that he could grasp knowledge effortlessly, without the need for relentless effort. The adage, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration," rang true, yet he acknowledged that the 1% of inspiration was crucial. Without innate talent, no amount of effort would suffice. As for Wu Cheng, he could go to hell. What was there to be proud of in being a mere bookworm? Su Bai despised how Wu Guoyang compared him to his son. Perhaps Wu Cheng was indeed intelligent, having mastered learning techniques that Su Bai had yet to discover. However, Su Bai now felt capable of surpassing Wu Cheng with ease. With the system's assistance, he felt akin to a genius, equipped with enhanced analytical skills, comprehension, and memory. Knowledge absorbed in a glance felt indelibly etched in his mind, rendering the act of studying effortless. His performance in the upcoming transfer exam would undoubtedly astonish everyone. With these thoughts in mind, Su Bai checked the time and, feeling it was still early, opened his long-neglected computer to indulge in some gaming. He found that when one's mind is unburdened, every activity becomes a source of joy. In another room, Chen Rian pondered, "What shall we do about our son? Is he truly destined to languish in an ordinary class?" Su Tianxing lay on his back, hands behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. Reflecting on Su Bai's earlier confrontation with Wu Guoyang, he sighed. "I went to great lengths to invite Wu Guoyang to assist us, only to have my son drive him away with a few words. I dread where we shall place him after graduation. You must have faith in our son. I believe he is quite intelligent. It's merely his study methods that need adjustment. If he is indeed transferred out of the honors class, we might as well forego seeking Wu Guoyang's help and consider hiring a tutor instead," Chen Ruoyun advised. looking earnestly at Su Tianqing. Deep down, Chen Ruoyan understood why her son had dismissed Wu Guoyang. She recalled the events of the family gathering clearly, but had refrained from commenting due to familial ties. Alas, it seems we have no choice. Su Tianqing shook his head resignedly. Though hiring a tutor would incur significant expenses, he was willing to endure any hardship for his son. Su Bai is quite stubborn, unwilling to concede to anyone, which he inherited from you. I believe that after the transfer exam, he will realize the importance of studying. If he applies himself diligently for a few months, he should have a chance. Indeed, I suspect our son is diligently studying at his desk right now. I will bring him some fruit shortly to check on his progress. Chen Ruoyan nodded appreciatively, feeling a sense of obligation towards Su Bai. Chapter 10. How did he achieve this? On Monday morning, Su Bai arrived exceptionally early. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the arrival of this day still stirred a sense of excitement within him. The transformation from the bottom of the class to a top student in the key class was something Su Bai had never imagined. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense. Diligent students worried about a decline in their grades, while those who struggled feared being relegated to a regular class. Each of them exchanged glances, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Before long, Ms. Zhong Mei, dressed in professional attire, entered the classroom. Her gaze immediately landed on Su Bai, causing him to feel a pang of anxiety. However, judging by her expression, it seemed unlikely that the news would be unfavorable. Class, the results of today's exam are in. I will now read the names of those who have passed. For those whose names are not called, do not be disheartened. With that, she picked up the score sheet on her desk and began to announce the results. Hu Jiping, total score 579, passed. Gong Gaofeng, total score 543, passed. Chen Danqing, total score 579, passed. As Ms. Zhong read the scores for the streaming exam, the atmosphere in the classroom subtly shifted. Students who heard their names called let out relieved sighs, for this meant they would remain in the key class and continue their studies. Conversely, those who did not hear their names hung their heads in despair, losing hope for their future college entrance exams. Jiang Shishao, total score 645, excellent. Just as everyone was immersed in their own feelings, the name Jiang Xiaoxiao caused a momentary pause, followed by an eruption of astonished exclamations. This was undoubtedly the highest score in the class thus far, and the achiever was a girl seated at the back, wearing thick glasses and possessing an unassuming appearance. Upon feeling the attention of her classmates, she immediately lowered her head in shyness, too bashful to lift it again. Su Bai also directed his gaze toward this girl, surprised to discover that she was a hidden academic powerhouse. Though she typically kept a low profile, when it mattered most, she consistently delivered unexpected surprises. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoxiao had previously assisted him, and at this moment, Su Bai felt genuinely happy for her. Given the admission scores of past years at various prestigious universities, a score of 645 certainly afforded her the luxury of choice. With diligent effort in the remaining months, even the highest institution in Huaxia would be within her reach. Jiang Xiaoxiao, well done. I hope you maintain this momentum. Ms. Zhong raised her head, casting a look of satisfaction at Jiang Xiaoxiao. After grading Su Bai's exam, she had been quite excited, but she suddenly realized she had overlooked one test paper. To her surprise, the score on this forgotten paper was nearly identical to Su Bai's. With proper guidance, it was possible that her class could produce 2 top scorers in the college entrance exams, a distinction that would undoubtedly bring honor to a teacher, while also reinforcing her bet with her family. In stark contrast to Ms. Zhong's barely concealed smile and the envy of the surrounding students, Jiang Xiaoxiao did not appear as elated as one might expect. Her face bore a trace of worry and trepidation, as she had yet to hear Su Bai's score. As the list reached its end, the weight lifted from everyone's hearts. The students who passed would continue in the key class, while those who did not would prepare to be assigned to regular classes. At this moment, however, Su Bai found himself bewildered. What is happening? Where's my score? Why hasn't it been announced? Is this beautiful teacher deliberately messing with me? Su Bai could not believe he would be streamed out. Before he could stand up to inquire, Jiang Shishao, who had been silent in the back, stood up first. Ms. Zhong, Su Bai's score hasn't been read yet. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoxiao's words, the classroom erupted in laughter, as though they had heard the most amusing joke. Su Bai? That bottom feeder-esque score? The school would be exceedingly generous not to expel him. He thinks he can remain in the key class. What a delusion. Exactly. A slacker wanting to stay in the key class? That's like hogging the toilet without doing anything. I believe that even if he were given 3 more years, he still wouldn't pass the college entrance exam. What a waste of resources. The students chimed in, their faces displaying scorn and ridicule. Not only that, but even Shinfang could not suppress her laughter. Him? Besides having a big mouth, what else does he have? Although she was disheartened about being streamed to a regular class, seeing Su Bai being mocked seemed to alleviate her own misery, a triumphant smirk crossing her lips. Everyone, quiet down, Ms. Zhong commanded, silencing the laughter, before turning her attention to Su Bai. Su Bai, please come to the office later. I need to speak with you. With a slight frown, Su Bai was perplexed by the beautiful teacher's intentions, but it seemed he had not been streamed out. Otherwise, she wouldn't be engaging him in conversation or asking him to join her in the office. After compiling a list of students who had been streamed out, Ms. Zhang led Su Bai to her office. Make yourself comfortable. There's no need for formality, she said, visibly more relaxed as she settled into her swivel chair. Gesturing to a sofa for Su Bai to sit, Su Bai looked up, somewhat puzzled. What is this beautiful teacher up to? I recall she was quite different during the streaming exam. Sensing Su Bai's confusion, Ms. Zhong reassured him. Su Bai, I merely wanted to ask you a few questions. You need not worry about the streaming exam. You have passed, and your score is quite impressive. Really? Upon hearing that he had passed, Su Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he had feared that Ms. Zhong, like Zhang Chang, would seek to wield her authority to expel him from the key class due to his past shortcomings. However, it appeared he had overthought the situation, prompting him to respond nonchalantly. Teacher, you want to ask me how my score improved so rapidly, don't you? This observation struck a chord with Ms. Zhong. After grading Su Bai's paper, she had calmed down, now curious about the means by which he had elevated his performance. Just then, a notification echoed in Su Bai's mind. Ding. Task assigned. Ding. Task content. Flirt with the beautiful teacher. Ding. Task deadline. 15 minutes. Ding. Task reward. 300 wealth points. Super strength potion. Stunned by the task details, Su Bai nearly choked. Flirting with this beautiful teacher? Was that not courting disaster? Recalling Ms. Zhang's icy demeanor during the streaming exam made him shudder, as he was acutely aware that this teacher was not as easily trifled with as she appeared. Nonetheless, the task had been assigned, and failing to complete it could lead to dire consequences. Ding. System alert. If the host fails to complete the task within the time limit, severe penalties will be incurred. The system's cold voice continued. Ding. Examples of penalties. In romantic encounters, the host may experience a reduction of 5 centimeters in height daily. Good grief. This is outrageous. Su Bai cursed inwardly, feeling that the system was becoming increasingly absurd. Yet, as he gazed at the beautiful teacher seated before him, he felt trapped in a predicament. What method should one employ to tease? Su Bai's gaze fell upon Zhong Mei's long, slender legs, causing a flutter of excitement within him. He believed that should he touch them, the sensation would undoubtedly be exquisite. However, the consequences could be dire. Being expelled from school would be a trivial matter compared to the lasting mark of a police record. It was a conundrum. Su Bai, where are you looking? Zhong Mei's icy voice suddenly echoed in the office. Huh. Su Bai was taken aback, realizing that Zhong Mei, seated on her swivel chair, was coldly regarding him, her delicate face displaying traces of annoyance and disdain. He quickly averted his gaze from her long legs, attempting to feign indifference. Yet his peripheral vision continued to surreptitiously observe her. Having been discovered, he thought it better to seize the opportunity to fulfill his task. Zhong Mei had long been aware of Su Bai's furtive glances at her legs, but she was taken aback by his apparent lack of embarrassment when she pointed it out. It was infuriating. In that moment, thoughts of becoming a top student were cast aside, as her upbringing had instilled a deep-rooted sense of pride in her. Especially when confronted with such disrespect from the opposite sex, her anger became increasingly difficult to suppress. As a punishment for your disrespect towards your teacher, you shall memorize this entire book. Remember, every single word. If you misquote even one character, you will run 10 laps around the playground. For every 10 mistakes, 100 laps. You will not cease until you have recited it perfectly. In a fit of rage, Zhong Mei hurled an English extracurricular book onto Su Bai's desk. This punishment was undeniably severe. The book spanned dozens of pages, comprising tens of thousands of words. And memorizing it without error was an almost impossible task for an ordinary person. Even for Su Bai, a student with exceptional memory, it was an unattainable feat. The thought of him exhausting himself on the playground, begging for mercy, brought Zhong Mei a sense of satisfaction. Humph. This rebellious student dares to take advantage of me. Let us see how I deal with you. She mused wickedly. Picking up the book Zhong Mei had thrown, Su Bai began to flip through its pages. After a brief perusal, he calmly stated, Teacher, I have memorized it. What? Zhong Mei was stunned. doubting her own ears. What did you just say? You've memorized it? This book contained numerous pages. Even a student with an extraordinary memory would require at least half a month to commit it to memory. And errors were virtually guaranteed. Yet Subai claimed to have memorized it after merely skimming it? It was utterly absurd. Very well, Subai. If you claim to have memorized it, I shall test you. Without giving Subai a moment to breathe, Zhang Mei snatched the book from his hands and began to question him. Any mistake would lead to a harsh punishment. Subai, tell me. How many words are in this book? Zhang Mei was cunning. She knew Subai had good memory, but it was implausible that he could recite it all after a single glance. However, she decided to employ a trick on him. Her expression akin to that of a sly fox. 210,000 words. Just as Zhang Mei was brimming with excitement. Confident that she had ensnared Subai in her trap, his next words froze her smile completely. Are you certain? Seeing Subai nod, Zhang Mei was incredulous. She then flipped to the cover of the book and was horrified to discover that the word count was indeed 210,000. How is this possible? Zhang Mei was taken aback, never expecting her ruse to backfire and instead be outsmarted by Subai. Yet, she was simultaneously astonished by his remarkable insight and memory. What is the third word in the first line on page 43? Dream. What about the fourth word in the fifth line on page 57? Cut. And on page 21? Ceased. At that moment, their exchange flowed seamlessly without interruption. However, as the questions continued, Zhang Mei's expression transformed from anger to astonishment, then to seriousness, ultimately culminating in sheer shock. This was no mere genius. With proper guidance, he could easily become a top student, with any prestigious university in the world at his fingertips. His memory was simply extraordinary. Eventually, Zhang Mei conceded defeat, recognizing that Subai was impervious to her challenges. Instead of prolonging the ordeal, she resolved to devise another method to address him. Subai, how did you achieve this? Zhang Mei's beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, curiosity radiating from her expression. I simply glanced at it and remembered. What's wrong with that? Subai replied, scratching his head in mild confusion. What do you mean? At his words, Zhang Mei nearly lost her composure. Yet, after regaining her calm, she realized that Subai could potentially assist her in winning a bet back home. With this thought, she gazed at Subai as if he were a rare treasure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, Subai, oblivious to Zhang Mei's thoughts, noticed that his task remained incomplete. He smirked and remarked, Teacher Zhang, do you have feelings for me? Why do you keep staring at me? Zhang Mei paused, her face flushing crimson as she shot him an annoyed glare. Perverted thoughts. Frustrated yet resigned, Zhang Mei could only nod in acknowledgement. After all, to break free from her family's grasp, Subai was indeed a pivotal factor. She could afford to be a little playful. However, just as Subai reached the office door, he abruptly halted, turned around, and feigned a look of deep remorse. Teacher Zhang, I wasn't trying to sneak a peek. I merely wanted to inform you that your zipper is down. Without allowing Zhang Mei a moment to react, Subai dashed out of the office. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a near-crazed soprano echoed behind him. Subai, you wait for me. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Chapter 11. Come play with me, handsome. After school, the beleaguered Subai was left behind to clean the classroom. It was a necessary sacrifice to fulfill this troublesome task, despite the consequences he would have to bear. Observing the colorful screen before him, which indicated he had accumulated 900 wealth points, Subai felt a flicker of solace. If I just complete a few more tasks, I should be able to exchange for those items in the store. Subai was well aware of the exorbitant prices of the store's items, such as X-ray vision or various cultivation techniques, which were outrageously expensive. However, the truly valuable items were these costly store goods. Thus, in the long run, he had to acquire them, a goal that required considerable effort on his part. A student who could even tease a teacher had little to fear. Even if Zhang Mei now regarded Subai as a treasure, she still couldn't swallow her pride. Subai? How many times must I tell you that the dust in the corner must be cleaned, the windows must be spotless? And can't you at least rinse them out properly? Have your senses failed you? Can't you smell that strange odor? Listening to Zhang Mei's relentless scolding, Subai could only shake his head in resignation, finally understanding why his father always lost arguments to his mother. Truly, one should never provoke a woman, because they are truly terrifying. Stealing a glance at the podium where Zhang Mei stood, Subai noticed her slender waist gripped tightly, her upper body slightly bent, creating a perfect S-curve. Dressed in a teacher's outfit, she exuded an aura of temptation. However, Subai found no heart to appreciate her allure, as Zhang Mei had not only made him stay behind to clean but had also sent the other classmates away. This meant that he alone was tasked with the monumental chore of tidying up the expansive classroom. Just the thought of it was enough to induce a headache. When Zhong Mei finally exited, Subai let out a sigh of relief and carelessly tossed the cloth he was holding towards the window. Smack! Oh dear! Subai then witnessed a delicate silhouette suddenly tumble at the classroom door. For a moment, he was taken aback. He recognized the girl in her school uniform. Though not tall, her long braids were quite charming, especially her figure, which was disproportionately ample for her height, making her a rather exceptional little lowly. As a fellow student, Subai easily identified her as Yi Qingqing, ranked 7th on the school's flower list. What was she doing here? With a curious heart, he hurried over to concern himself with her, but before he could reach her, he heard Yi Qingqing, lying on the ground, indignantly exclaim, "Who mopped the floor? Are they trying to kill me?" Startled by her words, Subai froze. He had heard about Yi Qingqing's temperament. If she found out he was responsible for the mopping, would she not unleash her wrath upon him? Bingo! To his surprise, Yi Qingqing recognized him at once, her expression darkening as she snapped, "Did you mop this floor? Are you trying to take revenge on society? Hurry up and help me." Yi Qingqing, grimacing in pain, attempted to stand, but her balance faltered, and she plopped back down. Wincing, although initially put off by her demeanor, Subai acknowledged that she had indeed fallen due to his actions, so he promptly helped her to her feet. After all, she was a girl. Despite her boldness, she could not escape the common vulnerabilities shared by her gender. Yi Qingqing shook her head. She had merely come out to deliver something to Lin Anru and had not even thought to bring her phone. Ding dong. A prompt from the system echoed in Subai's mind. The host can spend 100 wealth points to purchase injury ointment. Would you like to proceed? As Subai grappled with his decision, he read the description. Injury ointment, effective for bruises and swelling, results visible within 10 minutes after application. The expenditure was still a burden for Subai, but seeing Yi Qingqing's distress compelled him to make the purchase. After all, he was the cause of her predicament. All right, confirm purchase. Subai communicated to the system. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Injury ointment successfully purchased. Following the system's mechanical announcement, a small vial of ointment appeared in Subai's hand. I have some ointment here. I've heard it works wonders. Would you like to try it? Subai smiled gently at Yi Qingqing as he displayed the injury ointment. This left Yi Qingqing momentarily stunned. After hesitating, the intensifying pain in her ankle left her no choice but to acquiesce. Subai opened the vial and poured a few drops of the emerald liquid, carefully applying it to her ankle. The action caused a flush to rise on the girl's cheeks. Feet are incredibly sensitive for girls. And even a girl like Yi Qingqing, known for her boldness, felt a flicker of unfamiliar emotion at that moment. After a refreshing sensation, Yi Qingqing realized her pain had subsided. Although she could not yet stand, the discomfort had vanished entirely. Bingo! This is incredible! Are you a magician? Yi Qingqing gazed at Subai with wide, sparkling eyes. It's just ordinary injury ointment, Subai replied, rising to his feet. He then asked curiously, "Why do you keep calling me Bingo?" "It's a secret." Yi Qingqing, now feeling better, regained her spirited demeanor and joked. "I know Bingo doesn't have a girlfriend. Would you like me to set you up with someone?" "Not interested," Subai replied coolly, shaking his head. Though he had moved past his emotional shadows, he was not yet inclined to pursue a relationship. Besides, Yi Qingqing was notorious for her cunning nature. He suspected she had already figured out he was the one who had mopped the floor and might be plotting her revenge. "Once your ankle is healed, you can walk on your own. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave," he said, grabbing his backpack and exiting the classroom, leaving Yi Qingqing with her curious gaze. After lingering in place for a while, Yi Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, recalling her promise to Lin Anru at the school gate. "Oh no. Anru must be worried. I need to hurry and deliver this to her." For Subai, completing homework was a trivial matter. With a swift motion, he began to write, completing his calculations and verifications in less than 5 minutes. Satisfied with the near-perfect solution steps, he moved on to his English assignments, continuing to write fervently. By the time he finished all his homework, it had taken him less than 20 minutes. For other students, being able to sleep before midnight was already a considerable achievement. Stretching lazily, Subai opened his computer to resume gaming. However, when he logged onto the chat platform, he was astonished to find Wu Qing online, who shockingly requested a video chat with him. Wow, this guy really doesn't know when to quit. He must be eager to see how I fared in the streaming exam and is looking forward to mocking me, Subai muttered under his breath, instantly grasping Wu Qing's intention for the video call. All right, let us see how you plan to ridicule me. He clicked the accept button, and soon, A thick pair of bottle-bottom glasses appeared on the screen, followed by a face brimming with arrogance. Seriously, Wu Qing, every day you show up with that infuriating face. Just like your father. Subai remained silent, leaning back, crossing his legs, and observing Wu Cheng on the screen. Isn't that Subai? I thought you must be too ashamed to answer my calls after failing the streaming exam. Wu Cheng adjusted his glasses, delivering his taunts with a sardonic tone. Well, I suppose it's only natural. After all, I have always been the other people's child in the eyes of all parents. Subai, my existence has surely subjected you to unnecessary humiliation. I can imagine your parents comparing you to me. A prodigy like me makes you seem like a mere underachiever. So, I understand your current feelings of inferiority. Are you done? Subai gazed at the self-satisfied Wu Cheng and replied nonchalantly, Wu Qing, how old are you? Feeling so good about yourself? What is the point of endlessly comparing yourself to me? Even if you're a genius, what does it matter? You should first fix those 2 buck teeth of yours. You look like a fool. Subai, you. Hearing Subai's retort, Wu Cheng's face turned pale with rage. The screen shook violently as it was clear that Wu Qing, unaccustomed to being challenged, was now furious enough to slam his computer. An immature child. Unable to handle a few words. I truly wonder where Wu Guoyang gets his confidence from, always comparing you to me, Subai thought. Reveling in the sight of the shaking screen. I'd better not let you know my exam results. It might just scare you to death. Subai, how do you speak so brazenly? Are you truly unaware of the vast chasm that separates us? Would you dare to let me quiz you on a few questions? As Wu Cheng gradually calmed down, he glared at the computer screen, his nostrils flaring like a water-spraying hippopotamus. I know you wouldn't dare. Those who wallow in self-doubt are often spineless cowards. But it matters not, for individuals like you are destined to dwell in my shadow. Confined to a mundane existence as an ordinary worker, forever unable to rise above. You are truly a disgrace to our family. Wu Qing grew increasingly arrogant. Oblivious to the fact that Subai was gradually straightening up, the smile on his face fading away. Can you please refrain from barking like a mad dog? I have tolerated you for far too long. A failure of the family, your bloodline connection must be false. What audacity you have to attend a family gathering. Although Subai knew he shouldn't lower himself to the level of such a fool, Wu Qing's thoughtless remarks pushed him to his limit. He inwardly shouted, System. Is there any way to teach this fool a lesson? Ding. The host can spend 200 wealth points to purchase a network virus. Will you proceed with the purchase? Purchase. Purchase. Seeing Wu Qing's infuriatingly smug expression, Subai was seething with rage. Ding. Congratulations, host. The network virus has been successfully purchased. Would you like to implant it into the target's computer? Implant. Subai pressed the confirm button, watching as electrical currents surged into the computer, emitting a crackling sound. At that moment, Wu Cheng continued to mock Subai, oblivious to the changes occurring on his own computer. Ding. The Royal Casino is now online. With seductive beauties dealing cards. Suddenly, Wu Qing noticed a naked beauty appearing on his computer screen, holding a ruler and beckoning him enticingly. Hey there, come play. This scene instantly captivated Wu Qing, his eyes fixated on the alluring figure. Wu Qing, what are you doing? Subai suddenly saw the door to Wu Qing's room swing open, revealing none other than Wu Guoyang, whose expression immediately fell. Subai knew all too well how strict Wu Guoyang's upbringing was. Witnessing his son's degradation would surely lead to severe repercussions. As expected. Slap. Subai watched as Wu Qing, seated before the computer, was struck into a daze. Please select a maid style, guaranteed to provide you with unparalleled pleasure. At that moment, Wu Qing's computer emitted another alluring voice. Wu Cheng. At this moment, Wu Guoyang's eyes turned red. Dad, I was wrong. Before he could finish, another slap from Wu Guoyang landed, this one even harder, rendering the computer screen black, yet the sound remained unmistakably clear. Subai leaned back, crossing his legs, relishing the delightful sounds emanating from the other side. You little rascal, how could you engage in such behavior? You've disappointed me greatly. Slap, slap, slap. 3 crisp sounds echoed once more, indicating that Wu Cheng had been thoroughly incapacitated by his father. Chapter 12. Must you be so ferocious? The following day, Subai was roused from his slumber by the system's voice, rubbing his sleepy eyes before he could sit up. He heard the mechanical voice of the system announce, Ding. Task initiation in progress. Ding. Task requirement. Purchase 3 different types of sanitary napkins. Ding. Task deadline. 30 minutes. Ding. Task reward. 300 wealth points. Subai lay in bed, momentarily stunned, before realizing what was being asked of him. Sanitary napkins. Is this some sort of joke? System, Are you a pervert? Ding. System-friendly reminder. Should the host continue to insult the system, severe penalties will be imposed. Fine, fine. I won't insult you anymore. I'm scared of you, okay? Though Subai said this, he still felt quite disgruntled. What man goes out to buy sanitary napkins in the morning? If someone recognized him, he'd be branded a weirdo. However, recalling the system's previous punitive examples, Subai reluctantly yawned, sluggishly rising from his bed and tidying up the textbooks on his desk. He certainly did not want to risk experiencing any drastic physical changes or encountering a particularly alluring young lady while dating. That would surely drive him mad. After hastily consuming the breakfast left by his parents, Subai rode his bicycle to a rather secluded convenience store. He glanced around, ensuring he saw no familiar faces, before mustering the courage to step inside. At the checkout, the middle-aged female cashier chuckled upon seeing Subai with an armful of sanitary napkins. Young man. Buying these for your girlfriend? How thoughtful of you. Subai furrowed his brow, not wishing to elaborate further, as he hastily stuffed the napkins into his backpack and cycled off to school. At that moment, several students were stationed at the entrance of High, checking for latecomers. Qingjie, should we note him down? Eh? Today it was Yi Qingqing's turn to supervise, and her mood was already sour. Upon hearing the boy's remark, she turned her head to see who the unfortunate soul was. Bingo? Not bothering to look closely, she was taken aback to find that the cyclist was Subai. She chuckled and said to the boys, "Your watch must be fast. It's only 7:55. He is not late." But clearly, as she observed this interaction, the other monitoring students couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. They had never seen the 7th-ranked school beauty, the petite goddess from class 34, defend a boy so staunchly. Speculation about Subai and Yi Qingqing's relationship began to circulate. However, as soon as Subai entered the classroom, an eerie silence fell over the room. Everyone gaped at him in disbelief, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Oh my, isn't that Subai? What is he doing here? Did he enter the wrong class? OMG. Am I seeing things? Was Subai supposed to be assigned to the regular class? What is he doing here? Without a doubt, he was tenacious, trying to cling to the elite class. Wow, that has some thick skin. If it were me, I'd be too embarrassed to return to the elite class. The murmurs of disdain and scorn filled the air, as if they were watching a tragicomedy. Sitting in the last row, Jiang Xiaoxiao wore a puzzled expression, her gaze fixed on the boy at the door, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Ding. Task reward. 300 wealth points. After clicking the confirmation button, Subai emerged from his consciousness. At that moment, Zhang Mei, clad in a teacher's attire, entered the room with textbooks in hand. Her gaze fell upon Subai immediately, her face etched with mild indignation. Teacher, why is Subai in our class? Before Zhang Mei could respond, several inquisitive boys chimed in. Subai passed the streaming exam with a total score of 665, ranking 3rd in the grade. Gasp. At once, the entire class collectively inhaled sharply, staring at Subai with expressions of utter astonishment, as if they were gazing at a rare creature. However, noticing Subai's unperturbed demeanor, the class erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Is that true? 3rd in the grade? Did I hear that correctly? It is utterly inconceivable that Subai has secured the 3rd position in the department. It defies all logic. Cheating. It must be cheating. In an instant, every student in the class felt a burning sensation on their faces. As members of an elite class, they harbored a sense of pride, and they could not believe that a student who had consistently ranked at the bottom would achieve such an extraordinary result. However, the subsequent remarks from Zhang Mei struck them like a resounding slap. Classmates, Subai's results are undoubtedly authentic. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, it has been confirmed that he did not engage in any dishonest behavior. His achievements are the fruits of his diligent efforts. Therefore, I hope everyone will unite and assist each other in enhancing the reputation of our elite class. Zhang Mei's words plunged the room into a profound silence, as if the class had been muted. Indeed, just because a student does not excel in school does not imply he is similarly disengaged at home. Furthermore, it is unrealistic to attain the 3rd position in the department through cheating. How foolish they had been to underestimate Subai. It seemed he had been masquerading as a fool, biding his time until the crucial examination to reveal his true capabilities. At this moment, every student in the elite class was utterly astonished by Subai's performance. This distribution examination had unveiled 2 unexpected contenders, the underperforming Subai and the usually taciturn Jiang Xiaoxiao. It appeared that if they did not intensify their efforts, they would soon be left far behind by these two. Seated in the back row, Jiang Xiaoxiao gazed at Subai with disbelief. She had assumed that without her notes, he would be relegated from the elite class, but it now seemed she had overestimated the situation. Subai was indeed different from the other boys. He possessed a unique charm. As this thought crossed her mind, a faint blush crept onto Jiang Xiaoxiao's cheeks. She removed her heavy glasses, revealing a remarkably delicate face. The boys nearby were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaoxiao, without her thick glasses, would be so beautiful. With her current countenance, she could easily claim a spot among the top 3 in the school's beauty rankings. At the podium, after addressing the class, Zhang Mei's gaze toward Subai gradually turned frosty. Upon entering the classroom that morning, the first thing she noticed was a filthy rag stuck to the window, resembling an octopus. Without a doubt, Subai had shirked his duty. Humph! You little rascal, let us see how I deal with you. Zhang Mei's brows furrowed as she pointed at Subai, commanding, Subai, come to my office. I have something to discuss with you. Odd again. Subai feigned surprise, already knowing the reason for Zhang Mei's summons. His expression, however, led the boys in class to speculate mischievously about the nature of his meetings with the attractive teacher. What's this again about? Could it be that the beautiful teacher and Subai have something going on? Upon noticing the eager gazes of the boys, Zhang Mei realized that Subai's words had incited their misunderstandings, causing her cheeks to flush. In truth, Zhang Mei was only slightly older than Subai, and with her youthful beauty, she resembled a neighborly older sister. Moreover, having been raised in a strict household, she had never experienced a romantic relationship or been teased by the opposite sex. Her current feelings were undeniably evident. You will go when I say so. No need for further discussion, Zhang Mei retorted, her face still tinged with crimson, her beautiful eyes betraying a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she turned and exited the classroom. As Zhang Mei made her way to the office, the click of her high heels attracted the attention of numerous students and teachers. Undeniably, with her long hair cascading down her shoulders, she exuded an aura akin to that of a campus goddess. Privately, many referred to her as the goddess teacher, highlighting her esteemed status among the students. Suddenly, the beautiful teacher halted, and Subai, preoccupied with his thoughts on how to evade punishment, nearly collided with her. Teacher Zhong, what is the matter? He asked, feigning innocence. What is the matter? At that moment, Zhong Mei recalled the bewildering gaze in Subai's eyes, igniting a flicker of anger within her. If she allowed him to continue trailing behind her, it would be tantamount to inviting trouble. You walk in front, she said coldly. Subai pouted and continued his feigned innocence. Teacher Zhong, having passed the distribution exam, I am now your student. There is no need to be so fierce. From this moment forth, if I tell you not to speak, you are to remain silent. Zhang Mei, feeling an inexplicable anger rise within her at Subai's innocent demeanor, firmly prohibited him from speaking further, wishing to prevent her own displeasure from escalating. Chapter 13. Is this not what you wish to see? Upon entering the familiar office and spotting the well-known sofa, Subai plopped down without a second thought. Zhang Mei was taken aback, her icy glare piercing through him as she snapped, Did I permit you to sit? After watching Subai fumble for words, gesturing wildly, Zhang Mei inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure, and demanded, Speak. Subai appeared to be on the verge of bursting, releasing a long sigh of relief, then responded with an air of innocence, Teacher, you didn't explicitly tell me not to sit. How can you be so shameless? Zhang Mei felt exasperated in the face of Subai's audacity. Teacher, please don't be angry. Otherwise, it might disrupt your cycle, Subai replied, unblinking, regarding Zhang Mei with a hint of mischief. You, insufferable. This was the first time Zhang Mei had been led around by a student. She hadn't expected Subai to be so articulate, resembling a cheeky rascal. Subai, I ask you, why did you leave your duty yesterday? Do you think you can ignore what your teacher says? Do you believe I want to make you run laps on the playground right now? Please, teacher. Subai lowered his head, pretending to be terrified. Seeing him feign fear, Zhang Mei smirked inwardly, believing that a little threat was necessary to manage such a mischievous student. It seemed to be working as Subai appeared quite obedient. So tell me, why did you leave your duty yesterday? Well, a relative came to visit yesterday, and I had no choice, Subai replied, hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Relative? Zhang Mei had thoroughly researched Subai's family situation. His relatives resided outside Beihai City, and the only one nearby, Wu Guoyang, had a tenuous relationship with them. It was implausible for such a relative to visit. Noticing Zhang Mei's skepticism, Subai sighed helplessly. Teacher Zhang, I speak the truth. You must believe me. My relative is punctual. visiting me around the same time each month. I usually referred to him as Uncle. Your uncle. Zhang Mei couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, her face flushed with embarrassment. Teacher, do you know where Andy is gone? I have everything she needs, day use and night use, large and small sizes. I'm basically a professional at changing sanitary pads for 30 years. Zhang Mei was utterly flabbergasted by Su Bai's unabashedness. She had never encountered someone so brazen. He was the embodiment of a rogue, a scoundrel among scoundrels, a lecher among lechers. Su Bai, I hereby formally declare that you will be solely responsible for the cleanliness of the classroom from now on. Moreover, you are to submit a 3,000-word reflection to me each day. Should your writing lack sincerity, you will be required to double your efforts. At this moment, Zhang Mei was practically seething with fury, her silver teeth clattering in frustration. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go to class. Teacher Zhang, won't you reconsider? I am a professional. Su Bai feigned an eager expression. Reconsider? Nonsense. I will count to 3. If you don't leave, do you believe? As Zhang Mei felt her patience waning, Su Bai sighed and left the office, his disappointment palpable. However, just as Su Bai was about to exit, he brushed past a tall man. Chao Dazhuang. Su Bai cast a casual glance at him. He had heard of Chao Dazhuang's pursuit of Zhang Mei, but she had clearly rejected him numerous times. To his surprise, Chao Dazhuang remained undeterred. Teacher Zhang, I've done my research, and I see you have no work lately. How about we go out for dinner? Without a moment's hesitation, Chao Dazhuang entered the office and approached Zhang Mei, his eyes filled with a dazed longing. Fixated on her. I'm not hungry. Zhang Mei was already irritated by Su Bai, and she had no intention of dining with Chao Dazhuang. Gathering her belongings, she prepared to leave the office. Yet, Chao Dazhuang seized her delicate wrist, drawing closer, leaving Zhang Mei momentarily bewildered. Chao Dazhuang, what are you doing? Let go of me. Her scream momentarily sobered him, but as his gaze fell upon her alluring figure, his desire reignited. Zhang Mei, can't you feel how much I love you? Will you be my girlfriend? I promise to treat you well. We are not suited for each other. Besides, I'm not fond of your type of guy. Zhang Mei struggled to break free, but his grip was like a vice, rendering her powerless. My type? What is wrong with my type? He flexed his solid chest. And Zhang Mei, taken aback by his impressive physique, found herself at a loss for how to respond aside from screaming. Let go of me. This is a school. Do you dare to ignore my warnings? Zhang Mei pushed against Chao Dazhuang with all her strength, but to no avail. The more Zhang Mei resisted, the more exhilarated Chao Dazhuang became. He taunted, go ahead, scream. Even if you shout until you're hoarse, no one will hear you. Just as Chao Dazhuang was reveling in his triumph, a languid voice suddenly broke the tension at the office door. Su Bai leaned against the entrance, wearing an expression akin to that of a spectator watching a farcical performance. What is wrong with today's teachers? They possess no ethics, tormenting students while indulging in their own trivial pursuits. Do they not find their lives tragically pitiful? Su Bai? Startled, Chao Dazhuang turned to see the student unexpectedly appearing at this hour, causing him to loosen his grip involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Mei broke free from his iron grasp and hurried to Su Bai's side, her face pale. Su Bai, the college entrance examination is approaching. I hope you won't provoke me. The consequences? Well, you know. Seeing his plans thwarted, Chao Dazhuang resorted to threatening Su Bai with his athletic prowess. Teacher Chao, I am not a student who shies away from confrontation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here standing up to you. Su Bai patted the square object in his pocket, a cold smile gracing his lips. I've recorded your actions on my phone, if you think your behavior can withstand scrutiny. I have no qualms about making the video public. You dare to threaten me? Chao Dazhuang was taken aback. An ordinary high school student had the audacity to threaten a teacher, claiming to expose his actions. Although he had support, this revelation could still have repercussions for him. Narrowing his eyes into slits filled with malice, he asked Su Bai, what do you want? What do I want? Su Bai replied nonchalantly, as if wielding authority to protect someone dear to him. I want you to apologize to Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei? Su Bai merely uttered the name casually. Yet it struck an awkward chord with both the name's owner and Chao Dazhuang. Suddenly, a blush crept onto Zhang Mei's cheeks, as she sensed an unfamiliar charm radiating from the boy before her. Very mature, indeed. Meanwhile, Chao Dazhuang seethed with resentment, clenching his fists. Who does this little brat think he is to call Zhang Mei by her name? He doesn't even consider his own pathetic situation, having been relegated to the ordinary class. Though he dismissed Su Bai's words, the fear of exposure compelled Chao Dazhuang to suppress his anger. He nodded begrudgingly and addressed Zhang Mei, saying, Teacher Zhang, I was too excited earlier and unintentionally offended you. I hope you want to take it to heart. Zhang Mei was taken aback, not expecting Qiao Dazhuang to genuinely apologize. However, recalling his earlier aggressive behavior, she felt a lingering unease. Yet, as this matter also concerned her reputation, she feared what her family might say if they learned she had been bullied. After contemplating, she turned to Su Bai and said, Su Bai, let him go. Did you hear that? Get out now. Su Bai, with a triumphant grin, patted the square object in his pocket. Just wait. Qiao Dazhuang cursed under his breath before hastily exiting the office. Once Qiao Dazhuang was gone, Su Bai turned to Zhang Mei and asked, Teacher Zhang, are you all right? I'm fine now, but Su Bai, could you please give me a copy of the video you recorded? That way, I won't have to worry about Qiao Dazhuang bothering me again, and I'd also appreciate it if you could delete the video from your phone. That can be arranged. Su Bai hesitated. So, Teacher Zhang, are you sure you want to see it? You might regret it. He patted the square, bulging object in his pocket once more. I fear that once you see it, you may not be able to handle it. It's all right. Just give it to me. Zhang Mei smiled lightly, extending her right hand, her slender fingers exceptionally graceful. However, the next moment, Su Bai, you jerk. You pervert. What have you given me? Listening to Zhang Mei's voice filled with fury, Su Bai innocently covered his ears and replied, Teacher Zhang, isn't this what you wanted to see? Chapter 14. He is my boyfriend. Beihai City can only be considered a second-tier city. With only a few entertaining spots, the sole venue for student leisure is the commercial street near the school. Typically, many student couples frequent this area, whether to shop for clothes or indulge in delicious treats, reveling in their sweet companionship. As Su Bai observed the bustling crowd and the vibrant lights of the commercial street, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. He remembered the time spent here with Xiaochu when they were still a couple, during which she would often insist he buy her various treats. Enough of this. There's no point in dwelling on the past, since we have become strangers. It's time to look ahead. After all, I have acquired a system, and one day I shall rise above all others, compelling everyone to gaze up at me in admiration. Su Bai exhaled softly. The subtle feeling of disappointment that lingered in his heart dissipated entirely, and a resolute smile graced his face. Su Bai, what brings you here? Just as he was about to move forward, a girl's voice called out from behind him. Who are you? Su Bai turned around, staring at the beautiful girl before him, momentarily taken aback, as he realized he did not seem to recognize her. However, after observing her closely for a moment, he couldn't help but pat his head in astonishment and exclaim, You are Jiang Xiao? The girl was clad in a flowing white dress, her delicate collarbones subtly visible, and after removing her heavy glasses, her clean and exquisite features emerged fully, reminiscent of a princess stepping out from a fairy tale. Jiang Xiao shyly nodded, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade as Su Bai gazed at her intently. Why aren't you wearing your glasses? Su Bai asked curiously, unable to deny that Jiang Xiao looked exceptionally beautiful at that moment, evoking a strange feeling within him. You look truly lovely without your glasses, he added. Hearing Su Bai's compliment, Jiang Xiao's face turned even redder. But as she raised her gaze and met Su Bai's sincere expression, she believed that he was not like other boys, merely flattering her to win her affection. By the way, Jiang Xiao, thank you for your help with the streamlining exam. Su Bai, realizing it was impolite to stare, quickly averted his gaze and spoke. Nevertheless, curiosity gnawed at him. They had been classmates for such a long time, and even during their first 2 years, they hardly spoke. Why would she take the risk of being streamed out of the key class to pass him a note? It seemed quite illogical. You don't need to thank me. Su Bai, the fact that you managed to achieve such a commendable score, third in the department, is a testament to your hard work. Jiang Xiao replied with a gentle smile. Su Bai, would you like to grab something to eat? I heard there's a fantastic new restaurant on Commercial Street. Shall we give it a try? Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's suggestion, Su Bai instinctively touched his stomach and realized he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Thus he nodded in agreement. After all, as a normal boy, how could he refuse an invitation from a beautiful girl? Before long, the two arrived at the newly opened restaurant. The decor was exquisite, ranking among the more upscale establishments in the vicinity, frequented by affluent adults and student couples, which caused Su Bai to feel a twinge of anxiety. He had not brought any money with him, and he anticipated an awkward encounter when it came time to settle the bill. Ding. The system detected the host's needs. Ding. System task being issued. Ding. Task content. Successfully show off in front of others. Ding. Task reward. 1,000 soft currency. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system in his mind, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback, smacking his forehead as he realized he had forgotten about the system. What a headache. Su Bai, are you alright? Jiang Xiaoxiao noticed Su Bai's peculiar behavior since they entered, her concern evident as she couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. Let's find a place to sit. Su Bai replied with a smile, quickly changing the topic, but inwardly he thought he needed to devise a way to earn some money. Relying solely on completing tasks for income might alleviate immediate concerns, but it wasn't a sustainable solution. Soon, they ascended the stairs to the second floor of the restaurant and found a window-side table. The atmosphere on the second floor was noticeably more serene compared to the bustling first floor, a thoughtful arrangement by the restaurant to cater to their customers' needs. However, just as a waitress was about to bring over the menu, a loud commotion erupted from the main hall. Su Bai and Jiang Xiaoxiao turned to see two young men in floral shirts, probably in their 20s, seated not far from them. One of them, dark-skinned and adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, exclaimed, "Waiter, why is my order taking so long? Are you planning to shut down this place right after opening?" The other, with shifty eyes, lit a cigarette and chuckled, "Hey, beautiful, why are you crying? We haven't done anything to you. We just want to know when our food will arrive." Surrounding patrons, witnessing the thuggish behavior of the two men, cast wary glances but remained silent. They knew these men were notorious delinquents in the area, likely here to collect protection fees from the newly opened restaurant, and now, having spotted the attractive waitress, their intentions turned lewd. "Hey, don't go. Why are you so shy?" They jeered as the waitress fled in tears, their expressions reflecting lingering amusement. Meanwhile, the silent customers harbored a shared sentiment of disgust. Scoundrels. Zhou Tong, look over there, another beauty. Lu Xinglong, feeling bored as he watched the waitress flee, suddenly spotted Jiang Xiaoxiao sitting nearby. His eyes lit up. What a stunning creature, an absolute gem. Zhou Tong, feeling slightly impatient with Lu Xinglong's insistence, turned his gaze to Jiang Xiaoxiao and was instantly captivated. Damn, she really is a rare beauty. Lu Xinglong, let us go over and have some fun. Once the boss arrives, we can collect their protection fee. As they exchanged remarks, the two swaggered over to Su Bai and Jiang Xiaoxiao, exuding an air of arrogance. "Hello, beautiful. Would you mind sharing a meal with us? This one's on me," they said, their intentions clear. The surrounding patrons felt a wave of anxiety, realizing trouble loomed for Su Bai and Jiang Xiaoxiao. Su Bai's anger surged. Couldn't they see he was dining with a lovely girl? He narrowed his eyes at the two men, not rushing to intervene, as he still had a task to fulfill. To earn the soft currency, he needed to contemplate how best to showcase himself. Upon hearing the two men's words, Jiang Xiaoxiao's face reflected distaste, and she replied curtly, "I'm sorry, but you're not worthy of dining with me. Please leave." Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong were taken aback. Wow, this girl has some personality. I like that. Su Bai quietly admired Jiang Xiaoxiao. In most cases, girls would be intimidated by such bullies, yet surprisingly, the usually shy Jiang Xiaoxiao showed no signs of fear. "Beautiful, we mean no harm. We just want to have a meal with you. It's not like we're trying to take advantage of you," Zhou Tong said, pulling a chair and seating himself beside Jiang Xiaoxiao without hesitation. It must be said that the audacity of these two individuals is remarkable. Upon encountering Jiang Xiaoxiao, they exhibited no regard for her disinterest. The man adorned with a golden chain around his neck boldly declared, "Beauty, let me be frank with you. I, Zhou Tong, have taken a liking to you and would like you to be my girlfriend." "What do you say?" "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in you. And I am fond of someone else," Jiang Xiaoxiao replied. At this point, her gentle gaze instinctively drifted towards Su Bai. Observing this interaction, both Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong were taken aback, finally noticing the previously silent Su Bai. However, upon assessing his physique, they could not help but laugh. "This kid? I could send him flying with a single punch." Zhou Tong exclaimed. "Beauty, don't joke around. This loser can't possibly be your boyfriend. He seems to be nothing more than a mute waste." Zhou Tong's demeanor was one of arrogance, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery as they lingered on Su Bai. Meanwhile, Su Bai, having noticed Jiang Xiaoxiao's glance, assumed she was attempting to use him as an excuse to reject the two ruffians. Thus, he casually replied, "My friends, I must apologize. I am indeed her boyfriend. I was merely observing the erratic behavior of these rabid dogs, and now I see that not only do they bite indiscriminately, but they also seem to relish in their own filth." "What did you say?" Su Bai's words startled Jiang Xiaoxiao and provoked Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong, causing them to spring to their feet, their disdain instantly morphing into fury. They had not anticipated that this previously silent boy would possess such sharp wit. I speak the truth. Otherwise, why would your mouth smell so foul? Subai remarked, pinching his nose and feigning disgust as he regarded the two men, who were now on the verge of exploding with anger. Subai, don't stoop to their level. Let us leave, Jiang Xiaoxiao urged, attempting to pull him away. Yet, Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong had no intention of letting Subai off easily for his humiliation. Before they could take a step, they blocked their path. Subai looked up at them and calmly stated, "Haven't you heard that good dogs don't block the way? You are merely inviting trouble upon yourselves." Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong were incensed, nearly choking on their fury. They were notorious thugs in the commercial street, and to be so blatantly disregarded by a student was intolerable. If word got out, they would struggle to maintain their standing in the area. "Have you grown all your hair yet? How dare you act so grand here? Look at those spindly arms and legs. I fear I might break you. Why not let the beauty stay, and you just roll away, you worthless fool?" Zhou Tong threatened, his face contorted with rage. "Who are you calling worthless?" Subai retorted. "Worthless? That would be you." Zhou Tong, shocked and angry, regretted his choice of words. He had not expected this student to have the audacity to mock him, which only fueled his fury further. Without another word, he swung a punch at Subai. However, in the next moment, Zhou Tong's fist was caught by Subai. "Let go. It hurts. You're breaking my hand," Zhou Tong exclaimed, but Subai paid no heed. The sound of cracking bones echoed as it seemed that Zhou Tong's fist might be crushed in Subai's grip, causing him to grimace in pain, nearly collapsing from the agony. "You better release him. Do you really wish to oppose our boss?" Lu Xinglong, standing by, was horrified by Subai's display of strength. He was well aware of Zhou Tong's capabilities, having spent years on the streets, which had endowed them with formidable physical prowess. Yet, he never anticipated that this student could subdue Zhou Tong in the blink of an eye. "Do you know who our boss is? Do you believe he won to ensure you leave this commercial street in pieces?" Lu Xinglong was left with no choice but to invoke their boss's name to intimidate Subai. Upon witnessing Subai lower his head, Lu Xinglong felt a surge of pride, his expression shifting to one of arrogance, filled with contempt and disdain as he gazed at Subai. But just as Lu Xinglong reveled in his perceived victory, Subai's next words froze his expression. "Your boss? Huh. Let him come if he dares. I, Subai, never seek trouble, but I am not afraid when trouble finds me." With that, Subai lifted his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he released Zhou Tong's hand and delivered a slap that sent Zhou Tong flying several meters away, with the aid of a potent strength-enhancing potion. Even a slight movement from Subai was astonishing to the onlookers. As they witnessed the thug being sent airborne, a wave of surprise swept through the crowd, followed by exhilaration. They recognized that these bullies, who typically thrived on their connections, were finally receiving their due. Lu Xinglong, taken aback by Subai's audacity, rushed to help Zhou Tong up, declaring, "Zhou Tong, wait here. I'll call our boss right now. We'll teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Get on it. This kid is too brazen. He must understand the consequences of his actions." Zhou Tong grimaced, clutching his face, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Subai. "Look at you. I'll have your eyes dug out." Seeing the two whispering conspiratorially, Subai sensed their ill intentions. He lifted his leg and delivered a kick to each of them, causing them to writhe in pain on the ground. Moments later, a commotion erupted at the staircase, revealing a middle-aged man, flanked by several muscular men. Dai Pengfei. Recognizing the man, several patrons gasped in shock, unable to contain their exclamations. Dai Pengfei, the notorious leader of the commercial street, held considerable influence and connections, making him a figure of note. Zhou Tong, with half of his face swollen like a pig's head, stammered, "Boss, it's this kid. We were doing nothing, and he just attacked us." Claiming he could slap you against the wall, Zhou Tong exaggerated the account, fully aware of his boss's temperament. He knew that once Dai Pengfei learned of any insult directed toward him, retribution would be merciless. Dai Pengfei furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze at Subai. But his attention quickly shifted to Jiang Xiaoxiao, causing him to freeze momentarily. After a pause, he forced a smile and inquired, "Young man, what is your relationship with this young lady?" Believing Dai Pengfei intended to threaten Jiang Xiaoxiao, Subai deliberately wrapped his arm around her and replied nonchalantly, "I'm her boyfriend. What are you going to do about it?" Chapter 15. Follow me to the office. Upon witnessing Subai's embrace and his bold declaration in front of Dai Pengfei, Jiang Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson. In that instant, she wished to break free, but Subai held her firmly, whispering reassuringly in her ear, "Jiang Xiaoxiao, don't be afraid. I won't let anything happen to you. Su Bai's gesture left Jiang Shishao flustered, her heart racing like a frightened rabbit. Brother, stop wasting your breath with him and quickly teach him a lesson. Zhou Tong, seeing Dai Pingfei hesitating to act, felt a surge of anxiety, wishing he could leap in and discipline Su Bai himself. However, recalling the latter's formidable strength filled him with trepidation. Suddenly, a sharp clap resonated through the hall, silencing the entire space. Why did you hit me? Zhou Tong stammered, his expression a mix of disbelief and tears welling in his eyes, yet he dared not express his anger, for it was none other than his own brother, Dai Pingfei, who had struck him. This unexpected action astonished Lu Xinglong as well. What was happening? Why was his brother turning against his own? Dai Ge, you must be mistaken. Lu Xinglong cautiously interjected, fearful that he might inadvertently involve himself in this turmoil. I struck Zhou Tong, this blind fool, who dared to offend Miss Zhang's boyfriend. He deserves every bit of this punishment. Even Su Bai was taken aback by the unfolding scene, his gaze instinctively drawn to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Was he referring to Jiang Xiaoxiao? You blind fool. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Jiang and her boyfriend, or I will toss you into the river to feed the fish. What? Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong were left dumbfounded. They were the ones who had been struck. Why should they apologize? Was this truly their brother? They were used to swaggering through the commercial street, bullying anyone who displeased them, yet now they were expected to apologize to a mere student on their own turf. Was this a joke? Brother, enough with the nonsense. Apologize as I commanded. The forces behind Miss Jiang are ones I dare not provoke. You have the chance to live. Hurry and apologize. Dai Pingfei became increasingly agitated. Although he had only met Jiang Xiaoxiao's family a few times, their influence was beyond his reach, having offended their daughter. He feared a few words from them could level the entire commercial street. Even Dai Ge dares not provoke them. Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong were utterly stunned, hastily kneeling to apologize. They had relied on Dai Pingfei's protection to act so brazenly, but now they had encountered a true heavyweight. Miss Jiang, please forgive us. We did not mean any harm. We sincerely apologize. Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong pleaded, slapping their own faces in self-reproach, lamenting their ill fortune. Despite their humiliation, they had no choice but to endure it. After all, they could not afford to offend Jiang Xiaoxiao. After a while, Jiang Xiaoxiao could no longer watch the scene unfold and asked, Su Bai, I think this is enough. Should we let them go? Su Bai nodded. After all, Dai Pingfei's attitude stemmed from Jiang Xiaoxiao's influence. Although the spotlight had shifted to her, he had completed his task and chose not to dwell on it further. Seeing Su Bai's agreement, Jiang Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and turned to Dai Pingfei, saying, Uncle Dai, let's let it go. I won't tell my father about this. So please stop them. Then I thank Miss Jiang and this young man for your magnanimity. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoxiao's words, Dai Pingfei felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, yet he understood that Jiang Xiaoxiao cared deeply for the young man beside her. Otherwise, she would not have sought his opinion. With a glint in his eye, Dai Pingfei turned to Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong, stating, Although Miss Jiang and this young man have spared you, you still deserve some form of retribution. How about you both become subordinates to Miss Jiang and her boyfriend? Consider it a fitting punishment. With that, Dai Pingfei smiled at Jiang Shishao and Su Bai, saying, I know you two are not concerned about them, but I assure you, in this commercial street and its vicinity, their words still carry weight. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to seek them out for convenience. Well then, I shall not disturb your date any longer, ha. With an awkward smile, Dai Pingfei quickly led Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong out of the restaurant. Yet, Su Bai understood that Dai Pingfei was likely attempting to establish a connection with Jiang Xiaoxiao, using this opportunity to make Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong his subordinates. Dai Pingfei was indeed a cunning fox. Rest assured, I won't mention this to anyone, but you must agree to one request of mine. Su Bai's mind began to race. He understood that Jiang Xiaoxiao's deliberate concealment of her identity had its reasons. After all, if she could make someone like Dai Pingfei the kingpin of the commercial street, bow his head, her family's power was evident. A request? Jiang Xiaoxiao paused, recalling how Su Bai had claimed to be her boyfriend in front of Dai Pingfei. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Could it be? I want you. At that moment, hearing those three words from Su Bai made Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart race. I want you to agree that I will treat you to this meal. All right, just so you know, I can eat a lot. Are you not afraid that I might eat you out of house and home? Su Bai was taken aback, glancing at the reward of 1,000 soft sister coins in his hand, muttering to himself, it shouldn't be a problem. The next day, Su Bai arrived at school on time, riding his bicycle. Upon entering the key class, he paid no mind to the curious gazes around him and settled down at his desk. Where's Jiang Xiaoxiao today? Subai suddenly noticed that Jiang Xiaoxiao, who usually sat at the back, was absent and inquired of a chubby boy seated behind him. The boy, named Zheng Hao, stood at about 6 feet tall but weighed over 180 pounds. He was one of the few trustworthy friends Subai had in the key class. At that moment, Zheng Hao was munching on a large chicken leg, and Subai's sudden question nearly caused him to choke, prompting him to hastily gulp down some water. You're asking about Jiang Xiaoxiao? She took a leave today, saying there were family matters. After Xinfang was reassigned from the key class, the role of discipline committee member fell to Zheng Hao, so he was somewhat aware of class happenings. Subai, I noticed you haven't spoken to her in the past 2 years. Why are you suddenly thinking of her now? Are you hoping to find a girlfriend to help you move on from your heartbreak? Zheng Hao teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, his ample cheeks jiggling. Despite his hefty size, his family was wealthy, placing him in the category of a rich second generation. During leisure time, he frequented bars and upscale entertainment venues. Having encountered many beautiful girls, he frowned slightly and said to Subai, don't take this the wrong way, but while Jiang Xiaoxiao excels academically, her looks. Well, let's not go there. If you truly want a girlfriend, I could introduce you to someone. Or how about I take you to a nightclub sometime? The girls there are all quite stunning. Subai ignored Zheng Hao and turned away, lost in thought. After all, if Zheng Hao were to see Jiang Xiaoxiao without her thick glasses, he would probably drool. At that moment, Zhang Mei entered the classroom, holding a textbook. Today, Zhang Mei donned a new outfit, her upper body adorned in a white long-sleeve blouse that accentuated her proud figure, while her lower half was draped in a 3-layered skirt, cascading like waves, youthful and vibrant. An immediate hush fell over the classroom, with many boys' gazes fixated on Zhang Mei, rendered speechless. At that moment, Zhang Mei's attention was directed towards Subai. Feeling somewhat awkward, Subai instinctively averted his gaze as memories of Zhang Mei's reprimand resurfaced. The thought of her serious demeanor sent a chill down his spine, leading him to anticipate another summons to the office. However, to Subai's surprise, after a brief glance in his direction, Zhang Mei commenced her lesson. What was happening? Subai was taken aback. Had Zhang Mei forgotten about his punishment? Surely not. Considering her disdain for him, this was an opportunity she wouldn't easily overlook. After pondering for a moment, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. And he muttered to himself, oh, of course. Zhang Mei must be grateful for my assistance yesterday, leading her to conveniently forget about the matter. With this thought, a smirk surfaced on Subai's face, appreciating that this beautiful teacher distinguished between gratitude and grievances, and resolving to refrain from bullying her in the future. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Mei's voice pierced through the air. Subai, what are you laughing at? Do you find this problem trivial? Her face darkened as she flicked her wrist, sending a piece of chalk careening towards Subai's head. Come up here and solve it. If you fail, you will join me in the office after class. Startled, Subai froze. Around him, whispers of laughter erupted from his classmates. Zheng Hao, seated behind Subai, shook his head and sighed. Ah, Subai, they say pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years. Does heartbreak have the same effect? Laughing so loudly and not being noticed, it's astonishing. I really need to find him a girlfriend. Chapter 16. A match without suspense due to the streaming exam. The focus class had been on pause for a week. When Chao Dazhuang arrived on the playground to gather the students, his eyes immediately landed on Subai, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Humph, Subai, I never expected you to fall into my hands. Chao Dazhuang had initially thought he would not continue teaching physical education to the focus class, preoccupied with how to deal with Subai to avenge yesterday's humiliation. However, a sudden notification from the school authorities filled him with a secret delight. Seeing Chao Dazhuang's smug expression, Subai felt a sense of dread. Nevertheless, he knew that leaving now would only lead to Chao Dazhuang plotting further mischief against him, potentially resulting in unexcused absences by the end of the term. Since avoidance was futile, he decided to confront Chao Dazhuang directly and see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Has it been so long since our last physical education class that no one remembers the fundamentals of the standing long jump? Chao Dazhuang surveyed the students, shaking his head in disappointment when no one responded. As students of the focus class, you should strive for excellence in all fields: morality, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. It's disappointing to see that you've forgotten the techniques I taught so soon. Who is talking? Don't you know you should listen attentively when the teacher is speaking? Chao Dazhuang, noticing the murmurs from the students, felt a surge of irritation, clearing his throat. His gaze landed on Su Bai, and he coldly remarked, Su Bai, I heard you ranked third in the recent streaming exam, which suggests you have a good memory. Why don't you explain the essentials of the standing long jump to me? Just a brief summary will suffice, but if you can't, there will be consequences. Su Bai understood that as long as he did not cross certain boundaries, Chao Dazhuang could not intimidate him. Yet, inexplicably, the image of Chao Dazhuang bullying Zhong Mei surfaced in his mind, igniting a wave of discomfort. He feigned indifference and said to Chao Dazhuang, Teacher Chao, you've misunderstood me. Misunderstood? Chao Dazhuang blinked, puzzled by Su Bai's words. While my memory is indeed sharp, I only retain what is useful to me. Every week, I clear out the useless information cluttering my mind, so I genuinely do not recall what you have taught. Su Bai, what did you just say? Chao Dazhuang was taken aback by Su Bai's audacity. Though it seemed innocuous, upon reflection, it was a veiled insult, implying that he was insignificant. Anger surged through Chao Dazhuang, and he retorted, Fine, if you've forgotten what the teacher said, then run 3 kilometers. That will help clear your mind. The class erupted in discontent. They had never held Chao Dazhuang in high regard, and now his arbitrary punishment of making students run 3 kilometers felt absurd. However, what shocked them more was that Su Bai, without hesitation, stepped onto the track and began to run laps. My goodness, am I seeing things? Su Bai is really running 3 kilometers? They were incredulous. How could this rebellious student, who was known for scolding even Zhang Chong, suddenly submit? Something was amiss. This was simply illogical. As everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, even Chao Dazhuang stood dumbfounded. He had anticipated Su Bai would threaten him with video evidence, causing him some concern. Yet, here was Su Bai obediently running laps. System, is there anything that can assist me in defeating Chao Dazhuang? Su Bai inquired while running. Ding. Host demand detected. Ding. The host can spend 200 wealth points to purchase the athletic simulator. Using this simulator, the host can temporarily attain superior physical attributes, including explosive strength, endurance, and various athletic skills. All right, I'll buy it. Su Bai, satisfied with the simulator's description, clicked the confirmation button and spent 200 wealth points. The reason for Su Bai's purchase was to defeat Chao Dazhuang at his own game, sports, and this was also an opportunity to sever ties with him once and for all. After all, merely escaping today would not prevent future troubles. Upon activating the simulator, an invigorating energy surged within Su Bai, leaving him feeling exceptionally refreshed. Su Bai, you seem to be in great shape, managing to run so effortlessly, Chao Dazhuang remarked, though he was secretly astonished by Su Bai's stamina. After a pause, he continued. Have you figured out the method for the standing long jump yet? If not, I believe waddling a few laps might help clear your thoughts. What? The surrounding students were appalled by Chao Dazhuang's unreasonable demands, sensing that Su Bai had not wronged him. This was clearly a targeted attack, a form of disguised corporal punishment. If Su Bai truly waddled, he might not even be able to attend school the next day. Many students felt that Chao Dazhuang was petty. As a teacher, he should not exploit his authority to bully students, even if Su Bai had genuinely offended him. As the murmurs within the group grew louder, Chao Dazhuang squinted his eyes and coldly remarked, What? Is there anyone among you who wishes to accompany him in clearing his mind? His words wielded a remarkable influence, and the chatter soon subsided. However, at that moment, Su Bai remained unmoved. He understood that the duck-walking technique was exceedingly clumsy. If he were to walk it out on the track, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Rather than endure humiliation at the hands of Chao Dazhuang, it was preferable to provoke him directly. Teacher, I seem to have forgotten how to do the duck walk. Could you possibly teach me? You can't even do the duck walk? What have you been doing? Chao Dazhuang furrowed his brow and unleashed a blatant insult. Yet, just as he was about to crouch down to demonstrate, he instantly realized that Su Bai was deliberately provoking him. Teacher, why have you stopped? I still wish to see you perform the duck walk. Surely you haven't forgotten, have you? With that, Su Bai let out a cold chuckle and turned his head to glance at the frozen Chao Dazhuang, adding, I must say, your duck walk resembles that of our neighbor Wang. There's an unmistakable hint of infidelity about it. Haha, Su Bai's description was remarkably apt. And Chao Dazhuang's movements indeed resembled the awkwardness of a neighbor attempting to scale a wall. Around them, classmates struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turning crimson. Provoked by Su Bai's mockery, Chao Dazhuang abruptly stood, his expression darkening as he seemed genuinely enraged. What did you say, Su Bai? Have the courage to repeat that. He thundered. Teacher, have you ever heard this saying? Su Bai, unfazed by Chao Dazhuang's fury, continued in a nonchalant manner, I live next door and my surname is Wang. If you have any matters to attend to, I am here to assist. whether it is to scold children or to accompany a bride into the bridal chamber. It was unclear where Subai had picked up such a catchy rhyme, but reciting it now evoked an image of Chao Dazhuang being cuckolded. The students in the group could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Teacher, if you can imitate the duck walk so convincingly, I must question your teaching ability. Subai pretended to nod seriously. Very well, since you doubt my skills, do you dare to challenge me to a one-on-one basketball game? Chao Dazhuang, flustered by Subai's taunts, impulsively proposed his area of expertise, intending to utterly crush Subai and instill a lasting fear of basketball in him. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students fell silent, and even those from other classes on the playground turned their curious gazes toward them. In Yuhai High School, who was unaware of Chao Dazhuang's basketball prowess. Furthermore, he was the captain of the teacher's team and a former professional player. His towering physique of nearly 2 meters was enough to intimidate many, marking him as far beyond the realm of ordinary amateur players. Over the years, the teacher's basketball team led by Chao Dazhuang had been unstoppable in the citywide competitions, and many had come to regard his team as the undisputed champions. Now, with Chao Dazhuang challenging Subai to a basketball showdown, it seemed like a blatant attempt to bully a novice. Many began to worry for Subai, thinking his recent actions had indeed provoked Chao Dazhuang. Isn't this a bit excessive? Even if Subai is in the wrong, he shouldn't be crushed by basketball, they murmured, considering how little they had seen Subai play, fearing he might not even grasp the rules of the game. Sigh. It seemed that Subai was destined for tragedy. Their height difference alone suggested a one-sided match. Perhaps it would be wiser for him to concede now, as according to Chao Dazhuang's character, he would certainly humiliate Subai after a resounding victory. As whispers filled the air, speculating that Subai should decline to avoid humiliation, Chao Dazhuang taunted, "What say you? Subai, did you not claim I am unworthy of being a teacher? Now, I present you with an opportunity. If you win, you shall never have to attend physical education class again, and I shall grant you an excellent grade. However, should you lose, you shall obediently complete the duck walk." Imagining the humiliation he could inflict upon Subai filled Chao Dazhuang with delight. After all, no one had dared to offend him without facing dire consequences. "Mr. Chao, Subai cannot play basketball. You are blatantly bullying him." As the crowd expressed their concern for Subai, Zheng Hao could no longer remain silent and stepped forward, his voice booming as he confronted Chao Dazhuang. "You all saw it. I am not forcing Subai to challenge me. It is entirely his decision." Chao Dazhuang smirked coldly, his gaze filled with derision as he looked at Subai. "Don't worry, fatty. I am confident I can defeat Chao Dazhuang," Subai reassured Zheng Hao, feeling grateful for his friend's support. In truth, he was not exaggerating. With the sports prodigy simulator he had recently acquired, defeating Chao Dazhuang seemed a mere trifle. The simulator had filled his mind with a wealth of knowledge and techniques related to sports, and he felt his physical abilities had received a significant boost. Even if he were to face the towering Chao Dazhuang, he would not struggle in the slightest. Despite this, the onlookers regarded Subai as delusional for daring to challenge Chao Dazhuang to a basketball match, considering it an act of self-sabotage. All eyes were now fixed upon Subai, filled with concern and regret. "Impressive, Subai? I admire your courage." Chao Dazhuang chuckled, his expression swelling with arrogance, as if he could already envision Subai beneath his heel. "I must say, you are the only one in recent years brave enough to challenge me. Since everyone is present, I shall not be accused of bullying you. If you win, you need not attend physical education classes, and I will grant you an excellent score. However, should you lose, you will have to dutifully perform the duck walk on the playground." With a swift motion, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "My goodness, Chao Dazhuang is extraordinary. He made a 2-point hook shot, and it went in. His skills are truly remarkable." Indeed, Chao Dazhuang's mastery of basketball was unparalleled. Few in the school could rival his level of expertise. "Isn't Subai doomed? I know he can't play basketball. He will surely be humiliated by Chao Dazhuang." As the whispers circled, Chao Dazhuang reveled in his triumph, swaggering up to Subai with the basketball in one hand, disdain etched across his features. "So, do you still wish to compete?" Yet, just as Chao Dazhuang and everyone else assumed Subai would concede, he slowly lifted his gaze to meet Chao Dazhuang's, his face betraying no hint of fear, and calmly replied, "Mr. Chao, perhaps you should focus on yourself instead. Otherwise, you might find yourself in tears at the hands of your own student." The words of Subai ignited the fury of Chao Dazhuang once more. Even when death loomed, he still dared to speak defiantly, utterly unaware of the gravity of his situation. Humph. Soon you will understand the consequences. After casting a fierce glance at Su Bai, Chao Dazhuang declared, in 10 minutes, we shall have a one-on-one match here. I will show you what true basketball is, not this trivial child's play that relies merely on words. Once Chao Dazhuang vanished from sight, the crowd's attention shifted to Su Bai. Everyone believed that Su Bai would undoubtedly be crushed by Chao Dazhuang, that he would never be able to hold his head high at Yuhai High School again. Yet, deep within, being students, they secretly hoped for an astonishing turnaround from Su Bai, wishing to see him give Chao Dazhuang a taste of his own medicine. However, they also understood that this was highly improbable, for Chao Dazhuang's strength was undeniable. Even a stroke of luck would render Su Bai feeble in the face of such might. Su Bai, do you truly have the confidence to defeat Chao Dazhuang? At this point, Zheng Hao couldn't help but recall the image of Chao Dazhuang's powerful hook shot, feeling awed by his strength. But seeing Su Bai's calm demeanor puzzled him. Ordinarily, Su Bai was not one to inflate his own capabilities. Given the current circumstances, if he remained unperturbed, could it be that he possessed some secret weapon? Or was he perhaps a deeply concealed basketball prodigy, even more skilled than Chao Dazhuang? As soon as this notion crossed Zheng Hao's mind, he quickly dismissed it. Indeed, who could possibly believe that someone who had never touched a basketball could defeat a former professional player like Chao Dazhuang? It defied logic. Just as the crowd gathered, eager to hear Su Bai's response, his words nearly sent them tumbling to the ground. I am not certain. Gasp. This statement crashed through the crowd like a lightning bolt, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. How could you dare accept Chao Dazhuang's challenge with such uncertainty? Aren't you being a bit too audacious? Exactly. I thought he was brimming with confidence and possessed some skill to rival Chao Dazhuang. But it seems he was merely putting on a facade. I can only imagine how he will fare. Without a doubt, the upcoming match would be one-sided. All they could do was hope Su Bai wouldn't be too badly humiliated by Chao Dazhuang. At that moment, the way the crowd looked at Su Bai resembled the gaze one would cast upon someone who had just been struck by a door. The expressions of pity and concern intensified. They all understood that Su Bai was doomed. Don't worry, Su Bai, if you truly lose, I'll join you in the duck walk. Zheng Hao, though skeptical of Su Bai's chances against Chao Dazhuang, felt it was his duty as a friend to offer unwavering support. After all, if Su Bai faltered, it would mean defeat for him as well. In truth, Su Bai's statement was no jest. He had just utilized the sports champion simulator to assess Chao Dazhuang and discovered that his prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary professional player. He exhibited the skills of a highly skilled athlete, with both technique and physicality, coupled with a wealth of experience. It was evident that the simulator had rated Chao Dazhuang exceptionally high. Thus, Su Bai felt a twinge of anxiety, questioning whether he could truly overcome Chao Dazhuang. Before long, Chao Dazhuang arrived at the court, donned in his basketball attire. Upon seeing Su Bai still in his ordinary sportswear, the mockery on Chao Dazhuang's face intensified. His lips silently forming two words, waste. He approached Su Bai and stated, time us up. We will now commence a one-on-one game of bull. The rules are simple. One attacks, one defends, alternating until a winner is determined. Do you understand? It's not too late to beg for mercy. Beg for mercy? Save that for Teacher Chao. Su Bai replied coolly. Humph, you're utterly clueless. Chao Dazhuang shook his head, picking up the basketball and tauntingly inquired. So, will you attack first, or shall I? Perhaps you should go first. I fear you won't even get the chance to hold the ball. Thank you, Teacher Chao, Su Bai replied without hesitation, moving to the center of the court with the basketball. As the surrounding spectators witnessed this unfolding scene, they instinctively vacated the basketball court, yet the crowd continued to swell, quickly filling the entire area. Most had come upon hearing that Chao Dazhuang was being challenged to a basketball match, and upon seeing the challenger was merely a short student. Curiosity surged within them. Who is that? How dare he challenge Chao Dazhuang to a basketball duel? Who knows? He is probably just another overly confident individual these days. You never know who you'll encounter. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, two graceful figures suddenly appeared outside the basketball court. And Ro, look over there. Isn't that Pingo? He dares to take on Chao Dazhuang in basketball. He truly has guts. And Ro, who do you think will win? Pingo or Chao Dazhuang? Lin and Ro glanced at the two with mild indifference, her lips parting slightly. It should be Chao Dazhuang. Hasn't he always been the captain of the teacher's team? He must be quite formidable. I believe Pingo will win. And Ro, if Pingo truly defeats Chao Dazhuang, will you grant me a wish? Yi Qingqing smiled mischievously, casting a meaningful glance at Su Bai. You little rascal. What scheme are you concocting now? Lin and Ro playfully rolled her eyes at Yi Qingqing, unable to suppress her amusement. Please, just grant me this one wish. If Pinga loses, I'll treat you to dinner anyway. Yi Qingqing pouted, wrapping her arms around Lin and Ro-s, playfully pleading. Chapter 18. The method of humiliation. Soon, the one-on-one match commenced. Su Bai stood beyond the three-point line, preparing to initiate his attack. While Qiao Dazhuang positioned himself defensively within the arc, he spread his broad arms, appearing as imposing as a fortress, a solid wall before Su Bai. Su Bai, you cannot win against me. It would be wise to concede now. Qiao Dazhuang sneered coldly, confidence radiating from his smile as he was certain he would completely dominate Su Bai. Indeed, after a few tentative dribbles, Su Bai found himself halted by Qiao Dazhuang's tight defense, remaining at a standstill beyond the three-point line. All seasoned players knew that Su Bai could do nothing but shoot at this juncture. Unbelievable. Qiao Dazhuang is so cunning, using his physical advantage to overpower Su Bai. How can one even play under such circumstances? Exactly. With his arms spread wide, Qiao Dazhuang rendered Su Bai's dribbling ineffective, forcing him to remain stagnant beyond the three-point line. If this continued, Su Bai would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. It seemed that Qiao Dazhuang aimed to deliver a harsh lesson to Su Bai, illustrating the vast disparity in strength. At this point, even if Su Bai wished to shoot, it would be too late. He would likely be met with a block. As the onlookers observed Su Bai's predicament, they couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension. This was no mere challenge, but a blatant opportunity to humiliate Su Bai. Just as anticipated, Qiao Dazhuang had no intention of graciously offering Su Bai any options, for no matter which path he chose, he would be met with relentless humiliation from Qiao Dazhuang, simply in different forms. It is evident that directly swatting the basketball from Su Bai's hands would indeed inflict great humiliation upon him, rendering him unable to hold his head high in front of the crowd. As Qiao Dazhuang narrowed his eyes, he approached Su Bai, towering over him like a massive mountain. His right hand raised, poised to send the basketball flying, ready to deliver an exceptionally humiliating face-to-face block. Su Bai, give it your all, do not concede. Zheng Hao shouted from within the throng, rallying support for Su Bai. The surrounding students, unable to bear the impending humiliation, instinctively shut their eyes. Do you now comprehend my strength, Su Bai? I had warned you to concede, yet you refused to listen. Now, prepare to experience the taste of utter defeat. As he spoke, Qiao Dazhuang's right hand reached its zenith, his heart swelling with pride as he anticipated that Su Bai would soon be subjected to a crushing block, one that would humiliate him to the utmost degree. Suddenly, Qiao Dazhuang felt as though Su Bai was drifting away from him, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Could it be that he intends to attempt a fadeaway shot? What a joke. A fadeaway shot from beyond the three-point line? Does he think he is a professional player? Ding dong. The system has devised a countermeasure. Ding dong. Inputting into the host's mind. Yet, what he lacked was the ability to adapt on the fly, an aptitude that requires extensive experience to develop. This is why, when Su Bai was momentarily halted by Qiao Dazhuang, he felt a sense of helplessness. However, to his surprise, the system in his mind actively employed tools to assist him, prompting a quiet admiration within Su Bai. Whoosh. Just as Su Bai's body hovered less than half a meter above the ground, he released the basketball. A graceful arc glided past Qiao Dazhuang's vision, leaving him with little time to react. He could hardly fathom that an ordinary student could execute such a formidable maneuver. It is well known that a fadeaway shot necessitates not only extraordinary core strength, but also exceptional control over the basketball and precise angle adjustments. Yet, at this moment, Su Bai had accomplished it, launching the ball from a mere half-meter above the ground, positioned beyond the three-point line. Surely, apart from the individual revered as the basketball deity, no one else could achieve such a feat, as the onlookers remained in stunned silence. The crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net shattered the tranquility. Teacher Qiao, what do you think? My fadeaway shot is not inferior to your previous behind-the-back hook. Is it? Rising to his feet, Su Bai offered a faint smile, observing the astonished Qiao Dazhuang, who was rendered speechless and shrugged nonchalantly. A fadeaway shot from beyond the three-point line, remarkably impressive. Su Bai, I truly did not misjudge you. You are indeed remarkable, Zheng Hao exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he witnessed Qiao Dazhuang's humiliation at the hands of Su Bai. Being able to outshine Qiao Dazhuang is no small feat. Hearing Zheng Hao's words, Su Bai feigned modesty, waving his hand dismissively and saying, let us keep it low-key. Low-key? You have already revealed your prowess. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Yi Qingqing and Lin Anru, watching from the sidelines, began to regard Su Bai with newfound respect. I never anticipated he possessed such skill, managing to score against Chao Dazhuang. Lin Era thought, her earlier disinterest transformed into curiosity as she observed Su Bai. See, I told you that Bing Gu is impressive. He would definitely win against Chao Dazhuang. Yi Qingqing boasted, patting her chest proudly, assuring Lin Anru not to forget her previous promise. Lin Anru smiled at Yi Qingqing's exuberance. A smile that instantly captivated the nearby boys, who internally cheered, "Long live the goddess." Qingqing, I believe it won't be so simple for him to defeat Chao Dazhuang. Just as Lin Anru spoke, a gasp echoed across the basketball court. In a matter of seconds, Chao Dazhuang had scored a point. It seemed this match would not be a one-sided affair after all. Su Bai, keep going. Do not let Chao Dazhuang win. Give him a run for his money. Zheng Hao waved his arms, enthusiastically cheering for Su Bai. Meanwhile, upon hearing the latter part of Zheng Hao's encouragement, Chao Dazhuang's expression darkened. The competition was becoming increasingly intense. With neither player yielding an inch, their skills evenly matched. Soon, it was once again Chao Dazhuang's turn to attack. Everyone understood that if he scored this shot, he would gain a 1-point lead over Su Bai, who was beginning to show signs of fatigue. It must be said that Chao Dazhuang's experience was indeed formidable. He had the ability to exhaust Su Bai's stamina through subtle movements. Comparatively, Su Bai might struggle to withstand Chao Dazhuang's advances, making this shot crucial for him. If he could defend successfully, victory would be within reach. Su Bai, are you already out of steam? Should you beg for mercy? I might consider allowing you to take one less lap. Chao Dazhuang, holding the ball beyond the three-point line, relentlessly sought an opportunity while verbally taunting Su Bai. Looking for punishment. At that moment, Chao Dazhuang lowered his stance, unleashing a surge of power. Everyone recognized that he intended to leverage his physical advantage to overpower Su Bai. Concern filled the hearts of the onlookers as they observed Su Bai, who could only brace against Chao Dazhuang's back, gradually being pushed toward the paint. Goodness! This Chao Dazhuang is utterly shameless, trying to crush Su Bai with brute force. The crowd expressed their frustration, lamenting the lack of sportsmanship demonstrated by Chao Dazhuang, who claimed to be a retired professional player. If this continued, Chao Dazhuang would soon be attacking the paint, where his height would undoubtedly pose an insurmountable challenge for Su Bai. Moreover, it appeared that Chao Dazhuang was preparing to execute a dunk, a move that in basketball, aside from blocking, represents another form of humiliation. Was he intending to seize this opportunity to avenge the disgrace of Su Bai's fadeaway shot? Indeed. As the crowd speculated about how Chao Dazhuang would conclude this play, he suddenly pivoted, holding the ball with one hand, soaring into the air with the intent to slam the ball down into the hoop. A dunk. Chao Dazhuang aimed to leap over Su Bai for a one-handed slam. Oh my goodness, Chao Dazhuang is incredible. If Su Bai were to be dunked upon by Chao Dazhuang, he would likely find it impossible to show his face at Yunhai High School again. I can't bear to watch any longer. Surrounding students supporting Su Bai could not help but scream, as if they had already envisioned Su Bai being dunked on by Chao Dazhuang. Meanwhile, airborne, Chao Dazhuang reveled in his triumph, convinced that this slam would leave Su Bai utterly humiliated, perhaps even in tears at the sight of a basketball. At that moment, Chao Dazhuang suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes, as if something had materialized in his field of vision. Su Bai. Chao Dazhuang could hardly believe that Su Bai had leapt up unexpectedly, positioning himself directly in front of Chao Dazhuang. In his memory, Su Bai was at least 10 centimeters shorter than him, yet now, in this leap, he soared to a height that far exceeded Chao Dazhuang's own. What astonishing leaping ability! In an instant, Chao Dazhuang felt a resounding thud in his head as his entire body was forcefully pushed down by Su Bai. Bang! Bang! The basketball hit the ground. Accompanied by the once arrogant Chao Dazhuang, who now lay sprawled on the floor, his smile completely vanished, utterly disbelieving. Su Bai had actually blocked him. The onlookers were equally stunned by Su Bai's sudden display of skill. How incredible! Watching Chao Dazhuang tumble to the ground like a dog. It took the crowd a moment to recover from their shock. The very same Chao Dazhuang, who had aimed to dunk over Su Bai, had instead been met with a resounding rejection. This was nothing short of a slap in the face. Chao Dazhuang, you have lost. According to our previous agreement, I no longer need to attend physical education classes, correct? Su Bai looked down from his elevated position at the pale-faced Chao Dazhuang, speaking coolly. You were merely lucky. Do you dare to compete with me once more? I will ensure your defeat. Though Chao Dazhuang spoke defiantly, he was inwardly reeling from Su Bai's unexpected prowess. He could hardly fathom that an ordinary high school student would perform such extraordinary feats. It felt like a dream. Chao Dazhuang, you have lost, and yet you still seek to blame external factors? Isn't that too shameless? Zheng Hao, witnessing Chao Dazhuang's attempts to weasel out of responsibility, could no longer contain himself. As a teacher, how can you be so brazen? I wonder how you even managed to hold that position. Honestly, you should stop calling yourself the representative of the strongest teaching team and instead refer to yourself as the strongest substitute, because with your skills, you're just sitting on the bench, one of those who wears it out without ever stepping onto the court. Hee hee. Upon hearing Zheng Hao's words, the crowd erupted in laughter. You. Chao Dazhuang's face turned a deep shade of anger, nearly grinding his teeth in fury. Humiliated repeatedly before so many people by both Su Bai and Zheng Hao, he felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at them. However, with so many witnesses around, he could only suppress his rage. Just wait. I will certainly find a few people to teach you two little brats a lesson. A dark cloud hung over Chao Dazhuang's expression, his eyes narrowing with malice and resentment. Knowing that the humiliation he suffered today was caused by these two in front of him, he vowed to find his brothers from the streets to take revenge and alleviate his hatred. Enough of this, Zheng Hao. Let's leave. There's no point in staying here now that I won't have to attend PE classes anymore. After saying this, Su Bai departed from the basketball court, seemingly unfazed, as if the earlier events had been entirely anticipated. Upon reaching another basketball court, Su Bai bent down to retrieve the ball, approached the hoop, and executed a powerful dunk, taking off from the free throw line. Slap. In that moment, Chao Dazhuang felt as if Su Bai had dealt him yet another stinging slap to the face. And in the midst of the crowd's laughter, he scurried away in embarrassment. Su Bai, how have you suddenly become so skilled? I know you couldn't play basketball before. Once outside the school, the two arrived at a commercial street, where Zheng Hao scrutinized Su Bai closely. Noticing that he appeared unchanged but feigned a pitiful demeanor as he said, You've changed? Have you ever seen a 200-pound Baisujin? Besides, I'm not FA high. Su Bai was eager to find a place to eat, having exhausted much of his energy after the lengthy basketball game with Chao Dazhuang. Seeing that Su Bai wasn't teaching him basketball, Zheng Hao pouted in discontent. I didn't bring any money. You're treating me. What? Upon hearing Zheng Hao's demand for a treat, Su Bai's expression soured instantly. He was well aware of Zheng Hao's appetite, and he feared that he wouldn't have enough money to cover it. Zheng Hao, noticing Su Bai's discomfort, smirked and said, Su Bai, do you want to teach me basketball, or do you want to treat me to dinner? You choose. Otherwise, you could buy a scratch-off lottery ticket. If you win, you might be able to treat me. Scratch off? Su Bai followed Zheng Hao's finger to a nearby lottery booth in the commercial street. Wait. I can use my tools to see through the scratch-off tickets. A smile spread across Su Bai's face as he slapped his forehead. Thinking that if he could indeed see through the tickets, money would no longer be a concern, he hastily inquired of the system. Is there something I can use to help me see through scratch-off tickets? Ding. The revealing elixir can assist Su Bai in fulfilling this requirement, costing 200 wealth points. Would you like to purchase? Su Bai glanced at his wealth points displayed on the screen and felt a pang of pain. He had only 300 wealth points remaining, and if he didn't complete any task soon, his balance would plummet into the negatives. Gritting his teeth, Su Bai resolutely declared, Purchase. Soon, a bottle of transparent potion appeared in Su Bai's hand, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, earning money is more important right now. As for wealth points, I will deal with that later. Boss, I'd like a few tickets, please. Before Su Bai could speak, Zheng Hao had already jumped in and bought several tickets. What are you looking at me for? I only have 20 bucks left. Sensing Su Bai's disapproving gaze, Zheng Hao hurriedly explained and then excitedly scratched off his tickets, only to find that he hadn't won a single one. What the heck? This luck is terrible. Zheng Hao complained, then turned to Su Bai and suggested, Why don't you give it a try? Without a word, Su Bai scratched off the first ticket, revealing no win, then moved on to the second, which also yielded nothing. Scratch-off tickets aren't child's play. Do you think you can win just by luck? Someone nearby scoffed, having watched Su Bai and Zheng Hao for quite some time, finding their antics quite amusing. Children are so naive, you will never win. The individual continued with his derisive remarks. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is and buy a few yourself? Zheng Hao, irritated by this smug onlooker, was about to retort when he suddenly saw that Su Bai had won 1,500 yuan on his last scratch-off ticket. My heavens, Su Bai, you're incredible. You actually won. Zheng Hao exclaimed in excitement, his face visibly shaking with joy. Lucky kid. The man who had previously mocked them felt a surge of jealousy upon witnessing Su Bai's win. I want those tickets too. Give them all to me. Subai pointed at the tickets in front of him and addressed the shopkeeper. Subai, maybe you shouldn't buy any more. You might end up losing it all again. Upon hearing Subai's words, Zhang Hao felt a twinge of concern. Having often heard tales of lottery players winning only to lose everything afterward. This was precisely why Zhang Hao wanted Subai to know when to stop while he was ahead. Subai offered a faint smile. Earlier, he had tested the revealing potion and discovered that applying it to scratch cards allowed him to see the hidden patterns within. The few he had purchased were motivated by the sight of a 1,500 yuan prize. Selling just one would certainly attract attention, but by buying several, others would merely attribute his luck to chance. While Zhang Hao was engaged in a confrontation, Subai discreetly applied the revealing potion to several scratch cards in front of him, and to his astonishment, he found one worth 5,000 and another worth 8,000. That was why he had intentionally chosen those cards. Ignoring Zhang Hao, Subai continued to scratch the tickets. The first 5 yielded no wins, prompting Zhang Hao to shake his head, while the individual beside them won 100 yuan. This scene left the onlooker dumbfounded as he stared at Subai, unable to articulate his disbelief. Such a streak of luck was exceedingly rare, if not entirely impossible, and recalling his previous remarks, the onlooker felt embarrassed enough to retreat. Zhang Hao, feel free to eat whatever you like. It's on me, Subai said after exchanging his winnings. Zhang Hao stood frozen, slapping his face in disbelief. He never expected Subai to have become so formidable, exuding an increasing confidence as if he had mastery over everything. Chapter 20, a delightful surprise upon returning home. Subai found his father seated on the living room sofa, silently smoking, his expression grave, as if something troubling had transpired. Dad, what's wrong? Subai inquired softly, taking a seat beside Su Tianqing. Su Tianqing exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, I just received a call. A few days ago, your grandfather fell while going downstairs. Initially, we thought it was nothing serious, but this morning he suddenly couldn't stand up, and he has since been taken to the hospital. What? Grandfather can't stand? Subai's heart sank at his father's words. Dad, should I accompany you to see grandfather? He asked, filled with concern. Su Tianqing furrowed his brows and sighed. Son, the college entrance examination is approaching. It's best for you to stay home and study diligently to avoid falling behind. I understand, Subai replied. After a moment of silence, Su Tianqing continued, the crucial matter is that I haven't told your mother about your grandfather's fall. If you go with me, she will likely find out very quickly. Hearing this, Subai fell silent. He was acutely aware of his mother's nature if she learned of his grandfather's accident. Especially to the extent of not being able to stand, she would surely be heartbroken. Although Subai did not wish to deceive Chen Ruyun, he also wanted to spare her pain, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing Subai and Su Tianqing sitting on the sofa with a mysterious air, Chen Ruyun immediately guessed they were up to something and said irritably, What are you two plotting? Are you conspiring against me again? Startled by her words, both Subai and Su Tianqing paused, silently admiring the accuracy of a woman's intuition. Son, I heard you did well on the recent examination. I don't have much to give you, but how about we go out for hot pot later? Su Tianqing quickly changed the subject, exchanging knowing glances with Subai. Thank you, Dad. I'll work even harder, Subai responded promptly, fearing his mother would sense something amiss. Hot pot at home sounds great. My wife is so considerate. I'll go wash the vegetables, Su Tianqing said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he extinguished his cigarette and hurried into the kitchen. Wait. Just as Subai was about to turn away, Chen Ruyun's voice made him freeze. Had his acting been so poor that his mother had discovered something? Mom, is there anything else? Subai turned stiffly, only to see Chen Ruyun approaching him. Son, although you ranked third in your department this time, don't become too overconfident. Pride comes before a fall. We must remain focused on our studies in the coming months, Chen Ruyun said earnestly. After the recent examination, she had come to trust Subai's academic capabilities, yet going from the bottom to third place was, in her view, largely a matter of luck. Mom, I will remember, Subai said, nodding earnestly, determination glimmering in his eyes. I will achieve excellent results that will astonish everyone, and after the college entrance examination, I am determined to enroll in a top-tier university. Seeing her son's ambition, Chen Ruyun chose not to say more. Back in his room, Subai completed his homework in under 15 minutes. He then lay on his bed, resting his arms behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. Grandfather's condition seemed dire. Even if he underwent surgery and regained his ability to stand, he would surely endure considerable suffering. A solution was imperative to hasten his recovery. With this thought, Subai shut his eyes and asked in his mind, System, Is there any item that can help my grandfather recover? Ding. The host can spend 300 wealth points to purchase a rehabilitation stone. The system's cold voice echoed. A rehabilitation stone? What is its function? Subai had anticipated a potion or similar item, but instead, the system recommended a stone, and one that was exorbitantly priced at that. If he spent 300 wealth points on the rehabilitation stone, his wealth points would dwindle to 0. Ding. The host merely needs to place the rehabilitation stone beside the patient for their injuries to heal automatically. Automatic healing? How miraculous. Subai felt a surge of excitement. After all, a stone would not easily attract attention. If he could persuade his father to present the rehabilitation stone as a gift to his grandfather, he believed that it wouldn't be long before his grandfather regained his health. It was truly a win-win situation. But what about the wealth points? Subai felt troubled. For if his wealth points dropped to 0, he would be unable to purchase items for any unforeseen circumstances. With no other choice, he asked System, "Can I accept the task now?" Ding. Task is being issued. Ding. Task content. Carry a weight of 30 kilograms. Run 10 kilometers. Ding. Task deadline. 3 hours. Ding. Task reward. 500 wealth points and 1 additional lottery chance. System, I adore you. Upon seeing the task, Subai was elated. Feeling that this was a fortuitous turn of events, providing a substantial reward of wealth points along with an extra lottery chance. Moreover, he could utilize the athletic simulator to complete the task easily. Ding. Host, please behave. The system does not engage in such matters. It is quite pure. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind again, leaving Subai both amused and exasperated. He had not expected this system, despite its ruthlessness, to also possess a sense of humor at times. At that moment, Subai's door swung open, and Shunrian entered, saying, "Son, stop studying and come out for dinner." 20 minutes later, Subai stepped outside. Of course, there were many participants in the night run. Scanning the crowd, all the men and women were dressed lightly, donned in their most comfortable athletic attire, enjoying a leisurely jog. However, one young man, approximately 175 meters tall, was running frantically through the crowd, carrying an enormous backpack. If one listened closely, they would hear him muttering, "Damn system, damn system, damn system." The young man's antics drew the attention of several onlookers, who paused and cast curious glances. "You think that lad must be heartbroken?" One speculated. "I doubt it. Perhaps he's just overwhelmed by life's pressures and is out to relieve them." Alas, today's youth can hardly endure any hardship. Amidst the discussions, Subai continued to run for over 500 meters before finally stopping. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked, and his legs felt as if they had lost all sensation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Just as Subai was gasping for breath, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind once again. Congratulations for what? Why didn't you inform me earlier that I couldn't use any items for this 10-kilometer night run task? Subai internally shouted in frustration. At that moment, he felt on the verge of collapse. He had thought he could effortlessly pass this stage with the help of the Athletic Champion Simulator, but to his dismay, the system's inventory had been forcibly locked. Wasn't this a cruel trick? Ding. The system is not a cruel trick. It is quite powerful. Ding. Please collect your task rewards promptly, or the system will revoke your eligibility. Damn it. Revoke my eligibility? Upon hearing this, despite the anger boiling inside him, Subai took a deep breath to calm his emotions and then clicked on the task reward button. Ding. Task details. Carrying 30 kilograms, night run 10 kilometers, completed. Ding. Task difficulty, beat. Ding. Task duration, 2 hours and 37 minutes. Ding. Was a system item used during the task? No. Ding. Task rewards, 500 wealth points. 1 additional lottery opportunity. Upon seeing the information displayed on the screen, Subai declared, "System, I wish to draw for a prize." Ding. Detected additional lottery opportunity, initiating lottery. After the system's cold voice faded, Subai beheld the familiar spinning wheel, but this time, the items on the wheel had undergone a significant transformation, many of which were different from what he had seen before. Yet, there were still 8 categories: martial arts, abilities, daily life, wealth, cultivation, technology, physical enhancement, and other items. Subai briefly glanced at the cultivation category, which included the previously seen instant movement technique, diamond technique, sword control technique, and more, alongside some foundational methods that dazzled his eyes. However, he understood well that obtaining items from the cultivation category through a lottery would be exceedingly difficult. Closing the cultivation section, Subai opened the martial arts category, discovering it contained Tai Chi, Bagua Palm, Chi Mastery, and Wing Chun, among others. The wealth and technology categories boasted even more abundant items, prompting Su Bai to take a deep breath and slowly state, "System, I wish to draw a prize." Ding. Initiating lottery spin. As the system's cold voice concluded, Su Bai watched the light on the wheel begin to spin rapidly, bouncing from one segment to another. As he breathed, the light gradually slowed down, and Su Bai's gaze remained fixated on it, hoping for something good this time. The light slowly skipped over the abilities, cultivation, and wealth categories, causing Su Bai's heart to sink. Well, it seems another useless item is in store for me. Reluctantly, Su Bai turned away. For aside from abilities and cultivation, few items truly tempted him. Physical enhancement? Finally, the light settled on the physical enhancement category, but it seemed to mock him. Pausing momentarily before moving forward. Damn it! Su Bai felt utterly dejected, as he had believed he might finally draw a decent item. But the light continued its journey past technology and wealth, ultimately landing on martial arts. Please let it be Chi Mastery, or at least Wing Chun. Hope reignited in his heart as he widened his eyes, refusing to lose focus. However, the light seemed to mock him once more, crawling at a tortoise's pace until it reached the Tai Chi segment, where it inexplicably came to a halt. "Oh, come on, don't stop." Su Bai nearly wanted to rush forward and shake the wheel. Yet the light remained still, confirming his fate. He had indeed drawn Tai Chi Mastery. Su Bai's reluctance to draw Tai Chi stemmed from his belief that it was too soft and lacked power in practical application, merely serving as a means to strengthen the body. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for drawing Tai Chi Mastery. Rewards are being redeemed. The system's cold voice echoed in Su Bai's mind once more. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot forth from the spinning wheel, swiftly entering Su Bai's brow. In that instant, he felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring, his body enveloped in an indescribable comfort. This sensation was markedly different from when the athletic champion simulator activated, which had forcibly infused athletic skills into his mind, feeling very rigid. The current experience felt nurturing, filled with a sense of ease. Even the fatigue from his earlier run vanished without a trace, leaving him warm all over. Involuntarily, Su Bai let out a sound of surprise, attracting the curious gazes of passers-by. Who would have thought Tai Chi Mastery is quite impressive, haha. Su Bai realized he had underestimated Tai Chi as he discovered that his muscles and bones had indeed been enhanced. With every movement, he felt a newfound lightness, as if he could effortlessly manipulate great force. This is astonishing. Ding. System has detected a positive response. Hearing the system's untimely declaration, Su Bai involuntarily stiffened, his face adorned with a frown as he remarked, "System, I haven't forgotten about our previous discussion." Though he spoke with irritation, he couldn't help but feel that the cultivation system was becoming increasingly user-friendly, even capable of jesting with him. Could it be that frequent task completion had led to an upgrade in the system? Looking up, he saw that the system's level indicator still displayed as level 1, prompting him to shake his head, dismissing the notion. Soon, the lottery wheel vanished. Utilizing his newfound wealth points, Su Bai returned to the system shop and purchased a recovery stone, intending to give it to his father to deliver to his grandfather for treatment. This way, his grandfather's ailment should improve swiftly. Holding the black stone he had exchanged, Su Bai felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Chapter 21. If you have the guts. Come at me, hey there, what are you writing? Su Bai asked, bemused as he circled around Zheng Hao, who was seated. Zheng Hao, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Today marks Ren Shishir's birthday, and I've composed a song for her." Ren Shishir? Su Bai paused, quickly recalling that Zheng Hao had recently developed feelings for a girl by that name. She was quite remarkable, ranking 8th among the school's beauties and serving as the president of the music club. It was rumored that she was preparing for entrance exams to a music academy. Zheng Hao had even joined the music club in hopes of impressing her, but his lack of musical talent had led to his rejection. It was surprising that he had not given up. "Listen, I've heard that Ren Shishir has high standards when it comes to choosing a boyfriend. She is not like other girls who might be swayed by wealth alone," Su Bai cautioned, his concern evident. Zheng Hao bristled at this remark. "Su Bai, are you still my brother? I've finally found a girl I genuinely like, and instead of supporting me, you mock me. Besides, while I may not be the most handsome, I possess both wealth and talent. Why would I worry about winning her over?" Noticing Zheng Hao's growing agitation, Su Bai quickly interjected, "You're right, my bad. How about letting me hear your song?" "Here." Zheng Hao handed Su Bai a piece of paper. Upon examining it, Subai noted the neat handwriting and well-structured layout, indicating that Zheng Hao had put considerable effort into it. However, as he began to read the first line, he felt a sense of discomfort. If you were a bowl of lamb hot pot, then I would be a bun, soaking in you. If you were a rider, I would be a steed, allowing you to ride me every day. By the third line, Subai could hardly bear to continue, while Zheng Hao seemed to hum along, as if he had already composed a melody. Are you truly planning to sing this to Ren Shishir? Subai asked, exasperated. I can't sing it myself. I intend to present this song to Ren Shishir to help her succeed in the Music Academy's selection process. Zheng Hao cherished the song as if it were a treasure, exclaiming, this song is the key to my romantic endeavors. I believe it will move her to tears. Subai's expression froze momentarily. If he actually presented this to Ren Shishir, it might ruin her future. Yet, seeing Zheng Hao's blissful demeanor, he refrained from discouraging him and instead thought to himself, System, are there any songs that have yet to be created in this world? Ding. New song library valued at 100 wealth points, containing a diverse array of new songs, totaling 5,000 pieces. 100 wealth points. Very well. For the sake of my brother's happiness, I shall make this sacrifice. With that, Subai clicked the confirmation button, and a torrent of new song lyrics flooded his mind. Although your song is decent, I happen to have an even more enchanting one. Would you like to give it a try? I assure you, if you present this song as a gift to Ren Shishir, she will surely adore it. Really? Zheng Hao was skeptical but, recalling Subai's recent transformations, began to believe. After all, winning Ren Shishir's affection was paramount. The identity of the lyricist was secondary. Of course, Subai replied with a gentle smile. Picking up a pen and paper from the table, writing furiously. In less than a minute, a complete song appeared before Zheng Hao. Is this real? Zheng Hao asked in disbelief as he read through the lyrics, his expression shifting from confusion to astonishment. Overcome with excitement, he embraced Subai, exclaiming, Wow, Subai, you're incredible! I never knew you had this talent. These lyrics are exceptional, rivaling those of professional lyricists. With a nonchalant demeanor, Subai fabricated a response. I wrote this for Xiaochu previously but never had the chance to present it. Now that we've parted ways, it seems fitting to give it to you instead. You're such a great friend, Zheng Hao exclaimed, his admiration for Subai reaching new heights. No wonder you excelled in the exams. This lyric showcases your remarkable talent. Don't worry, brother. In a few days, I'll introduce you to some girls who are even better than Xiaochu, Zheng Hao declared, eagerly stashing the lyrics into his pocket as if to safeguard them from being taken. As Subai prepared to leave, Zheng Hao, in a moment of desperation, grasped his hand and pleaded, Come with me. Shishir should be rehearsing on the playground right now. I can't go alone. Let me, Subai began. But Zheng Hao interrupted. Thanks, brother. Resigned, Subai sighed internally, allowing himself to be dragged to the playground. The playground was bustling with activity, filled with various clubs. Where is Ren Shishir? Shouldn't she be practicing in the music room? Subai wondered aloud, scanning the crowd. Don't worry. I've done my homework. Their club activities are over at the east side. Just follow my lead, Zheng Hao assured him with a grin. Are you sure? Subai asked, skepticism creeping into his voice. Absolutely. I paid a hefty sum to someone in her class to keep me updated on her whereabouts, Zheng Hao boasted, leading Subai toward the eastern edge of the playground. Despite the slight smile on Subai's face, he secretly hoped that Zheng Hao would not repeat his past mistakes. Having been deeply hurt by Xiaochu, he was determined to protect his Na-ve friend from heartache, vowing to retaliate if Ren Shishir or anyone else dared to wound Zheng Hao's heart. Eventually, they spotted a crowd gathered, and at the center stood Ren Shishir. Adorned in a lovely pastel dress, her figure accentuated and features exquisite, making her the focal point of attention. It was evident why she ranked among the school's beauties. Yet, this realization only heightened Subai's concern. He feared that Ren Shishir might not reciprocate Zheng Hao's feelings. Yet, in matters of the heart, who could truly predict? As Zheng Hao caught sight of Ren Shishir, his nerves intensified. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the lyrics Subai had given him and approached her with determination. He understood that for Ren Shishir, who was preparing for the Music Academy selection, a well-crafted original song could significantly bolster her chances. If it captivated the faculty's attention, she would likely receive preferential treatment in college. Thus, this original song was poised to be the finest birthday gift he could bestow upon Ren Shishir, and he was confident she would appreciate it. However, to their astonishment, a remarkably handsome young man approached Ren Shishir, holding an extravagant bouquet of flowers. The surrounding girls gasped in delight, akin to witnessing a lead character from a romantic drama. Kun Sudong? Subai's heart sank. Sensing that Zheng Hao's dreams were on the verge of shattering. Kun Sudong, the scion of a publicly listed entertainment company, boasts a fortune exceeding several billion. In comparison to Chu Chun, his wealth is undoubtedly impressive. Most notably, Kun Sudong possesses striking good looks, complemented by a formidable family background, which has led many infatuated schoolgirls to dub him the national boyfriend. However, it is well known that Kun Sudong has toyed with numerous girls, including female artists contracted by his company. Observing him with a bouquet of flowers, it seems he has once again set his sights on Ren Shishir. As Kun Sudong approached Ren Shishir with a dazzling smile, the other members of the music club instinctively parted ways. Numerous smitten girls could not help but express their yearning, wondering when they might encounter a young man of such caliber. In an instant, envy and admiration were directed towards Ren Shishir. Is there something you need? Ren Shishir furrowed her brow upon seeing Kun Sudong, though her lovely face remained adorned with a smile. This was primarily because the music academy she had applied to were affiliated with Kun Sudong's family. Provoking him here could potentially jeopardize her future. Alas, despite her disdain for Kun Sudong, she felt compelled to endure his advances, at least until her admission to the music academy was secured. Sure. You know I've always wanted you to be my girlfriend. Today is your birthday. Why not seize this opportunity for us two? Kun Sudong began, his gaze wandering over Ren Shishir's alluring figure. It must be said that while Ren Shishir's beauty may not rival that of the top contenders in the school flower rankings, her physique is undeniably exceptional. In fact, even the second and third-tier actresses from her parents' entertainment company pale in comparison. Yet, this is not the crux of Kun Sudong's infatuation. What truly captivates him is Ren Shishir's unique aura of a campus goddess, a quality absent in all the female stars of the entertainment industry. I'm sorry, but I am currently preparing for the academy selection, so I cannot. Ren Shishir attempted to decline. Isn't it just applying to a music academy? What is so significant about it? If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can ensure your admission to any academy of your choosing, Kun Sudong interjected, his gaze laden with frivolity. To him, Ren Shishir's refusal seemed merely a facade of modesty, a ploy to elevate her status in his eyes, thereby increasing her chances of entering his family's entertainment company in the future. He had encountered many such individuals before. Come on, Shishir, agree to me. I can speak to my father and arrange for you to sign with our company in your freshman year. You'll be inundated with offers daily, Kun Sudong pressed, sensing Ren Shishir's hesitation and moving in closer. He was also aware that Ren Shishir's family was not well off, with her father burdened by substantial debts. Thus, he believed that the promise of financial stability and endless job opportunities would surely entice her. Yet, at that moment, an indignant voice erupted from behind the crowd. Do you think you can threaten someone just because of your connections? Can't you see Shishir is unwilling? What did you say? Kun Sudong's expression darkened as he turned to face a chubby boy standing behind him, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. If you have the guts, come at me. Bullying a girl is nothing to boast about. Zheng Hao stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Come at you? Kun Sudong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into even more derisive laughter. A fat pig attempting to play the hero? Have you looked in the mirror lately? Get lost and don't obstruct me. Ignoring Kun Sudong, Zheng Hao approached Ren Shishir, holding a song in his hand. Sure. I know you're worried about the requirements for the music academy. I just so happen to have an original song for you. I hope it helps you pass the selection. An original song? Ren Shishir was taken aback. As someone with a professional background in music, she understood the challenge of composing a good song. A crowd of students had gathered, intrigued by the spectacle of a chubby boy vying for the affections of the campus beauty. Most deemed Zheng Hao, despite being a rich heir, to lack the looks required for such competition, leaving them puzzled by his audacity. Each onlooker cast disdainful glances in Zheng Hao's direction, believing the plump boy to be rather deluded. Initially irritated by Zheng Hao's disregard, Kun Sudong soon found amusement in the notion that the boy had composed a song. Now even pigs can write songs? Should we have him sing it for everyone? With that, Kun Sudong shook his head, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. He was confident that Ren Shishir would not be foolish enough to accept a song from someone like Zheng Hao. He envisioned her publicly rejecting him, a moment he eagerly anticipated. However, to everyone's astonishment, Ren Shishir smiled and, without hesitation, took the song from Zheng Hao's hands. Gasp. The crowd fell silent. Even Kun Sudong wore an incredulous expression. How could this be? Ren Shishir had accepted a gift from this chubby boy? Zheng Hao, equally surprised by the swift turn of events, excitedly said, Shishir, I would like to invite you to dinner, just the two of us. Is that all right? An invitation to dinner? Huh. Kuan Sudong's lips curled into a mocking smile. A toad wants to eat swan meat? What a fanciful notion. He recalled how he had pursued Rin Shishir for an extended period, having extended numerous invitations for her to join him for dinner, all of which she declined. It was evident that while Rin Shishir's family background was modest, her pride was considerable. Ordinary rich heirs could hardly catch her eye, thus. She would never agree to the request of someone like Zheng Hao. Shishir, you need not concern yourself with this chubby boy. Just agree to be my girlfriend. And I will take you out for a lavish meal, Kuan Sudong urged, his gaze fervently fixed on Rin Shishir. Rin Shishir lifted her head. Glancing from Kuan Sudong to Zheng Hao, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. Kuan Sudong, I'm sorry, but I believe I have plans today. Boom. Her words fell like thunder among the crowd, igniting a wave of astonishment. My goodness, did I hear that correctly? Rin Shishir had actually agreed to dine alone with this overweight boy? This was simply unfathomable. Oh my, I feel as though my heart is bleeding. Oh, I can hardly bear it. The surrounding boys were shattered at the thought of Rin Shishir choosing to spend time with someone so rotund. Yet, some observers bore expressions of amusement, regarding Zheng Hao with gleeful anticipation. They understood that this chubby boy was in for a rude awakening. From a distance, Su Bai noticed the unfolding drama and frowned, remarking, I hadn't anticipated that this girl, Rin Shishir, would be so cunning, using Zheng Hao as a shield. It seems trouble is brewing. At this moment, Zheng Hao was elated, oblivious to the curious gazes around him. He wanted to shout at the top of his lungs. I can't believe I'm having dinner alone with the school beauty. This is a monumental first step. Kuan Sudong's expression darkened as he cast the rose he held to the ground, slowly loosening his collar and striding aggressively toward Zheng Hao. The onlookers gasped. Fully aware that not only was Kuan Sudong handsome and affluent, but he was also the president of the Taekwondo club, renowned as a prodigy in martial arts. At merely 17 or 18 years of age, he was already a black belt in Taekwondo, his prowess undeniable. In a situation where Zheng Hao was entirely unprepared, a full-force strike from Kuan Sudong would likely send the nearly 180-pound figure of Zheng Hao into instant unconsciousness. As Kuan Sudong accelerated towards Zheng Hao, a few steps away, he leaped into the air, eliciting nervous gasps from those around him. Suddenly, a hand appeared at Kuan Sudong's waist, followed by a tremendous force that sent him flying. Thud. He crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as though he had been struck by a truck, every part of his body aching indescribably. The spectators collectively inhaled sharply in disbelief. Was this a joke? One strike had taken down Kuan Sudong. Kuan Sudong, equally incredulous, realized that despite his earlier ambush, the strength of the boy before him was formidable. Could he be from the martial arts club? At Yunhai High School, the martial arts club and the Taekwondo club had a long-standing rivalry, with official competitions held annually to settle their differences. With a contest approaching in a few days, it was typically forbidden for club members to engage in personal skirmishes. However, Kuan Sudong recognized that he had initiated the confrontation, leaving him at a disadvantage. Moreover, the impact of Su Bai's strike had clearly affected him, and should they compete again, victory was not guaranteed for him. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly inquired, Who are you? I am your father, Su Bai retorted, unaware of Kuan Sudong's thoughts, but incensed by the earlier ambush on his brother. Good lad. I know you're from the martial arts club. Fine, I'll remember this strike. In a few days during the club competition, I will repay you in kind. We shall see, Kuan Sudong replied, his bravado waning. After all, if Su Bai truly belonged to the martial arts club, the force behind that strike suggested he held a significant position there, and many members had deep family ties, complicating matters. If he had indeed provoked a powerful figure, resolving the fallout could prove troublesome given his own family's connections. As nearby students stifled their laughter, Kuan Sudong gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Casting a menacing glance back at Zheng Hao, who remained stunned and unresponsive, as if to say, You'll pay for this. Soon, the crowd dispersed, chuckling as they departed. Unexpectedly, this contest between the handsome boy and the overweight one concluded with the former's hasty retreat, leaving the latter victorious, all orchestrated by an enigmatic stranger. Sure. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zheng Hao, and this is my brother, Su Bai, Zheng Hao said as he approached Rin Shishir. However, before he could finish, she interrupted, Zheng Hao, I'm sorry, but I'm not feeling well today and cannot join you for dinner. Taken aback, Zheng Hao's lips twitched slightly, but he remained concerned. It's all right, you should rest. Ren Shishir cast a complex glance at Zheng Hao, casually stowing the song he had given her into her pocket before leaving with the girls from the music club. Zheng Hao, lingering in a wistful state, seemed as if his very soul had been drawn away by Ren Shishir. Subai sighed, realizing that Zheng Hao stood no chance against a girl as cunning as her. Stop looking. Ren Shishir is not our kind. Her aspirations extend beyond those of an ordinary girl, Subai said as he placed a gentle hand on Zheng Hao's shoulder. I know, but I can't help but like her. What can I do? Zheng Hao replied, biting his lip as he gazed in the direction Ren Shishir had vanished, suddenly smiling. It's fine. After all, she accepted the song I gave her. So I've taken the first step. All right, as long as you're happy, Subai said, hoping that Ren Shishir would develop a favorable impression of Zheng Hao after hearing the song. This was his utmost assistance to his friend. Let us go, Subai. I'll treat you to dinner, Zheng Hao exclaimed, pulling Subai along, nearly leaving him breathless. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way toward the exit of the playground. However, just as they were about to leave, Subai's gaze suddenly sharpened. Fixating on a crumpled white paper ball in the corner, his expression turning grim. What is that? Subai stared at the paper, a seething anger igniting within him as he clenched his fists. Why would they do this? Is using my brother as a shield insufficient? Must they also betray his genuine feelings? Subai was acutely aware of the song's quality. Had Ren Shishir seen it, she would have treasured it. Yet here it lay, crumpled like refuse, as if discarded without a second thought. Chapter 23. Kuan Sudong. Clearly, Ren Shishir held no regard for the gift Zheng Hao had presented her, even dismissing it with disdain. What are you dawdling for? Let us go. If we're late, there won't be any seats left, Zheng Hao urged when he noticed Subai frozen in place. Oh, coming, Subai replied, though his fury simmered beneath the surface. He hastily joined Zheng Hao, feigning calmness. Subai, have you thought about where we should eat? Zheng Hao asked, wrapping an arm around him in a friendly manner. Though Subai felt a pang of pain at his brother's innocent smile, he understood that many girls like Ren Shishir, with their lofty aspirations, would never appreciate the feelings of others. Yet, her cruelty toward his brother was unconscionable. Indeed, the song was Ren Shishir's to do with as she pleased. But discarding it as if it were trash was a profound insult to his brother, a complete trampling of genuine emotions. Moreover, if she did not care for Zheng Hao, why accept his gift? Was it merely to use him as a decoy? Such actions offered hope while simultaneously delivering despair, a torment for any young man. Ren Shishir, you dare to break my brother's heart? I will ensure you experience the same anguish. Subai vowed silently. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao, noticing Subai's distracted demeanor, placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, Brother, what are you thinking? Where shall we eat today? The boy's name was Jiang Tao, one of the few trustworthy members of Kuan Sudong's Taekwondo club. Observing Kuan Sudong's foul mood, Jiang Tao hesitantly inquired, Donggu, did you call me for something? KX Dong nodded thoughtfully and then turned to his companion Jiang Tao, saying, Could you please check if the martial arts club has recruited a new member? He is approximately 175 meters tall and dressed in the school uniform. After all, in previous competitions, the martial arts club had consistently suffered significant defeats to the Taekwondo club. The disparity in skill levels among the martial arts club members was quite apparent. Just do as I say without all this chatter. KX Dong's expression darkened, his hand instinctively pressing against his abdomen, where a dull ache had begun to manifest. He truly hadn't anticipated the existence of such formidable talent within the school. If the individual in question turned out to be a member of the martial arts club, the outcome of the upcoming club competition could be uncertain. Not long ago, KX Dong had made a wager with Lin Anru. The loser would cease all club activities. This meant that whoever lost would find themselves without a place at Yunhai High School. To avert such a predicament, KX Dong needed to ascertain Subai's true identity. This was a necessary precaution. Seeing KX Dong genuinely upset, Jiang Tao promptly nodded in agreement before hastily exiting the Taekwondo venue. Just wait, kid. A glint of intensity filled KX Dong's gaze. He had never endured such humiliation in his life, and he felt a surge of resentment. Once Jiang Tao uncovered the other party's identity, he was determined to teach him a lesson. Moreover, there was also that hefty fellow named Zheng Hao, who had the audacity to pursue Ren Shishir. He too deserved a thorough reprimanding. With these thoughts in mind, KX Dong's eyes narrowed, as if envisioning the moment when he would have both Subai and Zheng Hao beneath his feet. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon answering, he saw that the caller was Chao Dazhuang. KX Dong, when do you have time to join me for a drink? Chao Dazhuang's voice came through the line. KX Dong was well aware of Chao Dazhuang's intentions. He was after the several subpar actresses from KX Dong's company. With a silent scoff, he thought Chao Dazhuang was quite opportunistic. However, considering that the final sports results were ultimately in Chao Dazhuang's hands, KX Dong responded, it's you, Teacher Chao. What brings you to think of me these days? Call me Brother Chao, none of this teacher nonsense. Chao Dazhuang laughed heartily before continuing, listen. The two kids who bothered you today? I know them. You do? KX Dong was taken aback. Surprised that Chao Dazhuang had witnessed the incident on the playground and recognized the two who had provoked him. Indeed. The hefty one is named Zheng Hao, a rich second generation with little capability, far inferior compared to your family. Chao Dazhuang continued. The other is Subai, a rebellious student who recently crossed me. I've been meaning to teach him a lesson. As for his family background, I've heard it's rather ordinary. Both parents are workers with no connections, so he is not someone to take seriously. So that is how it is. Hearing this eased KX Dong's mind. Brother Chao, is Subai a member of the martial arts club? The martial arts club? Chao Dazhuang paused before erupting in a mocking laugh. Subai, that waste, joining the martial arts club? That is a joke. Chao Dazhuang certainly didn't believe Subai could gain entry. The so-called clubs at Yuhai High School were mere small factions, where members typically hailed from privileged backgrounds or possessed exceptional skills. Ordinary individuals stood no chance of joining, let alone someone like Subai, who was financially disadvantaged. Really? KX Dong sought confirmation. KX Dong, I know you're participating in the club competition. Rest assured, Subai is definitely not a member of the martial arts club. I'm well aware of his abilities. Aside from a bit of luck and slightly more strength, he is no different from a useless fool. You needn't fear him. Chao Dazhuang assured him confidently. Very well, Brother Chao. After the competition, I'll treat you to the Emperor nightclub, and I'll bring along a few lovely actresses for you. KX Dong recognized Chao Dazhuang's fondness for such indulgences. Given the crucial information he had provided, it seemed only fair to offer him a reward. All right, I'll await your good news. Chao Dazhuang's excitement was palpable as he repeatedly expressed his approval. After ending the call, KX Dong decided to grant himself a day off. Based on past experiences, even if he rested from today, he would still be able to utterly vanquish the martial arts club during the competition. Moreover, he believed that Subai's ability to injure him earlier was merely due to luck, not genuine skill. At that moment, a look of disdain and derision crossed KX Dong's face. He felt that dealing with Subai and Zheng Hao would be as effortless as crushing an ant beneath his foot. Let you enjoy your fleeting days for now. Once I win the competition, I shall deal with you properly. After stretching languidly, KX Dong exchanged a few words with the other Taekwondo members before leaving the venue with an air of ease. As evening descended, the streetlights flickered to life one by one. Subai and Zheng Hao emerged from a restaurant, engaged in casual conversation. Brother, I noticed you hardly ate. Are you preoccupied with something? Zheng Hao had sensed Subai's distraction from the outset. Having invited him to dinner without much appetite, he ventured, if something is bothering you, don't keep it to yourself. It's not healthy to bottle things up, you know? Subai nodded, glancing at Zheng Hao, who remained oblivious. He felt a pang of guilt. It's all right. Don't worry about me. Focus on how to win over Ren Shishir instead. Haha, Subai. Don't tell me you're feeling down because you're worried about your buddy winning over Ren Shishir. Upon mentioning her, Zheng Hao's face brightened instantly. Listen, you can rest easy. Ren Shishir has already accepted the gifts I gave her. That's the first step to success. Once I win her over, I won't forget you. Well then, I'll be waiting for the day you succeed with Ren Shishir, Subai said, patting Zheng Hao's shoulder with a meaningful look. In truth, Subai hoped that Zheng Hao would not end up with Ren Shishir. Judging by her behavior today, she was far from a kind-hearted individual. For someone so arrogant and disrespectful, even if Zheng Hao succeeded in winning her over, he would likely end up hurt. It would be better for him to forget her and find a girl who truly appreciated him. However, seeing Zheng Hao's goofy smile, Subai's earlier resolve wavered, and he found himself asking the system, do you have any items that could assist my buddy in winning over Ren Shishir? Chapter 24. Chocolate as evening fell. The streetlights illuminated one by one. Subai and Zheng Hao exited the restaurant, their conversation flowing seamlessly. Brother, I noticed you hardly touched your food. Are you troubled by something? From the beginning, Zheng Hao sensed Subai's distraction. He had invited him out for dinner, but Subai seemed lacking in appetite, prompting Zheng Hao to offer, if something is on your mind, don't hold it in. That can lead to problems, you know? Subai nodded, glancing at Zheng Hao, who remained blissfully unaware of the underlying situation. He felt a twinge of sympathy. All right, don't worry about me. Instead, focus on how to win over Rinshirshir. Haha. Subai, don't tell me your melancholy stems from concern over whether my pursuit of Rinshirshir will falter. Upon hearing Subai mention Rinshirshir, Zheng Hao's face instantly lit up with enthusiasm. Listen, my brother, you can rest easy. Rinshirshir has already accepted the gift I gave her. This is the first step towards success. Once I win her over, I will certainly not forget you. Well then, I shall await the day you triumph over Rinshirshir. Subai replied, patting Zheng Hao on the shoulder, his tone laden with significance. In truth, Subai harbored a deep-seated desire for Zheng Hao and Rinshirshir not to become a couple. Given Rinshirshir's behavior today, it was evident she was not a woman of modest temperament. Even if Zheng Hao were to succeed in courting her, the outcome would likely lead to considerable heartache. It would be far better for him to forget her and seek a girl who truly cherishes him. However, witnessing Zheng Hao's innocent smile, Subai's previous thoughts began to waver. Unable to suppress a shake of his head, he turned to the system and inquired, System, is there any item that could assist my friend in winning over Rinshirshir? Ding. The system responded, the host can complete a task to obtain item rewards. The mechanical voice echoed in response to Subai's call. Complete a task? Subai contemplated, realizing it was far more advantageous than purchasing items directly from the shop. He nodded affirmatively. All right, system, please issue the task. Ding. System task is being issued. Ding. Task content, perform a good deed. Ding. Task duration, 3 hours. Ding. Task reward, 300 wealth points. Fate chocolate. Fate chocolate? Subai pondered the task's reward, bemused by the notion that Zheng Hao could win Rinshirshir's heart simply by consuming chocolate. Ding. Fate chocolate. Upon use, it binds you to your beloved for eternity, unaffected by external factors. Wow, that's impressive. Subai was taken aback upon reading the description of Fate chocolate, realizing that this item could force two individuals to be together. Had he known this, he wouldn't have bothered preparing an original song for Zheng Hao. He could have simply completed the system task and handed him the Fate chocolate instead. Subai slapped his forehead, chastising himself for being careless. Nonetheless, the outcome was ultimately favorable, as Zheng Hao would indeed be able to pursue a relationship with Rinshirshir. Buddy, you will undoubtedly win over Rinshirshir, Subai said, turning to Zheng Hao with sincerity. Haha, brother, your words are more than enough. Zheng Hao, having consumed a bit of alcohol, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Subai's encouragement. They continued walking side by side, arms draped over each other's shoulders. However, as they ventured a short distance, a woman's piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. Robbery. Someone's being robbed. The crowd around them erupted into chaos, redirecting their gazes toward the commotion. Across the street, a masked man was violently snatching a woman's handbag. The man, possessing considerable strength and wielding a knife, yanked the bag away after several fierce tugs. The woman, clad in heels that hindered her escape, could do nothing but watch helplessly as her attacker fled. Witnessing the knife in the man's hand, the pedestrians wisely refrained from intervening, retreating to a safe distance while allowing him to make his getaway with the stolen bag. Subai was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that such brazen robbery could occur in broad daylight. Yet, the next moment, he realized that the thief was heading directly toward him. Get out of my way if you don't want to die, the man shouted, brandishing his knife menacingly at Subai and Zheng Hao, attempting to intimidate them into stepping aside. Behind them loomed a dark alley, suggesting the man had meticulously planned his escape route, intending to vanish into the shadows after the theft. Unprepared for such an encounter, Subai understood that blocking the man's path would only provoke him further, potentially endangering those nearby. Therefore, he feigned terror, retreating a few steps while pulling Zheng Hao aside. Big brother, we'll step aside, please don't be agitated. The man, seeing Subai's cowardly demeanor, smirked with self-satisfaction as a look of disdain crossed his face. He thought to himself that in all his years of wrongdoing, no one had dared to confront him without fear. Humph, two naive kids, at least you know your place. With a mocking tone, the man prepared to flee into the alley. Just then, an unexpected foot appeared from nowhere, tripping him. Ouch! The man stumbled and fell clumsily to the ground, his grip on the handbag loosening. Oh dear, robber sir, how clumsy of you. Would you like me to help you up? Subai feigned innocence, as if he had no connection to the earlier events. Are you tired of living? The man cursed angrily, realizing that the one who tripped him was the very student in uniform standing before him. Seeing Subai's feigned innocence ignited his rage. In an instant, the man sprang up, the glinting knife tightly clenched in his hand, and bellowed, "You're going to regret this." His aggressive move startled the onlookers, who sensed that this student might be in serious trouble, their hearts racing with anxiety. Su Bai, however, recognized that the man was now consumed by fury and would seek revenge. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zheng Hao. Anyone who dares to provoke me will regret being born. The man swung his knife wildly at Su Bai, but just as everyone thought Su Bai would be struck down, the man screamed in pain, his body being sent flying as if made of fragile paper. Gasps filled the air. The crowd was astonished that this seemingly ordinary student possessed such remarkable strength. With a single strike, he had subdued the armed assailant, earning the silent admiration of those present. The man, thoroughly stunned by Su Bai's display of power, sensed the growing crowd around them, and, feeling a surge of fear, shot Su Bai a venomous glare before coldly declaring, "Consider yourself lucky, brat. We will meet again." With that, he hastily retreated into the alley. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao, having sobered up considerably, swallowed hard and asked, "Su Bai, are you all right?" "All is well. Given his skills, he couldn't possibly harm me." Su Bai replied truthfully. Having recently mastered Tai Chi, he not only felt his physical abilities improving, but could also execute various Tai Chi techniques with ease. The strike that sent the man flying was merely a calculated application of 3 parts strength. With all his might, Su Bai was certain that the robber would surely faint on the spot, or even sustain serious internal injuries, which was quite likely. He bent down to pick up the handbag that lay on the ground, just as the woman whose wallet had been stolen approached them. As she drew closer, Su Bai noticed that although the woman was in her 30s, she was impeccably dressed, her high-heeled uniform adding a considerable allure. No wonder she had become a target for theft. "Your handbag," Su Bai said, handing the bag to the beautiful woman with a smile. Under the eager gaze of the onlookers, the beauty accepted the handbag he offered and nodded with a smile. "Thank you, classmate." "It's nothing, just a small effort," he replied, choosing not to say more as he turned to leave with Zhang Hao. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. The good deed mission has been accomplished." Ding. "Task completion time, 30 minutes. Ding. Task rewards, 300 wealth points, romantic chocolate." After completing the task, the rewards appeared as 2 beams of light, entering the wealth panel and the system storage respectively. Upon opening the system storage again, Su Bai retrieved the romantic chocolate, saying, "Zheng Hao, this is for you." "Why are you giving me chocolate?" Zheng Hao looked at the chocolate in Su Bai's hand, puzzled. "Buddy, this is not just any chocolate. Back in our hometown, we call it romantic chocolate. Eating it will help you stay with the girl you love for a long time," Su Bai fabricated enthusiastically. "Is it really that magical? Then why did you break up with Xiao Chu?" Zheng Hao, despite having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, had been thoroughly sobered by the encounter with the robber, and his mind was clear. "I have long since severed ties with Xiao Chu. Enough chit-chat. Do you want it or not?" Su Bai said, feigning seriousness. "Of course I do." Zheng Hao snatched the romantic chocolate from Su Bai's hand. Though he knew that eating it might not guarantee him a chance with Ren Shi, he figured it was worth a shot for good luck. However, just as he took a bite, a sudden voice startled him, causing him to drop the remaining chocolate. Su Bai and Zheng Hao turned around sharply, only to find that the person behind them was not the robber, but the beautiful woman who had just had her handbag stolen. "My name is Song Yi, and I am the owner of the Emperor nightclub." Taking advantage of their conversation, the stunning woman had caught up with them. Su Bai smiled faintly and introduced himself. "I am Su Bai, and this is my brother Zheng Hao. We are students at Yinhai High School." "Students from Yinhai High School, huh?" Song Yi nodded thoughtfully. Seeing her expression, Su Bai could not help but inquire, "Is there a problem?" "No, I meant no offense. I just often see students from Yinhai High School at the Emperor nightclub," Song Yi replied with a smile. "I see," Su Bai responded calmly, as he had never heard of the Emperor nightclub, assuming it was merely one of those casual bars near the school. But the next moment, a thick stack of 100 yuan bills appeared before Su Bai's eyes. Moreover, if it hadn't been for some important documents in the handbag, Song Yi probably wouldn't have dared to confront the robber. Su Bai despised when others attempted to communicate with him through money, although he understood that Song Yi likely did not mean it that way and was merely thanking him. His past experiences with Xiao Chu had instilled a sense of wariness in him. "I don't need it." Su Bai's expression turned slightly cold as he firmly rejected her offer. Noticing Su Bai's change in demeanor, Song Yi was taken aback. After all, this was an opportunity most would eagerly seize. Did she assume he found the amount insufficient? "Zheng Hao, let's go." Su Bai ignored Song Yi and began to turn away with Zheng Hao. 100,000. Song Yi raised the stakes. thinking that being a good Samaritan could bring her a windfall of 100,000 yuan, which was indeed a stroke of luck. No one could resist such temptation. Yet, Subai continued to pull Zheng Hao forward. 200,000. Song Yi grew anxious, as this student seemed poised to shatter her long-held beliefs. Instinctively, she felt a resistance within her. As soon as her words fell, Subai finally halted his steps. This is a bank card. The password is 6/8. The 200,000 is all yours. Do you think I helped you for your money? Subai said coldly, feeling a strong aversion towards Song Yi's actions. Forget it. Consider it as if I never helped you. With that, Subai turned to leave, leaving Song Yi utterly stunned. She had assumed he would not refuse the temptation of 200,000 yuan, but unexpectedly, he merely coldly tossed a remark before walking away, without even glancing at the bank card in her hand. In an instant, Song Yi's face flushed as she realized she had misjudged Subai. He was unlike anyone she had encountered before. Subai. Song Yi gazed at the direction in which the two had vanished, silently repeating his name, then shook her head, increasingly curious about the student. Subai glanced around and confirmed that his father was indeed not at home. And he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Perhaps he had gone out to dinner with friends, he thought, hastily concocting an excuse as he dashed toward his room. Stop. Chun Riyun's expression darkened, and she said sternly, What friends does your father have that I wouldn't know? Even if he went out to dinner, he would certainly have informed me. Are you two hiding something from me? Subai inhaled sharply, his body stiffening slightly. He marveled at how astute a woman's intuition could be, easily sensing the underlying issue. However, he had no intention of revealing the truth. If his mother discovered that his grandfather could not stand, the consequences would be 1,000 times worse than the current predicament. Mom, I wouldn't dare keep anything from you. How about you call Dad and ask where he is? Subai was eager to extricate himself from this situation. Throughout his life, his greatest fear had been his mother. He dreaded that if this dragged on, he might inadvertently reveal the truth. It would be strange if Mom didn't suspect something. Ding. The system detected the host's needs. At that moment, Subai heard the system's voice echo in his mind. System, can you help me locate my father? Subai sprang up from his bed, urgently asking. Ding. The host can spend 100 wealth points to purchase the item Global Tracking Map. This item will assist the host in accurately locating the target person's precise position. Is it really that miraculous? Subai felt a surge of excitement, for with the Global Tracking Map, he would be able to pinpoint his father's location, allowing him to provide his mother with an early explanation. Host, would you like to purchase it? The system's cold voice inquired again. Yes, purchase. Subai clicked the purchase button on the interface. Subsequently, a notebook-sized rectangle of transparent glass appeared in his hand. System, how do I use this? Subai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze falling on the rectangular glass, which resembled some electronic device but lacked any visible power button. Please place the items used by the target on the glass surface. Subsequently, the global tracking map will automatically activate and locate the precise whereabouts of the target individual. After placing the pen on the glass, Subai witnessed the rectangular glass suddenly illuminate, revealing a faint silhouette within the frame. That figure was none other than his father, Su Tianxing. He observed Su Tianxing raising a wine glass, toasting to someone who appeared to be his grandfather. Remarkably, his grandfather had risen. Subai silently admired the healing effects of the recovery stone, yet what astonished him the most was the drastic shift in his grandfather and some relatives' attitudes towards his father. As if Su Tianxing had instantly transformed from an inadequate son-in-law into a respected and successful figure in their eyes. Witnessing his father's commendation by his grandfather filled Subai with joy. It was worth noting that previously, Su Tianxing had been unable to hold his head high in his grandfather's home, with everyone perceiving him as a man incapable of providing for his family. Hence, when Su Tianxing sought to propose to Chun Riyun, he faced significant hurdles. Tianxing, you have truly come to the rescue this time. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. His grandfather remarked, pointing to the recovery stone hanging around his neck with evident satisfaction. Indeed, while Tianxing may seem unremarkable at times, he proves to be invaluable during crucial moments. Of course, I have long maintained that Tianxing is extraordinary. Now that Subai has also entered the key class, he is sure to bring glory to both the Su and Qin families. The group continued to extol Su Tianxing, leaving him somewhat bewildered. All right, Dad. I will call Ruoyun right away. Su Tianxing set his wine glass down, finally recalling his phone, which had been vibrating incessantly. Upon retrieving it, he noticed several missed calls from Qin Ruoyun and couldn't help but click his tongue, sensing impending trouble. Soon, Subai heard his mother's phone ringing, followed by a resounding high-pitched voice. As Su Tianqing's phone was on speaker, Su Bai saw the expressions of his father and the surrounding relatives shift to one of embarrassment, causing him to swallow hard. Even his grandfather shook his head helplessly, sighing to himself that his daughter's temperament was indeed a challenge for Su Tianqing. The next afternoon, after finishing his lunch, Su Bai planned to visit the library. With the enhancement of his super memory pill, acquiring diverse knowledge would prove beneficial in the long run. However, just as he exited the classroom, a girl called out to him, "Binggu, stop right there." Recognizing the voice belonged to Yi Qingqing, Su Bai pondered her unexpected approach. Was she aware that he was the one who mopped the floor last time? And was this a motive for retaliation? He stiffened momentarily, but quickly forced a smile and turned. "It's you. What brings you here?" Having just finished training at the martial arts club and still clad in her training attire, Yi Qingqing rushed to class one of the third year only to be informed by a chubby student napping at his desk that Su Bai had left after lunch, leaving her quite frustrated. After all, she had made a special trip to find him, only to encounter an empty space, which was quite disheartening. In the entire Yunhai High School, it was always others seeking her out, and never had she experienced the disappointment of searching for someone in vain. After expressing her frustration, Yi Qingqing noticed the peculiar gazes around her. A group of boys gaped in disbelief at the sight of Yi Qingqing and Su Bai, as if they had stumbled upon a juicy gossip. The school bell seeks out a loser, only to be stood up? Am I hearing this correctly? It seemed that the school bell was indeed pursuing the loser, a scenario too surreal to comprehend. As the whispers reached her ears, Yi Qingqing's previously sullen face darkened further, as if on the verge of an explosion. "Are you all looking for a reason to loosen your belts?" As she surveyed the crowd, their expressions filled with a mixture of intrigue and shock, Yi Qingqing's demeanor shifted from her earlier cute persona to one of icy intensity. Her dark eye swept across everyone present, causing shivers to run down their spines. Even Su Bai felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, wondering how he had provoked Yi Qingqing, fearing the consequences that awaited him could be exponentially worse. "Binggu, come with me." Yi Qingqing disregarded the others, taking Su Bai's hand and leading him away from the crowd. Observing this pair, clearly attempting to feign a relationship, yet unable to hide their connection, the expressions of the surrounding students transformed from tension and fear to a mix of curiosity and astonishment. The girls' eyes sparkled with gossip, while the boys were filled with jealousy and heartbreak, as if witnessing a beautiful flower set to bloom in a pile of dung. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, they arrived at the small garden of Yunhai High School. "Yi Qingqing, by holding my hand like this, you might only fuel their misunderstandings about our relationship," Su Bai remarked, glancing down at her grip on his hand, feigning a smirk. Despite his lack of enthusiasm for her character, he couldn't deny that as the 7th-ranked school belle of Yunhai High, her beauty and physique were exceptional. Moreover, clad in her tight-fitting sportswear, any normal man would likely experience an unexpected surge of emotions. Realizing her earlier actions could have been misinterpreted, Yi Qingqing quickly adjusted her demeanor, acknowledging that her earlier irritation with Su Bai for standing her up had clouded her judgment. Yet, she had no intention of releasing his hand. Tilting her head slightly as she declared, "Binggu, their misunderstandings are their concern. I don't care. If you refuse to comply with my request, I want to let go." Strangely enough, at that moment, Yi Qingqing recalled their first encounter, him on the playground, collecting plastic bottles while others mocked him. His unwavering focus and determination, even after breaking up with Xiao Chu, spoke volumes of his inner strength. The moment that truly captured her attention was when he had bent down to apply medicine to her ankle. Su Bai was indeed a uniquely remarkable individual, which explained why she had readily allowed him to touch her. Clearing his throat, Su Bai finally asked, "What do you want me to agree to?" Now relieved that her visit was not solely about the floor-mopping incident, he allowed her to keep hold of his hand while inquiring further. "I wish for you to join the Martial Arts Society." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing noticed that Su Bai furrowed his brow slightly, prompting her to hastily continue. "Brother Ping, I mean no offense, please do not misunderstand. I am aware that the college entrance examination is approaching and your time must be exceedingly constrained. However, I still wish to invite you to join our martial arts society. With your physique, a little training would surely elevate you to a professional level in no time. Moreover, winning a competition could secure valuable points for your college entrance examination." Points for the examination? Su Bai was momentarily taken aback, soon unable to suppress a chuckle. Given his current academic performance, any additional points would likely propel him to extraterrestrial realms. Though he jested, Su Bai contemplated how to decline Yi Qingqing's invitation. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was suddenly struck by the sight of perspiration adorning her delicate face. In that moment, her earlier words echoed in his mind. Could it be that Yi Qingqing had truly been searching for him under the scorching sun for half the day? Furthermore, judging by her appearance, it seemed she had not even changed into sportswear before seeking him out in Class 3. This realization made Su Bai's brow furrow slightly. He hesitated, pondering the implications of joining the martial arts society, which would mean frequent encounters with Yi Qingqing. While this might be a blessing for other boys, for Su Bai, it was an unwelcome prospect. Heaven knows what sort of complications could arise from spending time with a cunning little girl like her. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he found himself wavering. A glance at Yi Qingqing's large, glistening eyes stirred conflicting feelings within him. Ultimately, he could only let out a resigned sigh and say, "Very well, I will accept your invitation to join the martial arts society." Really? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing sprang up in excitement, grasping Su Bai's hand tightly and exclaiming with delightful exuberance, "I knew Brother Ping would agree. By the way, to celebrate your joining our martial arts society, could you do me a favor?" Favor? Su Bai was taken aback, feeling as though he had fallen into a trap. Truly, this cunning little girl was relentless in her torment. Arriving at the entrance of the martial arts society, Su Bai was greeted by a heap of fitness equipment, including tables and chairs for resting, and a red banner emblazoned with the words Martial Arts Society versus Taekwondo Society. It appeared that Yi Qingqing and her companions were preparing for an upcoming club competition. Scanning the area, he noticed a lack of people and sensed something amiss. So he inquired, "Yi Qingqing, you don't intend for me to help you move these things, do you?" Gazing at the mountain of clutter stacked at the entrance of the Martial Arts Society, Su Bai felt a pang of bitterness. It was evident that Yi Qingqing viewed him as free labor, and not just any labor, but one subjected to extreme exertion. Indeed, Yi Qingqing replied, blinking innocently as if the task were trivial. "Are you kidding me?" Su Bai rolled his eyes, feeling utterly disheartened. He realized just how naive he had been to believe Yi Qingqing's sweet words. If he helped her this time, she would undoubtedly come up with even more outrageous demands in the future, and refusing her then would be too late. It would be wiser to escape now. With this thought, Su Bai turned to leave, but a delicate hand suddenly tugged at his shirt. "Brother Ping, please help me. Can you really bear to see a frail girl like me move all this?" Yi Qingqing's voice took on a near-begging tone, accompanied by her large, watery eyes that sparkled as they pleaded with him. In that moment, Su Bai found himself hesitating. I knew Brother Ping would help me." Seizing the opportunity while Su Bai was in a daze, Yi Qingqing swiftly blocked his path and, with a triumphant smile, declared, "All right, Brother Ping. Please ensure all of this is moved into the venue before the lunch break. Remember to arrange everything in order." Su Bai cursed Yi Qingqing silently 100 times in his mind, realizing that this cunning little girl was indeed a formidable opponent. With her mix of charm and persuasion, what normal boy could resist? Especially when she had tugged at his shirt and swayed her body. He had been momentarily entranced by her well-developed figure. With a resigned sigh, Su Bai accessed the system warehouse in his mind, recalling that he should still have some strength-enhancing potions left. Indeed, after a thorough search, he discovered the strength potion he had received as a reward from the system. Upon clicking the acquisition button, a vial of liquid materialized in his hand, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that with the strength potion, moving these items would be a breeze. At that moment, a muscular young man emerged from the venue, clad in sportswear, clearly another member of the Martial Arts Society. It seemed that the Taekwondo Society had no honorable members. They had agreed to share the task of setting up the venue but had reneged on the deal, leaving their responsibilities to others. As he surveyed the mountain of items, the muscular young man felt his anger rising, recalling the words of some Taekwondo members who had mocked him earlier. Had it not been for the ban on personal conflicts before the club competition, he would have happily confronted them. Yet, leaving these items at the entrance of the Martial Arts Society was untenable, and the school would certainly hold the society accountable. Thus, the muscular young man resolved to find members of the Martial Arts Society to assist in transporting the items into the venue, leaving the earlier indignation to be settled during the competition. Before he could react, his gaze fell upon Su Bai. He saw Yi Qingqing delicately gripping Su Bai's shirt, appearing like a neighborly girl shyly leaning on her boyfriend. The muscular young man's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This was hardly the Yi Qingqing he knew. Typically, she was aloof and indifferent to everyone. While she lacked the icy demeanor of Lin Anyo, she was nonetheless a goddess who seemed untouched by the mundane world, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to approach her, let alone catch her attention. Moreover, the muscular young man was one of Yi Qingqing's admirers. With his advantageous family background and physical prowess, he believed he was the most likely contender among her suitors. Recently, he had joined the Martial Arts Society, hoping to grow closer to her. Privately, he had even boasted to his friends that Yi Qingqing had developed feelings for him, confident that it would not be long before he could win her over. Such statements had sparked envy and admiration among his peers, as winning the affections of the 7th-ranked school beauty was a dream for many boys. However, witnessing Yi Qingqing's bashful demeanor as she clung to another boy's shirt was more than he could bear. Particularly when he remembered his earlier bravado, he felt utterly humiliated. So, feigning curiosity, he asked, "Sister Qing, who is this?" "What do you mean? Just happened to be free." Subai shot Yi Qingqing a glance and replied helplessly, "Wasn't I lured here by you?" "Hee hee, Brother Ping, what are you saying? What do you mean I tricked you? As a member of the Martial Arts Society, one should be ready to sacrifice and contribute. Now that the society is in trouble, you must step up." Yi Qingqing stuck out her tongue and grinned mischievously. Little did they know that their casual banter was perceived by the muscular young man as flirtation. His expression darkened. He was already furious at the Martial Arts Society's misconduct. And now a fierce anger ignited within him, causing him to clench his fists tightly. "Hello." The muscular young man approached Su Bai with a smirk, extending his large hand, his eyes revealing a hint of menace. "My name is Ma Quan. My family runs a fitness club. It's a pleasure to meet you." As Ma Quan drew closer, he noticed that Su Bai's attire was worth no more than 200 yuan, and a look of disdain and mockery crossed his face. He began to apply pressure in his handshake, his grip honed from years of weight training, strong enough to elicit cries from an ordinary person. However, Su Bai had long perceived Ma Quan's hostility and was unfazed. After taking a strength-enhancing potion, his power was beyond the comparison of an average individual. In their handshake, Su Bai appeared completely at ease, while Ma Quan was the one who let out a yelp. "Ah, brother, from now on, we are comrades in the same society. No need to make things uncomfortable between us," Su Bai said calmly, his expression seemingly harmless. Chapter 27. Striving for the best. Su Bai's composure truly startled Ma Quan. A monster. This was the first impression that formed in Ma Quan's mind upon encountering Su Bai. He was well aware of his own strength, but the individual before him seemed as fragile as a chick. The ease with which Su Bai gripped his hand made him question his very existence. This strength was simply terrifying. In an instant, Ma Quan's face turned a shade of pale. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing noticed the scene, feeling not only astonished by Su Bai's strength but also entertained. After all, Ma Quan had been quite persistent in his pursuits of her. With Su Bai, a man whose strength was inscrutable, by her side, Ma Quan would likely think twice before continuing his advances. Seeing Su Bai take action, Ma Quan, despite his simmering resentment, dared not delay any longer. Otherwise, if Yi Qingqing witnessed him unable to defend himself, her opinion of him would surely plummet. Without further ado, he began to lift the burdens. However, approximately half an hour later, the pile of items at the entrance of the Martial Arts Society had hardly diminished. "This is an outrageous amount," Su Bai exclaimed as he set down a barbell weighing several hundred pounds. It seemed that the items were not merely for the upcoming competition. It appeared that the society's training equipment had also been stored here. "Brother Ping, my apologies, but it seems there are indeed quite a few items," Yi Qingqing said, feigning regret as she sat in the shade of the venue. Yet, she had no intention of calling other members of the Martial Arts Society to assist in moving this heap. After all, Lin Anru had tasked her with bringing a few members of the Taekwondo Society and Ma Quan to set up the competition venue. But she had sneaked away to find Su Bai, leading to the Taekwondo members slacking off and leaving. The fault lay with her, and if Lin Anru were to find out, she would surely scold her. Yi Qingqing was no fool, thus. She resigned herself to having only Su Bai and Ma Quan help her with this daunting task. Watching Ma Quan flexing his biceps like a fool, Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, it seems we have all sorts of people here. Just moments ago, he was crying out in pain from my grip. And now he is back to showing off. Quite amusing." However, casting a glance at the leisurely Yi Qingqing, Su Bai's mind began to race. With a smirk, he single-handedly grasped the weighty barbell he had just set down and took aim. "Hey, what are you planning to do?" Both Yi Qingqing and Ma Quan froze, unsure of Su Bai's intentions with the barbell. His posture resembled that of a shot-put athlete. Could it be that he intends to? Ma Quan's heart raced, and his expression darkened as he rebuked, "Su Bai, if you don't want to help, just leave. No one is forcing you here. This isn't the place for you to show off. What if you hurt Sister Qing?" Ma Quan certainly did not believe that Su Bai could throw the several hundred-pound barbell with one hand. Although Su Bai had indeed outmatched him in strength moments before, He knew that throwing the barbell was an impossible feat. He merely thought Su Bai was trying to impress Yi Qingqing through bravado, a notion that Ma Quan had seen through long ago. But the most crucial point was Su Bai would not be able to pull it off. Yi Qingqing, too, looked at Su Bai with astonishment. If that barbell were not thrown far enough and fell upon her, the consequences would be dire. Yet, despite her concern, she felt an inexplicable trust in Su Bai, as if she was certain he would succeed. Thus, she remained seated at the venue entrance, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Bai. Su Bai paid no mind to Ma Quan's words. He hadn't anticipated that Yi Qingqing would show no fear at all. This cunning little girl. Sister Qing, you should step back. This guy has lost his mind. Ma Quan exclaimed, feigning concern, but inwardly reveling in the thought that if Su Bai failed, Yi Qingqing would surely turn against him. Then, he could step in and embellish the story, creating an opportunity for himself. But just then, Ma Quan's expression froze, as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth agape, unable to close for a long while. Su Bai took a step forward, bending his body into a bow, and then, as if the several hundred-pound barbell were a mere paper airplane, he launched it effortlessly. Whoosh! A shadow zipped past Ma Quan's eyes, soaring over Yi Qingqing's head, before landing perfectly in the designated area of the venue. The landing spot was precisely where the barbells were stored. Su Bai's motions did not cease there. One after another, a series of shadows arched gracefully through the air, falling like raindrops, yet these were far larger and heavier than mere raindrops. Thud. The sounds of heavy objects striking the ground echoed in their ears, each item landing accurately in its rightful place. At that moment, Ma Quan was utterly pale, completely frozen in place. When the wooden table he had been carrying was also tossed into the venue with the precision of a paper airplane, Ma Quan's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground. A monster. This guy is simply insane. Yi Qingqing was equally shocked by Su Bai's actions. She stood up, disregarding Su Bai's reaction, and excitedly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Brother Ping, you are incredible. Have you practiced martial arts?" Yi Qingqing made this remark because she had personally witnessed Lin Anru's uncle perform feats of immense strength. Moreover, since Lin Anru's uncle was also a martial arts master, Yi Qingqing could not help but draw parallels between Su Bai and him, believing that Su Bai must have trained in some formidable martial art. Otherwise, he could not possibly be so formidable. The martial arts realm is divided into internal and external practices. Despite both being derived from Buddhism or Taoism, they fundamentally differ. The various forms of boxing and sword techniques we commonly observe belong to external martial arts, which primarily focus on physical conditioning and the fortification of the body. Yet their lethality is rather limited. In contrast, the true potency lies within internal martial arts. It is said that practitioners of internal disciplines can harness the qi within their bodies to inflict harm, scale walls with ease, and lift immense weights, accomplishing feats that are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Observing Su Bai effortlessly toss heavy objects with a single hand indeed resonated with the descriptions of internal martial arts. However, upon closer inspection, Su Bai appeared to be of a similar age to herself, with hands softer than her own, which made it improbable that he had cultivated any internal martial arts. As expected, before Yi Qingqing could pose further inquiries, she saw Su Bai shake his head in confusion. It seemed he was entirely unaware of what martial arts truly entailed, which significantly dampened Yi Qingqing's interest. He merely seemed to possess a bit of brute strength. Otherwise, he might have played a decisive role in the competition between the martial arts club and the taekwondo club. However, upon witnessing Ma Quan's disgruntled expression, she felt a sudden aversion. How dare he think of dismissing her after all the assistance she had provided? Su Bai, unfazed, plopped down on the floor as if to say, "I'm a bit thirsty. I wish to rest for a while." The moment Su Bai uttered these words, Ma Quan's face fell, yet he dared not confront Su Bai, whose strength could only be described as terrifying. "Ma Quan, go fetch Su Bai a drink. Make sure it's the best," Yi Qingqing said coolly, then sat down beside Su Bai. "Get him a drink, and it must be the best." Ma Quan was momentarily taken aback. He had never shown such deference to his own parents at home. Why should he fetch this guy a drink? However, upon meeting Yi Qingqing's gaze, he had no choice but to comply, scurrying out into the blazing sun. "Bottle bro, come to the martial arts club after school. I'll grab the team uniforms for you," Yi Qingqing remarked to Su Bai. "If fortune smiles upon you, you should get to meet Sister Enro." "Sister Enro? You mean Lin Enro?" Su Bai perked up at the mention of Lin Enro's name, fully aware of her remarkable reputation at Yunhai High School. After all, she was the goddess ranked third on the school's beauty list. leaving many boys sleepless with excitement after merely catching a glimpse of her. Subai had long desired to meet her, but until now he had only heard of her. He was astonished that his wish would be fulfilled so swiftly. As they conversed, Ma Quan rushed in, panting and holding drinks. Yi Qingqing accepted one of the bottles, twisted it open, and handed it to Subai. This action filled Ma Quan with envy and jealousy, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. Subai glanced at Ma Quan with a faint smile. Disregarding his scornful expression, he waved at Yi Qingqing and turned to leave the martial arts club. "Wait," Ma Quan exclaimed, momentarily dumbfounded. "What? I was merely joking. I didn't intend to stay here." Watching Yi Qingqing and Subai engage in conversation as they exited the martial arts club left Ma Quan feeling despondent. Just as Subai was about to settle down, a familiar figure appeared at the door. "Subai, please come to the office. I need to speak with you." Zhong Mei called softly, motioning for him to follow as she noticed the class was in slumber. Subai pursed his lips. Sensing that Zhong Mei seeking him out could not bode well, yet he followed her nonetheless. Once in the office, Zhong Mei sat with a serious demeanor and addressed Subai. "Subai, are you aware that Jiang Xiaoxiao has left the honors class?" Subai was taken aback, shaking his head. "Teacher Zhong, didn't Jiang Xiaoxiao take a few days off due to family matters? How could she suddenly leave the honors class? Surely her parents must have spoken to the principal and processed her withdrawal." Zhong Mei furrowed her brows slightly, pondering before she replied. "I'm not entirely certain of the details, but since Jiang Xiaoxiao has left, the responsibility of fostering the academic atmosphere in the honors class now falls to you. You must strive even harder from now on." Zhong Mei felt a sense of regret. She had hoped to nurture 2 top scorers for the upcoming exams, thereby earning her family's admiration. However, with Jiang Xiaoxiao's unexpected departure, her hopes now rested solely on Subai. Zhong Mei retrieved a test paper and a pen from her drawer and handed them to Subai, saying, "Complete this test paper. From now on, come by every noon to tackle a paper for review." "Teacher?" Subai was momentarily stunned by the test paper. Was she supposed to discuss Jiang Xiaoxiao's situation with him? Why was she suddenly asking him to do a test paper? This must be some sort of jest. Initially saddened by Jiang Xiaoxiao's departure, Subai now felt bewildered by Zhong Mei's unexpected request. As he was about to decline, Zhong Mei flashed a mischievous smile and continued. "Subai, if I recall correctly, you still owe me several essays of reflection that you haven't written. What do you think? Would you prefer to write those reflections? Or would you rather complete this test paper?" Zhong Mei's words felt like 1,000 blows to Subai's psyche. He thought to himself that this beautiful teacher was becoming increasingly unmanageable. With no other option, Subai resigned himself to sitting on the office sofa, feigning completion of the test paper. Yet, his thoughts remained preoccupied with Jiang Xiaoxiao's sudden departure. After the events of that evening, Subai was acutely aware of Jiang Xiaoxiao's affluent family background, as even the prominent figure in the commercial district, Dai Pengfei, would defer to her, addressing her as Mississippi. Such influence was rare at Yunhai High School, with few who could rival Jiang Xiaoxiao. However, over the past 2 years, Jiang Xiaoxiao had maintained a remarkably low profile, even donning thick glasses to obscure her true appearance. As a senior student, no one had seemed to notice her exceptional nature. Yet, at a critical juncture during the streaming exams, she had taken the risk of passing him a note, which had indeed caught Subai off guard. This seemingly unremarkable girl had suddenly entered and exited his life like a gust of wind. Why had she left the honors class? Where had she gone now? Subai pondered aloud. At that moment, a familiar voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Detecting host's needs. Ding. The host may spend 100 wealth points to purchase Hearts and Harmony. This item allows the host to sense the whereabouts of the target individual. With a nod, Subai confirmed his purchase. All right, confirm the purchase. Ding. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. As the system's voice faded, Subai felt a peculiar sensation, as if his very soul were being drawn forth, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of connection. Immediately afterward, a wondrous scene unfolded before him. Subai's body jolted abruptly, and the 2 prominent characters, Yanjing, suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that Jiang Xiaoxiao left Beihai City to accompany her parents to the capital of China, Yanjing? Faced with the conclusion drawn from the heart-to-heart tool, Subai felt a moment of bewilderment, even experiencing a sense of inexplicable loss. Yanjing, the paradise for the wealthy, the hell for the impoverished. How many people have relentlessly pursued their dreams to reach that place, only to return empty-handed? Compared to Yanjing, Beihai City seemed almost insignificant. lacking even the qualifications for comparison. If Jiang Xiaoxiao truly accompanied her parents to Yanjing, then her status must be far more formidable than he had imagined. Contemplating this, Su Bai couldn't help but shake his head, the inexplicable sense of loss intensifying within him. For some reason, he felt an emptiness in his heart. This examination could only be completed before he could leave. If his score fell below 90, he would have to return to the office at night to continue working on problems. Just as he was pondering Jiang Xiaoxiao, a single remark from Zhong Mei instantly ignited Su Bai's anger. What on earth have I done to deserve such torment? 90 points? I should be grateful to be sitting here calmly answering questions. Su Bai initially intended to rise and leave, but upon recalling that he had leverage in Zhong Mei's hands, he had no choice but to temporarily acquiesce. Well, let us just do it. It's merely a few trivial problems. Adjusting his mindset, Su Bai picked up his pen and began to analyze the questions. Fortunately, despite not having reviewed in a long time, the memory pill seemed to have imprinted the knowledge points in his mind. With swift precision, he completed the entire exam paper. Taking advantage of Su Bai's concentration, Zhong Mei prepared herself a cup of coffee. Recently, the workload assigned to her at school had increased significantly, leading her to stay up late every night. To maintain her energy for afternoon lectures, Zhong Mei had recently developed a habit of drinking coffee. This rascal actually slipped away behind my back. All correct. Faced with Su Bai's remarkable ability to solve problems quickly, even Zhong Mei, as a teacher, was somewhat taken aback. Yet, her delicate face soon lit up with excitement. For this confirmed that Su Bai could indeed assist her in winning the family wager. Chapter 28. Someone unexpected. After school in the afternoon, Su Bai went to the martial arts club with Zhang Hao. Upon hearing that Su Bai had been selected for the martial arts club after taking a nap, Zhang Hao was somewhat incredulous and shocked. It is important to note that the martial arts club is unlike other clubs. Entry is not merely a matter of having some money or background. One must possess genuine skills. So, brother, I wonder why Yi Qingqing came looking for you at noon? It turns out she wanted you to join the martial arts club, Zhang Hao said with a mischievous grin, giving Su Bai a hearty pat on the shoulder. I say, Su Bai, that scheming little girl Yi Qingqing doesn't happen to have a crush on you, does she? Don't say I didn't warn you. Yi Qingqing is no easy opponent. If you two actually become a couple, one careless moment could leave you half crippled, regretting it for life. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Bai shot Zhang Hao a glance. Although he himself was unsure why Yi Qingqing had chosen him for the martial arts club, he recognized that the title of scheming little girl was not without merit. If he inadvertently provoked her during training one day, he might truly find himself in a precarious situation. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the venue of the martial arts club, which was bustling with activity. The venue had been divided into two sections, one set aside for the upcoming competition in a few days, and the other reserved for the training of club members. In previous years, the martial arts club and the taekwondo club would compete, utilizing each venue in turn, and this year it was the martial arts club's turn, which explained the abundance of equipment piled outside the venue at noon. The right side of the venue was more crowded, with many individuals dressed in white or black training uniforms, presumably the team uniforms Yi Qingqing had mentioned. Yi Qingqing stood at the front, directing the members of the martial arts club in their training, indicating that she held a significant position within the club. Among them, Su Bai also spotted Ma Quan, who had troubled him at noon. He was positioned in the front row, mimicking Yi Qingqing's punching movements, yet his eyes were lecherously wandering over her, which was quite off-putting. Upon noticing Su Bai's arrival, Yi Qingqing's expression brightened, and after giving a few instructions to the group, she quickly approached the two. Bingu, you finally arrived. Come with me to the lounge to get your training uniform. Upon seeing Su Bai, Yi Qingqing appeared as delighted as a child presented with candy, immediately linking her arm through his and pulling him toward the lounge. Su Bai was somewhat taken aback by her actions and turned to glance at Zhang Hao, intending to clarify that his relationship with Yi Qingqing was not as Zhang Hao presumed, but Zhang Hao only grinned mischievously, winking at Su Bai and making a gesture that implied understanding, nearly driving Su Bai to frustration. This chubby fellow. Su Bai inwardly chided Zhang Hao, recalling his earlier advice, which now seemed utterly ridiculous. Otherwise, Zhang Hao wouldn't have witnessed Yi Qingqing forcibly dragging him away, sporting that cheeky expression. Clearly, he was reveling in Su Bai's predicament. This scene did not go unnoticed by the surrounding members of the martial arts club. My goodness, am I seeing things? Sister Yi actually took the initiative to hold the boy's hand? This is unbelievable. Oh my gosh, could that person be Sister Ye's boyfriend? He doesn't look that impressive. Seriously, he appears so thin and frail. How can he compare to Quan Go? There's an insurmountable gap. The members of the martial arts club were incessantly gossiping. Their expressions a mix of envy, jealousy, and incredulity. They certainly did not expect the usually aloof Yi Qingqing to take the initiative to link arms with a boy so intimately. However, they were also aware that a spectacle was about to unfold. After all, any boy witnessing his beloved goddess holding another man's hand would find it intolerable. And Ma Quan, being Yi Qingqing's ardent suitor, would undoubtedly confront Su Bai to teach him a lesson, illustrating the disparity. Yet, just as everyone anticipated the impending drama, Ma Quan remained uncharacteristically silent, as if rendered mute. The crowd gasped and turned to one another, aware of Ma Quan's temperament. He typically bullied anyone he disliked. Now, witnessing his beloved goddess holding another's hand, he should have reacted, but instead, he appeared fearful of this unfamiliar boy. What is happening? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Each one wide-eyed with curiosity, pondering what kind of presence could cause both Yi Qingqing and Ma Quan to behave so unusually. This is it. Arriving at a door, Yi Qingqing released her grip on Su Bai's arm and remarked, "All right, thank you. But you're not coming in with me, are you?" Su Bai looked up to find the sign on the door read Boys Lounge, and his mind began to race with possibilities. With a smirk, he replied to Yi Qingqing. Initially, it was merely a jest, especially after all the commotion of moving things around and being regarded as a rival by Ma Quan, which had left Su Bai quite flustered. Little did he expect that Yi Qingqing would directly state, "Brother Ping, if you truly wish for my company, I wouldn't mind." Su Bai was instantly rendered speechless, realizing that she was indeed a cunning little girl, certainly not someone to be trifled with. With an awkward smile, he chose to say nothing further and prepared to push the door open. "Oh, by the way, Brother Ping, your locker is number 7. Your clothes and such are inside. You'll find them once you enter," Yi Qingqing remarked as she noticed Su Bai's expression. Unable to help herself, she gave a playful smile before continuing. "I must take my leave now. I need to lead the Martial Arts Society members in training. Since today is your first day, you need not attend." With that, she turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Su Bai couldn't help but wonder why he had rashly agreed to join the Martial Arts Society at Yi Qingqing's behest. It seemed he was destined for an avalanche of unending troubles. However, the most pressing concern was that Lin Anru, ranked 3rd on the school's beauty list, had not shown up. He feared that upon encountering Zheng Hao, he would once again face accusations of deceiving his affections. Ding dong. A system task has been issued. Ding dong. Task requirement. Steal one piece of lingerie from the girls' lounge. Ding dong. Task deadline. 30 minutes. Ding dong. Task reward. 700 wealth points. And a bottle of plant cultivation liquid. Upon hearing the sudden announcement in his mind, Su Bai's jaw dropped enough to fit an egg. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. System? What the hell? A girl's lounge? And a piece of lingerie? The system's lewdness was beyond comprehension. Was it possible that the system had lost its mind to issue such a vulgar task? Ding dong. The system reminds the host that the task countdown has begun. Failure to complete the task within 30 minutes will result in penalties. Su Bai was struck dumb, feeling as though 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Yet, since the system had issued the task, he realized he had no choice but to accept it, lest he face dire consequences. After ensuring the boys' lounge door was securely closed, he surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no one had noticed him, and began his search for the girls' lounge. As he continued down the corridor, his suspicions were confirmed. The girls' lounge was indeed tucked away at a corner, appearing rather discreet. The door was unlocked, and Su Bai initially intended to gently push it open to peek inside. However, he found his hand trembling uncontrollably. Su Bai could sense his own nervousness, yet shamefully, he also felt an inexplicable thrill. Surely, the Martial Arts Society couldn't consist solely of Yi Qingqing and Lin Anru, could it? Swallowing hard, he muttered to himself. One is a charming little girl ranked 7th on the beauty list, and the other is a cold beauty ranked 3rd. If I were to actually steal their intimate garments, I might not live to tell the tale. Especially Lin Anru, though her beauty was unparalleled, she was certainly untouchable. Rumors circulated that she had single-handedly defeated a dozen thugs. A feat that suggested her strength was formidable beyond what ordinary boys could withstand. The system had truly placed him in a perilous position. And Su Bai couldn't help but curse it again, fearing the consequences if he were caught would be worse than what Zhang Chong had faced. After hesitating for what felt like an eternity outside the door, Su Bai finally mustered the courage to push open the girls' lounge door. Who let you in? Suddenly, A crisp, melodious voice rang out from within the lounge. Subai froze in shock. Oh no, someone was there. Looking up, he saw a girl with a delicate, fair face, her expression a mix of embarrassment and anger as she glared at him. Her bright, pearl-like eyes, complemented by luscious red lips, left Subai momentarily stunned. However, the most alarming aspect was that the girl appeared to be changing clothes. Suddenly, Subai felt as if an explosion had gone off in his mind, rendering him senseless. But as his gaze fell upon her shoulder, he was astounded to see a shocking array of scars, old and new, marring her skin. What on earth was this? It was as if a beautiful jade had been marred by unsightly cracks, creating a jarring visual impact. The girl, noticing that he continued to stare, suddenly shot him a piercing glare. In an instant, she hastily pulled on her shirt, stepping forward and throwing a punch at Subai. The blow was swift and powerful. Caught off guard, Subai couldn't afford to be careless, for he had already deduced her identity. Lin Anru. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that a girl would possess such formidable skills. The rumors of her single-handedly defeating a gang of thugs were evidently true. As her figure loomed larger in his vision, Subai's mind raced, and he instinctively began to perform his Tai Chi movements. He swiftly stepped back with one foot, raising both hands, and to his astonishment, he managed to deflect Lin Anru's fierce attack. This unexpected turn of events took Lin Anru by surprise as well. Listen to me. Subai hastily gestured, realizing that the task could wait. Preserving his life was paramount. If the commotion attracted attention, he would have no way to explain himself. After all, this task was undeniably lewd. If anyone discovered his trespass into the girls' lounge, he would lose all face at school. It wouldn't be long before the campus forum buzzed with news. Shocking. Following Zhang Chong, another foolhardy warrior emerges. Damn it, if it weren't for this task, I wouldn't be following in Zhang Chong's footsteps. Subai silently cursed, but witnessing Lin Anru preparing to strike again made him feel anxious. He had already exerted 70% of his strength to neutralize her earlier blow, and it seemed her skills were beyond mere rumors. If a real fight ensued, the situation could escalate dangerously. Moreover, Lin Anru appeared to be sensitive about the scars on her body. Pressing for an explanation would likely lead to disaster. It seemed wiser to employ a prop to resolve the predicament swiftly. System, what item can help me escape this current crisis? Subai mentally shouted. Ding dong. The system detected the host's needs. Ding dong. The host may purchase temporary forgetfulness spray to help Lin Anru forget the current events. Temporary forgetfulness. Subai cursed inwardly. System. If you're going to do it thoroughly. Why make it temporary? What if she remembers one day and decides to hunt me down? Ding dong. The system informed the host that, due to the ongoing task, higher-level items are unavailable, and the temporary forgetfulness spray is the best option currently accessible. The effectiveness of the temporary disorientation spray, how long can it last? Subai couldn't help but ask the system. He certainly did not wish for Lin Anru to remember him right after using it, as he would rather face 100-fold compensation than that. Ding. The duration of the temporary disorientation spray's effect remains unclear, yet the system guarantees that the other party will not recall the host's recent actions within a day. The mechanical voice of the system echoed again, but to Subai, it sounded rather absurd, even akin to adding insult to injury. This brought to mind Zheng Hao, who was still waiting for him at the martial arts club venue. This is truly frustrating. Subai was nearly driven mad by this unreliable system, pondering whether his continuous tasks had indeed elevated the system's level. Yet, why were the locked areas still inaccessible? Forget it. Having the item is better than having none. With a resigned sigh, Subai clicked the confirmation button for purchase. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the temporary disorientation spray, costing 200 wealth points this time. Hiss. Upon hearing the system's notification, Subai felt as though his heart was bleeding. 200 wealth points. He had just lost a third of his wealth for this task. Lin Anru, noticing Subai mumbling to himself, was oblivious to his words, but since she had caught sight of the scars on her shoulder, she could not let it slide easily. Thus, she once again raised her fist and struck forcefully towards Subai's vital areas. However, just as Lin Anru was about to make contact, he retrieved a small purple bottle from his pocket. Whoosh! A plume of light purple gas erupted from the bottle, and Lin Anru instinctively inhaled a bit of it. It smelled delightful, reminiscent of lavender, but in the next moment, she felt her body begin to numb, her consciousness gradually fading. Soon after, her body became limp and weak. Despite her regular training with her uncle, which endowed her with robust physical and mental strength, It only allowed her to hold on briefly before she succumbed to slumber. Seeing Lin Anru fainted by the temporary disorientation spray, Subai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze moments ago had been laced with murderous intent. Subai found it puzzling. He had merely noticed the scar on her shoulder, not a grievous offense that warranted such a reaction. He gazed at Lin Anru lying on the ground for a while. Noting her exquisite features, her light yellow hair slightly curled, and her long eyelashes captivating under the light, exuding an aura of natural aloofness. Subai's lips moved, his heart racing. Could this be the third-ranked school beauty, Lin Anru? Indeed, she was enchanting. Chapter 29, Don't Come Near. After much inner turmoil, Subai ultimately decided to place Lin Anru on a nearby bench. After all, he had inadvertently spied on her while she was changing clothes and had used the temporary disorientation spray to render her unconscious. He felt somewhat guilty about it. If the boys at school learned of this incident, they would undoubtedly come after him with bricks in hand. With a resigned sigh, he cast a glance at the now slumbering Lin Anru, finally feeling a sense of ease. Phew, it's best to complete the task quickly, time is running out. At that moment, the clock on the wall of the girls' lounge displayed 6:25. This meant that a significant portion of the time had already elapsed since he accepted the task. If he did not hasten to complete it, he might face the system as punishment. Furthermore, Subai feared that this unreliable temporary disorientation spray might fail him, and if Lin Anru awoke before he finished the task, would he have to spray her again? Taking a deep breath, he resolved to search for what he needed right away in the girls' lounge. From Subai's observations, it was more accurate to describe this as a private sanctuary for Lin Anru and Yi Qingqing rather than a lounge for the martial arts girls, as he had only found 2 wardrobes within. Although the wardrobes bore no labels or numbers, they undoubtedly belonged to Lin Anru and Yi Qingqing. This one will do. Subai slowly approached the wardrobe on the right. He chose it purely to keep a distance from Lin Anru, who lay on the bench beside the left wardrobe. If Lin Anru were to wake up and find him rummaging through her wardrobe, he would surely be in dire straits. Moreover, given Lin Anru's prowess, he would not have time to evade her. For safety's sake, Subai wisely opted for the wardrobe that was farther away, located on his right. Compared to the stench of sweat in the boys' lounge, this place was like paradise. Even before he stepped inside, he caught whiffs of delightful fragrances wafting from the wardrobe. Damn it, system. Subai silently cursed the system, lamenting the absurdity of this task, stealing the intimate garments of the goddess school beauty. If word got out, he would truly have no face to show in public. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a surge of excitement, which only intensified. Shaking his head, he reached out to open the wardrobe that towered over him. Black lace. Subai's eyes lit up. He finally understood the source of his exhilaration. It was no wonder any normally oriented boy would be speechless at the sight of the goddess's intimate apparel. To think he had completed the task so quickly, what luck! Subai didn't care whether the lingerie belonged to Yi Qingqing or Lin Anru. He just wanted to grab it and leave, for the task was already accomplished. The longer he lingered, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications. Having made up his mind, Subai turned to leave, but at that moment, his body suddenly froze. Anru, why haven't you changed yet? I've already warmed them up for you, Yi Qingqing's voice announced, and it seemed she was about to push the door open. Subai instantly felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Damn, why is she here? His heart raced violently, and his mind became a chaotic jumble. Utterly at a loss. If both Yi Qingqing and Lin Anru were to see him, he would surely be doomed. No way, he had to think of a solution quickly. In a flurry, Subai intended to use the temporary disorientation spray on the approaching Yi Qingqing as well, but in his haste, the spray slipped from his grasp and rolled beneath the wardrobe. This is unbelievable. Subai crouched down to take a look, noticing the dark gap beneath the wardrobe. If he didn't search carefully, he would never find the temporary disorientation spray, but Yi Qingqing was standing right outside the door, poised to enter at any moment. There was no time to waste. Desperation led Subai's gaze to the towering wardrobe before him. That's it. I'll hide inside to avoid detection. Without a second thought, he stepped forward and concealed himself within the wardrobe. The iron doors of the wardrobe had several round holes, allowing Subai to peek through and observe the happenings in the lounge. He dared not make a sound, merely huddled against the holes, watching for any signs of movement. After about 3 seconds, Yi Qingqing pushed open the door to the lounge. Anru, why are you sleeping? Upon entering, Lin Anru first surveyed the lounge before her gaze swept over the 2 wardrobes, sending a shiver of dread coursing through Subai. Fortunately, Yi Qingqing seemed merely curious and did not appear to notice his presence. It was only when she spotted Lin Anru reclining on the long bench that she approached with a smile, calling out, Sister Anru, why are you sleeping here? Gently nudging Lin Anru's arm, she softly repeated her name. Is that you, Qingqing? After 3 or 4 calls, Lin Anru finally stirred awake. However, as her bleary eyes opened, she was immediately struck by a wave of dizziness and fatigue, as if something vital within her had been forcibly withdrawn. Sister Anru, are you unwell? Yi Qingqing had never seen Lin Anru in such a state. Typically, Lin Anru exuded an air of decisiveness and vigor, evident from her fondness for riding motorcycles, which reflected her overall lifestyle. Yet, in this moment, Yi Qingqing felt a sudden realization that her idol, Sister Anru, possessed a vulnerable side akin to that of a young girl. This revelation stirred an unusual feeling within her, making her long to leap into Lin Anru's embrace and indulge in a moment of tenderness. From within the wardrobe, Subai observed the interaction between the two school goddesses, his heart racing with trepidation. The sensation intensified, particularly when he felt the texture of the lace lingerie in his hand. Heaven help me, he silently prayed, wishing fervently for the two goddesses to vacate the lounge. Yet, just as Subai was immersed in his thoughts, Lin Anru's next words nearly caused him to cry out. Qingqing, I have a strange feeling that someone was here in the lounge just now. Lin Anru shook her head and lowered her slender leg from the bench, addressing Yi Qingqing beside her. Someone was here? Yi Qingqing's eyes widened with indignation. Sister Anru, was it a male or a female? How dare they come to our martial arts society's girls' lounge? Observing Yi Qingqing's chest heaving with agitation, Lin Anru smiled gently and took her hand. Qingqing, why are you so worked up? Just sit down. Sister Anru, how can I remain calm? That person could very well belong to the Taekwondo Society. They must be trying to gather intelligence on us, fearing that we will recruit formidable new members. Yi Qingqing exclaimed, her face a picture of righteous anger. All right, Qingqing. Sit down and take a breather. I can see the sweat on your face. Lin Anru rose, guiding Yi Qingqing to the bench with the care of an older sister. She then fetched a glass of water for her and handed her a clean towel to wipe her brow. Thank you, Sister Anru. Yi Qingqing sipped the water while dabbing at her perspiring forehead, her round, sparkling eyes still darting about the lounge. I think I might just be a bit fatigued, which caused that illusion. No one must have come in after all, Lin Anru remarked with a smile, pleased to see Yi Qingqing calming down. Soon, I will join you outside to assist the members of the Martial Arts Society with their physical training. This year's competition against the Taekwondo Society seems particularly daunting. Yi Qingqing downed the rest of her water in one go, patting her chest with resolve. Sister Anru, you still have me. You indeed. Lin Anru chuckled at Yi Qingqing's adorable demeanor. But if our martial arts society continues to employ the wheel battle strategy as in previous years, how will you cope? Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed at Lin Anru's teasing, and she pouted playfully. In the past few years, the martial arts society had consistently fallen to the Taekwondo Society due to insufficient bench strength outside of Lin Anru, Yi Qingqing, and Ma Quan. The other members were seen as mere fillers, lacking the necessary prowess. Each time they struggled, the Taekwondo Society would deploy wheel battles to exhaust their key players, resulting in the Martial Arts Society's unfortunate defeats. However, Yi Qingqing's eyes suddenly brightened as she turned to Lin Anru. Wait, Sister Anru, we have Bingu? Subai? Lin Anru's brow furrowed slightly. For some reason, hearing that name evoked a sensation that was both familiar and foreign, as if memories of Subai were fleetingly surfacing and then vanishing. Not only Lin Anru but even Subai himself was startled when Yi Qingqing called out his name, nearly causing him to panic. Why does it feel like Yi Qingqing is toying with me? As if she knows I'm here and is deliberately saying these things for my ears. Subai could hardly endure the tension, feeling as though he were on an emotional roller coaster, his heart racing dangerously at the thought of being discovered. He lamented the precarious position of being the man concealed within the wardrobe. That mischievous girl, he thought, realizing that her visit to the Martial Arts Society was indeed purposeful, and it appeared that this cunning little sprite intended to use him as a pawn. Meanwhile, Lin Anru fell into contemplation before finally speaking. Qingqing, your suggestion is not without merit, but Subai has only just joined the Martial Arts Society. He may be reluctant to undergo the rigorous training. Don't worry. Sister Anru, I'll speak to him tomorrow. I'm confident Bingu will agree. Yi Qingqing replied, her tone brimming with assurance. Very well. It seems we have no other option. Lin Anru picked up the personnel list from the table and handed it to Yi Qingqing. This is the roster of the Martial Arts Society's members. Please give it to Subai tomorrow and have him complete it promptly. Yi Qingqing nodded and accepted the list. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly added, Sister Anru, I'll grab something and join you shortly. It won't take long. With a slight smile and a nod, Lin Anru exited the girls' lounge. Once Lin Anru was gone, Subai felt a wave of relief wash over him, hoping Yi Qingqing would fetch her belongings and quickly follow Lin Anru out of the lounge. However, at that moment, he saw Yi Qingqing striding confidently toward the locker where he was hiding. Subai froze, glancing at the black lace in his hand, his heart racing. Oh no! This lingerie belongs to Yi Qingqing. Feeling utterly doomed, Subai thought it would be manageable if it were Lin Anru, given her calm demeanor and analytical mind. But with Yi Qingqing, it would likely result in chaos if she discovered him. As Yi Qingqing approached, Subai measured the distance nervously. 3 meters. 2 meters. Suddenly, he felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, instinctively gripping the locker door tightly to prevent her from opening it. At the critical moment, Yi Qingqing exclaimed, smacking her forehead. How could I forget? I think I left my things at the Martial Arts Society's venue. With that, she dashed out of the girls' lounge, clutching the personnel list. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind her, leaving Subai in stunned silence. That Yi Qingqing. Chapter 30, Zhang Sanfeng. The task was exceedingly arduous, yet fortunately, Yi Qingqing refrained from opening the locker door. Otherwise, my fate would have been dreadfully tragic. Gazing at the black lace lingerie upon the bed, Subai found himself momentarily lost in thought, realizing that had it not been for this item, he would not have experienced such an exhilarating day. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Subai's mind once more. Ding! Task completion time, 28 minutes. Ding! Task completion reward, 700 wealth points and a bottle of plant cultivation liquid. Upon hearing the notification of task completion, Subai couldn't suppress a wry smile. System, will there be more tasks like this in the future? Ding! The system replied, task assignments are randomly generated. There is no need for the host to worry. Randomly generated? Subai scoffed slightly and said, System, why do I get the feeling that the tasks assigned are determined by your mood? Ding! The host's remarks are deemed insulting. Please exercise self-control. Very well. I shall refrain from further comment. Subai, disinterested in the troublesome system, entered the shop to browse. Observing the 1,000 wealth points displayed on the system panel, Subai felt this was a significant breakthrough, bringing him one step closer to the coveted X-ray vision worth 2,000 wealth points, or even more expensive cultivation tools. Keep pushing forward. Just half a distance remains to the goal, Subai encouraged himself. After pondering for a moment, he decided to investigate the plant cultivation liquid rewarded by the system. Thus opening the system's inventory, he discovered a green bottled liquid quietly resting in the item bar, its label reading plant cultivation liquid. What a peculiar name. Subai observed it intently, but could not discern any peculiarities about the system's reward, leading him to press the item description button. Plant cultivation liquid accelerates the growth of all plants, significantly shortens growth periods, and enhances the plant's original efficacy by 80%, with no adverse side effects. This plant cultivation liquid is rather impressive, Subai thought to himself. In life, he was aware of methods to aid plants or increase crop yields, such as cultivating through plant genetics. However, such methods often led to unseen issues. Yet, the system's plant cultivation liquid not only addressed these problems, but also enhanced the plant's original efficacy by 80% without side effects. If this bottle of plant cultivation liquid were to reach the market, it would undoubtedly be sought after fervently by many in the industry. It might even hold the potential to alleviate global hunger. However, Subai was reluctant to pursue such a course, as it would bring unnecessary complications for himself and his parents. Yet, he couldn't simply keep this plant cultivation liquid to himself. After contemplating for a while, Subai resolved to retrieve the plant cultivation liquid from the system's inventory to test its effects. With a thought, he clicked the claim button. A ghostly green light suddenly appeared before him, and in an instant, the bottle of plant cultivation liquid materialized in Subai's hand. Unable to resist, he twisted off the cap and inhaled the fragrance, which instantly invigorated him and eased his spirit. It smells delightful. After placing the bottle down, Subai stealthily made his way to the balcony, where he retrieved a pot of iron tree for his experiment. This pot of iron tree had been a gift from his grandfather last year, and due to the busyness of Subai's family, It had been left to thrive or wither on its own, gradually becoming desolate over time. At that moment, Subai gazed at the iron tree before him, feeling a surge of emotion and wishing to use the system's plant cultivation liquid to revive it. However, given that he only had one bottle of the nutrient liquid, he hesitated to waste it. Carefully, he dripped a few drops of the plant cultivation liquid onto the soil of the iron tree's pot. To Subai's astonishment, once the soil absorbed those few drops, it instantly transformed into a moist and fertile state. However, the effects of the plant cultivation liquid seemed to extend beyond this. The iron tree bloomed. Subai recalled his grandfather mentioning that the iron tree is one of the oldest species in the world, growing at an exceedingly slow pace. Although it would produce new leaves each year, blooming was a rare and arduous feat in folklore. Even artificially cultivated iron trees would only bloom once every few years, leading to the saying, "An iron tree blooms once every 1,000 years." Given the remarkable potency of this plant nutrient liquid, could it be applied elsewhere? Contemplating this, Subai picked up the plant cultivation liquid again, his thoughts becoming more vibrant. He focused his mind, re-entering the system shop. The realms of cultivation and abilities remained locked. But Subai's target was the lifestyle and elixir sections, which had long been unlocked. He surmised that these two sections would likely contain low-level items that complemented the plant cultivation liquid. Unfortunately, the high-level items required an exorbitant amount of wealth points. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to this method. Subai first clicked on the lifestyle section, where a dazzling array of items was displayed, organized by price from high to low. Advanced Human-Shaped Showu, 1,000 wealth points, can improve human constitution and significantly extend lifespan. Advanced Tianshan Snow Lotus, 1,000 wealth points, can improve human constitution and notably regulate the body. Gasp. Upon seeing the prices of these top-tier medicinal herbs in the lifestyle section, Subai couldn't help but take a sharp breath. How exorbitantly priced. A single advanced medicinal herb costs 3,000? What a robbery. Unable to bear looking at the other high-level items, he turned the screen to the last page with his mind. Low-level Millennium Ganoderma, 300 wealth points, can only slightly regulate the body. Excessive consumption yields no effect. Low-level Human-Shaped Showu, 300 wealth points, can only lightly combat aging. Excessive consumption yields no effect. The prices of the items on the last page had dropped to a range acceptable to Subai. Although the effects were far inferior to the high-level items he had just seen, Subai was unconcerned. After all, what he desired were these low-level, not fully matured medicinal herbs. He decided to purchase a low-level Millennium Ganoderma first. If the results were favorable, he would buy more. Subai clicked the purchase button, and soon, a golden light flashed, revealing a small Ganoderma planted in a pot in his hand. However, this Millennium Ganoderma was quite diminutive, barely larger than his fist. Truly, one gets what one pays for. This was rather stingy. After setting down the Millennium Ganoderma, Subai opened the elixir section page. Oh, Advanced Foundation Building Celestial Herb? His eyes suddenly brightened as he fixated on a vibrant green celestial herb displayed on the homepage of the elixir section, excitement coursing through him. Could this foundation-building celestial herb assist me in beginning my cultivation? Subai understood that whether in martial arts or cultivation, one must undergo marrow cleansing and meridian unblocking. And with this foundation-building celestial herb, he could smoothly accomplish that step. Elated, Subai hurriedly scrolled to the last page of the screen. To Subai's disappointment, the elixir section did not seem to possess lower-tier versions of the same items as the living area. This indicated that until he formally unlocked the cultivation zone, he would remain unable to engage with anything related to cultivation. With a resigned sigh, Subai's initially fervent excitement gradually subsided. Yet his resolve to unlock the cultivation options only grew stronger due to this experience. After all, deep down, as a high school student, he still yearned for the path of cultivation. Alas, just as Subai was about to exit the elixir section, his gaze fell upon an intriguing item, a low-level energy seed. What could this be? Curiosity piqued, he clicked on the description of the low-level energy pill. Low-level energy seed, 200 wealth points. Upon consumption, it forms an inner energy within the body, enhancing one's attack power. Upon reading the item's description, Subai's earlier calmness was swiftly reignited with excitement. Inner energy? Isn't that a symbol of internal skill? He knew that had it not been for his mastery of Tai Chi, which alleviated Lin Andrew's strength, he might not have been able to withstand that punch. Indeed, inner energy was formidable. Subai couldn't help but reflect that while he had acquired proficiency in Tai Chi through the system, it merely encompassed the techniques and moves. and he was still far from being a true master compared to a Tai Chi virtuoso. Otherwise, ancient dramas would not depict individuals striving to secretly learn the martial arts of other sects, requiring them to find ways to become inner disciples of those sections. After all, only inner disciples had access to true internal cultivation methods. Even if one learned the techniques, they would likely only be able to exert a third of their original power. What if I were to master inner energy and integrate it with Tai Chi? What results might that yield? Subai mused aloud. Would I become the second Zhang Sanfeng? He chuckled at his own whimsical thought, but then reconsidered. If he truly harnessed powerful inner energy, the notion of becoming like Zhang Sanfeng might not be entirely beyond reach. With newfound determination, Subai decided to purchase the low-level energy seed for 200 wealth points. Looking at the low-level Millennium Ganoderma and the low-level energy seed before him, he felt that this time he had indeed made fruitful gains. Should I ask the lovely teacher for a couple of days off, claiming to be ill? As he pondered, the conversation between Yi Qingxing and Lin Anru in the lounge resurfaced in his mind. If they truly intended to use him as a laborer to deal with the Taekwondo club, perhaps it would be best for him not to show up for the next 2 days. After all, he still had to endure some grueling secret training, which was already a headache to think about. It would be far more worthwhile to spend these 2 days nurturing the low-level plants he had exchanged, as that would yield real value. Moreover, he had nearly exhausted the winnings from his scratch-off lottery and now faced the predicament of lacking funds. Thus, nurturing the low-level Millennium Ganoderma was indeed a necessity. I've heard that the prices of Ganoderma are exorbitantly high, especially for wild old Ganoderma, which can fetch outrageous prices. If I carefully cultivate this time, I should reap considerable rewards. Subai nodded earnestly. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated and called Zhong Mei. Hello? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat lethargic, as if just awakened by the ringing phone. Subai glanced at the clock and realized it was already 11 at night. He slapped his forehead, chiding himself for being so careless as to forget such an important matter. What if Zhong Mei was in a bad mood and refused to grant him sick leave? Hello? Are you going to speak? Who is this? Zhong Mei, noticing the caller's silence, grew somewhat impatient. If you don't speak, I'm hanging up. With that, she disregarded the caller and hung up the phone. However, just as she was about to turn off her bedside lamp and go to sleep, she suddenly recalled that recently, several wealthy young men from Nanyang had been calling her late at night under the pretense of checking on her, but were actually harassing her. This left Zhong Mei feeling quite distressed. Forget it, I'll just block this number, she thought, staring at the caller ID for a moment before speaking aloud. She did not wish to be disturbed by a series of harassing calls while trying to sleep. Besides, it was already 11. Normal people wouldn't call a girl at this hour unless it was something important. Without a second thought, Zhong Mei blocked Su Bai's number and set her phone to silent. This left Su Bai in a predicament, as after Zhong Mei hung up, he could no longer get through. His phone kept notifying him, the number you dialed is currently busy, please try again later. What the hell? Zhong Mei has blocked me? Su Bai felt both angry and helpless. Although calling at this hour was indeed a bit reckless, what did it mean for her to block his number outright? Did she see him as a rogue? With no other options, Su Bai had to seek assistance from the system. After all, if he went to Zhong Mei in person to request a leave tomorrow, she would undoubtedly not believe he was ill upon seeing him in good spirits. There was a chance she might even keep him there to complete a set of exam questions, which would be quite a hassle. System. Is there a way for Zhong Mei to hear my voice? Su Bai inquired within his mind. Ding. The host can spend 100 wealth points to purchase Super 3D projection. Using this item will project the host's 3D image before the target. Super 3D projection? Are you kidding me? Su Bai was incredulous. What if this ended up making him appear as a rogue in Zhong Mei's eyes? This was tantamount to breaking and entering. Ding. The system's mechanical voice echoed again. Do not worry, during the projection process, all events occurring before the target will be perceived by them as a dream. A dream? That means Su Bai's mind suddenly sparked with ideas. Ding. The system alerts the host that if any immoral actions are performed during the image projection, severe penalties will be imposed. What the hell, system? What are you thinking? Su Bai grumbled at the system, feeling irked. He merely wished to take this opportunity to avoid being summoned to the office for questions every day, yet the system seemed to suspect he intended something lewd. Did the system perceive him as such a lecherous character? Moreover, those exam questions were far too simple for him at this point. He could practically answer them with his eyes closed. But making 2 trips to the office at noon and after school would indeed cut into his free time significantly. Additionally, such actions would lead others to whisper behind his back, claiming he only achieved his current results through Zhong Mei's private tutoring. Subai was not keen on giving them that opportunity to gossip. Ding. Will the host purchase Super 3D projection? Purchase. Subai mentally shouted, then clicked the claim button. However, upon seeing his wealth points plummet from 1,000 to 400, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Upon acquiring the Super 3D projector, Subai placed it upon his desk. It resembled an antiquated projector, appearing somewhat worn. And its origins in the system's marketplace were likely from numerous obsolescence cycles. Remarkably, it cost 100 wealth points. The system was truly merciless. Upon activating the device, Subai beheld a pale blue beam emanating from the projector, which gradually enveloped him. His body felt weightless, and his vision blurred. When Subai opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar chamber. The air was filled with delightful fragrances, and several enormous plush toys lay scattered on the floor beside an opulent princess bed. Zhongmei. Subai's gaze fell upon the princess bed, and despite the dim lighting, he could clearly identify the slumbering figure atop it as Zhongmei. How audacious! After blocking me, she is now indulging in a peaceful slumber. Perhaps it was the fact that Zhongmei had persistently made him complete practice papers over the past few days that made Subai feel irked, prompting him to play a prank on the unsuspecting Zhongmei. He approached the princess bed, a mischievous smile gracing his features. He thought, how delightful it would be to startle her. No girl is immune to fear, particularly in solitude. Many require the comforting glow of lights to fall asleep. And Zhongmei was no exception. Subai leaned over, intending to blow a few cold breaths upon her face to rouse her. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. He suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck as a pair of slender, delicate hands wrapped around him from behind, pulling him down with surprising force. Gasp! Zhongmei's unexpected action startled Subai, prompting him to instinctively extend his arms to brace himself. Fortunately, having mastered the Tai Chi technique significantly enhanced his physical abilities, allowing him to halt just before their bodies would collide. Thank heavens for my quick reflexes. Otherwise, I would have faced the system's wrath, Subai thought, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Little did he know, if this scene were witnessed by the wealthy youth of Nanyang, they would surely choke on their blood in disbelief. How could this interloper, who has pursued the goddess so diligently, be usurped by this fellow? Once his emotions settled, Subai found himself in an awkward predicament. Their proximity was less than 10 centimeters, allowing him to feel the warmth of her breath. The enchanting fragrance emanating from Zhongmei, coupled with the play of light upon her exquisite features, stirred a restlessness within him once more. System, I have not touched her. Surely this cannot be deemed immoral, he mused, seeking some assurance from the capricious system. Ding. The system's cold voice resonated in his mind. The host has not engaged in intimate contact with the target. This does not constitute a moral infraction. After all, she was the campus goddess. However, he had not anticipated that Zhongmei would be so restless in her sleep. He merely intended to frighten her. Yet he nearly precipitated a calamity while she was lost in dreams. It seemed Zhongmei might have mistaken him for one of those plush toys. With such thoughts, Subai cautiously withdrew his hand from her neck. An idea flashed through his mind. Why not simply pilfer a leave request? Surely Zhongmei's household would possess such a document. If he could complete it and leave it for her, she would discover it upon waking the next day. With this newfound purpose, Subai abandoned the notion of scaring Zhongmei and instead focused on locating the leave request. As he rummaged through the desk, he stumbled upon Zhongmei's lesson plans prepared for the following day, and tucked within a nearby book were several leave requests. Excellent. He quickly seized one and began to fill it out. The prospect of spending the next few days at home, nurturing the 2 low-level items he had exchanged, while escaping the torment of Yi Qingqing and Lin Anyo, filled him with elation. However, just then, Zhongmei suddenly sat up in bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Chapter 32. Sleep with me. Witnessing this, Subai's heart raced. No way. Could she have discovered him? He hastily concealed himself beneath the desk, observing as Zhongmei turned on the lamp beside her. Thankfully, the light was dim, preventing her from spotting him. She yawned and, clad in loose sleepwear, made her way to the bathroom. What a fright. It turned out she merely needed to use the restroom. Subai realized that even if Zhongmei saw him, due to the Super 3D projector, she would likely perceive him as a figment of her dreams. Yet, it was better to be safe than sorry. If Zhongmei were to behave in a manner that could be misconstrued, he feared the capricious system would lay the blame at his feet. For the sake of his future happiness, he had no choice but to endure this situation. As the bathroom door swung open and Zhongmei stepped inside, Subai quickly emerged from his hiding place. Ding. The system is transmitting. Countdown. 3, 2. The familiar sensation of weightlessness and blurring vision began to envelop Su-bai once more. However, at that moment, a sudden crash plunged the room into darkness. What was happening? Su-bai realized that the system countdown had not finished. Why had everything gone dark? Boom. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky outside. It dawned on Su-bai that the fuse in Zhong Mei's house must have blown. But that was not all. With the deafening clap of thunder, a scream erupted from the bathroom. Su-bai was taken aback, realizing that a girl like Zhong Mei, with her timid disposition, could be frightened by thunder. Truly, strange occurrences abound this year. Yet, as he listened to Zhong Mei's subsequent sounds, Su-bai felt an unsettling sensation. Had she fallen? He considered the possibility. After all, with the lights extinguished, it was entirely plausible that she could have stumbled in the bathroom. Ding. Transmission process paused. Ding. Transmission process paused. Su-bai stepped away from the designated transmission spot, slowly approaching the bathroom. Through the glass door, he could hear the sound of water gushing and faint sobs. She had indeed fallen. Was this a theatrical performance? Su-bai mused. If this was not an act, then perhaps fortune was smiling upon him. Hearing the water, it was clear that Zhong Mei was drenched. Yet, the only item that could enhance his romantic prospects, the fateful chocolate, had already been consumed by Zheng Hao. This was surely mere coincidence. Teacher Zhong, are you all right? Su-bai called out from behind the bathroom door. Su-bai? Zhong Mei, gripped by fear, was initially surprised by his sudden appearance, but terror quickly overtook her, causing her to forget to inquire how he had come to be there. Su-bai, could you come in and help me? This doesn't seem quite right. Su-bai felt as though he was teetering on the edge of self-destruction. But then he considered that since the beautiful teacher had fallen, his act of helping her up should not incur any punishment from the system. I accidentally fell when the power went out just now, he said. Yu Zhongmei let out a soft ouch, seemingly attempting to rise, but failing. Forget it. If punishment was to be faced, so be it. Hearing Zhongmei's voice, Su-bai steeled himself and declared, Teacher Zhong, I'm coming in now. The restroom door was unlatched, and with a gentle tug, Su-bai opened it. Upon entering, a blast of icy air greeted him, instantly soaking his clothes. BRR. Su-bai couldn't help but shiver, realizing just how frigid the water was. Teacher Zhong, are you all right? He asked softly, squatting down. For some reason, he felt a pang of guilt for previously teasing Zhong Mei, despite her retaliatory response. This guilt was quite profound. His heart raced. I hurt my ankle. Zhong Mei's voice was faint, and she appeared embarrassed, blushing as she timidly spoke. Su-bai, could you help me get out? All right. In the darkness, Su-bai cautiously extended his hand, preparing to assist Zhong Mei. However, upon contact, he distinctly felt her involuntary shiver. Teacher Zhong, could you please give me your hand? To avoid any awkwardness, he said to her. With her face flushed, Zhong Mei, having realized her body's instinctive reaction, felt her cheeks warm further at his words. Su-bai swallowed hard, grasping her delicate hand, and the peculiar sensation within him intensified. Clearing his throat, he said, Teacher Zhong, I will lift you up. Just let me know if your ankle hurts. Zhong Mei nodded silently. Su-bai exhaled slowly, using his shoulder to support her, feeling her body tremble even more. Yet, his blood surged through his veins. The faint fragrance wafting from her and the weight of her body made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain control. Teacher Zhong, I've got you, be careful. With that, Su-bai helped her to her feet, but given her injured foot, he had to be gentle as he moved forward. Yes. Zhong Mei bit her lip and said, Su-bai, there is some ointment for scrapes in the living room. Could you fetch it for me? Sure. Su-bai had initially considered purchasing some bruise ointment from the shop, but thinking of his dwindling story reward points, he decided it wise to conserve them. Besides, her ankle injury didn't seem severe. It was likely just a minor scrape that would heal with rest. As for Zhong Mei's persistent pain, it was probably due to the thunder that had startled her and the sudden blackout, leaving her emotions unsettled. However, just as Su-bai turned to head to the living room for the ointment, a deafening clap of thunder erupted outside. This time, Zhong Mei gasped in fright. What the? A late-night surprise? Su-bai was momentarily stunned, staring at Zhong Mei, who had instinctively clung to his waist, rendered speechless. As a child, Zhong Mei had harbored a deep fear of thunder, yet, due to her upbringing, she had to endure storms alone in her room, clutching a doll and crying. This had become a significant reason for her desire to escape the Zhong family as she grew older. Don't go out. Zhong Mei trembled, clearly terrified. Su-bai, I know this is a dream, but I want you to stay with me. As she uttered this, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she understood she was dreaming. And since waking up was not imminent, it was better to have Subai's company. Moreover, after this embrace, Zhang Mei suddenly realized how robust Subai's physique was, providing her with an inexplicable sense of security. Particularly recalling how he had stood up to Chao Dawang for her, she felt a rare warmth in her heart. Subai, you're not so unbearable after all, she quietly murmured, holding him tighter as her anxiety began to dissipate. Of course, I'm not unbearable, Subai chuckled wryly. Due to the super 3D projection effect, Zhang Mei had already convinced herself she was dreaming and believed that whatever she said would remain unknown to the real Subai. Boom. Another thunderclap echoed outside. Zhang Mei shivered, her lips quivering as if she were wrestling with her thoughts. After a long pause, she finally said, her face flushed, Subai. Would you sleep with me? Boom. Subai felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His mind momentarily blanked. He had been incredibly grateful not to have incurred any punishment from the system since earlier. And now Zhang Mei was asking him to sleep with her. Wasn't that pushing him into the flames? No, even if she were stunningly beautiful, he couldn't agree to that. It felt like trading away his happiness for the rest of his life, which was not worth it. Subai still retained some rationality. He did not want to be a man ruled by lower instincts. Yet at that moment, Zhang Mei pulled him onto the bed, and sensing his silence, she seemed to interpret it as consent. After hesitating for a whole minute, he finally said, Teacher Zhang, how about I sing you a song? Sing a song? Zhang Mei looked at him curiously, and memories of her mother singing to her just once at the age of 6 flooded back, lulling her to sleep. After that, she had been subjected to the strict training of the Zhang family's etiquette, and she had not experienced familial affection since. Thus, deep down, Zhang Mei still craved love. This was another reason why she was eager to grow up, to prove herself, and leave the soulless Zhang family, where memories of childhood pain lingered. What will you sing? She asked, wiping away her tears, her tone earnest. An original song. Subai, unaware of Zhang Mei's inner thoughts, felt a surge of joy at capturing her interest with the prospect of music, as it meant preserving his happiness for the foreseeable future. Chapter 33. The toad aspires to eat swan meat. All right, go ahead and sing. Zhang Mei felt that this dream was not as terrifying as she had imagined. At least Subai was there, singing to her, allowing her to relive a moment of childhood warmth, which was not so bad after all. Subai, too lazy to rummage through the system's warehouse for a new song library, decided to improvise with the song he had previously sung for Zheng Hao. Since it was unwanted by Ren Shishir, he would dedicate it to the beautiful teacher instead. Teacher Zhang, may I borrow your piano? Subai gazed at the white piano before him. Sure. Zhang Mei was slightly taken aback, not expecting Subai to play the piano. However, since this was a dream, anything beyond her expectations was no surprise, so she nodded in agreement. Subai approached the white piano, uncertain of the reason. Zhang Mei felt that when Subai was frivolous, he resembled a rogue. Yet, when he turned serious, he exuded an irresistible charm that stirred her heart. For a moment, she forgot the thunder rumbling outside, her curiosity piqued by the thought of what kind of person Subai might be in her dreams. Gently, her fingers brushed against the piano keys. Clang. Surprised, Zhang Mei recalled her childhood, a time when she underwent professional piano training and recognized that Subai possessed the potential to become a distinguished pianist. In quick succession, Subai's fingers danced across the keys, unleashing a cascade of enchanting notes that flowed like a river bursting its banks, pouring forth from his long, powerful fingers. This melody was unlike anything she had ever heard. The seemingly simple notes transformed into a captivating symphony under Subai's skilled touch. Could this be his original composition? The mere prelude was enough to enrapture her. Just as Zhang Mei anticipated the continuation of the piece, Subai spoke, his voice diverging from his usual tone, imbued with a tenderness capable of melting hearts. Zhang Mei was utterly astonished, rendered speechless as she gazed at Subai's silhouette. She could not discern whether she was dreaming or had awakened, for the song he played left her in awe. In that moment, all other thoughts faded away, leaving only the bliss of the experience. It felt as though she were seated beside a warm hearth, vaporizing all her burdens and shadows. Exhausted from striving to prove her worth to her family and to escape the torment of the Zhang household, she found solace in the music. As Subai reached the final note, Zhang Mei had already drifted off to sleep, a gentle smile gracing her lips, accompanied by a solitary glistening tear. For her, this dream was truly beautiful. Subai took a deep breath and addressed the system. System, is there any tool that can assist me in tidying up this place? Ding. The system responded, the host can spend 100 wealth points to purchase restorative fluorescent powder. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind. All right, confirm the purchase. Observing the overflowing water in the bathroom and the surrounding chaos, Subai realized that even though the super 3D projection might lead Zhong Mei to believe everything she saw was merely a dream, it could still incite doubt upon her waking. To avoid unnecessary complications, it was best to clean up. After clicking the confirmation button, a small, glowing green box appeared in Subai's hand. He raised it and sprinkled its contents into Zhong Mei's room, watching as the luminous powder floated in the air before settling into every nook and cranny. Soon, the sound of rushing water in the bathroom ceased, and the surrounding dampness evaporated as if by magic. Even the recently severed fuse was reconnected. All done. Subai clapped his hands and approached Zhong Mei's window, standing in the spot where he had just been transported. Ding. Commencing transportation. Ding. Countdown initiated. As the system's countdown echoed, Subai felt a lightness envelop him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in his own room. Anticipating 2 days to cultivate low-level Millennium Ganoderma and low-level Chi seeds at home, Subai was filled with excitement, confident that this would yield substantial returns. Early the next morning, Subai discovered that the low-level Millennium Ganoderma had undergone a transformation. Not only had its color intensified to a vivid crimson, but its size had also doubled compared to before, nearly causing him to leap with joy. Truly, the efficacy of the plant cultivation liquid was remarkable. Gazing at the fan-sized Ganoderma, Subai murmured to himself, just last night, he had only added 4 or 5 drops of the cultivation liquid, yet today it had flourished so remarkably. At this rate, the low-level Millennium Ganoderma could rival the high-level Millennium Ganoderma available in the marketplace. Turning around, Subai intended to check on the low-level Chi seeds he had cultivated the previous day. Reasoning that with such impressive results from the plant cultivation liquid, the seed should have grown as well. However, upon turning, he discovered that the low-level Chi seed had merely sprouted, appearing pitiful in comparison to the thriving Ganoderma. Could it be that the low-level Chi seed was incompatible with the plant cultivation liquid? He crouched down, observing the frail little sprout, feeling as though it could perish at any moment. Perhaps he should add a few more drops of the cultivation liquid. Subai speculated that he had added too little liquid, and since the low-level Chi seed was not entirely a plant species, this might explain its lackluster growth. With a thought, he retrieved the remaining half bottle of plant cultivation liquid from the system warehouse. He intended to add just a few drops, but unexpectedly his hand trembled, spilling the entire half bottle into the soil. Whoa! Gazing at the empty bottle, a wave of regret washed over Subai. He was acutely aware of the precious nature of that cultivation liquid, and now it was gone. What the heck? He chastised himself inwardly. Yet, just as he wallowed in regret, he noticed the low-level Chi seed beginning to yellow, gradually wilting away. It's dead. This scene struck Subai like a thunderclap, akin to a volcanic eruption. What a joke. This is not fertilizer. How could too much liquid kill the plant? He reached out, feeling the cold, lifeless seed, confirming that the low-level Chi seed had indeed been vanquished by the cultivation liquid. Well then, that's 200 wealth points, along with half a bottle of rare plant cultivation liquid. Just like that. How fortunate indeed. Thankfully, Subai maintained a relatively good attitude. Although he felt an urge to vent his frustrations, after a moment's pause, he resolved to sell the successfully cultivated low-level Millennium Ganoderma first. After tidying himself up, Subai took a bus to the antique market in Beihai City. This antique market was quite renowned, frequented by many enthusiasts or individuals with stock. It was rumored that the market hosted numerous dealers who specialized in acquiring and reselling artifacts of dubious origins. Among them, affluent patrons often sought rare medicinal herbs and elixirs. Thus, Subai believed that selling his low-level Millennium Ganoderma here would yield a handsome price. Upon arriving at the market, Subai wandered around, scouting a few shops that appeared reputable. King Bakshuan was among the better establishments. It truly exuded an air of prestige. Even the security personnel appeared professional. Subai admired the tall security guard stationed at the entrance, unable to suppress a compliment as he eagerly approached. However, at that moment, a large hand obstructed his path. Halt! What is your purpose here? The guard demanded sternly. What else would one do at an antique market? Of course, I am here to sell items. Subai frowned, realizing the guard was judging him as a student dressed in modest clothing, hence the obstruction. Sell items? With you? The guard shot him a cold glance, dismissing him as a liar. Leave at once. This is not a place for you to play. Who do you think you are? Subai silently cursed, feeling disdain for those who looked down on others. Was it merely because of his humble attire? Once he amassed wealth, they would surely regret their arrogance. With a slight shrug, he decided it was not worth his time to engage with the security guard further and prepared to leave. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Oh, isn't this the poor loser? What brings you to my family's store? Are you hoping for something beyond your reach?" The speaker was Chu Chun, his hand wrapped in bandages, with visible bruises on his face, suggesting he had recently emerged from a hospital ward. Subai couldn't help but chuckle at Chu Chen's state. He had heard about the incident that night when Chu Chen was assaulted by thugs. But he hadn't anticipated the extent of his injuries. "Let us not waste our time on this poor loser," remarked Xiao Chu, casting a scornful glance at Subai. Recalling the events of that night. "Security, get rid of this jinx. He is only here to cause trouble." At this, Chu Chen squinted, his eyes narrowing with malice. "No need to chase me away. With two venomous women like you here, I wouldn't dream of returning." Subai smirked, his gaze drifting down toward Chu Chen. "What nonsense are you spouting, you poor loser? What women?" Chu Chen shouted in anger. "Of course, I mean you, considering you had your family jewels crushed." Subai replied nonchalantly. Chu Chen fumed, his face flushed with rage, nearly grinding his teeth. "I'm a rich second-generation heir, and this store belongs to my family." "Your family jewels were crushed," Subai retorted. "Xiao Chu loves me. A poor loser like you will never have her." "Your family jewels were crushed." He continued, "Xiao Chu and I have explored new depths together every night." Chu Chen felt a sharp pain in his lower region, nearly spewing blood in frustration. "Are you seeking your own demise?" Subai flashed an innocent smile. "Your family jewels were crushed." That simple phrase sent both Chu Chen and Xiao Chu into despair, as if struck by 1,000 blows. "Security, teach him a lesson. Let him know why the flowers are so red." Chu Chen seethed with humiliation, particularly stung by the reminder of his own injury. Indeed, the security guard took a moment to process the situation, having never seen Chu Chen so infuriated. Just as he rolled up his sleeves to give Subai a lesson, a voice emerged from within Qing Baoxian. "What is going on? Do you not realize a distinguished guest has arrived?" Upon hearing this, a portly man resembling Chu Chen stepped forward, his triangular eyes glinting with a shadowy hue. Clearly, he was Chu Chen's father, Chu Chaoza, one of the few individuals ranked among the wealthy elite of Beihai City. "Dad." Chu Chen's face lit up with pride upon seeing his father. Confident that he would vindicate him, he feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, "This poor loser is here to cause trouble and even threatened to hit me." "What?" Chu Chaoza's anger flared. As a figure on the rich list, he would not tolerate a poor loser bullying his son. But just as he prepared to take action against Su Bai, another distinguished guest stepped out, looking at Su Bai with surprise. "Su Gongzi, what brings you here?" The man, dressed in a sharp suit, emanated an aura of authority. Even Chu Chaoza trembled slightly at his presence, recognizing that this was someone he dared not provoke. But how could he refer to this poor loser as Su Gongzi? Chu Chaoza thought he had misheard, yet the man readily grasped Su Bai's hand with great cordiality. "Uncle Dai, have you forgotten so quickly?" "Oh, it's you?" Su Bai replied coolly, betraying no emotional shift, as if Dai Pingfei, a prominent figure, were of little consequence to him. This scene unfolded like thunder among the onlookers, leaving them in disbelief. Particularly Chu Chen and Chu Chaoza wore expressions of utter shock. They could hardly fathom that the head of the commercial street, worth billions, was actually the uncle of this poor loser. What was happening? Xiao Chu was equally astonished. Witnessing someone who made Chu Chen's father tremble actively courting Su Bai left her feeling as if she had been slapped. "Su Gongzi, what brings you to the antique market?" Dai Pingfei inquired with genuine curiosity. Su Bai replied honestly, "I merely wish to sell some medicinal herbs." "Oh, I see. You've come to Qing Baoxian." "I know Boss Chu well. His prices for rare medicinal herbs are quite reasonable, and they sell well," Dai Pingfei explained, turning to Chu Chaoza. "Boss Chu, I know Su Gongzi. I hope you can offer him a fair price." "Of course, that is only natural," Chu Chaoza said, his previously stern demeanor now replaced by obsequiousness. "A friend of Mr. Dai is a friend of mine. I always strive to be accommodating to friends." "Dad," Chu Chen interjected, displeased with his father's tone. "However, Mr. Dai, you know Qing Baoxian is facing hard times. While I wish to acquire Su Gongzi's herbs, I simply cannot at this moment," Chu Chaoza added. Knowing full well what his son meant, "I anticipated as much." Su Bai hadn't planned to sell the 1,000 yearlings to Chu Chaoza. Hearing this, he merely smiled coldly and said to Dai Pingfei, "If Qing Baoxian isn't suitable, I shall seek other shops. Thank you for your concern. Get lost, poor loser. You think you can deceive us with fake herbs? If it weren't for Mr. Dai, I would have shown you what, Chu Chen sneered from behind. unaware that his words were clearly heard by Su Bai. Truly forgetful, Su Bai thought, preparing to access his system repository to teach Chu Chen a lesson when Dai Pingfei suddenly said, Su Gongzi, if you don't mind, perhaps you could sell your herbs to me. Dai Pingfei, seasoned in the ways of the antique market, knew that if Su Bai sold his herbs to another shop, he would likely face significant losses. Moreover, Dai Pingfei was eager to curry favor with Su Bai, hence his offer to purchase the herbs. This statement immediately stunned the crowd. They had anticipated Su Bai's departure in embarrassment, only to witness Dai Pingfei stepping forward to buy his herbs instead. Mr. Dai, are you not concerned about the origins of these herbs? Chu Chaoza asked cautiously. Boss Chu, you've certainly dealt in questionable herbs before, haven't you? Dai Pingfei replied, fully aware of Chu Chaoza's intentions to reject Su Bai. In this moment, he actively spoke in defense of Su Bai to ingratiate himself. Hearing this, Chu Chaoza trembled, too afraid to even breathe. If he angered Dai Pingfei, it could spell disaster for his family's business in Beihai City. Young Master Su, may I show my friend the herbs in your possession? Dai Pingfei remarked, as a frail elder, over 60 years of age, emerged from Bakshuan. Before he could approach, the elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. This aroma, clad in white garments, despite his emaciated build, he exuded an aura of vitality. It was evident to any onlooker that this elder was extraordinary. Observing the elder's animated demeanor, Dai Pingfei felt a surge of curiosity and couldn't help but inquire, Old Wei, what troubles you? It's exquisite, rare herbs. Old Wei shook his head repeatedly, his gaze intensifying, especially as the fragrance of the herbs wafted towards him, evoking an overwhelming sense of delight. Dai Pingfei was well aware of Old Wei's expertise in herbs. If he claimed them to be rare, they undoubtedly were. Furthermore, the elder's fervent reaction suggested that the rarity of these herbs exceeded Dai Pingfei's expectations. Then, unable to contain his own excitement, Dai Pingfei turned to Su Bai. Young Master Su, might you allow Old Wei to examine the herbs in your hand? Of course. Su Bai understood the elder's capabilities and realized that allowing him to inspect the herbs would alleviate some of his burdens. He retrieved the low-grade Millennium Ganoderma from his bag and placed it into Old Wei's hands. The moment the Ganoderma appeared, an enchanting fragrance filled the air, causing everyone to pause in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the herbal aroma Old Wei had mentioned originated from the Millennium Ganoderma brought by Su Bai. Old Wei, already sensitive to herbs, had felt dismayed by the inferior quality of the cheaper herbs in Bakshuan. While Dai Pingfei and Chu Chaoza were engaged in conversation, he had been eager to discover the source of the wonderful scent that had drifted from outside the shop. Upon seeing the Millennium Ganoderma, his excitement knew no bounds. The fragrance, color, and size captivated him as he gazed at the Ganoderma, akin to reuniting with an old friend, evoking a deep-seated affection. Had it not been for Dai Pingfei's request for assistance, Old Wei would never have ventured into the antiquities market of Beihai City. Fully aware that the so-called rare herbs there were often nothing but worthless refuse. Yet, he had not anticipated uncovering such a treasure amidst the debris. Young man, are you truly willing to sell this Millennium Ganoderma? Old Wei inquired, astonished. Yes, I intend to sell it, Su Bai replied. This is wild Millennium Ganoderma, virtually unobtainable even in the black market, and this specimen is remarkably intact, truly a rarity. Old Wei gently caressed the Ganoderma, growing fonder of it by the moment. He had operated several herb shops in Beidai City and was well respected in the herbal industry, yet in over a decade, he had never encountered such an exceptional wild Ganoderma. Remarkably scarce, indeed. Su Bai felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that, through the use of plant cultivation liquid, this low-grade Millennium Ganoderma had transformed into something so rare. Please, provide me with an estimate. I wish to sell it. Su Bai controlled his excitement and addressed Old Wei. Based on my experience over the years, this wild Millennium Ganoderma is reasonably valued at 30 million, Old Wei declared, fixating on the Ganoderma in his hand. In an instant, Su Bai felt utterly bewildered. 30 million. He had never encountered such a sum in his life. It seemed that with 30 million, he could purchase half of his current residence. Young man, if you find this price agreeable, you may sell it to Dai Pingfei, Old Wei stated. He had been invited by Dai Pingfei to assist in selecting high-quality herbs. And purchasing this Millennium Ganoderma would also serve as a way to repay a favor. Very well, I have no objections. Su Bai provided his bank account details, and Dai Pingfei promptly transferred the funds. However, the account balance revealed a staggering 40 million. Young Master Su, the appreciation potential for this Millennium Ganoderma is immense. I cannot take advantage of you. The additional 10 million shall be considered my investment, Dai Pingfei said. Investment? Observing Dai Pingfei's demeanor, Su Bai chose not to comment further, as this sum was merely a pittance for Dai Pingfei. Although he thought this way, Su Bai's heart raced with exhilaration. He was overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of such a fortune. 40 million. An entire 40 million. For once, he need not worry about financial constraints. Su Bai trembled with delight, an uncontrollable wave of happiness enveloping him. He had truly never seen such a large sum of money. Meanwhile, Chu Chaoza appeared far less jubilant. And Xiao Chu felt a pang of regret. Initially, Su Bai had been merely a struggling individual, but in an instant, he had transformed into a wealthy tycoon worth 40 million. If they had not parted ways, Xiao Chu would have enjoyed a substantial share of that fortune. Now, he found himself with nothing, tethered to Chu Qin, who was incapacitated and uncertain when he might recover. The contrast was painfully stark. Subsequently, amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, Su Bai and Dai Pingfei exited the antiquities market and boarded Dai Pingfei's luxurious extended Lincoln. Su Gu. Before he could open the car door, Su Bai heard familiar voices. Turning, he recognized Zhou Tong and Lu Xinglong, seated in the front and passenger seats, respectively. Their faces illuminated with sycophantic expressions, they appeared more excited than if they had encountered a long-lost relative. Following the incident at the dining establishment, they had received a stern reprimand from Dai Pingfei and understood that this student-like individual was someone even their leader dared not provoke, rather than oppose him. It was wiser to ingratiate themselves, as it might afford them opportunities in the future. Su Bai discerned their intentions but had not forgotten the earlier incident at the restaurant. He merely nodded without uttering a word. This exchange caused Dai Pingfei's expression to darken. He had hoped to bridge the gap between Zhou Tong, Lu Xinglong, and Su Bai. But witnessing their overt flattery elicited his ire. Hurry and drive. Delay in young Master Su's schedule will not bode well for you. As the vehicle roared to life, Old Wei remained transfixed by the wild Millennium Ganoderma, increasingly astonished by its quality. Finally, he could no longer restrain his curiosity. Young Master Su, may I inquire how you came by this wild Millennium Ganoderma? I found it in the mountains, Su Bai replied, while he held great respect for Old Wei. He could not disclose the truth that the Ganoderma was a result of his overnight cultivation using plant cultivation liquid. He suspected that such a revelation would not only be met with disbelief but might also tarnish his credibility. So he opted for a more credible explanation. Truly, it is a stroke of fortune for you, young Master Su, Old Wei remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Reflecting on his decades of medical practice, rising from an apprentice to a respected figure in Beidai City's herbal industry, he had never imagined witnessing such a rare specimen of wild Millennium Ganoderma in his lifetime. Suddenly, an idea of friendship blossomed within Old Wei. Young Master Su, if you do not find it burdensome, would you care to befriend me? Old Wei. Dai Pingfei, who was pouring wine, was taken aback, his face a canvas of astonishment. Had it not been for the fortunate opportunity to assist Old Wei during his fall from grace, it is likely that with my current status, I would not have been able to solicit his help in selecting premium medicinal herbs. Furthermore, if we were to measure economic prowess, Old Wei would likely surpass Dai Pingfei, for one is merely a prominent figure in the commercial district, while the other monopolizes the entire herbal industry in Beidai City. Given suitable circumstances, Old Wei wields significant control over the herbal lifeblood of Beidai City. Although he has stepped back to a secondary role, his reputation and influence remain undiminished, compelling respect from all. Yet, this very individual seeks to forge a connection with Su Bai, which confounds Dai Pingfei. For Old Wei does not require Su Bai to climb the social ladder of the Jiang family. Consequently, Su Bai emerges as the ultimate beneficiary. Not only is Jiang Shaxiao's boyfriend, bolstered by the formidable Jiang family, but now also gaining the support of Old Wei, a figure who commands the herbal industry in Beidai City. It seems that winning over Su Bai will become increasingly challenging for Dai Pingfei. However, this turn of events is fortuitous for him. Su Bai, taken aback, did not expect Old Wei to express a desire to befriend him. From now on, you may simply call me Su Bai. Referring to me as young Master Su feels rather uncomfortable, he replied. Ah, Su Bai, you truly appeal to my taste. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out in Beidai City. Old Wei remarked appreciatively. Thank you, Old Wei. If there is ever a need for my assistance, please feel free to reach out. Su Bai responded with a smile. Though unaware of Old Wei's true identity, Su Bai could infer some details from the man's demeanor and Dai Pingfei's attitude towards him. Observing the interaction between the elder and the youth, Dai Pingfei felt somewhat superfluous. Countless individuals had long sought Old Wei's favor. Though he had fortuitously latched onto Old Wei during his time of need, this was predicated on the latter's misfortune. Su Bai, however, was the only young person to have garnered Old Wei's admiration voluntarily. Dai Pengfei understood the implications of this. If their relationship continued to flourish, he might find himself sidelined. Faced with two choices, he could either distance Su Bai from Old Wei or proactively cultivate a relationship with Su Bai. Dai Pengfei, not lacking in intelligence, recognized that the latter would yield greater benefits. After all, with the Jiang family as Su Bai's backing, he possessed a genuine stronghold, particularly considering the Jiang family's recent relocation to Yanjing. In that center of power, the prospects and significance of the Jiang family far exceeded those of Beihai City. It would not be long before the name of the Jiang family echoed throughout Yanjing, a place where the proximity to the sovereign is not to be underestimated. Reflecting on his first encounter with Jiang Guosan, Dai Pengfei recalled that even then, the Jiang family was already beyond his reach. Yet, he could still engage in conversation and occasionally be referred to as Uncle Dai by Jiang Xiaoxiao, which filled him with a sense of pride. But what of the present? This contemplation solidified Dai Pengfei's resolve to win Su Bai's favor, believing that this was the path to rapidly enhancing his own standing. Rather than merely maintaining a position of prominence in the commercial district, young Master Su, Old Wei usually resides in Beihai City. If you ever find yourself in trouble, it may not be convenient to contact him. Remember, if you need anything, come to the commercial district and seek me out. Along and Atong are also your subordinates. Feel free to command them without hesitation, Dai Pengfei cheerfully stated, offering 2 glasses of wine to Su Bai and Old Wei. Indeed, Pengfei speaks wisely. Should you encounter any issues in Beihai City, you may reach out to him. And since Beihai City is not far, if you face challenges that Pengfei cannot resolve, you may certainly have him come to find me, Old Wei affirmed, clearly admiring Su Bai. A portion of this admiration stemmed from Su Bai's possession of a millennium-old wild Ganoderma. Thank you, Old Wei and Uncle Dai, Su Bai replied, raising his glass in acknowledgement. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a robust stalk bore a newly formed crimson fruit at its apex, resembling a tomato according to Su Bai's description. Is this even edible? Initially thrilled to witness the revival of the low-grade vitality seed, Su Bai's excitement waned upon seeing the fruit, which indeed looked like an ordinary tomato. Was it possible that the plant growth solution had caused a mutation in the low-grade vitality seed? Su Bai pondered, recognizing the likelihood, as the solution was meant to enhance a plant's potency by 80%, having inadvertently poured half a bottle into the seed. A mutation was indeed plausible. To eat or not to eat? Su Bai hesitated, ultimately deciding to try it, curious if it might be beneficial for his health. He promptly took a bite, savoring the flavor. Chapter 36. Halfway through. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. Su Bai was astonished by the exquisite taste of the tomato. With a single bite, a cascade of sweet juice burst forth, tantalizing his palate. Simultaneously, a faint white mist enveloped the fruit, accompanied by an enchanting aroma. This was the fruit of the low-grade vitality seed? Su Bai realized that if it were merely a commercially purchased seed, the resultant fruit would lack such extraordinary qualities. The white mist and delightful fragrance could only arise from the effects of the plant growth solution. However, upon swallowing the entire tomato, Su Bai felt as though he had plunged into a furnace. A wave of searing heat surged from his feet, enveloping his entire being, and within moments, his blood felt as though it were boiling. This sensation was daunting, yet Su Bai understood it posed no harm. Rather, it was a pivotal step in his journey of growth. Just as a sword's edge is honed through trial, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold, Su Bai knew he must endure this fiery trial to condition his body to the overwhelming energy, thus truly mastering the strength of an internal martial arts master. As the intensity gradually subsided, Su Bai found some relief. Sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat, he felt an intangible energy coursing through him, traversing his body and returning to his lower abdomen after completing a full cycle, like a dragon in the water. Although the changes were subtle, the accumulation of strength was undeniable, akin to filling a pool drop by drop. Let me try a punch. Su Bai was eager to test the synergy of Tai Chi with the energy that had formed within him. Taking a deep breath, he struck out slowly yet with considerable force. The punch, though not swift, carried immense power, causing the iron tree several meters away to rustle, shedding a few leaves. Goodness! The combination of Tai Chi and energy is astonishing. This power is on an entirely different level. Su Bai's face radiated with ecstatic joy. After consuming the low-level Qi seed, Su Bai found himself imbued with a nascent Qi energy. Although it was not yet fully developed, the effects were already remarkably pronounced, more than sufficient to contend with ordinary individuals. It was no wonder that Lin Anru, a girl, could unleash such a formidable punch. Evidently, the potency of this chi energy was formidable indeed, Su Bai mused to himself. Unless confronted with exceptionally powerful adversaries, he deemed it unnecessary to expend wealth points on purchasing items from the marketplace. Otherwise, the desire to acquire rare items would remain an elusive dream. Contemplating this, Su Bai felt that enhancing his own strength was a more reliable path. In the future, he would strive to be self-sufficient, minimizing reliance on external tools. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Who could be calling me at such a late hour? Su Bai wondered, perplexed. He picked up the device from his bedside and answered the call. Su Bai, something terrible has happened. A major incident. Before he could even bring the phone closer to his ear, Zheng Hao's almost frantic voice pierced through. Calm down and speak slowly, Su Bai replied, furrowing his brow. He understood that Zheng Hao would not exhibit such agitation unless something significant had occurred. What has happened? Please tell me. I heard from the classmates in Shishi's class that yesterday, Li Qiming sought her out, seemingly to invite her to dinner tomorrow. Zheng Hao's excitement was palpable. And by the end, he even cursed, damn it. That scoundrel Li Qiming is nothing but a notorious lecher. There can be no good intentions behind his pursuit of Shishi. Is that so? Su Bai couldn't help but recall Li Qingming's appearance. This corpulent man in his 50s sported a receding hairline and a mouthful of unsightly yellowed teeth. A visage that could hardly be described as anything less than repugnant. That aside, the most concerning aspect was that Li Qingming was infamous as a lecher, often seen alongside Zhang Chang and Chao Dazhuang, notorious for their predatory behavior towards female students under the guise of inspections. The mere thought of them approaching Ren Shishi left Su Bai feeling uneasy. Could this be related to the fate chocolate? This notion sparked Su Bai's curiosity, recalling the fate chocolate that Zheng Hao had consumed that very night. In theory, the fate chocolate could aid Zheng Hao in winning Ren Shishi's affection, but such a process would naturally require time. Despite Li Qingming's audacity, he wouldn't dare to approach the 8th-ranked beauty in the school without cause. Thus, a significant part of this situation could very well be attributed to the influence of the fate chocolate. Don't worry, I'll accompany you tomorrow to investigate, Su Bai reassured Zheng Hao, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps you will soon find yourself winning Shishi's heart. Winning her heart is one thing. As long as Shishi isn't sullied by that lecherous old man, that's all that matters. Otherwise, even if I have to go to jail, I will ensure his entire family pays. Zheng Hao declared vehemently. That need not be the case. If Li Qiming truly commits any unspeakable act, I possess countless ways to make him regret it. Su Bai had little tolerance for harm inflicted upon those around him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Kuan Sudong openly. By the way, Su Bai, recently, Yi Qingqing has been coming to our class looking for you, even accusing you of deceiving her feelings. Is there any truth to this? Zheng Hao suddenly recalled the events of the day and couldn't help but bring it up. What else did she say? Su Bai inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. She even asked me for your home address, claiming she wanted to visit you, Zheng Hao replied, a hint of mischief evident in his tone. Did you tell her? Su Bai questioned, unable to suppress his curiosity. Of course not. Am I the type to betray my brother? Zheng Hao declared with feigned righteousness, yet to Su Bai, it felt as though he had been sold out without any awareness of the transaction. At that moment, Su Bai's gaze fell upon a corner beneath his bed, where lay an item that would provoke any man's pulse to quicken, the lace lingerie he had pilfered for task completion. Swallowing hard, Su Bai quickly pushed thoughts of Yi Qingqing from his mind and spoke to Zheng Hao. I'll come to you after school tomorrow. For now, I must hang up. The following day after school, in an effort to avoid Yi Qingqing and unnecessary troubles, Su Bai retreated to the garden behind the teaching building to await Zheng Hao. According to Zheng Hao, Li Qingming would likely seek out Ren Shishi at this time. What class are you from? Sneaking around here. What are you up to? Good day, Principal Li. I am from class 1 of the senior year. Su Bai intended to brush off Li Qingming with a few vague remarks, but to his surprise, the latter responded, Class 1? Isn't that the key class? Shouldn't you be taking exams now? What are you doing here? Oh no. Su Bai's heart sank as he realized his oversight. Since last week, the key class had mandated that students remain in school on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings for additional practice tests. His presence in the garden would certainly raise eyebrows. Quickly return to your exams. Don't let me see you here again, Principal Li commanded, waving his hand impatiently, cutting through Su Bai's thoughts. Without further ado, Su Bai turned to leave, for he had spotted Ren Shishi emerging from the teaching building. It was clear why this old lecher had allowed him to depart. He was likely fearful of Subai disrupting his plans. As Subai spoke, he slipped into a more concealed location to continue observing the garden's happenings. He saw Principal Li leering at Ren Shishir, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her figure. Although Subai understood that this situation was a result of the fate chocolate, he remained perplexed as to why Ren Shishir would willingly seek out Li Qiming. After a brief exchange, the two exited the school gate together. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai prepared to follow them. However, just as he bent down to leave, a pair of pudgy hands landed on his shoulder. Subai, did you see Shishir? Zheng Hao, panting heavily, inquired anxiously. She has already left with that lecher, Subai replied. What? Upon hearing this, Zheng Hao erupted, his eyes blazing with fury as he rolled up his sleeves and bolted towards the school gate. If you dare lay a finger on Shishir, I will not let you off lightly. Calm down, my friend, Subai urged, grabbing Zheng Hao's arm to prevent him from acting rashly. Don't forget, you consumed the fate chocolate. This scenario is precisely the result of its effects. You only ate half? Subai was taken aback by Zheng Hao's admission. Brother, that is no ordinary chocolate. How could you only consume half? Can I be blamed? You know the circumstances, being startled from behind. Who could remain calm? Zheng Hao replied, concern etched on his face. Subai, what happens if you only eat half? Will something bad occur? At this juncture, Subai found himself at a loss for words. It was merely unfortunate that Zheng Hao had coincidentally eaten half of the fate chocolate. With a thought, Subai delved into his mind and asked the system, what are the potential side effects of consuming only half of the fate chocolate, aside from the known ones? Ding. The effect of the romantic chocolate is determined by the integrity of the item. If it becomes damaged or separated, its effects may undergo unpredictable changes, potentially resulting in the opposite effect. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Subai's mind. Unpredictable changes that could even produce contrary effects? Subai couldn't help but repeat the system's words, his body shuddering as he thought fervently, could it be that my romantic fortune has turned into a romantic calamity? Subai swallowed hard, speechless for quite some time. The romantic calamity could very well leave an indelible shadow on Zheng Hao's heart. Perhaps, while walking along, a beautiful woman might suddenly throw herself into his embrace, only for him to discover she is a female thief. Or, while he sleeps at night, a lovely lady might climb onto his bed, only to reveal herself as a man. In any case, it would be quite challenging for Zheng Hao to pursue Ren Shishir now. System, is there any way to avoid this romantic calamity? Subai asked, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Ding. There is no way to avoid it. The mechanical voice of the system responded once more. Really no way? Truly, none. Li Guangming drove directly to the modern Grand Hotel. This five-star establishment offers dining, entertainment, and lodging, often frequented by the affluent. As for what they do here, it goes without saying. Initially, Subai and Zheng Hao had decided to capture the moment when Li Guangming checked into a room as evidence to threaten him. However, unexpectedly, before they could even enter the hotel, an incident occurred. The sky had completely darkened, and at the hotel entrance, several scantily clad women were casting flirtatious glances at passers-by, even directly pulling wealthy patrons into the hotel behind them. Wasn't this supposed to be a five-star hotel? Subai stood a distance away, his face filled with astonishment. Yet, just moments later, as Li Guangming led Ren Shishir past these women, a middle-aged woman, dressed provocatively, suddenly shrieked, Hey, watch where you're stepping. You just stepped on my foot. Ren Shishir, already nervous about accompanying Li Guangming to the modern Grand Hotel, shuddered at the sudden reprimand from the streetwalker, instinctively breaking free from Li Guangming's grasp and attempting to flee. Perhaps due to Ren Shishir's striking appearance, or perhaps because the nearby thugs were in league with the streetwalker. She was surrounded before she could escape. Hey, don't run. You stepped on her foot and didn't even say sorry? One thug with flamboyantly dyed hair and earrings remarked, his gaze lecherously roving over Ren Shishir. I'm sorry, it was unintentional, Ren Shishir said, her head bowed, her face pale, terrified at encountering such ruffians for the first time. Sorry. Too late. The thug sneered, a glint of cunning in his eyes, coldly stating, seeing how tightly you're squeezing your legs together, you must be new at this. Why not entertain me a bit? If you make me happy, I'll let you go. Ren Shishir, once revered as the goddess of the campus and accustomed to a lofty status, found herself at a loss upon hearing the vulgar words from the thug. Come on, girl, you're not much different from them. Why not have some fun with us? If you have any skills, we could discuss them together. The thug's companions chimed in, their words dripping with lewd implications. Clearly, the them they referred to were the streetwalkers, as the thugs had mistaken Rinshirshir for a mistress accompanying a wealthy patron. So what's it going to be? Is your big boss going to pay up? Or do you want to be trained by my friends? The thug said, his gaze shifting to Li Guangming, his tone laden with malice. It was evident that they intended to extort money. Subai observed the scene unfolding at the hotel entrance, easily discerning the collusion between the streetwalkers and the thugs, who would opportunistically target gullible patrons and then have the thugs extort them. Li Guangming, with his rotund belly and immaculate attire, was the epitome of wealth, and anyone could see the nature of his relationship with the younger woman at this late hour. Typically, such patrons would have a fierce wife at home, making them particularly wary of their affairs, thus rendering them prime targets for extortion. However, it was also apparent that the thugs and streetwalkers had connections that allowed them to operate with such impunity at the modern Grand Hotel. Subai, we must rescue Shirshir. If we don't, those thugs are going to strike. Zhang Hao, witnessing Rinshirshir being cornered, could no longer contain his anger and rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge in. Had Subai not held him back, he would likely have already engaged in a brawl with the thugs. Calm down, fatty. We still have Li Guangming. He won't stand idly by, Subai reassured him. Li Guangming. That old lecher? Zheng Hao was skeptical, doubting that Li Guangming would dare confront the thugs, as he had been cowering in the background, not even uttering a word when Rinshirshir tried to escape. Don't worry. Those thugs are only after money. Li Guangming is surely aware of that. As if on cue, Li Guangming, who had remained silent until now, let out a heavy sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Brothers, I'll pay. Just let us go. Seeing a way to avoid calamity, Li Guangming immediately pulled out a bank card from his wallet, trembling as he handed it to the thug. This has 30,000 in it. Consider it compensation for the lady. 30,000? Are you kidding me? The thug exploded, slapping Li Guangming hard across the face. With a sharp crack, Li Guangming's ears rang, and stars danced before his eyes. Brother, I'm sorry, I took the wrong one. This is it. Flustered, he fumbled in his pocket for another card, stammering, This one has 100,000. Take it all. Though Li Guangming was a local kingpin at Yuhai, here, he dared not utter a word of protest. Meekly surrendering his money, he intended to vent all his frustrations on Rinshirshir once they reached the hotel room. After receiving the money, the thugs finally released the two, continuing their search for the next target to extort. Damn it, who the hell dared to step on me? The thug yelled in pain, clutching his foot and hopping in place. As he looked up to find the person who had stepped on him, he spotted two students, one plump and the other slender, grinning at him. The thinner student exuded an almost palpable aura of intimidation. You too. The thug gulped, shaking his head vigorously to dispel the inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. There was no denying it. Subai's newfound strength had transformed his presence, instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary thugs who encountered him. I'm truly sorry, my brother accidentally stepped on you. Subai shrugged and feigned innocence, smiling as he spoke. Sorry. If I were to sever your head, would a simple apology suffice? The surrounding ruffians were incensed to witness their leader being confronted by two students. However, what Subai uttered next nearly caused them to choke on their own disbelief. I wager you cannot sever my head, yet I can certainly burst yours. Care to give it a try? Subai said with a sardonic smile. Initially, he had no intention of provoking these thugs, but Zheng Hao insisted on avenging Rinshirshir. And as a brother, he felt compelled to assist, thus he proactively taunted the earring thug. Upon hearing this, the earring thug's expression darkened, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he growled. Do you even know who I am? How dare you be so arrogant? Oh. Subai raised an eyebrow, surveying the group before casually retorting. I do not know who you are, but I am your father. Be a good son and call me daddy. I shall buy you some candy later. You're courting death. The earring thug's eyes widened as he swung his fist, preparing to strike. Oh. Subai merely raised an eyebrow, exhibiting a demeanor of indifference. Suddenly, with a swift motion infused with inner strength, his palm descended upon the earring thug. Bang! A crisp sound resonated as a red line traced down the thug's face, and in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying several meters away, landing amidst the stunned onlookers. It was as if the world had been muted. Chapter 38. You dare to toy with me? Who else wishes to test their luck? Subai remarked coolly. Those ruffians who had contemplated advancing were rendered speechless by the student's display of power. Noticing his nonchalant smile, a chill crept up their spines. What manner of monster is this? Gazing at the incapacitated earring thug, the others dared not utter a sound. They were well aware of his prowess, having clawed their way through the underworld, His ferocity and skills were unparalleled. Yet, before this seemingly frail student, he appeared as meek as a quail. My goodness, this is astonishing. Leave. Zheng Hao, witnessing Su Bai's formidable strength, was initially taken aback. However, recalling how he had single-handedly defeated Chao Dazhuang and sent Taekwondo prodigy Kuan Sudong flying, his shock began to subside. Narrowing his eyes, he kicked the bloodied earring thug, declaring, "From now on, keep your eyes wide open. Ren Shishir is not the kind of girl you can tarnish at will." The surrounding ruffians nodded vigorously, hastily dragging the earring thug, who resembled a lifeless dog, away, swiftly disappearing from the hotel entrance. What shall we do about these individuals? Once the thugs had departed, Zhang Hao turned and cast a glance at the gaudily dressed women, remembering that they had also participated in bullying Ren Shishir. "Are you all prostitutes?" Su Bai stepped forward and asked bluntly. The leading middle-aged woman was taken aback, not expecting such a question, but, wishing to avoid entanglements with the thugs, replied, "We were merely out for fun. We do not know that group of thugs. Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you, provided you speak the truth. I assure you, there will be benefits for you." As he spoke, Su Bai retrieved a sum of 10,000 yuan from his pocket. Yes, we are." The leading middle-aged woman's demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing the money. She nodded vigorously, saying, "We are ladies from a nearby club. We only recently met those thugs. They asked us to cooperate with their scheme, promising us 30% of the profits, yet they have never paid us." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, and the younger women behind her nodded fervently like chicks pecking at grain. "Does anyone among you have gynecological issues?" Su Bai inquired. The question left not only the women, who were dressed provocatively, stunned, but Zheng Hao was equally baffled. "Su Bai, have you forgotten our purpose? Let us not waste time with them. We must deal with that lecher Li Guangming to prevent Shishir from facing danger." "We certainly do not. The club arranges regular checkups for us, no illness, no money." Su Bai interrupted the middle-aged woman's words directly. "What?" His statement left the women momentarily speechless. This guy has quite the peculiar taste, does he not? Does he harbor some inclination towards BDSM? I shall be honest with you. In fact, we all have gynecological issues. You see, this money, the middle-aged woman chuckled awkwardly. "You all wait here. I will call you in shortly." Su Bai produced several tens of thousands of yuan and addressed the women. "As long as you satisfy my boss, all this money will be yours." "No problem, but who is your boss?" the middle-aged woman asked earnestly, certain that this boss must be the most formidable man she had encountered in her years of work. "It is the very individual you just attempted to con." Su Bai replied with an indifferent smile. "Very well. To express our apologies, we sisters will undoubtedly exert our utmost efforts to ensure your boss is thoroughly pleased." The plump woman exclaimed, receiving the 10,000 yuan and confidently assuring him, "Excellent, perform well, and we shall see what you can do." Zheng Hao, now understanding the situation, patted Su Bai on the shoulder, grinning mischievously as he said, "As long as you satisfy the boss, I shall offer you additional rewards. Rest assured, regardless of whether he is a dragon of poison or an Italian cannon, we shall drain him dry." The middle-aged woman's face lit up with excitement, her spirits soaring as she realized this was a far quicker way to earn money than conning with those thugs. "Room 3011. What are you doing standing there? Get over here at once." Li Guangming bellowed, seated with a glass of red wine in his hand, his expression dark as he addressed Ren Shishir. I cannot drink." Ren Shishir stood at the door, her head bowed, finally managing to utter a few words, looking exceedingly anxious. "Are you trying to play innocent with me?" Li Guangming slammed his wine glass onto the table, his face darkening as he scolded, "You're here now, so stop pretending to be pure. Do you think you're still the 8th-ranked beauty on the campus beauty list? Still? Do you think I am unaware of your family situation?" Li Guangming threatened directly, "Your gambling addict father owes 80,000. And combined with today's loss of 130,000, that totals 930,000. If you do not satisfy me today, I will report you for fraud. At that moment, everyone will know what kind of school beauty Ren Shishir truly is." Though Ren Shishir was unwilling, the written agreement had already been signed, rendering any protest futile. Must it truly come to this? Her complexion paled further, resembling a blank sheet of paper. 930,000 was an astronomical amount for someone from a less fortunate background, and Ren Shishir doubted that after appeasing Li Guangming, he would simply let her go. "Principal Li, I implore you to spare me. I assure you I shall repay you." Ren Shishir, her body limp against the door, had tears welling in her eyes for what felt like an eternity. She had regretted her decision since descending the stairs, and now, In the solitude of a room with a solitary man, she felt an overwhelming clarity and a desperate desire to flee. Yet the door had been firmly secured by Li Guangming. Stop with the nonsense. You took my money. You ought to fulfill your obligations. It is too late for regrets now. Li Guangming sprang to his feet and lunged toward Ren Shi, exclaiming, if you do not comply, you will face dire consequences. Li. Principal Li. Lin Anyo, terrified by Li Guangming's brutish demeanor, hastily turned to open the door, only to remember that it had been deliberately locked. Just then, the door emitted a sharp crack. Who is it? Li Guangming halted abruptly as two shadows, one slender and one stout, appeared before him. Principal Li. What an exquisite delight it is to see you working late into the night, Subai remarked with a faint smile, emphasizing the word working. Why you? How did you find this place? Li Guangming stammered, pointing at Subai and Zheng Hao with a face full of dread. With a mind as bright as yours. It would be a challenge to remain unnoticed, Subai replied, shaking his phone. Enough chatter. Hand over the IOU, or I shall release the recording online. Why you dare threaten me? Li Guangming was taken aback that Subai had recorded his earlier words, his anger boiling, yet he felt utterly powerless. Those with nothing to hide need not fear the knock of the devil. Principally, it would be wise to comply. Hand over the IOU. And I may consider deleting the recording. Subai displayed a subtle, mischievous grin. Fine, I will give it to you. Li Guangming, visibly agitated, retrieved the IOU while cursing Subai's ancestors, silently vowing not to let this opportunity slip away. Fatty, go fetch the IOU. Upon seeing Li Guangming produce the document, Subai addressed Zheng Hao. Understood, Zheng Hao replied, his face taut as he approached Li Guangming, suppressing the urge to strike the lecherous man. Hand it over. Zheng Hao snatched the IOU from Li Guangming, confirming its authenticity before turning to Subai. Indeed, this is Shir's IOU. Ren Shi, stunned, struggled to process the rapid succession of events. You have given us the IOU. Will you delete the recording? Li Guangming pleaded. Absolutely not. Subai interrupted, turning to leave. Principal Li, how could I possibly record you? Throughout, I have not captured anything at all. He turned back, feigning innocence, while Li Guangming felt as though he might choke on his own blood. No recording? What a travesty. Li Guangming's expression darkened. This worthless student dared to toy with him, even to the extent of humiliating him. Clenching his fists, he resolved to teach Subai a lesson he would not soon forget. Before Li Guangming could take 2 steps, he heard Subai call out to those outside. All right. Everyone, come in. Come in. Are there others? Li Guangming trembled, sensing impending doom. Principal Li, do not be anxious. This evening has interfered with your work, and I, as a student, feel deeply remorseful. Therefore, I have arranged new assignments for you, which I hope you will find enjoyable. Subai's grin widened as he addressed the newcomers. My boss is over there. You must attend to him well. If you upset him, the money will be gone. Understood, just watch us. A confident middle-aged woman responded, as the younger women behind her eagerly approached Li Guangming. What are you planning? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Li Guangming, terrified, sat down on the bed. Ladies, take care of the boss and let him experience the pleasures of the heavens, commanded the middle-aged woman, arms crossed. Without hesitation, the group pounced on Li Guangming, beginning to remove his clothing. What might have been a beautiful scene was marred by the unfortunate appearances of the women involved, making it impossible to look without discomfort. One young woman had a face riddled with blemishes, while another was considerably larger than Zheng Hao. But the most alarming was the middle-aged woman, whose complexion was far from appealing. As the younger women busied themselves, the middle-aged woman strode confidently forward. Help! Save me! Li Guangming felt as if the very air had been siphoned from the room, replaced by an overpowering stench that was suffocating. Simultaneously, the remaining women had stripped Li Guangming bare and were now mercilessly attending to him with various implements. The room was soon filled with agonized cries. Ah! This is unbearable. Li Guangming writhed in desperation, tears streaming down his face, limbs convulsing as if he might faint at any moment. Fatty, take Ren Shi and leave. I have matters to attend to, Subai said, observing the distressing scene before him. All right, stay in touch, Zheng Hao replied, leading the stunned Ren Shi out of the room. Our boss enjoys a taste for the extreme, stimulate him. Subai retrieved his phone, activating the recording function to capture the unfolding spectacle. Understood. The women echoed in unison, and what followed was a series of inappropriate scenes, with Li Guangming foaming at the mouth. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, Subai stored his phone away, tossed some money onto the table, and cheerfully remarked, I shall not disturb you further. When the boss awakens tomorrow, I will ensure he compensates you. Once the door was closed, Subai swiftly exited the modern Grand Hotel. The following morning, Subai rode his bicycle to school. One could not deny that after last night's events, Zheng Hao had successfully bridged the gap with Ren Shishir, averting what could have been a romantic disaster. Ding-ling. At that moment, Subai's phone rang. Hey, brother. Upon answering, he was greeted by Zheng Hao's exuberant voice. Do you know how my night with Shishir went? Huh. No need to elaborate. I'm hanging up, Subai said with a sigh, realizing Zheng Hao was merely bragging and had no desire to listen further. Wait, brother, I must sincerely thank you. Without the help of the love-inducing chocolate, Shishir might still be ignoring me. Zheng Hao paused, feigning hesitation. Brother, do you have any of that chocolate left? Even if I did, I wouldn't share. Subai rolled his eyes and firmly declined. The love-inducing chocolate was a reward for completing tasks. Purchasing it separately would drain his meager wealth. Moreover, Zheng Hao and Ren Shishir's relationship had evolved, and any attempts to hasten it might yield counterproductive results. Forget it, I won't ask you anymore. I, the esteemed Lord Fat, will strive on my own. Zheng Hao huffed in indignation, then, with a hint of arrogance, said, in a few days, accompany me to a gathering, and I shall introduce you to a girl. How about that? Don't you think I, Lord Fat, am quite generous? Just then, Subai abruptly hung up the phone. Yet in his heart, he felt a surge of joy for Zheng Hao. Moreover, this time, they need not worry about Li Guangming causing trouble. For Subai had captured an unflattering video of him. With that video in hand, Li Guangming would surely be compelled to assist him at every turn. Earlier, a middle-aged woman had sent him a message, stating that Li Guangming had been utterly exhausted, having been drained 17 times in one night, and was now in a hospital's intensive care unit. It was likely he would not recover for at least 10 days to half a month. Deep in thought, Subai arrived at the school gate on his bicycle. Stop. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the air. Oh no, how could I have forgotten her? Subai's body stiffened, and a smile instantly adorned his face as he stopped his bike and greeted. Ah, it's Sister Qing. You look stunning today. I almost didn't recognize you. Stop flattering me. Yi Qingqing retorted, clad in the martial arts club's uniform, her face and body slightly soiled from rigorous training. It was clear Subai was engaging in blatant flattery. The moment she noticed his smile, her expression darkened. You scoundrel. I've been looking for you for ages. And you weren't even around. I called you, but no one answered. Tell me, have you forgotten our agreement? Yi Qingqing was quite upset with Subai, particularly in light of recent days. Although Lin Anren hadn't said anything, Yi Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if she had committed some grave error. After all, she had vowed to ensure Subai would participate in the martial arts club's special training. But now, while Yi Qingqing was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed the students passing by, each of them gaping in astonishment. Oh my goodness, did I hear that correctly? The goddess Yi is actively seeking him out, and it seems he stood her up. This is utterly ludicrous. Indeed, the implication of an agreement between them was far too ambiguous. Ah, my heart, shattered. The surrounding boys began to murmur, clearly stimulated by Yi Qingqing's earlier words. Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing she had spoken too much in a fit of anger. She felt both humiliated and furious, wishing to vanish into thin air. If memory serves, this was the second time she had been misunderstood. Subai, come to the martial arts club after school. Regardless of whether you've trained or not, you must participate in the competition. With that, Yi Qingqing briskly turned and departed, leaving no room for Subai's objections. This cunning little sprite is clearly seeking revenge on me. Subai shrugged helplessly, but sensing the increasingly peculiar atmosphere around him, he decided to push his bicycle towards the bike shed. Observing the two depart, the expressions of the surrounding students varied. The girls seemed to have caught a whiff of gossip, while the boys cast envious and jealous glances at Subai. The day passed in silence. And as school ended in the afternoon, Yi Qingqing's phone call jolted Subai awake from his slumber at his desk. Subai, hurry over. The competition is about to start. After gathering his belongings, Subai leisurely made his way to the martial arts club venue, which was bustling with activity. The arena had been entirely transformed into a competition space, and the area previously reserved for training had undergone a complete makeover during his absence. As Subai surveyed the scene, he noticed that the martial arts club and the taekwondo club were situated on opposite sides of the venue, compelling him to steel himself and approach. Yi Qingqing emerged from the crowd, her tone slightly reproachful. Never mind, just change into your outfit. You need to prepare for your turn. Following Yi Qingqing's gesture, Su Bai noticed a black martial arts uniform laid out on a table. While sitting nearby was someone he wished to avoid. You better be mentally prepared. Don't embarrass our martial arts club by getting knocked out by the Taekwondo club. Ma Quan's mocking grin widened, as if he had entirely forgotten the humiliation he had suffered at Su Bai's hands. Su Bai merely smiled faintly, disregarding Ma Quan entirely. Why would an adult stoop to the level of a child? With his mastery of internal energy, Su Bai's strength had evolved significantly. And coupled with his proficiency in Tai Chi, Ma Quan appeared no more than a petulant child before him. It is no exaggeration to say that just one punch would send Ma Quan flying. As Su Bai changed his clothes, he caught sight of a graceful figure stepping into the center of the martial arts club venue, clad in the same black martial arts uniform. Her aura radiated superiority over the others in the club, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of coldness, exuding an air of confidence. Lin Anren. Upon seeing her, Su Bai's expression shifted slightly. After all, he had glimpsed her beautiful back and had also used a temporary amnesia spray on her. So now, facing her again, he felt both anxious and exhilarated, uncertain if she remembered that day. Anren. Yi Qingqing waved her hand, her well-developed figure immediately capturing the attention of the surrounding boys. Among them were those who had witnessed Yi Qingqing and Su Bai flirting at the school gate. And now they felt as though 1,000 horses had stampeded through their hearts. How could such a flower be planted in cow dung? Lin Anren turned, her gaze landing on Su Bai. This moment startled him, causing his body to momentarily freeze. Fortunately, she merely glanced at him casually, seemingly unaware of their prior encounter. Soon, the air was filled with the excited screams of girls. The newcomer was Kun Sudong, handsome and dashing, clad in a pristine Taekwondo uniform, leaving the girls utterly enchanted. In contrast, the boys around them appeared as mere background figures, grappling with feelings of inferiority. The striking pair of Lin Anren and Kun Sudong undoubtedly stole the spotlight of the competition. However, those in the know were aware that there was an even more intriguing aspect to this club competition, the wager between Kun Sudong and Lin Anren, where the losing party would unconditionally withdraw from the ranks of Yuhai High School S clubs. This meant that either the martial arts club or the Taekwondo club would soon dominate the scene. This was a matter of life and death. Lin Anren. It might be wise for the martial arts club to concede. If you lose too badly, your club will be utterly humiliated, Kun Sudong sneered, the black belt around his waist standing out prominently. Having trained in Taekwondo since childhood, Kun Sudong possessed considerable talent and had already attained a black belt at the age of 17 or 18, giving him ample reason to be arrogant. Furthermore, he had enlisted an external aid for this competition, rendering the outcome a foregone conclusion. I'm saying this for your own good, Kun Sudong continued, his eyes narrowing as he spoke with a sinister tone. Lin Anren, unperturbed, maintained her composure, her expression unwavering. Although the Taekwondo club had historically won more than it lost, Lin Anren was confident in her ability to triumph over them. After all, the martial arts club was her brainchild, and only she knew how much effort and sweat she had poured into it. Just wait for your defeat. Kun Sudong smirked, his lips pressed together as his eyes began to roam insidiously. However, I have a suggestion. Why don't you join our Taekwondo club as a branch? That way, the Martial Arts Club 1T have to be disbanded from Yunhai High Branch Society. Upon hearing this, even the usually composed Lin Anru couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. The Martial Arts Society was not only her labor of love but also a vital channel for the promotion and development of Chinese martial arts. If they were to join the Taekwondo Society under the guise of a branch society, it would be a grave insult to Chinese martial arts. What nonsense! Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air, silencing the crowd. You pathetic coward. Instead of studying the noble art of Chinese martial arts, you choose to embrace the Korean style. And now you dare suggest the Martial Arts Society join the Taekwondo Society? Have you eaten too much excrement, or has your head been caught in a door? What? The moment these words were uttered, the entire Martial Arts Society erupted in chaos. Who is this bold individual daring to confront Kun Sudong? Is he courting death? Look, he's wearing the Martial Arts Society uniform. Could he be one of them? Since when did the Martial Arts Society boast such a remarkable figure? My goodness, isn't this the one from this morning? What is his identity to have been flirting with Yi Qingqing and now openly confronting the Taekwondo Society president Kun Sudong? He must have more than 10 lives to spare. The crowd buzzed with speculation, particularly those who had witnessed Su Bai earlier that day, now astonished to see him in the Martial Arts Society venue, openly challenging Kun Sudong. Beside him, Yi Qingqing was equally taken aback by Su Bai's words. But upon seeing Kun Sudong's pallid face, she couldn't help but chuckle, satisfied as she remarked, "Well done, bottle brother. For helping Sister Anru, I shall forgive you. Damn it. Stealing my thunder again." Yet, Ma Quan knew that Subai was merely indulging in verbal bravado, for if he were truly serious, he wouldn't have vanished just 2 days before the competition. Reflecting on this, a vicious glint appeared on his face as he envisioned Subai being brutally beaten by the Taekwondo Society, perhaps even ending up in the hospital. Kun Sudong trembled with rage at this sudden outburst, but upon noticing Subai's martial arts uniform, he was struck with astonishment. "Damn it, Chao Dazhuang. Thank goodness I did not heed your advice. Otherwise, today's match would have been fraught with uncertainty." Casting a glance at the blonde man in the Taekwondo Society, Kun Sudong's expression softened slightly. He realized that with Subai's strength, his previous strategy of a wheel battle might become ineffective. However, with the strength of external aid, he could easily crush the Martial Arts Society, rendering the wheel battle strategy irrelevant. With narrowed eyes, he coldly barked, "Who do you think you are, daring to insult me?" Kun Sudong felt his lungs nearly explode with fury as he stepped forward, only to be halted by Lin Andrew's firm stance. Let any disputes be settled in the arena. As president of the Martial Arts Society, Lin Andrew had many restrictions on her actions. But Subai's words had truly invigorated her spirit. Seeing Kun Sudong's intent to strike, she stepped forward decisively. Good. A fine declaration of settling matters in the arena. At that moment, a powerful voice resonated from within the Taekwondo Society's ranks. Both Lin Andrew and Subai turned their gazes toward the source. The man, with striking blonde hair and a handsome demeanor, exuded an aura that surpassed even Kun Sudong's. It was evident that his strength was far beyond that of the ordinary Taekwondo members. He stepped forward, his gaze toward Lin Andrew filled with fervor. But when he glanced at Subai, it turned icy, akin to a ravenous wolf. "Young man, you seem to harbor disdain for Taekwondo," Park Daong said with a cold chuckle. Upon seeing this blonde man, both Lin Andrew and Yi Qingqing involuntarily narrowed their eyes. Particularly, Yi Qingqing, fuming, exclaimed, "Kun Sudong, you are utterly shameless. If the wheel battle isn't enough, you even seek external aid. Humph, there's no rule against seeking external assistance in the competition. Why not? If you have the capability, you too may enlist help." Kun Sudong replied with a triumphant smile, his face brimming with contempt as he deliberately addressed Subai. "I fear no one in the Martial Arts Society can hold their own. You are all a bunch of worthless trash. It would be wise to pack up and disband before you suffer a humiliating defeat. Disdain for Taekwondo? Not a single capable fighter?" At this moment, Subai's indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Initially, Kun Sudong assumed Subai's silence indicated fear of Park Daong's prowess, but he never anticipated that. At Kun Sudong's moment of triumph, the voice he detested would resound once more. "Kid, what did you say? Have the courage to repeat that." Kun Sudong shouted angrily. Since the situation had escalated to this extent, Subai felt no need for further concealment, especially considering he was merely stating the truth. "I said that all members of the Taekwondo Society are trash. I could take on 10 of you." Boom. This declaration exploded like thunder among the crowd. How audacious. To claim that all members of the Taekwondo Society are trash and that he could take on 10 of them. Heavens, is this guy insane? Once isn't enough for him to confront Kun Sudong. Now he dares to do it a second time. I can't bear to watch. Even if this guy has the Martial Arts Society backing him and is Yi Qingqing's boyfriend, Kun Sudong won't let him off lightly. He'll surely be carried out. At the same time, members of the Taekwondo Society glared at him furiously. They had never before experienced such humiliation. "Shut your filthy mouth. Do you believe I won't leave you toothless? Brother Dong, let me handle this. He must be taught a lesson. How dare he provoke us Taekwondo practitioners? He will learn why the flowers bloom so beautifully." In the face of Subai's audacity, even Park Daong, who had looked down on him, wore an unpleased expression as he solemnly said, "Young man, do you imply that you possess remarkable fighting skills?" "Humph." Subai offered a dismissive smile, lifting his chin defiantly as he replied, "I misspoke earlier. Actually, counting you in, I could take on 20. Upon this statement, the Martial Arts Society seemed to have hit the mute button, enveloped in silence. They could hardly withstand the shock of Subai's audacity. This fellow, if not exceedingly confident in his own capabilities, must have lost his mind. Enough. Lin An furrowed her brow slightly, not wishing for Subai to continue. Although she recognized Subai's exceptional physical prowess, she knew he had not undergone systematic martial arts training and would not stand a chance against Kun Sudong and Park Daong, the Taekwondo experts. "Sister Anru, Bottle Brother knows Tai Chi. At that moment, Yu Qingqing suddenly chimed in excitedly. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. Even Subai was taken aback, wondering how this cunning little girl knew about his Tai Chi practice. Yi Qingqing leaned closer to Subai, intimately linking her arm with his, smiling brightly as she said, I heard Zheng Hao mention it. He said you've been learning Tai Chi from a master recently. Learning Tai Chi from a master? Subai rolled his eyes, unable to suppress a curse. That fat guy would say anything to avoid Yi Qingqing. The image of Zheng Hao gossiping about him flashed in his mind. Well, I've been duped by that glutton. No wonder he hadn't shown up for class today. It seemed he was deliberately avoiding me. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with knowing Tai Chi? Subai, do you truly know Tai Chi? Lin An returned to him, her expression skeptical, with a superficial understanding. Subai hesitated to claim mastery of Tai Chi, fearing that Lin Anru might recall the events of that day, which could lead to complications. What a boast. You, of all people, practicing Tai Chi? I doubt you can even hold a stance properly. Kuan Sudong scoffed without restraint. Tai Chi, recognized as a national intangible cultural heritage, is not merely ancient in its lineage. It encompasses profound concepts such as yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the meridian theories of traditional Chinese medicine. The intricacies involved are evident, which is why no one would believe that a mere high school student like Su Bai could truly grasp Tai Chi in light of this. I believe we can adjust the competition rules, Park Daong said, narrowing his eyes and revealing a sly smile. Adjust the rules? Lin Anro asked, her gaze cold. Go on. How do you propose we adjust them? Park Daong declared, it's quite simple. Since you disapprove of the Taekwondo Club's round-robin format, we will implement a best-of-7 series. Each side will send 4 members to compete, and whoever wins 3 matches will claim victory in this year's club competition. Designating participants? Lin Anru frowned slightly. This condition was indeed advantageous for the martial arts club, as capable fighters were scarce. If they were to compete based on individual abilities, the martial arts club would likely suffer as they had in previous years. However, designating 4 participants would allow them to fight back fiercely. Yet, seeing the smirks on Kuan Sudong and Park Dayong's faces, Lin Anra sensed their ulterior motives. Sure enough, before Lin Anra could respond, Park Daong interjected, regarding the designated participants. We have one stipulation. A stipulation? Indeed. Park Daong and Kuan Sudong's expressions darkened as their gazes fell upon Subai. One of your 4 fighters must be him. What? The members of the martial arts club erupted in discontent. How shameless. This is tantamount to giving you a match. Exactly. He has only just joined the martial arts club and has undergone proper training. Anru, we cannot agree to this demand. Their voices clearly conveyed disbelief in Subai's abilities, particularly Ma Quan, who directly derided, Anru, he could very well be an undercover agent from the Taekwondo club, sent to disrupt us. Don't fall for their trick. Ma Quan, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Qingqing retorted angrily. Bingo is someone I brought in. Does that make me an undercover agent too? As Yi Qingqing staunchly defended Subai, Ma Quan's jealousy flared, and he clenched his fists in frustration. Subai, are you willing to fight for the martial arts club? Lin Anru inquired. Aren't you afraid I might be an undercover agent for the Taekwondo club? Subai replied, casting a casual glance at Ma Quan and the other members of the martial arts club. I trust Qingqing's judgment. Since you know Tai Chi, you should contribute to the martial arts club. Lin Anru's willingness to believe in Subai stemmed not only from Yi Qingqing, but also from the inexplicable sense of faith he inspired. Furthermore, if they did not agree, the martial arts club would once again face the Taekwondo club's relentless tactics, particularly with Park Daong as their formidable ally, making victory seem elusive. I will help the martial arts club win this match, Subai declared, inspired by Lin Anru's decisiveness. Very well, since he has agreed. You may select the remaining 3 members. Kuan Sudong smirked knowingly, casting a significant glance at Subai. This time, he intended to make Subai aware of the consequences of crossing him. After deliberation, the martial arts club designated Subai, Lin Anru, Yi Qingqing, and Ma Quan as their competitors. The Taekwondo club fielded Kuan Sudong, Park Daong, Jiang Tao, and another capable member. In the first match, the opponent was a formidable member of the Taekwondo club. The two faced each other, testing one another before engaging in fierce combat. With a single punch, Ma Quan knocked his opponent to the ground. Humph, thought you could overshadow me. Now you see my strength. He sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Subai as if to assert his superiority over the defeated Taekwondo member. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, A sudden surge of rage consumed him upon witnessing Su-bai chatting and laughing with others below the stage. Damn it, I'm up here fighting fiercely. And you all are down there having a good time? Ma Quan felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal, as if he had been thoroughly undermined. Next up, who was coming? He bellowed, eager to demonstrate his prowess. Having won a match, Ma Quan's confidence surged, and in his eagerness to impress Yi Qingqing, he overlooked his arrogance. Upon seeing Jiang Tao approach, he taunted, "Oh, it's you. We've battled before, and you've never beaten me. Let me show you your place." Jiang Tao's expression tightened. Bewildered by Ma Quan's audacity, knowing that his previous loss had merely been a result of Kun Sudong's strategy, in a genuine fight, Ma Quan would not stand a chance. With a resounding crash, Jiang Tao launched himself forward, delivering a swift kick to Ma Quan's abdomen. The members of the martial arts club gasped at the speed, which rivaled Kun Sudong's. Caught off guard, Ma Quan felt a sharp pain in his gut as he was sent flying. Before he could regain his bearings, Jiang Tao struck again, and the sound of impact reverberated loudly, leaving Ma Quan reeling. "This strength is incredible," Lin Anru frowned, realizing the Taekwondo club had come well prepared for the match. How insidious. They clearly intend to eliminate the martial arts club from Yu Hai Hai, Yi Qingqing exclaimed. Fury directed at the disheveled Ma Quan, who now bore the marks of his defeat. "Now we are at a stalemate," Kun Sudong remarked, satisfied with the outcome. He calculated that even if Lin Anru were exceptionally skilled, she could not single-handedly turn the tide against the Taekwondo club, especially with a powerhouse like Park Daeong on their side. "Allow me to step in," Su-bai said, surveying Jiang Tao in the center of the arena. "Bingo?" Yi Qingqing halted her advance, her eyes fixed on him. "Are you confident you can win?" "Dealing with him will be a breeze," Su-bai replied, a calm smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. "Let Su-bai go first," Lin Anru decided, her keen observations noting Su-bai's innate confidence, which compelled her to trust him unconditionally. You will definitely lose. Don't be so arrogant." Ma Quan seethed as he watched Su-bai approach, feeling his frustration boil over once more. Originally intending to impress Yi Qingqing and highlight the disparity in strength between him and Su-bai, he instead became the subject of ridicule. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anger. Unable to best his opponent, he chose silence, retreating to witness the unfolding contest. Su-bai, observing Ma Quan, who had lost 2 front teeth and spoke with a lisp, had no desire for further dialogue. He opened his mouth, silently mouthing a few words. Upon realizing Su-bai's implications, Ma Quan was consumed with rage, spewing blood and swiftly losing consciousness. This child certainly had a volatile temper. Su-bai shook his head in resignation and stepped into the center of the arena. Meanwhile, Kun Sudong declared with authority, "Jiang Tao, leave him to me." Jiang Tao, noticing Su-bai's slender stature, barely around 175 meters, had anticipated an easy victory but was caught off guard by Kun Sudong's sudden command. Chapter 42. I shall meet you in the past. Kun Sudong had pursued Lin Anru, only to be repeatedly rebuffed. In terms of family background, Kun Sudong was among the elite at Yu Hai High School, and his handsome visage captivated many a girl. However, Lin Anru never regarded him, nor did she ever cast him a glance, which deeply wounded Kun Sudong's pride. His infatuation gradually morphed into resentment. In a bid for revenge, Kun Sudong and Lin Anru established a wager. The losing side in the club competition would disband without conditions. "You may find yourself disappointed," Su-bai said, lowering his head and counting on his fingers, one by one. When he reached 1, he leisurely raised his gaze and coolly stated, "To defeat you, a single finger will suffice." The crowd fell into stunned silence, rubbing their ears in disbelief. If Su-bai's earlier provocations were taken lightly, his current assertion seemed reckless. He risked being utterly crushed and unable to exit the venue. "What did I say? This guy must have lost his mind, instead of begging for mercy. He seems intent on infuriating Kun Sudong," they murmured. "He claims to know Tai Chi? What a fool. Kun Sudong could easily render him helpless. This is it. Someone is bound to get hurt." Park Daeong regarded Su-bai with disdain, internally skeptical of his chances against Kun Sudong. With arms crossed, he envisioned Su-bai collapsing beneath Kun Sudong's might. Kun Sudong squinted, coldly retorting, "Let's see how you plan to defeat me with just 1 finger." As soon as he finished speaking, Kun Sudong lunged forward. It became evident to the onlookers that Jiang Tao's speed was child's play compared to Kun Sudong's ferocity. His explosive power was akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. It was clear that Subai would have no opportunity to react and would meet the same fate as Ma Quan. Yet, Subai remained unfazed, watching Kun Sudong's approach. He took a slight step back and effortlessly evaded the fierce strike. What? Kun Sudong thought, surprised that his ferocious attack had been so easily sidestepped. He mused. It seems that day when he sent me flying was no mere fluke. Although astonished, he did not hesitate, for Taekwondo demanded explosive power. Any moment of doubt would diminish his strength significantly. Stepping back, Kun Sudong tilted his body, launching his right leg like an arrow. Swish. The movement mirrored Jiang Tao's earlier attack, yet Kun Sudong's execution was markedly different, exhibiting remarkable speed and power as if he had been entirely enhanced. However, Subai's body moved like a nimble fish, barely shifting to evade the powerful strike. Wow, he dodged again. Oh my god, could he truly defeat Kun Sudong? The initial expectation of Subai's swift demise transformed into awe as he continually astonished the audience, raising their anticipation for the outcome. Some even began to speculate that Subai might actually triumph over Kun Sudong. Swish, swish, swish. Hearing the murmurs around him, Kun Sudong felt his irritation grow. He intensified his speed and precision, unleashing a barrage of kicks like a hail of bullets. Sudong, calm down. Don't lose your composure. Park Daong, observing the escalating situation, urgently cautioned Kun Sudong. If he lost his focus, it could provide Subai with an opening. With a resounding crack, Kun Sudong launched another whip kick, seemingly oblivious to the warning, recklessly targeting Subai's head. This maneuver was perilous, even categorized as dangerous in professional bouts, as a misstep could lead to serious injury or even death. Yet, this time, Subai chose not to evade. He extended his arm, bracing himself to absorb the blow. Kun Sudong emitted a cry akin to a pig being slaughtered, as though he had struck a steel plate, with the sensation of his leg fracturing upon impact. Although Subai, skilled in Tai Chi, could have effortlessly neutralized Kun Sudong's fierce assault, the intent to harm ignited a shift within him. Faced with someone harboring murderous intent, he could not afford to show mercy. Instinctively, he unleashed his internal energy, withstanding the blow. Bang! The force of this internal energy was formidable. A black belt in Taekwondo could effortlessly shatter multiple wooden boards, yet against Subai's internal strength, it was as if a wooden sword met an iron blade. Despite the wooden sword's graceful maneuvers, it would ultimately be severed in a true confrontation. The implications of this internal energy were profound. Wow, I hit the jackpot. Subai felt elated, surprised that the low-grade energy seed cultivated with plant growth solution was so potent. It not only spared him the tedium of rigorous training but also eliminated the need for strenuous physical conditioning, truly a double blessing. This spectacle astonished Lin Anru, prompting her to instinctively take a step forward. He actually withstood Kun Sudong's full force attack. Of course, Lin Anru did not believe Subai had harnessed internal energy. After all, an ordinary high school student could not master such abilities without guidance. She attributed it to his exceptional physical prowess, albeit it was frighteningly impressive. Simultaneously, Park Daong was left dumbfounded, but before he could process the situation, he saw Subai advancing toward Kun Sudong. I told you, to defeat you, one finger is enough. Subai uttered coolly, his attire remaining impeccably undisturbed, as Kun Sudong had yet to pose any genuine threat. What do you intend to do? Kun Sudong grasped his calf, a mixture of fear and astonishment flooding his mind. Suddenly, Subai pressed down on a pressure point on Kun Sudong's leg. Kun Sudong collapsed, overwhelmed by a tingling sensation throughout his body, unable to rise. What the heck? Did this guy truly defeat Kun Sudong with just one finger? My goodness. Am I seeing things? Is his strength genuinely that formidable? Has he transformed into a superhuman? This is unprecedented. Yinhai High School is on the brink of a transformation. Subai triumphed over the Taekwondo club president, Kun Sudong, an outcome deemed impossible by all. Yet he achieved this remarkable feat with merely a single finger. This was nothing short of a slap in the face to everyone present. Sister Anru, I told you Bingu is extraordinary. Just look, he practices Tai Chi. Upon witnessing Kun Sudong's defeat, Yi Qingxing was overwhelmed with joy, immediately wrapping her arms around Lin Anru's, bouncing with excitement. After all, Subai's victory over Kun Sudong equated to alleviating a significant burden for the martial arts society. If they continued to win the next match, the society could secure a 3 out of 4 victory, thereby preventing its disbandment. Qingxing, who was it yesterday that waved their little fists, proclaiming they would teach Subai a lesson upon meeting him? Lin Anru, noticing Yi Qingxing's exuberance, allowed a rare smile to grace her lips. This scene left the surrounding boys in a state of astonishment. Two prominent school beauties simultaneously beaming at one young man. It defied logic. Ma Quan sat alone in a corner, watching Yi Qingxing weep silently. Damn it. This jerk had stolen all the limelight. His heart was heavy with resentment. Kuan Sudong was taken off the stage, bewildered and at a loss for words. How could I have lost? I am a genius athlete, a black belt in Taekwondo. How could I have been defeated by this scoundrel? With just a finger. At that moment, even though he felt numbness throughout his body, his face burned with humiliation, feeling as though he had lost all dignity. Sudong, you were too careless, Park Daeong remarked. Rest assured, the Taekwondo club will not lose. That kid won't bask in his glory for long. Park Daeong's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. At most, 5 moves. Upon hearing this, Kuan Sudong's face brightened. The kid possessed some skill. He seemed to understand a bit about acupoint striking. Acupoint striking? Are you referring to this numb sensation? This was another technique conferred upon Subai by his mastery of Tai Chi previously. Without internal energy, it was nearly ineffective, but with internal energy, everything changed. This should be a form of internal martial arts, but it mattered little. I am destined to win this match today. Park Daeong's smile revealed his unwavering confidence. Under Kuan Sudong's watchful gaze, Park Daeong slowly rose and moved to the center of the arena. Kid, allow me to show you what I can do. Pointing at Subai, Park Daeong spoke fluent Chinese laced with sarcasm. Do not think that a little skill can alter the tides of battle. Let me tell you. Today, the Martial Arts Society has only 2 paths, disbanding or becoming a branch of the Taekwondo Club. Chapter 43, Justifiable Defense. After declaring this, Park Daeong stripped off his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. The Taekwondo Club erupted in cheers, and even Kuan Sudong's previously wavering spirit steadied. This was the aura of a true champion. Subai's mediocre skills may have allowed him to defeat Kuan Sudong by luck, but against Park Daeong, he would have no chance. The Martial Arts Society was doomed to lose. Pathetic. Surprisingly, after Park Daeong removed his shirt, Subai scoffed. The moment these words left his mouth, not only did Park Daeong's expression shift, but the entire arena fell silent. Was this a joke? This guy was so scrawny and still had the audacity to call someone else weak? Indeed, even if he had lucked out against Kuan Sudong, it was only because the latter had underestimated him. Park Daeong, however, was a legitimate expert, seasoned in numerous formal competitions. Just wait, this guy is bound to lose. And the Martial Arts Society will certainly disband after being defeated by the Taekwondo Club. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Lin Anru and Yi Qingxing grew concerned. They were right. Subai's victory over Kuan Sudong did indeed involve a degree of luck. If he truly faced Park Daeong, defeat was inevitable. Just then, Yi Qingxing's words were interrupted by Subai. Come on, watch how your brother handles you, you Korean punk. Subai gestured provocatively towards Park Daeong, exuding an air of nonchalance. Gasped. At this remark, the crowd fell into stunned silence, unable to suppress their doubts. Was this guy's mind malfunctioning? Or did he possess a severe, masochistic tendency? Otherwise, why would he continue to provoke his opponent so brazenly? The onlookers had completely lost their sympathy for Subai. One must possess self-awareness. In such a moment, trying to puff oneself up would only invite scorn. In the corner, Ma Quan lifted his swollen face, joining in the jeers. Go on, show him what you're made of. Park Daeong's expression darkened as he coldly replied, I do not know much about Tai Chi, only that it was created by an old man. Thus it is soft and unremarkable. Upon hearing this insult directed at the martial art of his homeland, Subai remained unfazed, responding calmly, whether it is remarkable or not, I cannot say, but there are hundreds of millions practicing Tai Chi worldwide. And what about your Taekwondo? Furthermore, this so-called soft martial art is more than adequate to deal with someone as brawny yet simple-minded as you. Sharp-tongued, Park Daeong's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched in anger. If that is the case, let us begin. Show me what your old man's martial art is truly capable of. With that, he propelled himself towards Subai. Taekwondo emphasizes leg attacks. The stronger the individual, the greater the force of their kicks. As Park Daeong charged, the rush of air made it evident to all that he was significantly stronger than both Jiang Tao and Kuan Sudong combined. What explosive power! Below, Lin An furrowed her brow at Park Daeong's speed. This level of strength was beyond her own capabilities, let alone Subai's. If they continued to clash head-on, even Subai's formidable physical prowess would falter. Smack! As expected, Subai attempted to block with his arm, only to be forced back several steps by the overwhelming impact. A sharp pain radiating through his arm. He thought to himself, What a powerful kick. Park Daeong, astonished that Subai had managed to block his attack, found himself intrigued. Not bad. With that, Park Daeong shifted his stance, launching a relentless series of strikes, offering Subai no opportunity to counter. Be careful of his knee. Bang. Park Daeong leaped, his right knee bending, propelling him towards Subai. The hard knee collided with Subai's arm, producing a resounding crack. Damn. Subai cursed inwardly. He had attempted to use internal energy to counter Park Daeong's strike, only to find himself unable to summon it, feeling utterly drained. Could it be that my grasp of internal energy remains insufficient? Subai pondered, recognizing that his internal energy was derived from a low-level energy seed, fundamentally differing from that of true masters of internal martial arts. This realization ignited within Subai a desire to seek out a genuine master to learn the proper usage of internal energy. Fortunately, this fleeting weakness was temporary. He soon re-established his connection to the internal energy that had momentarily eluded him. With a slight smile, he stretched out both arms, seemingly granting Park Daeong an opportunity to strike at his vital points, while in reality, he had set a clever trap, waiting for his opponent to fall into it. Before long, Park Daeong took the bait. As he extended his foot, preparing to kick Subai's body spun around to his rear at an astonishing angle. His outstretched arms resembled two chains, binding Park Daeong's body with an unyielding grip. Boom! A sudden tremor coursed through Park Daeong, and he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. It was over. The two muscular forms collided, and Park Daeong attempted to break free from his restraints, yet found it utterly impossible. Soon, he discovered that Subai had forcibly lifted him, pivoting around his right foot as his entire being began to rotate in place. What are you doing? Park Daeong was both alarmed and fearful. He had not been unfamiliar with the martial arts of Huaxia, where many unexpected and bizarre techniques were, in truth, lethal skills. Your taekwondo is no better than this, Subai remarked disdainfully. Just as Park Daeong was momentarily stunned, Subai released his grip on Park Daeong's arm, and a tremendous inertia propelled Park Daeong forward, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. With a scream, Park Daeong fell heavily onto the ground, curling up like a shrimp, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. This technique of leveraging strength led to Park Daeong's definitive defeat. The arena fell into a profound silence, as if the mute button had been pressed. No one anticipated this scene, and the gazes directed at Subai were filled with varying degrees of trepidation. It must be said, Subai's victory exceeded everyone's expectations and left them all astonished. Particularly, Kuan Sudong, who had initially believed Park Daeong to be invincible, thought that even if he lost the match due to carelessness, with Park Daeong present, the outcome was already determined. But now, Kuan Sudong could not help but gasp in shock, his face filled with dread. With 4 victories out of 3 rounds, the Martial Arts Society emerged triumphant. Subai surveyed the members of the Taekwondo Society and spoke with an indifferent tone. Those few words struck them like a resounding slap. Even now, the members of the Taekwondo Society could hardly believe they had lost this battle. Kuan Sudong shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the fear that gripped him. He had originally thought this plan would lead to the dissolution of the Martial Arts Society, and that Lin Anya would face repercussions. Instead, an unexpected twist had turned the tide, boosting the Martial Arts Society's morale significantly. As he gazed at Subai in the center of the arena, Kuan Sudong's fear gradually morphed into rage, as if a volcano were erupting. Damn it! The numbness in his body had yet to fade. He sprang to his feet and threw a punch at Subai. Slap! A crisp sound rang out, and Kuan Sudong immediately felt a ringing in his ears. In an instant, everything went dark. When he regained his senses, he found himself soaring through the air. Indeed, Subai had deftly slapped the attacking Kuan Sudong away. Weakling. Looking at Kuan Sudong, who lay crumpled on the ground beside Park Daeong, Subai coolly uttered 2 words. You scoundrel! The match is over. And yet you dare to resort to violence. Upon seeing Kuan Sudong being sent flying again by Subai, Jiang Tao hurried over to check on his injuries. He had been the one to initiate the attack. Brother Ping was merely acting in self-defense. Yu Qingqing's expression turned frosty as she spoke discontentedly. Jiang Tao quickly called the principal. Inform him that this scoundrel has violated school regulations by attacking someone in public. The curled-up Kuan Sudong glared at Subai with a face full of resentment. This was his final gambit. He had often done favors for the principal to maintain a good relationship, so now that trouble had arisen, he sought assistance. Director Su, Dongge has been attacked. Please come quickly. Jiang Tao dialed the number, speaking with a sense of pride as he fixed his gaze on Su Bai. Knowing the connection between Kun Sudong and the principal would surely result in Su Bai receiving severe punishment and expulsion. Before long, a bespectacled man with a traitorous demeanor appeared at the entrance of the arena. Who dares to fight in public? Do you not acknowledge my authority as the principal? Su Fulin waved his hand, reprimanding the crowd. Director Su, Jiang Tao and Kun Sudong exclaimed in unison, their faces brimming with self-satisfaction. Sudong, how did you sustain such injuries? Tell me who the fool was that attacked you, and I will expel him. Su Fulin stepped out of the crowd and approached Kun Sudong, feigning concern. Though he struggled to mask his discomfort at seeing Kun Sudong's swollen face resembling that of a pig's head. Chapter 44. The Rise to Fame. This is a school heartthrob. Beaten into a pig's head? That person is exceedingly arrogant. No, I must have him expelled to uphold our school's reputation. Su Fulin thought, raising his gaze to the center of the arena, where a slender boy stood, smiling as he looked back at him. It was me who did it. What of it? Su Bai said nonchalantly. Director Su. Just then, a melodious voice rang out in the arena. I also participated in the incident involving Kun Sudong. If anyone is to be expelled, let it be me as well. The speaker was Yi Qingqing, who stepped forward and addressed Su Fulin with a calm demeanor, adding, however, the Yunhai High School will consequently lose the shares of the Yi family. Gasp. Yi Qingqing's statement left Su Fulin momentarily dumbfounded. The Yi family held significant influence in the Yunhai High School board. If they withdrew their shares, it would spell a devastating blow to the institution. Would Li Chiming have my head for that? No, I must not offend Yi Qingqing, Su Fulin thought. And his attitude towards Su Bai shifted slightly. Director Su. Seeing Su Fulin falter, Kun Sudong interjected, the shares matter can be resolved by the Kun family. You need only enforce the school rules and expel the irrelevant individuals from Yunhai High. This. Su Fulin's face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing Kun Sudong had seen through his thoughts, after weighing his options for a moment, he finally spoke. Sudong need not worry. I will handle this fairly. Those who should leave will not be spared. Then do I also need to leave? Suddenly, another pleasant voice interjected, laced with a hint of aloofness. Su Fulin, while trying to ingratiate himself with Kun Sudong, responded without thinking, nonsense. If you fought, you must leave. Otherwise, what use is my position as the principal? Then please, Director Su, take your leave. Lin Anyo furrowed her brows, pulling out her phone, ready to make a call. What the hell? Lin Anyo. Su Fulin snapped back to reality, his heart racing. Why is she here? If she speaks, does that mean she also participated in the fight? Su Fulin was acutely aware that the Lin family's shares were the largest in the school, meaning that with just one word from her, he could be out of a job, and not even Li Chiming could save him. No. Ms. Lin, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Let me investigate before we proceed, Su Fulin exclaimed, panic overtaking him as he waved his hands. Hearing this, Kun Sudong erupted. What the hell? I was beaten into a pig's head, and the rest still a misunderstanding. Are you kidding me? Not only that, but the surrounding students exchanged incredulous glances, stunned by the unfolding drama. My heavens, both school beauties have personally come to defend this guy. What fortune must he have accumulated over several lifetimes to deserve this? Is it possible that this fellow saved the world in his past life, or has he simply encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck? Otherwise, how could the campus goddess dare to confront Director Su on his behalf? After all, he is renowned as the most severe disciplinary director at Yunhai High School. Just then, Su Fulin's phone began to ring. Hello, Principal Li. Upon seeing the caller ID, Su Fulin instantly felt a weight lift off his shoulders. This was undoubtedly his savior, sparing him the agony of being caught between Kun Sudong and Lin Anren. What? You want me to go to the central hospital? All right, I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Su Fulin addressed the others dismissively. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so let us leave today's affair for now. I will inform everyone once I have investigated thoroughly. Leave. Kun Sudong rolled his eyes, nearly choking on his own anger. This guy was clearly afraid of offending Lin Anren, using an excuse to make his escape. Director Su. But before Kun Sudong could shout, Su Fulin had already dashed away at an impressive speed. As he ran, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, vowing never to find himself in such a predicament again. Offending either party could spell disaster. Still here? Observing Kun Sudong's grim expression, Su Bai felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He stepped forward and addressed the bewildered members of the Taekwondo club. Hurry up and carry this waste away. He is just a nuisance here. The members trembled in response, finally regaining their wits after a considerable pause. They hoisted Kun Sudong up and scurried out of the venue. Heads hung low. Brother Dong, we can't take him on. Jiang Tao nervously cautioned. Can't take him on? Then let us bury him in cash. I refuse to believe that with my family's resources, we can't handle a mere pauper. Kun Sudong sneered coldly. Inside the venue, the crowd remained unmoved. Park Darong, nursing a broken arm, gradually stood up, his gaze towards Su Bai markedly altered. Indeed, the martial arts of Huaxia are profound. I concede defeat. Should the opportunity arise, I hope we can spar once more. Certainly, Su Bai replied with an innocuous smile. At that moment, Park Darong, surprisingly unperturbed, bowed deeply to Su Bai. This left everyone utterly bewildered. No, they were beyond bewildered. The competition between the clubs had left them in awe of Su Bai, who seemed to be a veritable force of nature. With that, Park Darong exited the venue. The interclub competition concluded, with the Martial Arts Society emerging victorious, leaving the Taekwondo Society thoroughly defeated, particularly for the members of the Martial Arts Society, who had previously been bested by the Taekwondo Society. This victory was a long-awaited release of pent-up frustration. Their admiration for Su Bai surged tremendously. Su Bai, thank you for helping the Martial Arts Society win the competition. Lin Anren approached him with a smile. Ahem. It is only fitting as a member of the Martial Arts Society to contribute. Despite his attempts to remain composed in front of Lin Anren, Su Bai found it challenging, especially after having inadvertently witnessed her changing clothes. Su Bai, may I inquire about the master from whom you learned Tai Chi? I wonder if I might visit him. Lin Anren, recalling Su Bai's extraordinary prowess, could not contain her curiosity. She had heard her uncle mention that besides the Lin family, several formidable masters of Qigong resided in Beihai City. But these individuals were notoriously elusive, rarely seen by the general populace. Su Bai's ability to defeat Park Darong must surely be attributed to their guidance. Well, it's a bit inconvenient to discuss. Su Bai replied vaguely, as he certainly could not divulge that it was a gift from the system. Lin Anren's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, If it's inconvenient, I shan't press further. Nevertheless, I am grateful to you for aiding the Martial Arts Society in overcoming the Taekwondo Society. Otherwise, we might have faced disbandment. Please, no need for formality. Su Bai maintained a calm exterior, but internally, he was elated. The campus belle expressed her gratitude to him. What a delightful feeling. Bingo, Anren is one of us. Is there anything you cannot share? As Yi Qingqing suddenly clung to his arm, Su Bai felt goosebumps rise. What was this cunning little girl up to now? Noting the envious and jealous glances from the surrounding boys, Su Bai attempted to pull his arm away but found it immovable. All right, Qingqing, enough of that. Lin Anren chuckled at Su Bai's helpless expression, though inexplicably, she felt something was amiss. At that moment, Su Bai's phone rang, revealing a call from Zheng Hao, who had been absent all day. Hey, fatty. Bro, you're quite the character. I've been away for just a day, and you've stirred up such a commotion. Zheng Hao exclaimed excitedly from the other end. Huh. The unexpected comment left Su Bai perplexed, unsure of what Zheng Hao was referring to. I saw the school forum today. Do you know? The posts about you are nearly flooding the site. Bro, you're a celebrity now. Zheng Hao proceeded to recite several headlines, such as Yi Qingqing's mysterious boyfriend and the Taekwondo Society's enforcer, which only made Su Bai feel somewhat exasperated. Since you're so thrilled today, how about we hit the bar together? It's settled then. Without waiting for Su Bai to decline, Zheng Hao hung up the phone. What does the chubby guy want with you? Are you going out to have fun? I want to go too. Yi Qingqing pouted, having recognized Zheng Hao's voice. Su Bai found himself at a loss for words. Su Bai, you can head out if you have something to attend to. We will manage the rest. Lin Anren glanced at Yi Qingqing before speaking coolly. All right then. Thank you, Anren. If anything arises, feel free to reach out. Grateful for Lin Anren's willingness to assist him, Su Bai rushed out of the venue. In a certain estate in Yanjing. Crash. Jiang Shanghua, fuming, smashed his teacup onto the floor. Who is this Su Bai? Why did Xiao Xiao write to him? His eyes landed on the envelope on the table, his expression darkening with both fury and unease. Behind him stood a gaunt elder clad in a crisp Zhongshan suit, who after a prolonged silence finally spoke. You need not worry. The servant who assisted the young lady in sending the letter has been dealt with. This matter will not come to light. I hope that is the case. Jiang Shanghua picked up the letter and scrutinized the name Su Bai for a moment before coldly instructing. Uncle Tian, keep a close watch on this fellow. If he reaches out to Xiao Xiao, you know what to do. Understood. The elder nodded, his sharp gaze reminiscent of a hawk. By the way, is Xiao Xiao still refusing to eat? Jiang Shanghua ignited the envelope and turned to inquire. She has rejected all food sent to her for 3 days. Uncle Tian expressed his concern, clearly invested in Jiang Xiaoxiao's well-being. Very well, I shall go and check on her. You may handle this, Su Bai. Jiang Shanghua sighed and exited the room. As evening approached, Su Bai awaited Zheng Hao at the school gate. He was well aware of Zheng Hao's intentions, clearly eager to celebrate his growing closeness with Ren Shishir over a few drinks. Ding dong. Task initiated. At that moment, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed in Su Bai's mind. The host has completed 2,000 push-ups and can acquire the ability of divination. Do you accept? Accept. It is imperative to accept. Su Bai shouted internally, never expecting that the system could exhibit a moment of benevolence. After clicking the button on the holographic screen to receive the reward, Su Bai immediately commenced his 2,000 push-ups. 1, 2, 3. For Su Bai, whose physical capabilities had significantly improved, completing 1,000 push-ups was merely a trivial task. In no time, he had finished this beneficial endeavor. Ding. The host has completed the task. Reward, Mastery of Divination. As the system's voice faded, a brilliant light manifested on the screen, swiftly merging into Su Bai's hand. Feeling a warm current radiate through his palm, he raised his right hand, intending to test his newfound ability. Testing its efficacy was essential. When Su Bai mastered Tai Chi, he experienced a similar warm flow, indicating that he had thoroughly absorbed the mastery of divination. Unlike those charlatans donned in Taoist robes, parading around and deceiving others, Su Bai was now a genuine master of fortune-telling. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he thought, "Oh no, it is not advisable to venture out tonight." No sooner had he finished his thought than Zheng Hao arrived, driving a flashy red BMW. The car was a birthday gift from Zheng Hao's family, one he seldom used for school, but had brought out today for a special occasion. However, as Zheng Hao parked, Su Bai noticed another vehicle following closely behind, which also came to a halt, revealing 3 individuals within. What a poor wretch! How is it that I encounter you everywhere? The speaker was Chu Chen, who, despite knowing Su Bai's recent fortune of 40 million, still deemed it a meager sum compared to his own family's wealth. Oh, young Master Chu, have your eggs hatched? You seem quite audacious today. Su Bai replied nonchalantly. What? Has the East Factory abandoned you? Why not try your luck at the West Factory? A poor wretch. Does having a bit of money make you significant? In front of young Master Chu, you remain a mere pauper. A fish out of water cannot flip back. Chu Chun, incensed by Su Bai's taunts, nearly spat blood in rage. Young Master Chu, there is no need to be angered by a pauper. He is simply unworthy. At that moment, a woman emerged from the passenger seat, and to Su Bai's surprise, it was not Xiao Chu, but rather Chen Fong, who had been targeting Su Bai in the advanced class. What on earth is happening? Su Bai peered through the car window, observing Xiao Chu being neglected in the back seat. Her expression, one of dejection. Chen Fong had risen in status, while Xiao Chu seemed to have been cast aside. Su Bai surmised that it must be so, noting Chen Fong's provocative attire and disheveled lower garments, indicating something indecent had transpired between Chu Chen and her in front of Xiao Chu. However, Su Bai felt no lingering affection for Xiao Chu. Her current state of well-being was of no concern to him. You are right. A poor wretch like me has no right even to carry your shoes. Chu Chen scoffed, dismissively glancing at Su Bai, and declared, Chen Fong, let us go to the Emperor nightclub. With that, Chu Chen and his entourage departed, while Su Bai entered Zheng Hao's vehicle. The Su Bai of now was no longer the one who could be easily bullied. No, we shall go to the Emperor nightclub, Su Bai stated, calculating another divination, which assured him that only by going to the Emperor nightclub could he successfully evade the misfortunes of the night. All right, I will heed my brother's advice. Tonight we shall head to the Emperor nightclub. The vehicle roared to life as the 2 men made their way to the venue. The Emperor nightclub, the most popular bar in Beihai City, aside from the commercial street. Under the vibrant lights, couples flocked to revel in the night's festivities. Upon parking, Su Bai followed Zheng Hao into the Emperor nightclub. Suddenly, the pulsating music surged like a tidal wave, deafening the two and electrifying their senses. In the center of the dance floor, couples swayed rhythmically, losing themselves in the music, akin to wild beasts shedding their disguises and liberating their repressed emotions. This was quite the spectacle. It was Su Bai's first visit to a nightclub, and he felt somewhat out of place amidst the revelry. Had he not divined that the Emperor nightclub was a safe haven from trouble, he likely would have rarely ventured here. Fatty, let us find a spot to sit, Su Bai suggested as he scanned the crowd, his brow slightly furrowing upon spotting Chu Chun and his group. However, just as Su Bai prepared to turn away, Chu Chen's voice rang out. A poor wretch like you dares to follow young Master Chu to the Emperor nightclub? Do you even know where you are? Chu Chen's eyes narrowed, his face brimming with derision and contempt. In his view, Su Bai must have been unable to withstand the earlier humiliation, prompting him to follow to the nightclub. Such a place was clearly beyond the reach of someone like him. Raising his glass with arrogance, Chu Chen proclaimed, "Get lost, or I shall have someone throw you out." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, those nearby turned their attention, many of whom recognized him as the wealthy heir. "Look, isn't that young Master Chu? It seems he's quarreling with that guy." "Humph, young Master Chu is a pillar in this circle. That fellow looks like a country bumpkin and will undoubtedly be ejected from the nightclub. No doubt about it. I wager that before long, he will be kneeling before young Master Chu, begging for mercy." They were all acutely aware of Chu Chen's influence and deemed Su Bai a mere country bumpkin, to have no chance of winning. All stood by, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Su Bai being ousted from the Emperor nightclub. "Did you hear me? Don't think that just because you sold a few worthless ginseng roots, you are wealthy. In my eyes, you are nothing, merely a poor wretch." Chu Chen set down his glass and stood up, speaking with ostentation. "Poor wretch, what are you staring at? Our young Master Chu's words are commands. If you know what is good for you, scram before you bring misfortune upon yourself." Chen Fong also rose, speaking in a mocking tone. Xiao Chu wore a complex expression. In recent days, Su Bai had earned 40 million, which, while insignificant compared to Chu Chen's wealth, was still a considerable sum. Now that Chu Chen and Chen Fong appeared to have an intimate relationship, she felt like a mere third wheel, trailing behind them. Earlier, in the car, she had even witnessed them engaging in physical contact. Yet, she had also heard about Su Bai's affair with Yi Qingqing, and compared to that, she felt like a trifling matter. For a moment, Xiao Chu found herself at a crossroads. Unbeknownst to her, Su Bai had long since lost interest in her, as no one could cherish a woman enamored with vanity. "Chu Chen, do not overstep. This is the Emperor nightclub, and it is not yours to dictate who stays or leaves." Zheng Hao clenched his fists, his face contorted with anger. In his eyes, while Su Bai might dismiss Chu Chen, the latter's words were simply too infuriating. No matter how much he tried to restrain himself, it was futile. "You fat fool. You are mistaken." Chen Fong shot Zheng Hao an exasperated glance and smugly declared, "Our young Master Chu is acquainted with Manager Wang of the Emperor nightclub. With a mere word from him, this poor wretch must leave." "Manager Wang." The revelation elicited expressions of astonishment from those around. "My heavens! It turns out that young Master Chu is acquainted with Manager Wang of the Imperial nightclub. Their relationship is indeed extraordinary. It goes without saying that, given young Master Chu's wealth, knowing Manager Wang is only to be expected. After all, birds of a feather flock together. I have heard that Manager Wang is quite exceptional. The achievements of the Imperial nightclub today owe much to his efforts, and his fortune is conservatively estimated to be in the billions." The surrounding crowd exchanged astonished remarks about Chu Chen's connection to Manager Wang. In stark contrast, the impoverished fellow remained silent, seemingly too intimidated to speak. Chapter 46, a fitting gesture, haha, truly a destitute wretch. Were it not for a friend with a bit of wealth, would he even have stepped foot in the Imperial nightclub? Indeed, he should reflect upon his own worth. Just wait. He is bound to be expelled from the Imperial nightclub. Such a pauper belongs only at street stalls. The long-standing sense of superiority derived from wealth has led these second-generation rich kids to look down upon the impoverished, and naturally, they sided with Chu Chen in his quarrel with the destitute fellow. Meanwhile, Su Bai had buried his face, appearing as if he feared Chu Chen. "You poor wretch, are now acutely aware of the gap between us, aren't you? Haha." However, just as Chu Chen beamed with pride, his smile froze in place at Su Bai's next words. "You had better crouch down, or you shall face a calamity." Raising his head, Su Bai displayed an innocent smile, utterly contrasting his previous fear, leaving the wealthy youths bewildered as to which demeanor was authentic. "Calamity, you say? You, a mere pauper, dare to curse me? Just watch as I have you thrown out of the Imperial nightclub." Chu Chen spat, rolling up his sleeves and striding towards Su Bai. Just then, a startled cry erupted from behind. Chen Fong suddenly screamed. Yet, her words remained unfinished. Bang! A beer bottle unexpectedly flew through the air, striking Chu Chen squarely on the back of his head. Thud! Chu Chen fell to the ground, a fist-sized lump rapidly swelling on the back of his head, resembling a bright red apple. Ouch! That hurts like hell. Who the hell did that? Step forward. Chu Chen clutched his head, writhing in pain. Yet when he sought out the culprit, he found nothing. How foolish. I told you to crouch down, but you wouldn't listen. Now you have reaped what you sowed. Subai remarked with an air of inevitability. The wealthy youths were utterly perplexed. The Imperial nightclub boasted impeccable security, and such reckless throwing of bottles was unheard of. Yet, this country bumpkin seemed to have an uncanny knack for predicting the exact moment and place of the bottle's arrival. Could it be that his words were indeed prophetic? Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned their attention to Subai, only to find him clad in the same shabby attire, not exceeding 300 yuan, looking as pitifully destitute as ever. Damn it, was it you who threw that? Chu Chen roared, wanting to vent all his frustration on Subai. You, young Master Chu, if your lower head is incompetent, how is it that your upper head is also failing you after being struck? I stand before you. Even if I were the one who threw the bottle, it would have hit your forehead, not the back of your head, Subai replied with mock seriousness, as if genuinely concerned about Chu Chen's comprehension. However, I have recently taken up fortune-telling with an old sage. Would you like me to predict your fate? Subai casually suggested, his hands spread wide. You, a pauper, dare to feign divination before me, young Master Chu? It was merely a coincidence. Do you truly think your words hold any power? Chu Chen retorted, filled with a mix of anger and amusement. Whether they do or not, I can indeed make a prediction for you, Subai replied, his gaze scanning the crowd before he began. So do you dare? Dare? Huh. I, Chu Chen, have never shied away from a challenge, Chu Chen declared, eager to witness Subai's embarrassment. And if your prediction fails, what then? If it fails, there will be no charge, Subai answered nonchalantly. Huh. Chu Chen nearly spat blood in disbelief. If you fail, you will be thrown out of the Imperial nightclub. Remember, it is thrown out, not walked out. Upon hearing this, the wealthy youths grew increasingly interested. Should this pauper's prediction fail, his fate would surely be more disastrous than before. You, Subai pointed directly at Chinfang. A few days ago, you had to visit the hospital due to an uncontrollable flatulence incident, did you not? Flatulence? Chinfang froze, her face flushing crimson as she indignantly rebuked, You insolent pauper, what nonsense are you spouting? I would never. Speak the truth. I want to see how this pauper will be expelled from the Imperial nightclub. Chu Chun commanded sternly, observing Chun Fang's hesitation. Young Master Chu, I. Chun Fang shot a venomous glare at Subai. He must have seen me that day. That cannot count. Does that mean it is true? Subai grinned mischievously. I also know that it cannot count. Chu Chun waved his hand dismissively. If you have the ability, say something I do not know. On that very afternoon, she underwent a hymen restoration surgery, aiming to convince you that she is still a virgin, Subai stated, counting on his fingers with an air of profundity. In truth, this revelation was not derived from Subai's own divination, but rather a piece of gossip that Zheng Hao had stumbled upon while browsing a forum and later shared with Subai. Yet, observing Qin Fang's reaction, it appeared that there was indeed some truth to it. Chu Qin's expression darkened, as if he had just consumed something foul. Hymen restoration? How absurd. Before Chu Qin could unleash his fury, Subai slowly continued, Not long ago, you were severely beaten for peeking at your maid while she bathed. In fearing exposure, you sought to punish them and issued a warning to keep quiet about the incident. Is that true? You speak nonsense. Chu Qin nearly exploded with rage. This was a closely guarded secret. To prevent discovery, he had even paid handsomely to silence them. How could Subai know every detail? And so precisely, it was nothing short of astonishing. The crowd, upon hearing these words, flushed with laughter, quickly covering their mouths to stifle their mirth. Young Master Chu, peeping at the maid while she bathed and paying her off. This was scandalous. It would undoubtedly become the talk of the town. Pauper, cease your slander against me. It seems I must expel you to uphold my dignity. Chu Chun, now furious, pointed at Subai, declaring, You will pay for your slander. Chu Chun pulled out his phone, glaring at Subai as though he wished to devour him whole. Before long, a figure clad in a black suit approached from the crowd. Deputy Manager Chung. This individual, of average build and dark complexion, possessed eyes that gleamed with shrewdness, marking him as a truly cunning individual. Mr. Chu, it is indeed our privilege to have your esteemed presence at the Imperial nightclub. Deputy Manager Ching said with a beaming smile, Please be patient. Manager Wang is currently occupied and will not be able to join us for a while. Not able to come? Forget it. Your presence suffices. Now, I demand you expel this impoverished wretch immediately. Chu Chen, unable to endure any longer, feared that Subai might reveal his secrets. This seems a bit troublesome, doesn't it? Deputy Manager Chung glanced at the two men, hesitating. Subai appeared inconsequential. Seemingly a simpleton, expelling him would not pose much of a loss. However, The hefty man beside him exuded affluence, clearly his companion. The Imperial nightclub frequently entertained many affluent second-generation individuals. Provoking one could jeopardize the club's prosperous business and possibly invite unnecessary trouble. While Chu Chen's family held some influence, it certainly would not be worth offending another wealthy heir for his sake. For a moment, Deputy Manager Chung felt apprehensive, reluctant to act hastily. Seeing his indecision, Chu Chen grew even angrier, slamming his hand on the table and admonishing, "Troublesome? You dare speak of trouble to me? Do you believe I won't call Manager Wang right now and have you dismissed? Rutherford, please show some consideration. Next time, I will give you a 70% discount." Deputy Manager Chung pleaded, disregarding Su Bai entirely and focusing on the imposing Zheng Hao behind him. This demonstrated his disdain for Su Bai, viewing him as merely a tag-along to Zheng Hao's presence at the nightclub. Once Zheng Hao backed down, this country bumpkin would surely scurry away. "What are you to demand respect from me?" Zheng Hao's irritation flared at Su Bai being ignored by Deputy Manager Chung. Without waiting for Su Bai to respond, he retorted, "Whether we leave or stay depends on my brother. He said he is here to enjoy himself, and I won't leave even if it costs me my life." "Well said, Brother Fat." Su Bai, who had been silently observing, felt a surge of gratitude at these words. Zheng Hao, typically unreliable and prone to self-deprecation, proved to be the first to shield him in a crucial moment. This deepened the bond between them. Chu Chen shouted in fury, "Deputy Manager Chung, make him disappear from my sight at once. Otherwise, you shall be the one to leave. Please, Mr. Chu, have mercy." Deputy Manager Chung panicked, realizing that soft tactics had failed and resorted to threats, his expression shifting as he warned, "I see you are refusing to cooperate, then wait for it. You will regret this." With a wave of his hand, several burly men surrounded Su Bai and Zheng Hao, intent on forcibly ejecting them from the Imperial nightclub. "You wish to lay hands on us?" Su Bai's brow furrowed slightly, irritated by Deputy Manager Cheng's condescending demeanor. "Humph, since young Master Chu has issued a strict order. If you refuse to leave, I shall personally throw you out." Chapter 47. "I can assist you," Deputy Manager Chung sneered coldly, commanding the large men to advance. "Poor wretch. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Young Master Chu's face must be preserved. Blame yourself for offending him. You were offered a chance." "Young Master Chu? Ha! You truly regard him as someone of significance? Let me inform you, I can grant others respect, but as for young Master Chu, he can amuse himself elsewhere." Su Bai scoffed. Not long ago, he had nearly lost his composure, yet now he was expected to show deference to Chu Chen? What a ludicrous notion. Poor wretch. Even at death's door, you dare to act pretentious? Deputy Manager Chung bellowed, "Expel him at once. I do not wish to see him for a single second longer. Otherwise, I will inform Manager Wang." Chu Chen's fury ignited, and he shouted vehemently. The surrounding wealthy heirs also displayed their irritation, believing this impoverished wretch was far too presumptuous. Clearly near his end, he still insisted on being obstinate. However, just as the large men approached Su Bai, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. "Halt." A strikingly beautiful woman descended from the second floor of the Imperial nightclub. Clad in an elegant floral dress, she appeared regal under the colorful lights, exuding a hint of authority. "Song Yi, Sister Song." The large men froze in shock, halting their imminent actions. The previously arrogant Chu Chun and Deputy Manager Ching instantly donned expressions of obsequiousness. "Sister Song, why have you come down personally?" Deputy Manager Chung hurriedly approached, his demeanor subservient, anxious to avoid displeasing her. "They are my friends," Song Yi stated, fixing her gaze on Su Bai. "What?" Upon hearing this, Deputy Manager Ching and Chu Chen's hair stood on end. Friends of Song Yi in the upper echelons of Beihai City were exceedingly rare, let alone two students of the opposite sex. This was utterly inconceivable. Xiao Chu, even more astonished, thought to himself what kind of person he had overlooked. First, he befriended Dai Pengfei, then directly earned 40 million, and now the owner of the Imperial nightclub had become his friend. Such connections rendered Chu Chen insignificant. Even his father Chu Chaoza was hardly relevant. "Oh, it's you." Su Bai recognized Song Yi, astonished that the reckless woman who had been robbed late at night was, in fact, the owner of the Imperial nightclub. "Well, does my brother still need to show any regard for the likes of young Master Chu?" Zheng Hao asked Deputy Manager Chung coldly. "No, no need." Deputy Manager Chung shook his head repeatedly as if struck by lightning. Chu Chen was indeed the scion of a wealthy family, but it was the owner of the Imperial nightclub, Song Yi, who paid his salary. While he could occasionally assist Chu Chen with minor matters, he could not help someone who was a friend of his employer. After all, his job was paramount. This is outrageous. Chu Chen stood bewildered, his face contorted in disbelief. Young Master Chu, you were the one who sought trouble earlier, were you not? Song Yi turned. Her gaze icy as she addressed Chu Chun. Deputy Manager Chong, add his name to the nightclub's blacklist. He is henceforth banned from entering. Boom. Song Yi's words struck like lightning, causing an uproar among the crowd. Wow, truly the owner of the Imperial nightclub, such formidable presence. My goodness. What is the relationship between this impoverished wretch and Song Yi that she would go to such lengths to protect him? It seemed Chu Chun had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. What a dismal fate. The onlookers could not help but cast sympathetic glances at Chu Chun as he faced this humiliating situation. Three of you, please leave. The Imperial nightclub no longer welcomes you. Deputy Manager Cheng's demeanor shifted dramatically, more rapid than the turning of pages in a book. How dare you? I am a wealthy heir. You have the audacity to expel me? Do you know who you are speaking to? Chu Chun gritted his teeth in fury. Our sister Song's word is law. Whether you are a wealthy or influential heir, you must depart. Deputy Manager Cheng replied coldly, leaving no room for argument. If you do not leave, I will be forced to remove you. Chu Chen, incensed, spat blood in his rage. What kind of absurdity was this? Chen Fong, with a grim expression, urged. Young Master Chu, let us leave quickly, or we will be thrown out. Shut up. Damn you, filthy wretch. I wondered why your skills were so remarkable. It turns out you have played around too much and had surgery to deceive me. Chu Chun, beside himself with rage, struck Chen Fong across the face. Meanwhile, Xiao Chu, who was about to intervene, found herself fiercely glared at by Chu Chun. And you, ever since I got involved with you, I've been nothing but unlucky. From this moment on, we are officially breaking up. Xiao Chu was utterly stunned, her heart racing as she stammered, You promised to love me for a lifetime. Chu Chen, already in a foul mood and seeking someone to vent his frustrations upon, felt an inexplicable fury ignite within him upon seeing Xiao Chu's pitiful demeanor. After a pause, he coldly replied, A lifetime? Huh, dream on. I was merely toying with you. And by the way, return the 500,000 I lent your family, pronto. 500,000. Xiao Chu's body stiffened, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. Her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed onto the ground. Did you not say it was a gift? She cried out, panic-stricken. Enough nonsense. Do you want to return it, or not? If you don't, I'll report you for fraud. Chu Chen declared mercilessly. But I've already spent the money. How can I pay you back? Xiao Chu was on the verge of tears. If you can't pay it back, then you'll have to compensate in other ways. I know your skills aren't lacking, a year or two of work. And you'll surely make it up. Chu Chun sneered coldly. You want me to sell myself? Xiao Chu was utterly despondent, unable to fathom that the one who professed love for her would suggest such a thing. It was truly ironic. Subai, help me. Please, help me. In a state of desperation, she thought of Subai. After all, he was worth 40 million. Crawling on the ground, disregarding her dignity, Xiao Chu clung to Subai's leg. Please, I beg you for 500,000. Onlookers could hardly contain their laughter at this dramatic scene, realizing that the illustrious Chu Chun was entangled in quite the predicament. Yet, what astonished them the most was Xiao Chu's transformation. This seemingly innocent girl was reduced to begging for money, and borrowing from a poor wretch was nothing short of a cosmic joke. What kind of game are you playing? Subai remarked, casting a disdainful glance her way. He held no feelings for this vain girl. You heard him. Chu Chen wants his money back. I don't have it, and he said he'd make me. Xiao Chu wiped her tears, sobbing. 500,000 is nothing to me. But I need a reason to help you. Subai replied coldly. You disgust me in your current state. He took a step back, prompting Xiao Chu to wail like a scorned woman, crying out on the ground. Subai, I implore you, considering our family's relationship, help me. You wouldn't want my parents to see me doing that, would you? If it comes to that, my life will be utterly ruined. I can help you. I warned you that you would regret this, and now. Seeing Subai offer to help with the money, Xiao Chu, a mess of snot and tears, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. I regret it. I've regretted it for a long time. In truth, witnessing Subai make a fortune of 40 million had filled her with remorse. Had they not broken up, at least half of that wealth would have been hers. Yet now, she found herself reduced to begging for 500,000, a true tragedy. Chu Chun, the 500,000 has been transferred to you. Don't make me repeat myself, Subai stated nonchalantly, putting away his phone. I'll remember this grudge. Don't let me see you again. Feeling the imposing presence of several burly men nearby, Chu Chen, despite wanting to maintain his bravado, felt himself faltering. After delivering a parting threat, he feigned calmness and exited the nightclub, followed closely by Chen Fong and Xiao Chu. With the transfer complete, Su Bai had effectively severed ties with them, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. The disparity would only grow more pronounced with time. For Su Bai, it was a moment of pure exhilaration. Not only had he slapped Chu Chen in the face, but he had also liberated himself from the burdens of resentment, unlocking his heart's shackles. It was an unparalleled joy. Meanwhile, the wealthy heirs around them were left speechless in shock. A poor wretch casually dishing out 500,000. Such audacity was indeed extraordinary. All right. Now that the troublemaker has departed, how about I treat you all to a drink? Song Yi smiled lightly, leading Su Bai and Zheng Hao to the front desk of the nightclub. Chapter 48. Seeking trouble? Unlike other nightclubs, the layout of the first floor of the Imperial nightclub resembled that of a bar. Surrounding the dance floor was a professional cocktail bar. This drink is called Sleepless Night, a concoction I crafted using a special recipe, Song Yi announced as she stood behind the bar, suddenly producing a cocktail shaker, her hands moving in a flurry akin to a butterfly flitting amongst flowers. After a dazzling display of mixing, several glasses of exquisite liquor were poured. Delicious! Everyone exclaimed in unison. The drink Sleepless Night was already well known among the wealthy youth, but witnessing the owner of the Imperial nightclub craft it personally was a first. With both fine liquor and beautiful women, it was a scene of unparalleled beauty, eliciting endless admiration. Little did they know, when Song Yi uttered her next words, Su Bai nearly spilled his drink. This costs 100,000 a glass. Su Bai was taken aback, unable to believe that this drink, Sleepless Night, was so exorbitantly priced. At this rate, his 40 million fortune could evaporate after just a few sips. The surrounding wealthy heirs were filled with envy and resentment, yearning for a taste of the exquisite drink crafted by Song Yi, yet at 100,000 a glass, even their wealth wouldn't compel them to become such fools. In the midst of conversation, Zheng Hao had already downed his drink in one go. His whole body shuddered, pupils dilating as if electrified, his face instantly glowing with vitality. He repeatedly praised the drink. Observing Zheng Hao's reaction, Su Bai shook his head but refrained from drinking. What's wrong? Song Yi noticed Su Bai's disinterest in her carefully crafted drink and raised an eyebrow. Is my cocktail not to your liking? Not at all. Su Bai replied with a faint smile, preparing to down the drink. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the entrance. I'll offer 20,000 for the drink in his hand. What? Everyone turned to see a strikingly handsome figure approaching, resembling a prince from a movie. His face stern as he spoke. 20,000? I want that drink. Kun Sudong. The crowd recognized him, astonished that two super-rich heirs would visit the Imperial nightclub in one day. Moreover, it seemed Kun Sudong had a conflict with this Su Bai. 20,000 for my drink? You think that's enough? To everyone's surprise, Su Bai was not only unfazed but seemed to relish the situation. What do you mean? Kun Sudong's expression darkened. 50,000. Su Bai gently smelled the drink in his hand, appearing blissfully intoxicated, then casually remarked, without 50,000, you won't be tasting this drink. Gasp. At this revelation, all present were left dumbfounded. 50,000. Was this person out of his mind? Is it truly believed that Kun Dasha is a fool? 500,000. 500,000 for a single drink. No one would presume that Kun Sudong would acquiesce to Su Bai's demands. After all, purchasing a drink for such a sum is utterly preposterous. Very well. 500,000 it is. I am not lacking in funds. Kun Sudong promptly transferred the money to Su Bai. Then, with a mocking demeanor, he proclaimed, I wish to inform you that someone like you, a worthless individual, is utterly unworthy of such a high-end drink. Due to the rivalry sparked by the club competition, Kun Sudong harbored a deep-seated grudge against Su Bai. Regardless of Su Bai's actions, he was determined to undermine him at any cost. Witnessing the owner of the Emperor nightclub personally mix a drink for Su Bai was intolerable for Kun Sudong. Thus, with a grand gesture, he handed over 500,000. Acquiring the drink solely to flaunt his superiority and deliver a stinging rebuke to Su Bai. Observing this scene, Song Yi could not help but smirk subtly. While Su Bai maintained a calm demeanor, regarding Kun Sudong as one might a foolish pretender. Sudong is indeed extravagant. Purchasing the exquisite wine crafted by Boss Song for 500,000, it is hardly a loss. The speaker, Chao Dazhuang, was currently accompanied by a tall, fashionable woman, his eyes gleaming with delight as they lingered on her alluring figure. TSK, these third-tier actresses are far more enticing than the women in nightclubs. Chao Dazhuang mused inwardly, then turned his gaze towards Su Bai, coldly remarking, damn it, running into you at the Emperor nightclub is truly unfortunate. However, Sudong is correct. It is indeed a waste for a worthless person like you to consume such fine wine. Chao Dazhuang, a frequent visitor of the Emperor nightclub, was well aware of the legendary night without sleep. In the entire Beihai city, even the most renowned mixologist might struggle to replicate it. In other words, night without sleep could only be found at the Emperor nightclub, a unique delicacy and a symbol of ostentation for the wealthy elite. Although Chao Dazhuang had contemplated acquiring it, the 10,000 yuan price tag per glass had deterred him. Now, with Kuan Sudong spending 500,000 on Su Bai's night without sleep, not only could he boast in front of others, but he could also emphasize the vast chasm between himself and Su Bai. In Chao Dazhuang's eyes, it was nothing short of a double victory. Approaching Kuan Sudong with feigned cordiality, Chao Dazhuang was instantly captivated by the intoxicating aroma of the wine. Indeed, night without sleep was unparalleled. The richness of its scent was simply divine. As he observed Kuan Sudong flaunting his glass, he could only swallow hard in envy. After all, the exquisite wine was purchased for 500,000. He did not dare hope for even a sip. Fortunately, the presence of the actress Kuan Sudong had brought along somewhat alleviated his feelings. To the astonishment of many wealthy heirs, Kuan Sudong had genuinely spent 500,000 to purchase night without sleep from Su Bai. They could not help but marvel. This was the epitome of extravagance. To down a 500,000 yuan drink. The onlookers were filled with envy, for to savor a glass of night without sleep, mixed by Song Yi herself, was indeed a matter of prestige. Night without sleep was exceptional. It surpassed the finest wine stored in my family's cellar. What a truly remarkable vintage. Kuan Sudong reveled in his showmanship, wearing an expression of sheer ecstasy. Then, raising his gaze, his expression shifted to one of derision as he fixed his eyes on Su Bai, declaring, "Worthless. Even if you possess strength, what does it matter? I have money to spare. Have you ever tasted such fine wine? Do you even know how to appreciate it? Huh. You should hurry and take the money I graciously bestowed upon you and leave. Spare us the embarrassment of your presence in the future." Kuan Sudong's words were a blatant insult to Su Bai. Even if you can fight, so what? I have wealth. Chao Dazhuang, upon hearing this, felt a sense of vindication and erupted into laughter, his gaze towards Su Bai brimming with scorn. However, since Su Bai had encountered them at the Emperor nightclub, it could only be deemed fate if he did not humiliate them in return, allowing them to taste the bitterness of disgrace. It would be a disservice to such a splendid opportunity. A country bumpkin like you is nothing but brute strength. A fine wine like night without sleep is certainly not meant for someone of your ilk. Chao Dazhuang derided. Hearing this, Zheng Hao's expression soured, and he felt compelled to retort on Su Bai's behalf. Just as he was about to rise, a sudden hand rested on his shoulder. Turning, he discovered it was Su Bai. Brother. Zheng Hao was perplexed, noticing that Su Bai appeared neither angered by their relentless provocations nor perturbed. Instead, he seemed to regard them with contempt, as if watching two fools attempting to impress. Though the wine is decent, it hardly qualifies as exceptional. At best, it is merely of moderate quality. Su Bai shook his head, his tone tinged with disappointment. What? Su Bai's words left everyone present in a state of disbelief. Not exceptional, merely of moderate quality? What nonsense was he spouting? He was clearly oblivious to the danger he was in. Meanwhile, Kuan Sudong, who had just drained his glass of night without sleep, nearly spat it out in disbelief. How dare you? I spent 500,000 on this wine, and you dare claim it is not to your liking. Yes, it must be that this worthless fool cannot afford it and is thus enviously deriding it. As such thoughts coursed through his mind, a frown creased Kuan Sudong's face, and he retorted sharply, "You are clearly envious of my wealth, you worthless wretch. Let me inform you, night without sleep is the signature drink of the Emperor nightclub. Your words are an affront to the establishment and to all who patronize it." Kuan Sudong's sentiments were echoed by Chao Dazhuang, who understood that Su Bai's audacity to insult night without sleep at the Emperor nightclub was tantamount to courting disaster. As long as he fanned the flames, he was certain that the crowd would turn against Su Bai, relishing the opportunity to witness his humiliation. At that moment, Song Yi furrowed her brows, fixing her gaze on Su Bai with icy intensity. What did you just say? Her voice was chilling, as if Su Bai's words had crossed a line that should never have been approached. This was undoubtedly the first time anyone had dared to claim that night without sleep was anything less than superb in her presence. This scene sent a shiver down Zheng Hao's spine. It's over. Brother, why did you have to say that night without sleep is not good? Boss Song personally invited us to drink. You are undermining her prestige. Zheng Hao knew well the consequences of offending the Emperor nightclub, even though the two had aided Su Bai previously. Speaking ill of Night without sleep before such a crowd could provoke a swift and unforgiving response. After all, Night without sleep was the club's pride and joy. A matter of reputation. The wine is not pure. The taste is jarring. Overall, Night without sleep does not rank as a fine wine. Su Bai's words left everyone utterly speechless. This fellow was far too audacious. He was the first to openly declare before Song Yi that Night without sleep was unworthy. This was nothing short of reckless. Chapter 49, specially mixed for you. No one had anticipated that this seemingly unsophisticated individual would consecutively slap the faces of several prominent figures. First, it was the antiquities shop owner Chu Chun, followed by the affluent and influential Kun Sudong. Now, he had the audacity to declare Night without sleep inferior, openly challenging Song Yi's authority. He has been sent to Mars. This is utterly insane. Moments ago, he was unceremoniously ejected from the Emperor nightclub, and one can only wonder whether his face or his backside hit the ground first. Surely, he was met with a beating before being thrown out, was he? In stark contrast, Kun Sudong and Chao Dazhuang, after recovering from their shock, burst into laughter. Ha, this fool actually took the bait. It seems we needn't lift a finger against him. The Emperor nightclub will undoubtedly impart a lesson he won't soon forget. The two of them squinted with delight brewing in their hearts. At this moment, Su Bai has offended Song Yi, and it seems inevitable that he will be thoroughly beaten to satisfy the hatred brewing within. Both of them were eager to witness Su Bai's dismal fate. At that moment, the Emperor nightclub was eerily silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Even the sound of breathing was audible, interspersed with faint traces of mockery. Bang! Song Yi set down the cocktail shaker and rose from her seat. Everyone witnessed the transformation of her once charming face into a visage as frigid as ice. Her enchanting phoenix eyes fixed intently on Su Bai. The collective audience felt the impending storm of her wrath, and Su Bai's outcome was sure to be dire. Nearby, Deputy Manager Ching could not help but swallow hard, discreetly gesturing for a few burly men to circle back. These individuals, already aggrieved by Su Bai's prior encounter with Song Yi, were now eager to exact some form of retribution. Their muscles tensed, faces contorted with menace. All thoughts focused on crushing Su Bai. Yet, Su Bai remained unfazed, his countenance serene as he nonchalantly calculated a few moments, exuding an air of confidence as if he knew he was untouchable. Are you certain this drink is subpar? Leaning forward, Song Yi approached Su Bai, her tone devoid of any warmth. The commanding authority in her demeanor sent chills through the onlookers. Though merely a woman, her accomplishments were not solely attributed to her beauty and talent, but also to an array of intrinsic qualities. Upon hearing her words, Su Bai's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "You are aware that night unrest is merely a gimmick, hardly worthy of being labeled a fine wine." As he spoke, Su Bai lifted the cocktail shaker to his nose and inhaled gently. Too many additives, ostentatious yet lacking substance. As for the flavor, well, it's merely mediocre. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the shaker, producing a melodious ding. The faint aroma of the liquor wafted through the air. Do you truly possess knowledge of wines? This remark left Song Yi astonished, and Su Bai's subsequent utterance flushed her cheeks with a sudden warmth. Not only do I understand wine, but I also comprehend you. Gasp. Su Bai's declaration left all present momentarily stunned. He had brazenly flirted with Song Yi. Yet, to everyone's surprise, she chuckled lightly. Intrigued, what do you know about me? I know you seek someone capable of uncovering the secrets of night unrest. Su Bai replied with a calm demeanor. Someone who can unveil the secrets of night unrest? The onlookers were baffled by Su Bai's audacity, perceiving him as delusional. Song Yi was the owner of the Emperor nightclub, unparalleled in the industry. And this individual dared to assert himself as the one able to reveal its mysteries. Especially Kun Sudong and Chao Dazhuang, who regarded Su Bai with the eyes of someone observing a fool. This wastrel truly had the audacity to embellish his own worth. Claiming to be the one who could uncover the secrets of night unrest, wasn't that merely a reflection of his own poverty? Suggesting he could not afford such an expensive drink? However, what transpired next from Song Yi left everyone agape, jaws dropping in disbelief. You are correct. Night unrest is merely a gimmick, hardly a fine wine. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, she took the shaker, inhaled lightly, her expression one of disdain, as if the $10,000 drink was nothing more than bottled beer sold on the street. What in the world? Kun Sudong was utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the two. I spent $500,000, and you're telling me I bought counterfeit wine. How is that even possible? Yet, Song Yi remained oblivious to Kuan Sudong's incredulous expression, continuing to gaze at Su Bai with a smile. You are different from them. That day, I offered you 200,000 as thanks, which you declined. Today, you have uncovered the secrets of night unrest, and I find you quite likable. As she spoke, Su Bai produced a sleek black gold card, smiling slightly as he said, with this card, you can enjoy complimentary services at all nightclubs, bars, and karaoke lounges in Beihai City. Song Yi's words nearly caused Kuan Sudong to spew blood. It turned out that his 500,000 not only failed to rid himself of Su Bai, but instead granted him a supreme VIP card. Yet, the most ludicrous part was that earlier, Kuan Sudong and Chao Dazhuang had been extolling night unrest, even praising it as a miraculous wine. Only to discover it was nondescript rubbish. They felt utterly foolish. Contemplating this, Kuan Sudong and Chao Dazhuang were nearly overwhelmed, their faces burning with embarrassment. Wishing to sink into the ground, they pushed through the crowd, disgruntled, heading to the second floor to hide in the room they had reserved. He exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at the astonished faces around him, increasingly amazed. Is this the Su Bai I know? Although he had observed Su Bai's recent transformations, this newfound confidence and knowledge of wines seemed impossible to acquire in such a short time. It was truly a revelation. Bro, have you taken something? How did you become so impressive so suddenly? Zheng Hao grasped Su Bai's hand, his expression one of admiration. Fatty, what are you talking about? My friend possesses the art of divination, and nothing can obstruct my path. Su Bai feigned profundity, lifting his face with a serious expression. You claim to know divination? Spare me. Seeing Su Bai's reluctance to divulge, Zheng Hao released his grip. Unbeknownst to him, Su Bai was speaking the truth. Moments ago, he had calculated the purpose behind Song Yi's concoction of night unrest, and his knowledge of fine wines stemmed merely from casual readings. However, thanks to the effects of the super memory pill, he had effortlessly retained the knowledge he had encountered. After bestowing the supreme VIP card upon Su Bai, Song Yi waved her hand, continuing, with the supreme VIP card, you can revel at the Emperor nightclub tonight. I shall escort you to the Emperor suite shortly. Enjoy yourselves. Boom. Song Yi's words left the crowd astounded once more. With the supreme VIP card, they could access the Emperor's suite. This was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune beyond imagination. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Su Bai and Zheng Hao, their faces painted with envy and jealousy. It was common knowledge that the Emperor's suite represented the pinnacle of luxury at the Emperor nightclub. Even the wealthiest tycoons in Beihai City needed to make reservations in advance. It was a privilege that money alone could not guarantee. Yet now, Su Bai and Zheng Hao were poised to enjoy royal treatment for free. Should the circles of society catch wind of this, it would undoubtedly become the talk of the town. Compared to them, this group of rich second-generation heirs appeared trivial, scarcely worth mentioning. As Kuan Sudong ascended the staircase, he stumbled upon hearing the words, nearly tumbling down the steps. The Emperor Suite. I have never even been there. His visage turned ashen, consumed by intense jealousy. Chao Dazhuang also wore a grim expression, as if he had just tasted something vile. Today was meant to be a reckoning for Su Bai, yet not only had he escaped unscathed, but he had also gained such a tremendous advantage. With this thought, Chao Dazhuang gripped the woman in his arms tightly, causing her to wince in pain. But that was not all. Soon, Song Yi uttered a phrase that sent the crowd into a frenzy. Su Bai, since you can see through the sleepless night, why not appraise the value of this cup of wine I have specially concocted for you? With a playful glint in her eyes, she cast a glance at Su Bai. What could this specially crafted wine truly be? Just as everyone was lost in thought, the cocktail shaker in Song Yi's hands began to whirl again. This time devoid of any dazzling flair, presenting a more unembellished spectacle. Yet, each time the liquid within struck the shaker, a melodious sound resonated. An enticing aroma wafted through the imperial nightclub, intoxicating all present. What price do you think this drink is worth? Song Yi smiled softly, presenting the meticulously prepared wine to Su Bai and Zheng Hao. However, upon hearing this, Su Bai merely shook his head. Song Yi paused, perplexed. Do you truly find this wine unworthy? This was the finest concoction she could create, surely a culmination of her lifelong learning. Yet, she did not anticipate Su Bai's dissatisfaction. The flavor is pure, yet it lacks substance. With that, Su Bai grasped the wine glass before him, channeling a hint of internal energy. Gurgle, gurgle. In mere moments, the liquid began to bubble as if boiling. Chapter 50. What can be done? The sight left everyone astounded, as if some mysterious ingredient had been added to the wine. 7 distinct colors. A nearby onlooker gasped at the transformation. The once monotonous hue of the wine began to change, splitting into a spectrum reminiscent of a rainbow. All eyes were transfixed on this spectacle. This is utterly unscientific. The revelation struck Song Yi like a thunderbolt. She pointed at the glass, exclaiming, "Yes, this is the seven-colored rainbow my master taught me before he departed. Alas, my skills fall short, and I could not grasp the essence of this concoction. Now, I can only manage to create this single-colored drink." Covering her mouth, Song Yi's face was awash with disbelief. It was well known that her master was a veritable god among bartenders, and achieving the seven-colored rainbow was not something to be taken lightly. Yet, Su Bai had accomplished it. It was simply incredible. In an instant, a blush crept across Song Yi's cheeks, her heart racing with an exhilarating rhythm. This scene captivated everyone. Though she was 30, Song Yi appeared as youthful as a 17 or 18-year-old maiden, her skin smooth and flawless, her figure alluringly curvaceous, with a newfound hint of maturity. Was this not the epitome of the ideal woman that every man dreams of? Returning to their pre-reserved room, Kuan Sudong and Chao Dazhuang found their minds simmering with frustration. Why should a mere wastrel garner Song Yi's favor? This was utterly unjust. They dismissed the three-line starlet and began deliberating on how to deal with Su Bai. They were determined to ensure he understood the consequences of provoking them. However, just as they were conversing, the previously departed starlet burst into the room, tears streaming down her face. Kuan Sudong, already irate, demanded, "Has someone bullied you?" The starlet nodded, choking back sobs. "I went to the restroom, and I encountered a man who came up and touched me." "Where did he touch you?" Chao Dazhuang could no longer tolerate it. This starlet was someone he had intended to enjoy first, and now she had been taken advantage of. He leapt to his feet, grabbing her hand and storming out. "Don't worry, I will find that scoundrel and teach him a lesson." Upon reaching the restroom, the starlet immediately recognized the man who had touched her, retreating behind Chao Dazhuang. Whispering, "Brother Zhuang, it was him. He was the one who touched me." Chao Dazhuang's expression darkened, his usually volatile temperament igniting his fury. He charged forward, delivering a kick that sent the man rolling on the ground. "Who do you think you are, daring to touch without permission? Do you believe I won't chop off your filthy hands?" Seeing the man in such a disheveled state, with the starlet applauding from behind him, Chao Dazhuang couldn't help but revel in his bravado. "Just wait, I'll call my people to deal with you." Struggling to stand, the man glanced at Kuan Sudong's towering stature and felt a twinge of uncertainty. "Huh, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, call your people to kill me. Brother Zhuang, have you found that person?" Kuan Sudong, initially concerned for Chao Dazhuang, felt relieved seeing his friend's confident demeanor. "Rest assured, it's just a scumbag. I've already taught him a lesson," Chao Dazhuang boasted, pulling the starlet onto the sofa beside him. Having already plotted their scheme against Su Bai, they intended to enjoy their time at the Imperial nightclub first. But at that moment, the door to their private room was kicked open, and a dozen muscular men stormed in, blocking the exit. At the forefront was a man with dyed purple hair, flanked by the very man Chao Dazhuang had just attacked. "Big brother, it's him." The man pointed at Chao Dazhuang, his voice seething with anger. "I merely brushed against that woman, and he came at me without a word, challenging me to call someone to take him down. Is that true?" The purple-haired leader glared, stepping closer. Seeing this, Chao Dazhuang felt a wave of fear wash over him. After all, they were outnumbered, and their group included only one woman. If a fight broke out, they stood no chance. "Let's talk this out, shall we?" Kuan Sudong, a wealthy second-generation heir accustomed to high-stakes situations, maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed the purple-haired man. "This might be a misunderstanding, for my sake. Can we let it go? Let it go?" The purple-haired thug scoffed, his voice icy. "Who do you think you are?" My father is Kuan Ching. I am the heir of an entertainment company. Do you dare disregard my authority?" "Uft, not even your father could save you." The purple-haired thug spat, signaling for his men to drag Chao Dazhuang out of the room. What followed was a chorus of agonizing screams that sent shivers down the spines of Kuan Sudong and the starlet inside the room. Yet, still recovering from his injuries from the martial arts competition, Kuan Sudong was powerless to resist, quickly becoming a victim of the thug's assault. The starlet, meanwhile, was escorted out of the room by the burly men. On the first floor, Song Yi was just about to lead Su Bai to the Emperor's suite. At that moment, a colossal figure suddenly tumbled down from the second floor. It was the battered and bloodied Chao Dazhuang. Soon, a cacophony of noise erupted as a thug with dyed purple hair descended the stairs, surrounded by a throng of burly men. Witnessing this scene, both Song Yi and the others from the Imperial nightclub were taken aback. Purple hair, My heavens! It's the infamous purple hair from the Haotian Night Club. They gasped in disbelief. What brings him here? He manages the second largest club in Beihai City, aside from the Imperial Night Club. Why has he come here? Speculations ran rampant among the crowd, pondering why the notoriously ruthless purple hair had ventured so far. However, their greatest fear lay with the recently toppled Chao Dazhuang, who appeared to be on the brink of death. Su Bai also turned to look, but his astonishment was not directed at the terrified purple hair, but rather at the man behind him, the very individual who had snatched Song Yi's purse the previous time. Could there be a connection between these two incidents? Purple hair. What business do you have at the Imperial Night Club? Song Yi's mood, once pleasant, soured upon seeing him. What business? Purple hair replied with a chilling smile, his voice laced with menace. From this day forth, the Imperial Night Club belongs to Manager Wang and me. And you, Song Yi, will be mine as well. His gaze swept over the crowd, brimming with avarice and arrogance. Upon hearing his words, everyone could not help but swallow hard. Indeed, Purple Hair had come to seize the Imperial Night Club, but why was he colluding with Manager Wang? Why did he want to claim Song Yi too? Quickly, the crowd began to disperse, wary of being caught in the crossfire of these two factions. Song Yi, upon hearing his declaration, was consumed by fury. Where is Manager Wang? Bring him out. I demand to confront him. She realized that the man who had stolen her purse was indeed in cahoots with Purple Hair, a scheme that had clearly been in play for some time. Yet, she could not fathom why Manager Wang would betray her, especially when she had always treated him well. Purple Hair, with a smirk that hinted at ulterior motives, regarded Song Yi with a predatory gaze. Perhaps tonight will culminate in a rather scandalous rendezvous. As his words hung in the air, the thugs behind him closed in, while Song Yi's side was outnumbered, with only 4 or 5 individuals present. One side was well prepared, while the other was caught off guard, and it seemed evident that the Imperial Night Club was about to fall into Purple Hair's hands. Do you truly believe that your meager group can seize the Imperial Night Club? Song Yi's countenance darkened as she fixed her gaze on Purple Hair. The Imperial Night Club has garnered countless enemies over time. To prevent situations like this, I have made ample preparations. With a sharp clap of her hands, she called out, Dajia. The crowd scanned their surroundings, eager to see who this Dajia was. However, after a prolonged wait, no one emerged. No need to call for him. I've already captured Dajiao's sister. Should he dare to act rashly, I will personally harm her. Do you think he would risk himself for you? Purple Hair's sinister grin revealed his understanding that even the strongest have vulnerabilities, and Dajiao's sister was his Achilles heel, his only family in this world. You're despicable, Song Yi exclaimed in outrage. Is this truly how a person behaves? Without Dajiao, the Imperial Night Club would lack any capable defender against Purple Hair. Despair crept over Song Yi's exquisite features. As long as I can claim the Imperial Night Club, I, Purple Hair, will stop at nothing, he declared coldly, revealing a menacing grin that sent chills through those nearby. Suddenly, a calm yet provocatively dismissive voice pierced the tension. Anything is fair game? Would you eat excrement? What the hell? It's that guy again. Purple Hair's sudden appearance had pushed Su Bai out of the spotlight, but now, at this critical juncture, he had audaciously inserted himself once more. This was nothing short of a death wish. Chapter 51. A fool's errand. Purple Hair's brows knitted together, his expression darkening as he incredulously demanded, Are you speaking to me? Clearly, he could not fathom that in this day and age, there were still individuals willing to stand up for others. He assumed this student-like figure must be daft to utter such imprudent words. For any reasonable person would kneel and beg for mercy upon encountering him, rather than display such audacity. Did you eat too much filth? Or is your hearing impaired? Su Bai continued to gaze at Purple Hair, his tone nonchalant. Boom. The words detonated in Purple Hair's mind, akin to a volcanic eruption. Someone truly dares to defy me. Boss, I recognize him, and the chubby one beside him. One of the thugs stepped forward and whispered into Purple Hair's ear, pointing at Su Bai and his companion. Those two are the reason I didn't steal Song Yi's purse that night. What? Those two? Purple Hair's anger surged. What is your relationship with Song Yi? Why do you persist in aiding her? His eyes narrowed as he stepped over Chao Dazhuang's body, causing him to groan in pain. Relationship? Su Bai smiled faintly, adopting an innocent demeanor. Our relationship is just as you imagine. Gasp. His remark left the onlookers in shock. Just as he imagines? Could it be that he is taking advantage of Song Yi? But that was not all. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Su Bai shrugged, feigning regret. If I had known you were such a scoundrel, I would have ensured you were never born. What? The crowd was utterly flabbergasted. Not only had he taken advantage of Song Yi, but he had also indirectly insulted Purple Hair as his progeny. "You're seeking death." Purple Hair, initially caught off guard, turned crimson upon hearing the whispers around him. Enraged, he forcefully shoved the nearest thug, Zheng Hao, sending him sprawling several meters away before crashing to the ground. "Fatty." Su Bai's expression shifted, his voice icy. "I warned you, no one is allowed to harm those around me." Witnessing his comrade in such distress ignited a fire within Su Bai. "Huh, this fat fool deserves it." Purple Hair sneered, wearing a smug expression. "I pushed him. What are you going to do about it?" Purple Hair's followers erupted in laughter, reveling in the unfolding drama. This fool has no idea he's courting death, still daring to act tough before Purple Hair. Yet, just as the raucous laughter filled the air, it abruptly ceased. Bang! A resounding thud erupted at the center of the venue. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the arrogant figure with purple hair was unexpectedly propelled backward. "What on earth?" The crowd gaped, their expressions exaggerated enough to fit an egg in their mouths. This was utterly bizarre, particularly the group of minions accompanying the purple-haired individual, who appeared as though they had witnessed the impossible. They had anticipated a dismal fate for Su Bai, yet the one who had been sent flying was none other than the purple-haired leader. This was outrageous. The purple-haired figure flailed in midair like discarded refuse, struggling and looking utterly ridiculous. Even he could not fathom why he was suspended above the ground. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. All eyes were fixated on Su Bai, as if he were a monster, and they were collectively stunned by the spectacle. "You must bear the consequences." Su Bai stepped forward confidently. After several prior applications of his internal energy, he had mastered its control. At this moment, it flowed effortlessly through him. He grasped the still-falling purple-haired individual, a smile gracing his face. However, for reasons unknown, the sight of that smile sent a shiver down the purple-haired man's spine, as if being thrown into the air was merely a prelude to something far more sinister. "What are you doing?" The purple-haired man had clawed his way up from the streets over the years, and his current status was no mere coincidence. He possessed formidable skills. Suddenly, he exerted force from his waist, attempting to spin in midair, hoping to use the momentum to escape Su Bai's grasp. Yet, to his astonishment, Su Bai's hand clamped onto his calf like a vice, rendering him immobile. "This is bad." The purple-haired man's heart sank as he felt himself plummeting. Crash! What splintered as he crashed into the bar. The scene that unfolded was met with disbelief on every face present. They slapped their cheeks to confirm they weren't dreaming, and the entire Imperial nightclub erupted into chaos. Unbelievable. The purple-haired figure hadn't even thrown a punch before being mercilessly dispatched by this individual. This was impossible. "I must be hallucinating. This guy is a freak." The jaw-dropping spectacle left everyone awestruck. They had not anticipated that the notoriously formidable purple-haired man could be so easily defeated, caught off guard, and eliminated in an instant. "I warned you that you would have to face the consequences." Su Bai glanced at the injured purple-haired man, who was grimacing in pain, and remarked coolly, "Yet, it seems you are ill-prepared for the gravity of this situation." "You." The purple-haired man, bloodied and tattered, looked at Su Bai with profound fear. Just moments ago, he had exuded dominance, but now he was reduced to a drowning rat, a mockery of his former self. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Su Bai turned around, adopting a seemingly harmless smile and apologizing. "Sister Song-yi, I sincerely apologize for my excessive force. I did not intend to damage the bar of the Imperial nightclub." Upon hearing this, the purple-haired man coughed up a mouthful of blood, akin to a fountain spewing forth. "This bastard, how could he disregard me so blatantly?" "Ah." The purple-haired man narrowed his eyes and reached towards his boot, but blood continued to pour from his mouth. The insult was unbearable. And no worries. As Su Bai turned back, Song-yi suddenly felt disoriented. With the betrayal of Manager Wang and the absence of Dezhao, she felt a deep sense of despair. Yet at this moment, Su Bai, with his singular strength, had completely reversed the situation, leaving her speechless with shock. This was the purple-haired man, a figure feared by many, known for his ruthlessness and extraordinary combat prowess, who had successfully ascended to the position of boss of the Haotian nightclub. Yet now, he had been reduced to a pitiful state by Su Bai. It was utterly terrifying. In that instant, Song-yi realized she hardly knew Su Bai at all. He was not only knowledgeable about alcohol and people, but also possessed an enigmatic quality that made everything seem effortlessly simple in his presence. Just then, the bloodied purple-haired man abruptly stood up, brandishing a glinting dagger, charging towards the unsuspecting Su Bai. "Watch out." Song-yi's eyes widened as she screamed, "Su Bai." Beware of the knife behind you. Subai furrowed his brow, unable to react in time. He could only shift his body to evade the dagger aimed at his vital areas. Swish! The sharp blade grazed Subai's arm, leaving a visible gash. Though it did not inflict significant damage, perhaps out of instinct, a surge of rage ignited within him. He turned around, his gaze locked onto the purple-haired man, as if he intended to dismantle him piece by piece. Suddenly, he extended his hand, no longer holding back, and hoisted the purple-haired man above his head. 1 slam, 2 slams, 3 slams. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, Subai repeated the motion, mercilessly driving the purple-haired man into the ground. After approximately 10 slams, Subai finally released him. It was not that he wished to cease punishing the purple-haired man. After all, anyone would be infuriated if stabbed in the back. The thought of annihilating his entire family seemed justifiable. Yet, Subai was suddenly overcome with an inexplicable sense of weakness. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he gasped for breath. Crash! Subai collapsed onto the ground, feeling a numbing sensation in his arm. Turning his head, he noticed dark blood oozing from the wound, yet he felt no pain. Poison! Subai cursed inwardly, shocked that the purple-haired man had coated the dagger with poison. With no time to ponder further, a wave of dizziness washed over him. In the haze, he saw the purple-haired man wobbling to his feet, a triumphant and disdainful expression on his face. Kid, you are still too young. Even though your strength surpasses mine, your experience is vastly inferior. You think you can impede my progress? Think again in your next life. The purple-haired man's words held truth. Subai was undoubtedly stronger. In a direct comparison, the purple-haired man would pale in comparison to the likes of Pu Daong, ranking merely as a mid-tier practitioner of external martial arts. However, his wealth of experience and ruthless tactics had allowed him to reach his current stature. With a sinister grin revealing his white teeth, the purple-haired man approached Subai, raising the dagger in his hand. Ding dong! System upgrading. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Subai's mind, and he felt a sense of familiarity. Although the poison had dulled his senses, his awareness remained sharp, and he clearly heard the system's announcement. How fortunate! To upgrade at such a critical juncture. Subai rejoiced inwardly, then inquired, what changes will occur after the system upgrade? Ding dong! Prior to level 10, system upgrades will not bring any changes. Ding dong! The system does not create absurdities, it only upgrades. Upon hearing this, Subai felt a chill wash over him. It seemed this frustrating system was merely a source of mockery. Ding dong! System level 2. Ding dong! Functional area successfully unlocked. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for acquiring low-level X-ray vision and detoxification strips. Oh, the low-level perspective eye and the detox spicy strips. Upon witnessing the system's upgrade and the subsequent rewards, Subai could hardly contain his joy. It turns out this frustrating system has some utility. With a look of delight, he opened the system warehouse through his consciousness. Inside were several fart talismans, a bottle of super essence, and the newly acquired low-level perspective eye along with the detox spicy strips. Without hesitation, Subai retrieved the detox spicy strips. This scene left the purple-haired individual, who was about to act, utterly bewildered. Kid, facing death, and you're still thinking about eating spicy strips? Did you starve to death in your previous life? The purple-haired man smirked derisively. How about this? I'll give you a chance to eat your last spicy strip, then send you on your way. That sounds splendid. Subai disregarded his taunts and directly swallowed the spicy strip. To his surprise, the taste was exquisite, with a delightful chew. The flavorful and spicy essence made Subai sing its praises. It was undoubtedly an essential item for travel and leisure. Have you had your fill? My blade is itching for action. The purple-haired man, seeing Subai relish the treat, couldn't help but swallow hard. However, the bizarre scene left those around them feeling somewhat embarrassed, as an inner voice questioned, what are these two doing? Finished eating? Care for a taste? Subai wiped his mouth, feeling significantly lighter, and the dark blood from his wounds had ceased to flow. Taste what? The purple-haired man stiffened. Taste the fist of your wild father. As soon as he finished speaking, Subai leaped forward, punching the purple-haired man's face. Perhaps taken aback that Subai, despite being poisoned, still had the strength to rise. The purple-haired man was caught off guard and fell heavily to the ground. The sudden reversal left the onlookers in shock. How dare you ambush me? Subai threw another punch, showing no mercy to the one who had nearly led him to his demise. However, just as he was enjoying his reprisal, the man who had previously stolen Song Yi's bag suddenly shouted, Brother Purple, Long Gu is coming. This kid is finished. Long Go. The purple-haired man felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Hearing Long Ji's name filled him with more joy than hearing his own father's name. Kid, if you don't stop now, my brother Long Go will make you pay. With an air of arrogance, he threatened Su Bai. Having been supported by Long Gu and becoming the boss of the luxurious nightclub, he was confident that once Long Gu arrived, no matter how formidable Su Bai was, he would have to kneel and admit defeat. As this thought crossed his mind, an expression of frenzied delight bloomed on the purple-haired man's face, as if he could already envision Su Bai being ground into the floor by Long Gu. Long Gu. Upon hearing this name, everyone in the bar involuntarily stiffened. Just one purple-haired man was already such a headache, and with so many fierce subordinates, his big brother must be even more ruthless. Many felt a chill for Su Bai. Recalling how he had treated the purple-haired man as if he were a wayward child, each slap resounding sharply across the purple-haired man's face. Once Long Gu arrived, would Su Bai not suffer a fate far worse than the purple-haired man's? Moreover, to them, Su Bai's victory over the purple-haired man was merely a stroke of luck. If they truly squared off in a fair fight, Su Bai's chances of winning were nearly non-existent. With Long Gu arriving imminently, such luck could hardly be expected to recur. Not far from Su Bai, Song Yi's face had turned pale with anxiety as she urged, Su Bai, hurry and take your friend and leave. You are no longer needed here. Having heard of Long Ji's reputation, though she had never met him, she understood that anyone who could become the purple-haired man's superior would not be a mere petty figure. At the very least, he would be even more ruthless than the purple-haired man. Zheng Hao, having picked himself up from the ground, looked somewhat worse for wear with a scraped arm bleeding profusely, but thankfully not injuring any bones. Seeing Song Yi's distress, he too felt uncertain. Brother, what should we do? The purple-haired man, noticing Su Bai slowly lower his head as if in fear, raised an eyebrow and boasted, So, you dare not fight anymore? What happened to that bravado you had earlier? Show me again. Humph, I knew you would be scared upon hearing Long Ji's name. Haraha. With heightened arrogance, the purple-haired man reveled in Su Bai's apparent submission. However, at that moment, smack. The purple-haired man's haughty expression instantly morphed into disbelief, followed by sheer terror. Su Bai's large hand, like a sieve, ferociously slapped across the purple-haired man's face. With a cry of anguish, the purple-haired man's two front teeth were knocked out, flying from his mouth, along with the astonishment in his eyes. He could hardly comprehend why, upon hearing Long Gu's name, Su Bai not only showed no fear, but instead retaliated with such ferocity. This was simply unscientific. At that moment, the doors of the Emperor nightclub swung open, and a group of well-trained individuals strode in, led by a man with an exceptionally fierce appearance. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding patrons instinctively took a step back, as the imposing aura of this group was terrifying. It felt as if a single misstep could result in a swift and fatal encounter. These were the true heavyweights. Let us go. This was the first thought that crossed everyone's minds. But upon witnessing the expression on the lead man's face, they hesitated, fearing trouble. Long Gu, you have finally arrived. The purple-haired man, with two teeth knocked out and speaking through a gap, felt elated upon seeing the man's arrival. However, the man, referred to as Long Gu, merely cast a sidelong glance at the purple-haired man, with a hint of reproach in his gaze, before disregarding him completely. What was happening? This scene left the purple-haired man utterly dumbfounded. But that was not all. He then noticed Long Gu striding directly towards Su Bai, causing him to think, is Long Gu eager to deal with that guy for having hit me? The purple-haired man was certain this was the case. Otherwise, given his relationship with Long Gu, he wouldn't just stand by. In an instant, a palpable atmosphere of dread enveloped the Emperor nightclub. The leading man seemed to exude an aura of bone-crunching power. It appeared that Su Bai was utterly doomed. Yet, unbeknownst to all, as Long Gu approached Su Bai, his expression shifted from stern to one of utmost cordiality, as if Su Bai held a significant status in his eyes. Greetings, Su. Lu Xinglong hastily took a few steps forward and bowed deeply, but then recalled Dai Pingfei's instructions, quickly correcting himself. Greetings, Brother Su. Not only Lu Xinglong but even the group of well-trained men behind him bent at the waist, respectfully addressing Su Bai as Brother Su. This utterance sent shockwaves through everyone present. Upon hearing these words, Zima appeared as if struck by lightning, left speechless for a long while. Su, Brother Su? How could Long Gu possibly address that scoundrel as Brother Su? Zima's face was a picture of disbelief, looking as if he had just consumed something vile. Long Gu, that bastard hit me. Won't you seek justice on my behalf? However, Before he could finish his plea, Lu Xinglong's massive hand came down heavily across his face. Slap. Though this blow lacked the force of Su Bai's, it resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Zima had long awaited Long Ji's support, yet here he was, being struck by him instead. What on earth was happening? Indeed, I too am perplexed. It seems this Long Ge shares an unusual connection with Su Bai. This is utterly thrilling. A vivid red handprint blossomed on Zima's face, and a few of his remaining teeth began to loosen. Long Ge. Zima was both astonished and agitated, but dared not utter another word. You think you can provoke Brother Su so casually? Kneel and apologize. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath. The severity of his tone rendered the bar silent once more. No one had anticipated that Long Ge would not only bow deeply to Su Bai, but also demand Zima to kneel in apology. Was this truly Zima's own elder brother? In that moment, Zima was left dumbfounded, as were Song Yi and Zheng Hao, alongside everyone else around them. It was simply unbelievable. They had expected Su Bai to be subdued by Long Ge, yet it appeared Zima had become the victim instead. Kneeling in apology was unnecessary. Let each of them slap themselves thrice instead. Su Bai remained calm, stating, "Of course, these 3 slaps are not for me, but rather to apologize to my brother. If he is unwilling, then I shall take matters into my own hands." What? Slap themselves thrice? Apologize to that fat fool? What a joke. The look Zima cast at Su Bai was filled with rage and resentment. Such a humiliating act. Long Ge would never allow me to do it. Never. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Zima was unaware that Lu Xinglong's next command would be chilling. Zima, slap yourself 3 times. Have your subordinates do the same. Zima spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly dismayed, as if the world had turned upside down. Chapter 53. More gains to be had. It is worth noting that when he was still under Lu Xinglong's command, should anyone provoke him, regardless of their power or influence, Lu Xinglong would always step in to defend him, insisting on beating the offender to a pulp. Yet now, Lu Xinglong had ordered him to kneel before this scoundrel and even commanded him to slap himself in a humiliating apology. This was beyond Zima's comprehension. Slap, slap, slap. As a series of slaps echoed in the air, after Zima had struck himself 3 times, his group of followers began to follow suit. Everyone understood that this act of self-flagellation was meant to apologize to the rotund figure. However, the true authority lay with Su Bai, the enigmatic figure who eluded understanding. Seeing Su Bai nod in satisfaction, Lu Xinglong bowed once more and continued, "Brother Su, I have come at the behest of President Dai, specifically summoned." Indeed, Lu Xinglong nodded excitedly, though internally he was in shock. This was precisely what Dai Pengfei had sought to avoid. When Lu Xinglong had set out to find Su Bai, Dai Pengfei had expressly instructed him to keep this matter under wraps. Yet now, Su Bai had accurately articulated the elder's affairs. In that moment, Lu Xinglong broke out into a cold sweat, finally grasping why Dai Pengfei wished to consult Su Bai. This man was not to be trifled with. "Brother Su, President Dai wishes for you to take a look and see if the method of administering the Millennium Wild Ginseng has been incorrect, which may have hindered the elder's recovery." Lu Xinglong fabricated a rationale. A wry smile appeared on Su Bai's lips, realizing that Dai Pengfei was quite adept at pleasing others, having previously bestowed upon him 10 million. It was now difficult for him to decline this request. After further contemplation, Su Bai sensed that the elder's situation was somewhat suspicious and likely not solely due to the wild ginseng. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to investigate and ascertain the truth. With a shrug, he addressed Lu Xinglong, "Very well, I shall take a look." "Splendid. With Brother Su's assistance, the elder shall surely recover." Lu Xinglong was overjoyed, his face radiating delight. "Brother Su, tomorrow Zhou Tong will personally come to collect you. For now, I shall take my leave." Lu Xinglong spoke with utmost respect, then waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to carry the unconscious Zima out of the Imperial nightclub. Meanwhile, Chao Dazhuang, who had been stunned, and Kun Sudong, who was trembling as he descended the stairs from the 2nd floor, were both regretting their choices to the point of explosion. They felt utterly foolish for failing to recognize the depth of this impoverished youth's concealment. Now, not only had Zima been publicly humiliated, but they too found themselves in dire straits. Yet this was not the most alarming aspect. It was Lu Xinglong's respectful demeanor towards Zima that was truly shocking. Such a powerful figure treating a student with such deference. Surely, Su Bai had become someone they could no longer reach. Upon returning home, Su Bai finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He reclined on his bed, too content to move, yet his heart brimmed with joy. "Haha, my divination skills are indeed remarkable. This excursion to the Imperial nightclub not only embarrassed those two wealthy heirs, Chu Qin and Kuan Sudong, but also earned me a mysterious reward from the system. With a thought, Su Bai entered the system warehouse. I had no time to examine these items earlier. Now I shall take a closer look, as they must be of decent quality given that they are rewards for system upgrades. His gaze landed on the second column of the system warehouse, where a gleaming golden item, resembling an eye, prominently displayed itself. X-ray vision. Upon seeing these words, Su Bai's entire being trembled with excitement. He had encountered the term X-ray vision frequently while reading novels and understood its potency. However, what was this low-level X-ray vision? With a puzzled expression, Su Bai curiously clicked on the description of the item. Low-level X-ray vision. This item allows the user to see through all objects and discern the true nature of all things. However, the number of uses is limited and it comes with certain side effects. What the hell? Su Bai grimaced in disdain. Limited uses, and, to boot, side effects? It felt as if he had purchased a second-hand item. Instantly, Su Bai's enthusiasm waned. He had opened the system warehouse in eager anticipation, only to be doused with cold water. Who wouldn't feel disheartened? The only difference between low-level X-ray vision and X-ray vision was 2 words, yet their practicality diverged so greatly. Ah, well, it is what it is. Sighing, Su Bai was aware of the system's tendency for trickery. Now he had received a low-level X-ray vision with accompanying side effects, which was hardly a surprise. Extract. He could not dwell on it any longer. With a tap of his finger on the activation button, a golden light enveloped his left eye. A wave of pleasant sensations began to soothe his left eye, followed by a refreshing coolness that surged forth. Just like having eye drops. However, what puzzled Su Bai the most was why this peculiar sensation could only be felt in his left eye, while the right eye remained utterly devoid of any feeling. Regaining his composure, Su Bai meticulously reviewed the instructions for the low-level X-ray vision tool. Damn you, system. He muttered inwardly. This particular phrase could easily go unnoticed unless one read closely, which explained why Su Bai had overlooked it earlier. Nevertheless, the concept of monocular vision sounded quite appealing. Su Bai sprang up from his bed, eager to ascertain whether there had been any changes to his eyes. After all, what if his left eye possessed a colored X-ray vision while his right eye was merely ordinary? Would that not terrify those he encountered? In a worst-case scenario, he might even be subjected to clinical trials. Fortunately, after glancing in the mirror, he found that both eyes remained their original deep black hue, which brought him a sense of relief. Ding dong. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Host needs detected. Task details. Earn 60 million soft sister coins. Task requirements. No purchasing of system tools during the process. Task duration. 48 hours. Task reward. Low-level combat observation eye. 700 wealth points. Upon seeing the reward, Su Bai instantly felt invigorated. A low-level combat observation eye? Could it possibly be affixed to one eye? With this thought in mind, Su Bai inquired, System, what is the purpose of this low-level combat observation eye? The notion delighted him. Wow, it can indeed be monocular. That means I can have X-ray vision in my left eye while observing the enemy's combat strength with my right. How incredibly powerful! Without hesitation, Su Bai accepted the task, his heart racing with anticipation. However, 60 million was no small sum, and the restriction against purchasing tools during the task presented a genuine challenge. Never mind, he thought. I'll first assist the old gentleman with his medical needs tomorrow. As his emotions settled, fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave, and Su Bai collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, Zhou Tong arrived in a Hummer to pick up Su Bai. Brother Su. As soon as he opened the car door, Zhou Tong greeted him with an ingratiating smile. The old gentleman has been waiting for you for quite some time. Shouldn't we set off? Su Bai nodded. However, through the low-level X-ray vision attached to his left eye, he noticed that Zhou Tong was carrying a black handgun this time. Brother Su, please don't take offense. This was specifically instructed by President Dai. Considering the old gentleman's illness has become entangled with many matters, I had no choice but to. Zhou Tong stammered, realizing Su Bai was staring at the area around his waist. He quickly sought to clarify, fearing that Su Bai might misunderstand. But as he drove the Hummer towards Dai Pengfei's suburban villa, he suddenly froze, realizing just how cleverly concealed the handgun was. How did Brother Su know there was a gun at his waist? Stealing a cautious glance at Su Bai, who was deeply engrossed in thought, Zhou Tong dared not speak. Continuing to drive towards the villa. At a villa estate on the outskirts of Beihai City, Dai Pengfei anxiously greeted Su Bai. Young Master Su, you have finally arrived. I am counting on you for this matter. Although he had invited Su Bai to establish a rapport, the urgency on his face was genuine, revealing Dai Pengfei's concern for his ailing father. However, just as Su Bai was about to inquire about the old gentleman's condition, a sarcastic voice interrupted him from the crowd. "President Dai, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that with me, the Beihai master present, the old gentleman's health cannot be restored?" The speaker emerged from the throng, clad in a yellow robe, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, with a sharp chin and a notably prominent black mole on his face. His tone exuded an air of an enlightened master, and those around him slightly bowed in respect, indicating that this so-called Beihai master was also invited by Dai Pengfei to attend to the old gentleman's ailment. Clearly, he held a position of considerable esteem among the crowd. Chapter 54. Exclusive Secret Recipe. Noticing Su Bai's gaze upon him, the Beihai master scoffed. "President Dai, had you not mentioned that the old gentleman's illness was peculiar, I would not have come at all. Yet now you have invited a mere child to join us. Are you looking down on me, the Beihai master?" Su Bai chuckled coldly within, shaking his head yet remaining silent. "Master, you speak in jest. This young Master Su is my friend. With his assistance, your efforts in treating the old gentleman will yield far greater results." Dai Pengfei, fully aware of the Beihai master's dissatisfaction, weighed the significance of Su Bai's future development before smilingly responding, "If the Beihai master remains unconvinced, I shall instruct young Master Su to remain silent. You need not worry. That would be best. Otherwise, if anything happens to the old gentleman, I won't be able to manage." The Beihai master stroked his chin, noticing that Su Bai merely stared at him in silence, leading him to believe that the young man was intimidated by his imposing presence. This was understandable, as he held considerable influence in the vicinity of Beihai City, albeit not as much as Dai Pengfei. Nonetheless, in situations like this, he relied on his expertise. Dai Pengfei felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back, relieved to see that Su Bai did not appear offended. "All right, everyone, let us hurry inside. The old gentleman's condition cannot be delayed any longer." With that, Dai Pengfei turned and led the way into the villa. At that moment, the Beihai master deliberately lagged behind, approaching Su Bai to mock, "Kid, you better keep quiet once we go in. Otherwise, if I take offense, I'll have President Dai throw you out." With a forceful shove, the Beihai master pushed past Su Bai and swaggered into the villa. Su Bai merely smiled faintly, disregarding their antics. From the moment he entered the car, he had already calculated the events that would unfold today. Soon, they would realize that without his intervention, the old gentleman's condition would not improve. Such a pompous old fool. Su Bai's gaze fell back on the Beihai master, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Daring to show off in front of me? Soon, you shall witness my prowess." Inside the master bedroom, an elderly man lay on the bed, his complexion dark and glistening with cold sweat. Despite the room's warm temperature, he trembled uncontrollably, resembling someone on the brink of death. "Old gentleman, President Dai has brought people to see you," Lu Xinglong whispered to the elderly man upon seeing Dai Pengfei enter. However, the old man seemed to be in a semi-conscious state and did not hear Lu Xinglong's announcement. Standing behind Dai Pengfei, the Beihai master feigned shock. His face filled with horror as he asked, "President Dai, has the old gentleman visited any unusual places recently? Why is his condition so dire?" Seeing the Beihai master's shocked expression, Dai Pengfei felt a sense of foreboding. After all, the best hospital in Beihai City had been unable to determine the cause of the old gentleman's illness, which was why he had sought the Beihai master's help. If even he could not resolve the issue, the old gentleman might very well be beyond salvation. "The esteemed practitioner, you must find a way to treat the elder. As for the financial matters, do not hesitate to speak," Dai Pengfei declared earnestly. "Rest assured, President Dai, with me, the master of Beihai, no ailment shall withstand my remedy." The master of Beihai patted his chest confidently and continued, "Shortly, you will close the door and step out. I shall perform my incantations to heal the elder and expel that insolent spirit. Should any of you be inadvertently harmed, it would be regrettable." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Su Bai, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, filled with derision and disdain, as if his words were intended solely for Su Bai's ears. It became apparent that the elder's affliction stemmed from malevolent forces, a reason why the doctors at the hospital were at a loss. Indeed, the master of Beihai truly deserves his title, having discerned the underlying issue at a mere glance. It was fortunate he arrived. Had a mere novice been tasked with the diagnosis, utter nonsense would surely have ensued, failing to identify the root cause. The surrounding individuals exchanged knowing glances, wholly convinced by the master of Beihai's words. In stark contrast, Subai found himself the target of their disdain, given the master's exceptional prowess. I too wish to broaden my horizons. Please, perform your incantations. I shall await outside. Subai thought with a cold chuckle, voicing his thoughts. Agreed. Agreed. The elder has been invaded by malevolent forces. Naturally, you ordinary folk cannot perceive this. With my years of expertise, once I make my move, I shall ensure that spirit is left in tatters. Hearing Subai's flattering words, the master of Beihai felt a surge of satisfaction, raising his voice. Quickly leave the room. If that spirit detects your presence, the situation could become quite troublesome. Then we are indebted to you, master of Beihai. Dai Pingfei expressed his gratitude as he closed the door, leading the others out of the master bedroom. Once outside, Subai activated his rudimentary X-ray vision. And through the thick wooden door, he saw the scene within the master bedroom with crystal clarity. He observed the master of Beihai approach the elder, closely examining him and realizing the elder remained in a semi-comatose state, allowing him to exhale in relief. Damn it, I finally managed to deceive those people. The master then retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his pocket, igniting it, and after it turned to black ash, he poured it into a teacup on the table. He clapped his hands together and grinned triumphantly. Good. Shortly I shall tell them this is holy water I refine myself. Once the elder drinks it, regardless of its efficacy, I'll simply concoct some tall tales and all will be well. Truly despicable, Subai thought to himself upon witnessing this scene. Unable to suppress a fierce curse, I had thought him merely a charlatan, but I never expected such malevolence. If this concoction were to be given to the elder, even survival would be a slim chance. Young Master Su, what are you muttering about? Dai Pingfei, noticing Subai's murmurs, mistakenly believed he was angry and hurriedly added, once Master Beihai successfully treats the elder, young Master Su shall be most generously rewarded. Rewarded for what? Subai turned and inquired. For the millennium-old wild Ganoderma. Without it, the elder could not have endured these past few days. Dai Pingfei replied seriously. Then there's no need to wait. Master Beihai should emerge now. With that, before the gathered onlookers, the master of Beihai opened the door, appearing self-assured before them. Master. Dai Pingfei was taken aback, rushing forward to ask, how's the elder? The elder is no longer in critical condition. On the table is the holy water I personally concocted. Once consumed tomorrow, that spirit will no longer dare to trouble the elder. It must be said, the master of Beihai's ability to deceive was truly remarkable. Had Subai not glimpsed the earlier scene with his rudimentary X-ray vision, he might have been convinced. Might I inquire, Master Beihai, what is this holy water composed of? Subai's sudden question caused the smile on the master's face to falter. Young man, this holy water is a secret formula of mine. You would not comprehend it even if I explained. The master of Beihai retorted. Flustered, administer the holy water to the elder tomorrow, and you shall know the outcome. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me out. Tomorrow? Subai raised an eyebrow, sneering. Tomorrow, will you again fabricate excuses to deceive everyone? I fear the ash from your yellow paper will solidify long before then. You. The master of Beihai nearly spat blood in indignation. How could this young man know everything? Just then, a serious-looking man, resembling Dai Pingfei, strode into the villa. This individual had a bronze complexion, a lean visage, and his wolf-like eyes exuded a terrifying aura. Dai Pingyu. Upon seeing him, the crowd gasped in shock. Subai, utilizing his rudimentary X-ray vision, discerned the man's body brimming with iron-like muscles, with hints of internal energy coursing through, suggesting his strength surpassed that of Pu Dajuan, a master skilled in internal energy. Who is this person? Judging by his name, he appears to be Dai Pingfei's brother. Subai pondered, wondering why the elder's son would visit only at such a critical moment, and sensing he harbored ulterior motives. Dai Pingyu, what brings you here? You are not welcome. Leave at once. Dai Pingfei's expression darkened as he shouted angrily. However, Dai Pingyu paid him no mind, directing a menacing gaze toward the master of Beihai, coldly stating, Taoist, I have sought you for quite some time. Now you dare to deceive my father? Dai Wei, force-feed him the holy water from the table. Just then, the master of Beihai felt his courage wane at the sight of Dai Pingyu. Previously, while in Yanjing, Dai Pingyu had sought his assistance. But the endeavor had ended in disaster, bringing Dai Pingyu unnecessary trouble. The master was well aware of Dai Pingyu's character, and to preserve his life, he had fled to Beihai City, only to encounter misfortune here. Bang! Before the master of Beihai could take several steps to escape, a man with slanted eyes kicked him away. Dai Taoist, let us see if I don't strip your skin today. The speaker was none other than Dai Pingyu's son, whose triangular eyes gleamed with a sinister intensity. He proceeded to kick the master of Beihai several times before seizing the cup of holy water from the table and forcibly pouring it into the master's mouth. Knowing it was merely ash, the master of Beihai struggled desperately, but Dai Wei possessed immense strength, prying his mouth open and forcing the entire cup down his throat. Cough. Cough, I was wrong. Please spare me. The master of Beihai, now in a state of despair, had lost all the earlier bravado. Appearing utterly defeated. Bang. Another powerful kick sent him into unconsciousness. Understood. Several individuals responded in unison, subsequently dragging the unconscious master of Beihai from the villa. Anyone with discernment could tell that this fraudulent Taoist was in dire straits. Dai Pingfei, is this the person you found for the elder? I believe you intend to harm him and seize the family fortune for yourself. Dai Pingyu exclaimed angrily. What did you say? Dai Pingfei was taken aback, not expecting Dai Pingyu to turn the accusation against him. To comprehend the prior inheritance of the will, which was bequeathed to Dai Wei, it is evident that upon the passing of the elder, a substantial fortune would consequently be inherited by Dai Wei, ultimately benefiting both him and his father. Yet, it is perplexing that Dai Pingyu has audaciously expressed his desire to harm the elder. Am I mistaken in my assertion? Dai Pingyu snorted derisively. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions to revive the elder solely to alter the heir of the will. Let me assure you, that is but a dream. The two engaged in a fierce argument. Throughout history, familial bonds have often appeared fragile in the face of greed. However, from this perspective, Su Bai found solace in the notion that being born into an ordinary family was, in fact, an immense stroke of fortune. A sharp, haunting cough abruptly plunged the villa into silence, for the source of the sound was none other than the elder, who had been in a semi-comatose state. All present were momentarily stunned, especially Dai Pingfei and Dai Pingyu, whose expressions shifted dramatically. Father. They both rushed to the window, their faces etched with concern. The elder's condition had worsened. Observing this scene, it seemed that Dai Pingfei and Dai Pingyu were on the verge of another dispute, but at that moment, a disgruntled voice interrupted from behind. Are you two still intent on squabbling over the will? Who are you? Dai Pingyu retorted, taken aback by the reprimand. His expression darkening as he asked, Are you also someone Dai Pingfei has summoned? Humph. Did you not witness the fate of that fraudulent Taoist? His words sent a ripple of shock through those around him, as it was a blatant threat. Yet, this young man was willing to jeopardize his own life for the sake of Dai Pingfei's wealth. What of it? I only know that should the elder awaken and discover the two of you bickering over the inheritance, he would be utterly disheartened. Noticing the elder's body beginning to convulse, Su Bai wasted no time and retrieved the detox spicy stick from his system's repository. During their journey, he had calculated that the elder's ailment was a misfortune that had befallen him. As it was not a natural occurrence of aging and illness, there must be some foul play, and the darkening of his complexion suggested he had been poisoned. Thus, the detox spicy stick was perfectly suited to assist the elder in overcoming this peril. Halt. Just as Su Bai was about to administer the remedy to the elder, Dai Pingyu coldly interjected, What do you intend to give my father? Spicy sticks. Su Bai could distinctly sense a chilling intent, but furrowed his brow and replied, This spicy stick is a folk remedy from my hometown, incomparable to the so-called holy water of that charlatan. If you doubt it, I can consume it myself to prove its efficacy. No need for that. If you do not vacate this place, you shall meet the same fate as that fraudulent Taoist. Dai Pingyu declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Su Bai found it rather amusing. Let me tell you, had it not been for the sake of a living human life, do you think I would have come here to offer my assistance? Since my goodwill has been mistaken for folly, I shall take my leave. Su Gongzi. Seeing Su Bai attempt to depart, Dai Pingfei hurriedly obstructed him. I have faith in your medical prowess. Pay no heed to the words of certain individuals. Just focus on saving the elder. As he spoke, Dai Pingfei's gaze turned sternly towards Dai Pingyu, admonishing, The elder's life hangs in the balance. Yet you persist in obstructing his treatment. Is there a connection between your father's illness and your actions? Do not slander me. Dai Pingyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Though he concealed it well, allowing the treatment was feasible, but what if the elder did not recover? Hearing this, Dai Pingfei could not help but look towards Su Bai and inquire, Su Gongzi, what is your level of confidence? Drawing from previous experiences, Su Bai felt assured. Rest assured, the remedy will yield results. Young man, my father is inquiring of you. If you fail to cure him, what shall you do? At this moment, Dai Wei's visage darkened. His gaze fixed intently on Su Bai. Presently, the elder was drenched in cold sweat, beads forming like soybeans and cascading down, dampening the bedding, while his body trembled violently. his complexion a deep purplish hue, as if poisoned fire were coursing through him. Dai Wei felt a surge of anger at being disregarded by Su Bai. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his wrath, Dai Pingyu leaned in to whisper, "Xiao Wei, have you executed the task I assigned? Rest assured, my son. Once the elder passes, you shall be the heir to the will. At that time, our father-son duo will undoubtedly carve out a new domain in Yanjing." Dai Pingyu's eyes gleamed with avarice as he revealed his ambitions. "Understood, father. I shall ensure this young man suffers greatly." Dai Wei glared malevolently at Su Bai, convinced that he could not possibly save the elder. However, just as Dai Pingyu and Dai Wei reveled in their scheme, the expressions on their faces froze in an instant. "Water, cough cough, water." With a feeble voice, the elder astonishingly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. "Water is here, water is here." Dai Pingfei leapt up in excitement, hastily retrieving the warm water he had prepared and offering it to the elder. "You truly ventured through the gates of death." As the elder slowly sipped the water, his complexion improved significantly, the cold sweat gradually dissipating. Once he had composed himself, he lifted his gaze towards Su Bai. "Young man, did you save me?" Su Bai smiled gently and replied. However, upon hearing the word poisoned, the elder's brow furrowed slightly. "Poisoned? Could my ailment be due to poisoning?" Dai Pingfei gasped in shock, realizing that his father's illness stemmed from poisoning. Yet why had it not been detected at the hospital? Simultaneously, Dai Pingyu and Dai Wei were left utterly bewildered, their mouths agape in disbelief. They could not fathom that the elder's affliction had been cured by this seemingly inexperienced youth. Just moments ago, they had been self-satisfied, convinced they would inherit the elder's substantial fortune. Yet, before they could articulate their thoughts, the elder miraculously awakened, now appearing as if nothing had ever troubled them. This was beyond belief. With this turn of events, Dai Pingyu and Dai Wei's plans to seize the elder's inheritance had crumbled. Missing this opportunity, they could not foresee when another would arise. Seizing the moment while Su Bai was escorted out of the master bedroom by Dai Pingfei, Dai Pingyu discreetly whispered to Dai Wei, clenching his fist. He coldly watched Su Bai's retreating figure. "This young man, it is your meddling that has thwarted my plans." Just as he was about to exit, his phone vibrated with a message. "Coward, do you have time? Dare you come to the Beihai Casino for a challenge?" What the hell? A message from a dimwit. Su Bai had been in high spirits, but upon reading the message, he rolled his eyes, intending to dismiss it as spam. Wait. Su Bai's realization struck him, his pupils constricting as he focused on the phrase Beihai Casino, as if he had stumbled upon something monumental. Good grief. This foolish bookworm has ventured to the Beihai Casino? Could it be that after I sent him that Riska website, he became so enthralled that he now seeks amusement at the casino? With this thought, the phrase seductive beauties dealing online flashed through Su Bai's mind. How remarkable. Chapter 56. Shall I assist you in confrontation? Who would have anticipated that the once cherished good student in the eyes of relatives and the beloved child in the eyes of parents would now embody such audacity? If Wu Guoyang were to learn of this matter, what would his reaction be? After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Tong, Su Bai hailed a taxi and set off towards the Beihai Casino. "Hey, is that car behind us your friend? It's been following us for a while," the taxi driver remarked, glancing at the black sedan in the rearview mirror. What? Su Bai had been preoccupied with thoughts of Wu Qing and had hardly noticed the vehicle trailing them. At the driver's comment, he turned his head to take a look. Indeed, a well-equipped black car was deliberately maintaining a distance, closely following the taxi. This is bad. A foreboding sign. I must go 10 miles north of the city to avert this calamity. Su Bai calculated swiftly, realizing the gravity of the situation. He urged the driver, "Please, take us 10 miles north of the city." The driver complied, gradually pressing the accelerator. The black car behind also began to accelerate, following the taxi towards the northern part of the city. Without a doubt, that car had its sights set on Su Bai. However, he felt no need to evade. If he had determined that going 10 miles north could dispel the impending danger, he was confident that he would be safe. 10 miles north. Upon disembarking from the taxi, Su Bai immediately spotted a lavish nightclub. Haotian Nightclub? Upon seeing the name, he instinctively recognized whose territory it was, and without further thought, he strode inside. Despite it not yet being late at night, the Haotian Nightclub was bustling with activity. The area north of Beihai City was rife with a mix of characters, housing countless entertainment venues of varying sizes, and Haotian Nightclub stood out as a leader among them. It was evident that establishing a foothold and building one's own influence here required considerable effort from Haotian Nightclub. As Su Bai surveyed his surroundings, A sharp voice suddenly pierced through the ambience. You there, stop. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a young man with slanted eyes and a sinister expression approached. It was Dai Wei, the very same individual he had encountered at the villa. Behind him loomed two burly bodyguards, cracking their knuckles with ill intent. Oh, it's you, Subai remarked nonchalantly, his mind quickly piecing together the situation. No wonder the earlier calculations had signaled great misfortune. This individual possessed considerable strength, warranting caution. Humph. You think you can just walk away after thwarting our plans? Do you believe the world operates so conveniently? Dai Wei glared at Subai, his tone icy. To this, Subai merely chuckled. What? You impotent fool, what more do you want from me? From the moment he had first heard Dai Wei's name, he found it amusing. And seeing the man's arrogance now provoked him to mock openly. Dai Wei, clearly incensed, retorted, Shut your mouth. My name was carefully chosen by my father with the help of a master. It has nothing to do with any impotence. His fury was palpable, for it was the first time in his life someone had insulted him in such a manner. A master? Subai nearly burst into laughter. TSK, TSK. It couldn't possibly be that charlatan we just saw, could it? No wonder you looked like you had seen your father's murderer upon hearing his name. It's a rather creative choice, I must say. What a pity it would be to waste it. Dai Wei nearly choked on his rage. You little brat. What does your sharp tongue amount to? 3 against 1? Do you truly think you have a chance? Humph. There is no need for me to intervene. My 2 companions here will suffice. Rest assured, we will ensure you suffer worse than that fake Taoist. The 2 bodyguards, towering at nearly 6 feet, approached Subai with cold smiles. Though Subai was proficient in Tai Chi and possessed internal energy, facing 3 formidable opponents simultaneously was undeniably challenging. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and addressed Dai Wei. What's the matter, impotent fool? Aren't you joining in? Feeling drained, perhaps? I have all sorts of remedies here. From kidney tonics to energy bars. You insolent wretch, to dare act tough when death is imminent. As the 2 bodyguards closed in, Subai contemplated a crucial thought. He needed to enhance his own strength. Relying solely on external assistance could lead to unforeseen dangers. Such uncertainties were irksome, and the desire to grow stronger became an urgent necessity for him. I must further refine my control over my internal energy. Only then can I combine it with Tai Chi to unleash even greater power, Subai resolved inwardly. His own strength was the most trustworthy asset he could possess. Prepare to die. The 2 bodyguards swung their fists towards Subai, the sound of their punches slicing through the air, revealing their formidable prowess. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 dull thuds echoed as the bodyguards collapsed to the ground. What the hell? Who ambushed me? Dai Wei exclaimed in shock, only to then feel laughter behind him. Who's laughing? Do you seek death? Dai Wei, already in a foul mood, turned to scold what he assumed was a customer who dared to mock him. However, bang! Another thud resonated, and like his bodyguards, Dai Wei found himself on the ground in an instant. Feeling something strike him. Dai Wei sensed a rush of coolness in his head as blood flowed down his hands, sticky and painful, causing his vision to darken and his body to tremble. Yet, as he and the bodyguards attempted to rise, they were met with utter bewilderment. They found themselves surrounded by at least 30 men wielding iron rods, standing right behind them. What the hell? Dai Wei was momentarily stunned. Do you know who I am to dare strike me? He swallowed hard and addressed a purple-haired man among them. I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch my brother, I'll make you wish you were never born. The purple-haired man replied with zeal, nodding towards Subai before turning back to Dai Wei and his crew. And since you enjoy bullying the weak, I now have 30 brothers with me. This should make things fair. Fair? Fair my foot. Dai Wei was utterly dumbfounded, not recognizing the purple-haired man and feeling his bad luck worsen. Yet, he quickly grasped the crux of the purple-haired man's words. Be brother? This kid is your brother. Dai Wei and the bodyguards stood gaping, utterly astonished at Subai. So it's you? Purple hair, Subai feigned calmness, fully aware that this entire situation was under his control. Greetings, brother. I was just lamenting my inability to find a chance to apologize to you. Last time, it was my oversight that offended you. I hope you don't hold it against me. From today onward, you are my true elder brother, and anyone who dares to bully you will have me. Purple hair. To answer to first, Subai smiled faintly, gazing at purple hair with an enigmatic expression. Well said, well said. Recognizing one's mistakes is a virtue. Since you are acquainted with long ago, it seems we are destined to be connected. Thus, it is only natural that I take you under my wing. Are you genuinely willing to accept me? The purple-haired individual was overjoyed, for Lu Xinglong was a subordinate of Su Bai, and acknowledging Su Bai as his elder brother seemed entirely reasonable. In that moment, it felt as though he had successfully latched onto a powerful figure. However, the scene before them left the surrounding patrons utterly bewildered. Goodness, the purple-haired one has actually recognized a student as his elder brother? Am I seeing this correctly? Indeed. The typically unyielding purple-haired individual has acknowledged an elder brother. What on earth is happening? This cannot be missed. I must capture this historic moment. This will undoubtedly become the most sensational news in the northern part of the city. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, unable to fully comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, the most astounded were Dai Wei and his two bodyguards, who felt more uncomfortable than if they had consumed something utterly repulsive. They had initially planned to dispose of Su Bai after he left the villa, but they never anticipated that just as they were about to secure their victory over him, a purple-haired figure would suddenly appear. Moreover, this purple-haired individual was a subordinate of Su Bai. What on earth is happening? Master, let us retreat. One must preserve the mountain to avoid the worry of firewood. If we confront these ruffians now, we will undoubtedly suffer a significant loss, one bodyguard whispered. Retreat? When have you ever seen me cower? Dai Wei exclaimed, but upon observing the dense crowd before him, each wielding iron rods, his resolve faltered. 3 against 30 seemed rather impractical. Let us go. Although Dai Wei was reluctant, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Given his esteemed status, it would be unwise to engage in a conflict with these thugs. Sustaining injuries would be too great a cost. Stop. At that moment, Su Bai spoke up. What do you want? Are you not afraid of my father? Dai Wei turned around, startled by Su Bai's unexpected call. I care not for your father's power. Unless you strike yourself 10 times today, you shall not leave. Su Bai declared earnestly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. What? Dai Wei was enraged. As a young master, the idea of striking himself was utterly humiliating. Do you want me to assist you in that? As soon as Su Bai finished speaking, the 30 or so individuals behind him brandished their iron rods and closed in. In an instant, Dai Wei felt the air around him constrict, nearly suffocating him. All right. You are indeed ruthless. Chapter 57, Emergency Measures. They had originally planned to deal with Su Bai after his departure from the villa, but they were taken aback when the purple-haired subordinate appeared unexpectedly. Master, let us retreat. If we confront these thugs now, we will undoubtedly suffer a significant loss. One bodyguard whispered. Retreat? When have you ever seen me cower? Dai Wei retorted, yet as he surveyed the crowd, his confidence waned. Let us go. Dai Wei, despite his reluctance, had to concede, understanding the futility of engaging in a confrontation that could lead to unnecessary injuries. Stop. Su Bai interjected. What do you want? Are you not afraid of my father? Dai Wei asked, startled. I don't care how formidable your father is. Unless you strike yourself 10 times today, you shall not depart. Su Bai declared, his seriousness unmistakable. What? Dai Wei, furious, could hardly believe the humiliation he was being subjected to. Do you want me to assist you in that? As his words hung in the air, the throng behind Su Bai closed in, brandishing their iron rods. Dai Wei felt as though the very atmosphere was being sucked away, leaving him breathless. Have you made your decision? Will you heed Su Bai's command and strike yourself? Or shall we assist you? The purple-haired one asked, his gaze icy, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. However, with so many witnesses, it might not just be 30 strikes, but rather 300. The sharp sound of slapping echoed as the 2 bodyguards succumbed first, unwilling to endure 300 slaps that would surely leave them unrecognizable. Yet, Dai Wei hesitated, his hands trembling, uncertain of how to proceed. What's wrong? Are you too cowardly to follow through? Su Bai taunted, beckoning him closer. With a sudden push from the crowd, Dai Wei found himself before Su Bai. Without hesitation, Su Bai delivered a resounding slap. Ow! Dai Wei yelped, clutching his face and crouching on the ground, glaring at Su Bai. You? Me? Su Bai replied with a casual smile. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the purple-haired one, you might have left me in a dire state. This slap is merely a lesson. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he continued, Get up, you coward. There are still 9 slaps to go. You are not permitted to leave until it is complete. What? Dai Wei had thought that the earlier slap had sufficed. But now he was faced with the prospect of 9 more. In disbelief, he glanced at the 2 bodyguards who had already endured their punishment, feeling as though an army of frustration had trampled through his mind. Clutching his face, tears streamed down from the pain, while he inwardly cursed Su Bai's lineage. You scoundrel! Once I'm free, I will make you pay. Despite his internal protests, Dai Wei found himself pleading, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Upon hearing this, the spectators erupted in laughter, mocking him. Indeed, why didn't you do this sooner? After Dai Wei had thoroughly punished himself, Su Bai remarked nonchalantly, "All right. You are free to leave." Dai Wei and his companions fled like prisoners escaping from confinement. Subsequently, Su Bai bid farewell to the purple-haired one and took a taxi to the Beihai casino. He was eager to see how his foolish friend Wu Cheng was faring. Yet, that was not his primary concern. Su Bai had a task to complete, earning 60 million within 48 hours. Although he initially lacked direction, he now understood what he needed to do. Let us head to the casino and make a substantial sum, while simultaneously vexing that bookish Wu Cheng. Su Bai thought with excitement, envisioning the moment he would trample the arrogant Wu Cheng underfoot. Just then, an unexplained sharp pain shot through his left eye, rubbing it gently. He wondered if it was a side effect of excessive use of his ability. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he pondered, "It shouldn't be. I've only used it twice today. How could side effects manifest so soon?" With a heavy heart, Su Bai inquired of the system, "Why has the rudimentary X-ray vision attached to my left eye suddenly become so painful?" The system responded, "Ding. The rudimentary X-ray vision may be utilized 5 times daily. Exceeding this limit will result in permanent blindness for the host." Su Bai was instantly drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, "Only 5 uses per day? This is utterly ridiculous. Why didn't you inform me sooner, system?" The system retorted, "The system is under no obligation to proactively disclose the properties of items to the host." The system's solemn tone nearly infuriated Su Bai. He was convinced that this rudimentary X-ray vision was a deliberate trap set by the system, perfectly in line with its notorious reputation for trickery. "Is there any way to ameliorate the situation with this rudimentary X-ray vision?" Su Bai asked, regaining his composure, as he did not wish to live his life burdened by such an inferior gift. The system replied, "The host may purchase an advanced X-ray vision for replacement, at which point the side effects will dissipate." Glancing at the meager 300 wealth points displayed on the screen, Su Bai felt a chill run down his spine. At this rate, he could not fathom when he might be able to exchange for the so-called advanced items. With a sigh, he continued, "Is there an emergency measure available?" Ding. The host can enhance their physical constitution to adapt forcibly to the side effects of the rudimentary X-ray vision, the system stated after a moment of silence. "Enhance my physical constitution. How might one achieve that?" Su Bai eagerly pressed for more information. The host may engage in physical training to fortify their body, thus achieving the desired adaptation. Su Bai was taken aback, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. In truth, the distinction between rudimentary and advanced X-ray vision lay solely in the presence or absence of side effects. If he could bolster his physical prowess, he could elevate the rudimentary to the advanced, thereby saving a substantial amount of wealth. Moreover, this aligned perfectly with Su Bai's current ambition to enhance his own strength. Whether it was internal energy or physical resilience, Su Bai needed to continually improve to genuinely become stronger. If the rudimentary X-ray vision could be adapted through personal enhancement, then the rudimentary combat observation eye could surely follow suit. With this realization, Su Bai felt a surge of clarity. After approximately 5 more minutes in the taxi, they arrived at a dilapidated location. After paying the fare and disembarking, Su Bai navigated through a labyrinth of narrow alleys until he finally located the clandestine Beihai casino. Standing at the entrance were 2 burly men who immediately blocked his path upon seeing he was a student. "Do you know where you are, kid?" one asked. "I do," Su Bai replied, though one man's attitude made him furrow his brow slightly, yet he refrained from reacting. After all, he was there to make money, and causing trouble would be unwise. "Do you have this?" The other man scrutinized Su Bai for a moment, pinching his thumb and forefinger together, indicating doubt about how much a poor student could possess. Su Bai, fully aware of the implication, briefly revealed his savings to the 2 men, nearly giving them a heart attack. "What? So you're a wealthy heir? It's our fault for not seeing your true worth. Please, forgive our ignorance and come inside." Their demeanor shifted dramatically, as if they had flipped a page in a book. They now regarded Su Bai as if he were family, bowing slightly and ushering him into the casino. "Good heavens, are students today really this affluent?" The men murmured to each other as Su Bai walked past. That previous one, what was his name? Wu Gang or Wu Cheng? He seemed to be a student as well, yet he lost so much and still returned today with 400,000. But this guy has just added 2 more zeros behind it. They exchanged banter while smoking. However, their expressions soon morphed from shock to smug disdain. Too bad. With Hao Gu overseeing today, no matter how much they have, they'll lose it all. These rich second-generation kids, they're nothing without their wealthy parents. Just wait. This time we can rake in a hefty sum. Chapter 58. Luck at its peak. The room spanned several hundred square meters and was simply decorated with a few rectangular wooden tables, giving it a rather austere appearance. Surprisingly, despite the late hour, it was bustling with activity, and the atmosphere was electric with excitement, as if everyone had taken a stimulant. Among the crowded tables, one in particular was teeming with patrons. There was a figure whose back seemed uncannily familiar to Subai. Is that you, Subai? I thought you wouldn't dare show up. It was no wonder. I, a genius, am adept at many things, yet somehow fail at everything, for reasons unknown. Every time Subai laid eyes on Wu Qing, he felt an overwhelming urge to pummel him. What are you boasting about, you fool? Subai shot him a disinterested glance, noticing the small pile of chips in Wu Qing's hand, and remarked with a smirk, after all this time. That's all you've gained? Care for a little competition? Perfectly agreeable. Wu Qing puffed out his chest with confidence. What are the terms? How much money do you have left? Subai asked casually. Upon hearing this, Subai burst into laughter. You idiot. Are you here to make money or lose it? In just a brief absence, you've managed to lose 50,000. Subai now truly believed that aside from his academic prowess, Wu Qing was utterly inept. Furthermore, ever since acquiring the super-intelligence pill, Wu Qing no longer had the right to compete with him academically. He would utterly crush him in any contest.